Into the mountain. We have diagrammed the troop groupings as though they were the receding wings of a theatre set. 1, 2, 3, 4, inwards. Sergei Eisenstein, circa 1942. Before the sleepwalker slammed the door behind him, he needed there to be nothing left, not even the door itself. In the old Norse legends, great men go into the mountain when they die, and their voices may sometimes be heard where there are hollows in the earth. But the sleepwalker's intention was that there would be no mountain after him, no voices in the ground, no ground, and certainly nobody above ground to listen. He said, "Trudel, bring me the folder for Operation Spiral, would you please? That's a good child. Do you want to know why it was called Operation Spiral? The Midgard serpent swallows his own tail, and then what? Where does he go?" The telephone rang. 4 officers had waited too long to blow up the Remagen bridge. The enemy was across the Rhine. "Have them shot," he said. The telephone rang. The Ruhr Basin would soon pass out of our hands. "Flood the coal mines," he said. "It will take the Jews 20 years to get them working again." The telephone rang. The enemy was approaching Dusseldorf. "Then burn Dusseldorf," he said. "Do I have to tell you everything?" The telephone rang. Gauleiter Wagner wished to confirm that the waterworks of Baden should be destroyed. "Confirmed," he said. "Trudel, child, could you kindly put the tea on?" The telephone rang. Speer had committed treason. "Send him down to me this evening," he said. When Speer came, the sleepwalker glared at him and said, "Bormann has given me a report on your conference with the Reich Gauleiters. You pressed them not to carry out my orders, and even declared that the war is lost. Are you aware of what must follow from that?" Speer, peering up at the concrete ceiling as though he'd spied a crack, insisted that the war was lost. "If you could at least hope," the sleepwalker pleaded, for Speer was his architect, "that would be enough to satisfy me." Speer remained silent. "You have 24 hours to think it over," the sleepwalker shouted. "Get out now. You're ill. You're dismissed from my office." The telephone rang. Some officer or other wanted to know what to do with the women and children in his sector once their houses had been demolished. "Tell him that the nature of this struggle permits no consideration for the populace to be taken." The telephone rang. His national redoubt in the Alps was almost ready. Saying nothing, he hung up. The telephone rang. Goering wanted to assure him that the Philharmonic would go under with everything else. Meanwhile, he heard an explosion far away and above ground. He snatched up the telephone at once, demanding to know how the Russians were able to shell Berlin. The telephone explained that they had laid down a heavy and precise curtain of fire on the airfield in Prague, so that our Luftwaffe was helpless. "Then the Luftwaffe is superfluous," said the sleepwalker. "The entire Luftwaffe command should be hanged at once." He slammed down the telephone in a rage. The telephone rang. "Mein Führer, we've lost communication with Wenck. The Russians are—" "Oh, I have no doubt that I'm their target," he said. The telephone rang. Although Wenck still could not be reached, 9th Army had been encircled, and Heinrizi's troops had also fallen out of touch. General Koller was ready nonetheless to start the counter-offensive which would save Berlin. The sleepwalker threatened him. "Any commander who holds back his troops will forfeit his life in 5 hours." The telephone rang. When would he be coming to the National Redoubt? "Out of the question," he explained. "They might catch me through some trick. I have no desire to be exhibited in a Jewish museum." The telephone rang. His chauffeur, Kempka, had delivered 200 litres of petrol to the garden upstairs as ordered. The Russians were in the Tiergarten. The telephone rang. British bombers had destroyed the National Redoubt. "You see," he remarked to his secretaries, "I always know what's right." His bride, Eva, who was as rich and good as Holstein butter, had now swallowed a capsule on his instructions. She lay beside him on the sofa, with her big cow-like eyes filming over. He raised the Volta to his head, then hesitated, lowered it a trifle, and peered into the barrel, to see what he might see within the mountain. First it was dark, and then far inside shone a pale blue light, which must have come all the way from Russia. He thought he could spy the grand salle de fête of the Empress Elizabeth Petrovna at Tsarskoye Selo, the carpet as vast and multiply monogrammed as a collective farm's sugar-beet field, cartouches of angels dimly hovering on the ceiling. Then a casement window opened onto vistas of other castles. Soon he'd take possession of all that. Just then the telephone rang again, and he knew from the cadence of the ring that it would be bad news. "No regrets now," he said with a smile. Denazification. There aren't bad peoples, but without mercy, I'll tell you, each people has its own reptiles. Yevgeny Yevtushenko, 1962. 1. A long line of wooden-faced men in steel helmets lowered their swastika standards to the cobblestones. They were the last coins in that horde of soldiers now vanished like gold thrown into a river. That was where it ended, there in the Tiergarten. A werewolf pushed a button, and row upon row of anti-tank guns hidden in the grass exploded. They'd run out of shells. Then came a shot. The werewolf had saved the last bullet for himself. He was no longer a factor. Then they marched out of Berlin in a column, saying farewell to the ruined buildings which so few would see again. You see, they were going east. Soon they'd learn about the whitish secretions of tubercular lungs. They'd grow expert in observing the sharpening of a dying prisoner's face. They'd observed the death of Slavs, but that was different. Europe Central, burned clean, could now become as wide and white as Stalin Alley in the New Berlin of our Soviet zone, whose tiny citizens recede between trees and massive apartment cubes towards the future's distant tower. With the arrival of the Red Army, Unter den Linden, with its cubicle buildings and sentinel-like roof figures, had instantaneously become almost perfect. But we wouldn't stop there. Each new skyscraper would be taller and better than any artifact of the capitalist world. And this really happened, or at least nearly happened, which is the most any offensive can hope for. I remember the new towers and bays of Moscow University, whose yellowish tinge, thanks to the aging of the blueprints as I studied them in 2001, gilded them with a monumentally Roman look. I remember Comrade Stalin pacing the shining wet catwalks of the Kremlin, safeguarding everything in our great Soviet land. I wasn't there, but Roman Carmen filmed it. I've seen all of his movies. Sometimes Comrade Voroshilov joined him, bearing huge stars on his red epaulets. They gazed down at the clean, cool factories and apartment blocks of Moscow, remaining alert, collected, and resolute. Now toward them came the line of fascist prisoners. 2. We journeyed for thousands of kilometers, sometimes in windowless train cars, the rest of the time on foot. Most of us remembered how it had been the first time, with Ivans and Natashas straggling ahead of our panzers, carrying their belongings on their backs. The sleepwalker had said, "Don't forget who the masters are," and Field Marshal von Manstein had walked beside us, smiling and alert, his hands in his pockets. But all victories fell into the Rhine, even though our pioneers blew up every building that still stood. We slipped west, then east again. Von Manstein was now squinting and craning at his trial. Back in Germany, where fog bleeds silver slime upon the willows, chestnut trees, and maples, which is to say too far back to be imagined, our sisters were prostituting themselves for chocolate or chewing gum. The sleepwalker was gone. Into the mountain, it was said. So we'd been decapitated, like the statue of Mars in the Zeughaus. A direct hit from a Russian gun took care of him. We limped east, and sometimes they clubbed us in the face or let loose a machine gun burst into our ranks. Well, they're the victors, so they must be the master race. This was how we tried to explain it to ourselves. We were wide-eyed corpses, trying to learn the first few lessons of the afterlife. First, kilometre by kilometre, then verst by verst we weakened, receding into time, becoming denazified. I was never a Nazi, we all said. High on a hill of pines, the broken castle looked blindly down upon a landscape of red roofs and green fields. And here the Russians shot another straggler, who fell still dreaming of a Reichskreuz 1,000 years old, a Reichskreuz bulging with pearls and jewels. By then we knew how to keep our mouths shut. The wind began to bite our faces. Mockingly, our captors quoted to us these lines of Akhmatova's. "I smile no more. A freezing wind numbs my lips." 3. They carried us east in boxcars. We rode railroad tracks as narrow in gauge as the strange note-strung segments which begin in measure 96 of Shostakovich's 8th Symphony. They're for the instruments Piatti and Kathe. Most of us were bound for the mines, they said. The miners in our German fairy tales were rich enough to have golden nails in their boot soles. Well, who knows? Maybe it would be like that. By train and by truck we rode further east. Then we had to walk for 20 hours straight, without even a drink of dirty water. When they let us rest, which was sometimes just for the night, sometimes for weeks, we looked down at our clasped hands and wondered aloud whether we might have been saved by only one more Teller mine in the Hurtgen forest. Next was that parade in Moscow, that ordeal by disgrace before they subdivided us into long worms of prisoner columns to burrow into this or that hole in the Russian dirt and work to death. We marched down Red Square and people spat on us. But I'd discovered my trick. I pretended that I was still one of the heroes of the Condor Legion, marching past Franco's swastika-hung reviewing stand in Madrid, with our right arms extended. Sieg Heil! In the courtroom, our guards were replaced every 2 hours. The telephone screamed like an eagle. Then they sentenced us in batches. But once, in the transit prison, a Russian woman brought us a pail of hot milk. After that came the camp, of course, which at first was nothing more than a ring of barbed wire enclosing barren ground. Some of us, still bound, gazed exhaustedly down at the dirt. Others gaped up at the sky. And still they packed more and more of us in, until we were so crowded that we couldn't do anything more than stand. We'd been turned into one of Kollwitz's etchings of the Kaiser's prisoners. One of us whispered, "My wife was a national swimming champion." As for me, I never mentioned my family, who for all I know are still living in their underground cave in Köln. A shot of adrenaline into the chest can sometimes resurrect a stopped heart. Unfortunately, the camp doctor had no adrenaline. Each corpse turned olive green, like an American troop carrier. Those of us whose eagles hadn't yet been stripped from our breast pockets were already laying plans for Operation Vollmann. One very cold night, one of us began to sing in a stunning tenor, well, sir, where's your sword, the strong sword I'll swing against fate? Will it break out from my breast, where my angry heart hides it?" 4. And so we denazified them, making possible the following triumphant entry in our great Soviet encyclopedia. Germany, a state in Europe, capital Berlin, which existed up to the end of World War II, 1933-45. Germany was gone forever. The two lapdog states which remained could be tricked into fighting each other eternally, just as we in Germany used to do. As for the old Germany, she reminded us of the bygone days when Moscow was nothing but churches, river curves, and droshkis. Then we returned to our own concerns. We constructed an arc vacuum furnace to smelt titanium ingots. Airlift idyls. For 3 whole days, during which time did not exist for him, he struggled in that black sack into which he was being forced by an unseen, invincible power. Tolstoy, 1886. 1. It's nearly impossible to convince my grandchildren that at the beginning the Iron Curtain was just that. Although now that I think of it, the material might not have been iron at all. If you've ever inspected one of those pouches of lead foil which protects film from X-rays at airport security checkpoints, you can well imagine the abnormal heaviness, not to mention limp pendulousness, as opposed to flexibility, of that Iron Curtain. Grasp a fresh corpse by the knee and raise it. The calf will swing inwards, compelling the foot to describe the same unfailing arc as a grandfather clock's weighted pendulum. But it's a one-way affair. Heel strikes buttock or thigh, and that's the end. When we stood our turn in the exit queue of the border station, I sometimes used to bend down and raise the hem of the Iron Curtain, just to peek out at the capitalist side where I was going. Nobody was very strict in those days, and obviously I wasn't trying to escape. Anyhow, the iron, or whatever it was, must have been 15 centimeters thick, I could only lift it up to ankle height before its weight and the white light blazing in overwhelmed me, so I'd let go, and it would sink silently back into place, momentum so perfectly dampened by deadness that there could never have been the tiniest afterswing. According to an American lecturer, the eighth-string quartet of Shostakovich, Opus 110, is supposed to represent the curtain's darkness, but, speaking only for myself, I'd have to say that my sensation on the communist side was something quite different from melancholy. Everything was dark, that's true, but it was the darkness of a circus tent, where anything could happen. I'll tell you just how it felt. Drawing the heavy passport from my pocket, already anticipating the treat of winning a new stamp, at that time the visa pictography of Europe Central changed almost monthly, in part as a result of the political situation. Any symbol might get infected with enemy connotations, but mainly for security reasons. Black marketeers duplicated those stamps easily, so the only recourse of nascent people's power was to change the red star to a blue sickle, or enclose it in a square rectangle. First I'd hear breathing all around me. Next a hand would take my passport. After a long while I'd hear the angry thud of the stamp, and that pallid, hairy hand return to view, spewing the document back into my possession. I stepped forward. In a sudden dazzle of flashbulbs, secret policemen would photograph me from the side, after which I'd pass between two soldiers whose fixed bayonets tickled my ears. Finally I'd round the last bend, where two flaps of the curtain, try to visualize a woman's slit skirt, had been pulled apart and secured by ceiling chains to admit a very narrow triangle of breathtakingly beautiful light, through which each of us had to struggle, usually not without griming our shoulders with graphite, lead, or whatever was actually the substance of the Iron Curtain. Now I was free. But what I'll never be able to explain is that at that exact moment my head invariably became heavy. I tasted metal, and my lips swelled. A drunken nausea robbed me of my balance, and when I stood up again I thought I'd faint. It happened to all of us. Perhaps some mind-altering chemical had been released by one side against or in collusion with the other. We lurched to the West German checkpoint, Bornholmer Strasse, and the sun scorched our pale skins. If somebody had poured sand inside my head, I couldn't have felt any stranger. We'd forgotten everything. It was the taste of sleep that we were all licking off our lips. Here again stood the policeman with the long handlebar moustache. He greeted me by name now, and stamped my passport with extra crispness, because he liked me. The eagle of capitalist Germany was his alter ego. I'd never lost sight of him. The sunlight was harshly perfect on his metal buttons. But what had those two sentries on the other side looked like? Maybe their bayonets had annoyed me sufficiently to distract me from their faces. Behind them there'd been the bodyguard who'd stamped my passport, this time with the representation of a sledgehammer standing on end and bearing 3 sharp-pointed stars within its head. The East German official, counterpart to this moustached gentleman of Bornholmer Strasse, had scrutinized me most searchingly from his booth. It was incorrect that I'd glimpsed his hand. I now recollected an angled spotlight just below that window slit through which documents were given and received. This glaring luminescence, which I'd somehow mistakenly associated with the flashbulbs of secret police, had struck me full in the chin, in order for the bodyguard behind his wall of dark glass to better compare me to my photograph. Actually, the glass couldn't have been dark, because I remembered a pale, blurry sort of face, perhaps with more than 2 eyes. There might also have been an eye in the brim of his cap, because— But prior to him there was nothing. I might as well have never visited the world behind the Iron Curtain. In the onion fields of Europe, translucent-lipped wombs grow concentrically within wombs, and within them grows what? I could definitely remember lifting up the Iron Curtain from within, just to see the brightness. I longed to ask the policeman with the handlebar moustache whether he'd allow me to do the same from this side, but then his expression would have altered. He'd realized that his friendly trust should never have touched me. It would be awkward between the two of us forever, because West Germans, who are the only Germans left, follow the rules. What should I do? For I so much wanted to see. Berlin, which in medieval times had resembled a heart carved out of a human carcass, subdivided into 17 lobes, Wedding, Moabit, Königsviertel, and all the rest, No matter that they were each as cramped as a Messerschmitt 109. Berlin was now a quartered heart, its chambers sealed off from one another by walls of sandbags. And now this Iron Curtain was already, in the dreams of Stalinists, getting elaborated into the raked sand of slaughter chutes within the complex of the Berlin Wall. I brought that about, you'll see. German blood must clot henceforth. It could no longer flow free. In the French sector, they sing a little song about something that happens, some pretty little thing, I forget what, my French was never all that perfect anyway, when a blonde dancer from Stalingrad shows leg in the Soviet sector. I think maybe there comes a flash of sunlight in the communist darkness or something like that. The real issue is, how can the conscious mind know what the unconscious is up to? Chancellor Adenauer, in one of his speeches, proclaimed that in this scientific, meaning nuclear, age, the metaphor of a heart has become outmoded. It's better to consider Berlin as a brain, and in his, Adenauer's view, what's behind the Iron Curtain is the reptilian brain, the primordial amoral system of involuntary control which, located at the very base of the skull, can and must be dispatched by NATO in a surgical, missile-based Nackenschuss. Only thus may Germany, which is Europe, and therefore all of us, become whole again. This is also what the Führer used to say. 2. Unconsciousness can never examine consciousness. But the reverse is possible, for consciousness is reliable, like a Ju-52 transport plane. On a sunset as purple as the identity card of an NKVD agent, I passed behind the Iron Curtain once more. And this time I meant to maintain a death grip upon my impressions. Oh, the mysterious East! I was there for a good long while. I couldn't tell you how long exactly, but I do remember snow and darkness. I think I experienced a symphony which stunned and chained me with cords of steel, although it's possible that I heard not the orchestral elaboration but the core of it, in which case it would have been performed by a bespectacled genius who played by memory for me on a grand piano which was for sale, payment to be made in bread. I remember kissing somebody named Elena, but I'm not certain any more whether she was named Elena Konstantinovskaya, Elena Kruglikova, or possibly Elena Rossetti-Solescu, with whom I seem to associate the nickname Coca. I'm fairly sure that the pavements were shimmering and shining with ice. I believe that I might have seen children peeping at me from within their fur-ruffed hoods, but I have a West German friend, codenamed Hirsch, who subscribes to National Geographic, and he once showed me a pictorial about Canada, where there are people called Eskimos, in whose existence I disbelieve, because they live in conditions which the phenomenon of our Iron Curtain can't explicate. Daylight for 6 months, darkness otherwise. But should there, in fact, be Eskimos, then the fur-hooded children in Hirsch's article may be germane, although it's equally plausible that the children I met were Kazakhs. I could have easily gone that far east. I was in a land as deep and broad as the Devil's anti-tank trench. I heard the ticking of a metronome. Well, was she Elena Konstantinovskaya or Elena Kruglikova? And what was she to me? I've retained an ice-clear memory of the tight black fur caps which seemed to match Kazakh women's hair, so I must have been in Kazakhstan. I can also recollect blonde Russian girls whose blonde fur shoulders— yes, they must have been wearing fox, or maybe white sable, so was I at the opera? Resembled sunlight on the snow. But the rest was dark, that I'd swear to. What category of darkness, did you ask? Dirt black like a soldier's hands, iron black like the curtain itself, with a taste of blue and grey, as is customary in metals. That's the sum of all intelligence I managed to gather, which really wasn't bad for a first trip. So I decided to cross back into West Berlin. I yearned to see how successfully I prevent these recollections from effervescing away, and I might have had any number of additional objectives too, but I can't remember them. When I got up to the curtain itself, where darkness is particularly dark, the border guard kept his light upon me for such a long time that I began to wonder whether he had always done this. And then he said, "Why are your eyes so shifty today?" Shocked and frightened, trying to formulate an answer, I fidgeted, and then I could actually see him lean forward behind the dark glass, much as if I were looking into the dark water of the Kryukov Canal, and then glimpsed the darker darkness of some fish or monster swimming up toward me. Yes, He leaned forward and he crooned, "What are you, actually?" 3. I feared that official. So next time I determined to dig my illegal way. In this rubbled earth we all dig like grave diggers, mindful that some fleeing SS man might have stopped here to bury a golden coronation sword, or maybe even a suitcase filled with gold and silver spoons from a castle in Krakow. We all hide things when we see death coming, and it may well be that by thus interring our treasures we prepare our minds for our own entombment. Pharaoh must have been comforted to know that his sceptre and his women would sleep forever with him. All the while, to be sure, one longs to believe that it's possible to awake from that sleep, crawl back under the curtain, and reclaim one's property, which remains, another hope, safely cached away from the expropriations of Commissar Death. Aren't human beings absurd? Lifting up a corner of the iron curtain in the vicinity of what would soon be called Checkpoint Charlie, I discovered darkness within. But I was prepared. I had with me the latest Eagle electric torch. Now I could see domes, bells, eagles, and round windows. My eyes were already getting heavy, but I was ready for that, too. I started pinching myself. This must be Yugoslavia. The edifices of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, shell-holed although they might be, spread themselves out before me like the pages of a book, with windows in place of words. What should I have read there? This place, so I've been told, by Yugoslavs, coincidentally, is the soul of Europe, or at least the Slavic soul. But why accept a map drawn by others? As lightly as a soap bubble, I sleepwalked farther east. What did I see? Better yet, what didn't I see? My tale is cluttered with visual bric-a-brac, none of which matters. It's all rubble, so to speak. And if I lead you down an alley where red stars and red spiders dance on strings, that's mere reality, which, being itself instead of ourselves, remains inherently alien, like the pretty flames which ought to be ornaments but betray the child by burning its hand. Actually, nothing's nearly as real as a certain old West Berliner lady in black who gazes lovingly at me from deep-set eyes, crouching beside her empty basket. Nowadays I see her every morning just before I slip beneath the wall. She's an operative of the Galen organization, and she's codenamed Nay. She neither alters nor sleeps. And now here I was in Byelorussia. Well, well. That must have been why I started to dream of something pale. Snow, maybe. Well, whatever it was almost as white as the service colors of the organization taught frontline command. So I pinched myself again. And now my flashlight beam picked out a Slavic hero on a rearing charger. The pediment was bas-reliefed with other Slavs. Then came the war wreaths, graves, and fires, nationalism being kept decently within communist bounds. I admit that I was definitely getting sleepy by then. The faces of the inhabitants seemed to drift about me like seaweed. I had somehow entered a crowd of them, Slavs or dream figures. Their bony white faces, made terrifying by black mouths and broken black eye sockets, kept gazing out at me from long black cloaks and dresses, which were interrupted only by the white triangles of wrists emerging from dark sleeves and entering black pockets. I thought I heard the name Elena Kruglikova. Perhaps it was Konstantinovskaya. Pinching myself as hard as I could, I discovered that a beautiful woman was kissing me. Probably I was on the Tverskaya by then, in one of those icy doorways where they sell wooden toys. 4. Everything which has existed will always exist. This is the chief consolation, however spurious, of both religion and mathematics. Somewhere farther back in Russia, Nicholas II's Salon de Réception survived, with its gilt-edged screens and chairs, a carpet of dizzying ornamentality, mainly white, like a jigsaw puzzle of ice floes, and on the wall a depiction of an immense military column. Are they on horseback? This room's so dim. Someone is saluting. It seems to be sunset. Probably this now obsolete receiving area had been transferred, as would have been an entirely correct decision, to an iceberg. And this woman kissing me, whoever she was, I had to believe that even if I lost her, she would always be with me. But that won't be true of Shostakovich, because, you know, Elena was kissing me. Kissing me. Now where had she gone? My flashlight battery was dead. I started digging blindly westward. The war between Germany and Russia had been a conflict between lava and ice. Ice had won, but everything that the ice had chilled to death and everything that the lava had seared away was safe somewhere, meaning Russia, since Adenauer has proved that Russia is the collective unconscious. According to the Great Soviet Encyclopedia, Volume 15, love for an idea, which is to say for the no longer consciously existent, can take the form of an intellectual ecstasy that may be possible only at certain cultural levels, each of which must be guarded and demarcated, first by the People's Police, then by the Soviet military authority, then finally by home units of the Red Army. This is why the Iron Curtain was in everybody's interest. But even then, when we couldn't possibly know that it would someday get pulled down and interred in a lead mine in Ekaterinburg, that Europe Central's Bolshevized courtyards of rubble, skulls, and boarded-up palaces would either be taken over by crypto-fascist separatists, among whom I regretfully include the West German Nika, who comprised Trotskyite organizations from 1951 until he was neutralized in 1974, or else fall into the clutches of the Hotel Astoria, where happy American tourists carried lacework, wooden dolls, absinthe, and pre-war folios up to their rooms, I could sense that the Iron Curtain would not be eternal. And I freely admit that this saddened me. A pyramid of flame, to pick a familiar wartime example, possesses a specific shape at any given instant and a general shape over time. We call it a pyramid only for convenience. It's writhing upward, getting nowhere in particular, doomed to subsidence. But an Iron Curtain, if it only lasted, would give us something to navigate us from good to evil and back again, even if we disagreed as to which was which. Well, it's vanished now, it really has, like the pre-war icon shops of St. Petersburg. And now I'm going to tell you exactly how it happened. 5. But first it's necessary to mention that when I came tunneling back into my own zone, yawning and rubbing my eyes, it was blinding daylight, and so they saw me and the sirens went off. They took me by taxi, not by Green Minna, thank God, to the Galen organization to be interrogated. And in a room without windows, a pale, pale man who wore dark glasses said to me, "You've absorbed the Russian mentality." How can you tell? There's something of the Russian soul in you, that emotional, sentimental, immeasurable something. He opened a black folder, which bore the red and white label, Geheim, and he showed me that my name had been deleted from the list of persons to be trusted. I need not claim that he terrified me even 10% as much as the East German border official had done. All the same, whenever authorities' representatives define my soul, I can't help but wonder if that clicking sound I hear in the basement is the firing squad cocking triggers. So I asked him, wanting to gain as much information as possible, "What do I need to do to be trusted again?" "Kill someone." "And then?" "We'll forget that you concerned us. We might even pay you." The desk drawer sprang open, and shoving aside 2 long, heavy pistols and a pair of spurs like silver sun-wheels, they must have belonged to the pre-war Polish cavalry, he fished out a brand-new Volta and a box of ammunition. Gecko, 7.65 mm. "They're special," he said, with a strangely sly smile, and I knew then that he had cast the bullets himself. Those sunken eyes in that pale, puffy face, that even voice, whom did he remind me of? I opened the box. The casings were brass, but each projectile was solid silver. "You see," he explained, "they're vampires over there. You can only kill a Slav with one of these." Knowing now that I would betray him for the sake of the beautiful woman who'd kissed me, I said, "That's all very well, but how can I stay awake?" "Do you swear to uphold the watertight bulkhead system of the Galen organization?" "Well, naturally. Yes or no?" "I do." "Swallow this pill. You'll never sleep again." "You mean I won't be able to dream?" "Dreams are for cowards. Swallow it and be quick about it, or else I'll have to press this button." "Do you have any liquid to wash it down with?" "Liquid's for cowards." "I see," I said, pretending to swallow the capsule. Actually, it lay beneath my tongue. Now I really needed to get out of there, because it was starting to dissolve. With every moment I would sleep a little worse. "Excuse me," I said, But now I need to piss. Take this pill. You'll never— But I sometimes enjoy pissing. You do? I'll note that in your file. All right, go down the hall, but don't forget that we're watching you. Can you guess what I miss most? No, I said, fidgeting urgently. The beech forests of Lower Saxony. They're locked away in dreamland now. Did you by any chance see them? No. Answer just for me. This isn't official at all. You know, there's a certain long line of trees beneath long lines of mist, with the sky between them cut off, strangled, you might say, and my father's house stands straight ahead. It has an exceptionally steep roof, and it's made of stone. Have you been there? I go farther east. Farther east? You really are a natural, he said proudly. You've been codenamed Hindemith. Don't worry, we're going to make a man out of you. Rushing out of his office, I found the lavatory, bolted myself inside a stall, removed the pill, wrapped it up in toilet paper, and hid it inside the porcelain tank. Fortunately, it floated. I was already feeling more wide awake than I'd been in years. Good, he said when I'd returned. This is the one you're going to kill. He showed me a photograph of a pallid, balding man with thick glasses. The Soviet composer Shostakovich. He said to me, "He's the one behind all this." Then he said, "The birds in the Tiergarten, the green summer light in the Tiergarten, we're going to get all that back." 6. "Why, yes," said Shostakovich with an inconstant attempt at a witty smile. "Even in Leningrad, even this far, so to speak, north, we did hear something about an interruption, I guess one ought to call it. I don't know for certain whether it was a war exactly." "Of course," I said. "They made my little Galicia play the butterfly game at school, and that Sunday there was supposed to be a Dynamos match when— You think I eat moon mushrooms for breakfast, no?" I unbuckled my Volta and fired a silver bullet into his face. Screeching, he shriveled into a pile of charred music paper. Then I woke up. I was still in West Germany, with 2 hours left before they inserted me into my mission zone. It was a hot afternoon of stinking ruins. 3 boys were taking turns swinging from the barrel of a broken anti-aircraft gun. The Iron Curtain sullied the horizon with its leaden fog. I walked slowly through the flatness of bomber-cleared lots, wondering what on earth I really ought to be or do. When you separate from a woman, what you have to do is kill your love for her. You have to blockade it and starve it to death, just as the sleepwalker set out to do in Leningrad. That's the only way. To separate Shostakovich from this world, one must be similarly energetic. Basically, it's a question of time and manpower. The Galen organization had just finished laying a secret telephone cable in one of the canals which separated East from West Berlin. Fishing the receiver from the water at 23:15 hours, I spoke the code word and received a go-ahead. There was also something about proceeding from Anhalter Bahnhof to Hahnklee, but I've woken up since then. I don't remember that part. I think it happened earlier. Remembering how it had been once upon a time, when the enemy crept out from between Russian trees to murder us, I felt exactly the way I used to, depressed, yet resolute. So I crossed their canal hand over hand, the cable thrilling me with faint electrical tingles all the way. On the far side, they dug in a pole to prop up one pleat in the Iron Curtain for me, to the tune of maybe 30 centimeters. I wriggled under that leaden darkness, kicked down the pole behind me, and was back in dreamland. Fleets of narrow windows, perfectly stationed upon each wall's stony sea, deployed their shallow balconies all around the world like guns. Evidently I had breached the curtain in Prague. A little operative came up to me and made conversation, whispering, "You and I both work in the East, so we know what's what." I nodded, meanwhile shaking the last drops of canal water out of the barrel of my Volta. "The command post is in that cellar," said the little operative, who was codenamed Greiner. "Unfortunately, there's nobody left. The Red Guillotine got them all last night." "Don't worry," I said, wanting to console him. "Everything's just a dream anyhow. Even if the Red Guillotine catches you, you'll wake up before you die. You can't die in a dream." "Unless you really die," he whispered bitterly. "Well, that's just a contingency," I said. I was already getting sleepy, but only slightly. exactly enough to numb that scared feeling. As we humans say, this can't really be happening. Self-deception is a pessimistic definition of optimism. I was confident that tonight I could do the job and get stricken from the list of persons who concerned the Galen organization. That was my new goal in life. So I shook Greiner's tiny hand and wished him a long-lasting camouflage. He yawned and crawled into the cellar to sleep, which appeared incautious to me, but in my organization we refrained from advising each other how to live. My target shouldn't be difficult to locate, they'd told me, because he, quote, lives in a fairy-tale ballet without human context, end quote. So I floated in the direction which seemed most inhuman, proceeding rapidly eastward beneath what a 19th-century traveller has described as a pearl-grey, faintly blue sky which lent a luminous quality to everything except the pale green roofs. Yes, I knew that. Everything transparently grey, with lime trees painted on the stage backdrop. Shostakovich was eating dinner with a younger woman, a certain Galina Ustvolskaya, about whom I'd been given no information. They appeared to be consuming some sort of fat, blind, white cave-fish, which resembled turbot. He looked unhealthy, and she seemed angry about something. Frankly, I didn't like her. Groaning, my host locked the door behind me and hobbled back to the table. When I asked him how he was, he smilingly quoted the poetess Akhmatova, "Call this working? This is the life, to overhear some music and pretend that it's my own." Ustvolskaya began screaming when I drew my gun. I shot him in the head 5 times, after which he said to me, "There's a musical term. It's Italian, actually, which you might not— ma non tanto, which I think means, but not so much." 7. Then I woke up in a double bed with starched sheets. On the pillow beside me slept a single long dark hair. That made me very happy, although I wished that I could remember who my co-dreamer had been. On the other hand, if I really chose to know, I could have made inquiries through the Galen organization. Throwing a white bathrobe around my shoulders, I opened the French doors and stepped out upon the terrace, enjoying the sunshine on my bare feet and the lovely terrace view of the squat white dome of our great hall of the people. How fine it felt to be home again! I let my gaze be carried down the wide white boulevard which passes through the Arch of Triumph, which of course overtowers the French original, then widens again into a perfect white channel in the white maze of Berlin. It becomes a narrow strait between watchtowers, then widens into a horseshoe-shaped courtyard, gripped by the rectangular wings of the vast white ministry where our sleepwalker watches over us. Just then my case officers knocked. I rushed back to bed and hid the long dark hair beneath my pillow just in time. There were 3 of them, Greiner, who bore no resemblance to Greiner, Havermann, and Pfitzner, and they trooped in almost shyly, because I was their hero, you see. They gathered around my bed, smiling forgivingly. The anti-sleeping pill was working even better than expected, they assured me. I shouldn't feel discouraged. With a wink, Greiner patted my pillow and added, "The German people need romanticism once more." Then Pfitzner raised the syringe. "Here we go again. Close your eyes." They re-injected me into the Soviet zone. 8. This time I was getting better at, so to speak— My God, now I was thought-stuttering like him. I swam through Europe Central, which is an aquarium scattered with the stone shells of ancient Polish institutes. I went to Moscow, which might well have been Leningrad, found Shostakovich, and shot him as dead as I could. That is what I did, more or less. He was alone that time. He must have fallen out with G.I. Ustvolskaya. This time I finished it. I transformed him into a new man. When I'd completed my world historical mission, he was smashed like the stone lion of Potsdam, and his brains were scattered over 3 rooms. Since there was 1 bullet left, I also made sure that his heart had stopped. I repeat, it was only a question of time and manpower. Then I slipped the Volta back into the pocket of my trench coat. I was on my way out when he said to me, "My heart is actually, so to speak, inside that piano. I wouldn't have minded if you'd actually, written me out of the score, but unfortunately you'll have to—" How could I bear to look at him? And the timbre of his voice, my God, what was he going to say about me behind my back? I went out into the snowy street, trying not to fall asleep amidst the translucent, rushing crowds. Evidently there was more, how should I say, complexity to this situation than I'd been informed. Well, that's not uncommon in intelligence work. Was I in over my head? I'd better return straight away to the office and request a deeper briefing. El Mohoinaj once wrote, "Penetration of the body with light is one of the greatest visual experiences." And so I came back into my Germany, the real Germany, where the sunlight was as white as Heydrich's hands. 9. "Who moves the mover?" inquired the pale man in dark glasses. He seemed far unhappier than I. He longed for the old days when soldiers, not dreams, marched through the Brandenburg Gate. He reminded me of his chief grievance. They all danced to Shostakovich's tune. I felt so ashamed of my failures that I simply bowed my head. Havermann waggled a finger at me. Somehow the brightness felt less bright. It was doomed, since it was already articulated. What if even the pale man were doomed? I'd begun to feel more suspicious of him, although I still declined to fear him, since I had so easily tricked him. Reminding myself that I had often voyaged eastward of my own volition, I shored myself up. Wasn't I doing exactly what I wanted? Pfitzner entered the room, bearing more silver bullets on a tray. Greiner brought me a ring of invisibility. The pale man, frowning and rising, said to me, "You'll be in our thoughts when you're on the other side." Then I wondered, what is the other side? 10. That night I had to meet them on Stresemannstrasse. They injected me into the Russian sector right across from the ruined dome of the Haus Vaterland. It took 6 motivated ex-Nazis to lift up the Iron Curtain for me. There was no distinction between them and me, except that they knew who they were. One of them slapped me between my shoulder blades and whispered, "Thank God somebody is finally doing something." Another one slipped an American cigarette between my lips. Nay whispered a report into her empty basket. Then off I went. I felt as lonely as a dispatch rider cycling off into the enemy's field of fire. I floated around, trying to get my bearings. "We're going to get all that back," the pale man had insisted. But what exactly would we get back? Was he longing for the good old days of control girls in 3 grades and boobies in long coats dancing with their maidies in lesbian bars? The sleepy feeling retreated, leaving me as nauseous as if I'd overdosed ever so slightly on some narcotic. Location: East Berlin. Russian soldiers were carrying messages in and out of what used to be our air ministry, with the wall before them. I could hardly prevent myself from envying these individuals. They seemed so happy, with their smoke-blackened faces and their looted wristwatches. Top secret. Their party already planned to make office blocks out of the Café Kranzler. This time I had brought with me, disguised as a rolled-up umbrella, one of those old Faustpatronen we'd handed out to the old men in the Home Guard at the very end. This one-shot weapon was meant to kill a tank, and my plan was to blast it through both of Shostakovich's pianos in hopes of finally stopping his heart. The pale man in dark glasses would have been disappointed to be informed, if he hadn't been already, that I'd given up on his silver bullets. As much as I cared to please him, I preferred to be returned to the list of people who could be trusted. The worst part was knowing that I couldn't trust myself. As for the ring of invisibility, I'd already lost it. Well, in every mission something goes wrong. No doubt there's a scientific explanation for that. Before I knew it, I was in a wintry sort of place, whose frosted icicles reminded me of the snow-white walls and crystal bed of the Cave of Love in Gottfried's Tristan. Somebody was kissing me. I'm fairly sure that this time it was Elena Kruglikova. Now here came evenly spaced tanks, 3 abreast, clanking down Gorky Street. Quick! I dodged out of sight. Elena seemed disappointed, but only for an instant, since I wasn't real. She was already dreaming of someone else. Probably a certain... well, you know. Where was he? I spied the triple smokestacks of the Aurora protruding from the harbour's ice. Over there, the Univermag department store memorialized Stalingrad. Now, if only I could see the Bronze Horseman. Pretty women from the Home Guard marched past the long facade of the Winter Palace, with their rifles pointed at the sky. They hadn't yet begun to starve. Then I heard the inimitable sound of Shostakovich's fingernails clicking down on piano keys. He was about to play this reduction of the Seventh Symphony. Elena Kruglikova was already beginning to sing. There he was. I could see him perfectly through a frostless circle in the window. What an interesting composition it was, without atonal fallacies. The rat theme, especially, which made me want to dance. But I'm positive that had I not been eavesdropping, it wouldn't have appealed to me nearly as much. I waited until he had finished. He rose from the piano bench, bowing awkwardly, with his fists clenched at his sides. And E. Kruglikova, who in real life might never have met him, I have no confirmed information on this, smiled lustrously. She was wearing a formal black dress and a necklace of frozen tears. Their friends applauded, thereby imitating static on a clandestine radio. Excuse me, it was nothing but a little nothing," apologized Shostakovich, who was codenamed Elenka. "I neglected to tell you that." Standing on my tiptoes, I fist-rocketed him as planned, following up with light machine-gun fire until everybody was dead, blackened and pockmarked like St. Hedwig's Cathedral. You can count on it. He was gone, just like the Romanish Kathe. His severed hands scuttled inside the piano, where they doubtless lived in some sort of nest or spider-hole. But I had plans for that piano. 2 hand grenades later, I couldn't even have picked my teeth with it. It was so perfectly pulverized. I waited. Very cautiously, blood began to leach out of that pile of sawdust, so I must have gotten his heart at last. Then a sky-blue icicle peeped out, so I stamped on it. "I know I should accept it and simply, so to speak, be, well, dead," said Shostakovich, carefully inserting the bloody teeth back into his mouth, "especially since not many people listen to music nowadays. It's all very... But I can't. There's something in me that won't let me accept, how should I say, fate." I couldn't think of anything to say. I certainly couldn't imagine the report I would need to write. Instantly, I was suffering what we used to call a crisis of nerve. Bring your own gas mask. And Shostakovich kept pattering on. Maybe on account of, well, that bastard, you know who, that Kremlin mountaineer who climbed up his heap of corpses. I could have been one of them, but somehow I was never able to surrender, musically, I mean, since of course I did abase myself in every other way, not that I joined the party, at least. Come to think of it, if you want to kill me, you're going to have to make me write false music. Clearing my throat, why not try to be pleasant? I ventured, "What about your Song of the Forests, Herr Shostakovich? Isn't that a bit of Stalinist ass-kissing?" "Not at all, my dear friend. I said, not at all. You see, even there's parody, not that that bastard would ever notice, and it's swollen with self-loathing. But the one I loathe tonight is you. Just because you're a monster, do you have to be an idiot? Herr Shostakovich, I'm as tired of this as you are." Now he could put his spectacles back on, so that he could glare at me. He said, "Once, or even twice, that's, you know, because I kept saying to myself, he'll learn. But you haven't. This is almost not funny anymore." 11. With perseverance I'd get him. Back in Berlin West, I took a sleeping tablet and dreamed of Valkyries. When I woke up, I went to the office, where they gave me American instant coffee. The pale man wasn't there, but somebody codenamed Lehman told me that they were all proud of me. Even Adenauer had been informed. Would I like another coffee? I felt valuable. This would constitute the turning point. It had better, since my existence in both zones remained potentially punishable. I could see a long line of shabby shoes marching eastward under the Iron Curtain, and in a counterattack of self-confidence I told myself, let those poor dreamers queue up to be examined. As for me, I'll come and go as I please. I work for the Galen organization. If only I hadn't misplaced that ring of invisibility. The problem was that I couldn't see it. At least I had the latest crop of silver bullets. Fitzner had assured me that they'd been blessed by a Croatian priest. If I failed this time, it would truly be my fault. How embarrassing that Shostakovich considered me to be an idiot. Once upon a time, in some fairy tale or other, I used to think well of myself, but I don't remember when or where. At least I had one thing going for me. I was a realist. At 02:10 hours I breached the curtain through a cellar in the ruined Kaiserhof Hotel. They had cut a diaper-like flap of grey ur-metal to hang down across the broken stairs, and it proved more challenging than I had imagined to worm myself underneath, for it was so heavy, cold, and dead. At least it wasn't yet poisoned or electrified. Anyhow, up I came. No more dancing with Aryan girls at the Berolina house. Smashed tanks around the smashed Reichstag. Black marketeers doing business in the moonlit grassy rubble all around, because the People's Police couldn't crack down on everything yet. This was not the Berlin that I could have imagined back in the days when our stone eagles flew. If only Lehman were here to repeat how proud of me they all were. All the same, the instant I reached the east, I'd begun to feel different, as if I'd escaped from false consciousness. They were marching, or gliding, as I should say, beneath a banner which proclaimed their lives better and more joyful. I got caught up in their emotion. Life seemed that way to me. I dreamed about marrying the owner of that long, dark hair, whoever she was, just as soon as the pale man confirmed my presence on the safe citizens list. Or arguably, I'd go into currency speculation. But first I needed to be vigilant. Suspecting that once again Shostakovich might double-cross me, I resolved to keep calm, no matter what. According to any enlightened calculus, it didn't matter if he got to play dead once or twice more. Eventually he'd stay dead. After all, if he didn't, how would I ever get my name moved from the bad list to the good list? At a cafe in a ruined courtyard I stopped for a beer. Didn't I have the right? I was an operative in good standing of the Galen organization. On the radio, Klavdia Solzhenko sang The Blue Kerchief. The war had died. That song was getting old. Then again, so was I. But the beer was good. It actually tasted like something more than dream water. Night by night I was adopting a more realistic attitude to the East. For instance, the Iron Curtain was better for both sides. I'd realized that now. It used to be that the NKVD drove right into West Berlin to kidnap people they didn't like, and once they were back in the Russian sector, there was nothing anybody could do. Now we were safer from them, and they were safer from us. That was why life has become better. I was also thrilled by the degree to which this zone had retained its infinite character, endlessly bearing dark grey European field rectangles outlined in white or sometimes silver. This unlimited aspect reminded me of the good old days, when we dreamed of a summer to which no one else could put a final 4-beat rest. When did Europe actually come to an end? In the Urals, so I'd been advised, there were places where the map had been crumpled into mountains. That was where the frost giants dwelled. But first things first. I'd now perform Opus 110, the execution of Dmitri Shostakovich. Poor man. It was nothing personal. Time to fly over ruins again, orienting myself, assuming that I actually cared to be oriented, by those parallel railroad tracks as multitudinous as the music lines for a single measure of Wagner's Ring. Long trains rode them eastward, bearing German prisoners and machine tools. Someone tried to kiss me, but I'd have none of it. I wasn't about to let myself be caught in an East German honeypot trap. The waitress brought me another beer. Now where was I? Was I drunk or merely sleepy? How long ago had Klavdia Solzhenko finished singing? I wanted a warm voice to drink. Elena Kruglikova's would do, but better yet would be that sweetly husky cigarette-smoker's voice of Shostakovich's bisexual muse. Hiding in the oblivion behind a hill of rubble, I spied on a bright-lit doorway which was all that remained of a building. Its broken brick edges ended as distinctly as a starfish's arms. They were dead white against the darkness. And within the doorway was also darkness. Foregrounded against that darkness stood Elena Konstantinovskaya, with her hair down and her brown eyes wide with sadness and love. Knowing that in dreamland one meets the anima wherever one goes, I left that incarnation of her to grieve in peace. Doubtless she'd just separated from Shostakovich. Verification. Achieved through Zeiss lenses. Tears nearly as large as grapefruits were rushing down her cheeks. I'd heard from Comrade Alexandrov, who continues to closely follow this case and who's code-named Lialka, that the last thing she said to him, or rather called out or sobbed out as she went down the stairs, leaving our composer writhing on the bed like a loathsome worm of agony, she'd kissed his mouth, then his forehead, then one last time his mouth, he'd kept his lips closed, was that she was sorry and that she loved him. He called down that he loved her too. If this intelligence is true, then what? I theorize as follows. She was afraid of being alone with him, isolated, locked into a dark bedroom beneath the piano keys. She screamed an obscenity at him. At least she didn't break dishes. He expected her to change in order to accommodate his desire. Now, am I thinking of Shostakovich here, or of R.L. Carmen? That was why she'd left him twice already, and that third time, when it was really him forcing the issue, he asked her to write out on music paper what she wanted of him. He wrote out what he needed of her. He agreed to everything she wanted of him, but now she refused to believe that he could live up to that, and she, for her part, couldn't do what he wanted, which was to give him ever more of herself. She feared being consumed. And so the last time he'd come to see her, they quarrelled and hadn't made love at all. Then the time after that, which was the absolutely last time, when she'd come to take care of him after the first time I assassinated him, she'd slept with him, but only slept, and with her clothes on. She'd embraced him, but never closely enough to stop the draught which blew in between them, and when he'd begged her to hold him tight, she'd angrily refused, and so they were compelled to part forever. It was she who pronounced the sentence, but only when he asked her, and she could have been willing to go on as they were, poor Elena. She didn't want to lose him or hurt him. She was sobbing and sobbing as she went down the stairs forever, with big tears speeding down her face. I can't say I didn't long to comfort her. But maybe it never happened like that. Maybe she never left him. I was in dreamland, so I might have been getting Elena mixed up with Lena, who'd left me before Operation Citadel. I forget why. Sometimes we forget in order to— you know. Well, now that she'd officially left him, I wouldn't be hurting her if I shot him. The theme I meant to instill— renunciation, letting Elena go, helping her find her ideal one, her true Shostakovich— could best be played out by liquidating the false one upstairs. The American bombers had blown off the front wall of this stage set, so I took aim, but every bullet turned into a black music note that screeched straight into his heart. I should have known that he wouldn't mind it. He even liked it. After he had popped his eyeballs back in and cleaned his spectacles, he even waved. Thanks to me, he'd now collected new despairing dissonances for Opus 110. What was I doing wrong? Next time I'd figure it out. It was simply a question of time and manpower. But I didn't dare look over my shoulder in case Shostakovich might be imitating my mannerisms, even sticking out his tongue. 12. In Berlin West I made my plans all day, though the brightness hurt my eyes. I almost wished for the old wartime blackouts. Or perhaps it was simply that I couldn't bear to stay awake. Could I bear to live this way any more? Moment by moment I try not to be gruesome. Hospital wards crammed full of soldiers without legs or eyes, never mind. Shostakovich's music, fine. NATO's come to save us from all that. But until we've garrisoned our side of the wall, I'll dwell in dreams. First the Iron Curtain, then the Gendarmenmarkt. That's how it would go. Belgian Nazis who survived by selling their memories to both sides advised me to poison his piano. That would get to him. But the little operative codenamed Greiner, whom I was frankly beginning to consider defeatist, insisted that the Soviets had antidotes to everything, even unfortunate facts. I found myself dreading the night. I didn't know why, for I preferred the east side now. I craved the safe and comfortable feeling which always came over me when I saw Stalin's massive star-topped portrait guarding the Hotel Adlon, which had been more or less burned down by drunken Red Army men in search of wine. All the same, Greiner had taught me that the Gehlen organization was in the right to pursue Operation Elenka. Our target, you know whom I mean, was a pianist in exactly the same sense as were those members of the infamous Red Orchestra, who consorted with innocent German women, sold us black-market goods at friendly prices, and carried out orders in our offices across occupied Europe. All the while, these fanatically loyal subordinates, whom we trusted in our noble German manner, were playing Hagen's part, stabbing Siegfried in the back with their myriad Judeo-Bolshevik spears. But halt. Our subject was pianists. Oh yes, they rented flats in Paris, Brussels, even Berlin itself. And at hours and frequencies which their centre, which they undoubtedly called Europe Central, dictated, they hunched over their transmitters, which it sometimes took us great trouble to pinpoint, and played our enciphered tunes of troop dispositions for Operation Barbarossa, strategic objectives for Operation Blau, entrainments for Operation Citadel. Gestapo Müller used to be a friend of mine. He said, "Think of them all as dark little Jews, bent over their transmitters at night, clicking away all our dearest secrets." Actually, he was never my friend. I seemed to have been dreaming someone else's dream. I couldn't even hum my own songs. More and more I say to myself, why bother? Haven't I already failed at everything? Isn't it better that I don't know to whom that strand of long dark hair belongs? Especially since I've long since lost it. I tied it to my ring of invisibility for luck. Enough dreaming. In 1950 we'd bored a listening tunnel under the curtain. That had been Operation Gold. Today was the dawn of Operation Quicksilver. In other words, Operation Elenka will mutate into its own success. I recited to myself, "We must base our work on the assumption of victory." 13. Next ploy. I rang up Elenka on the black telephone. Crumpling a piece of cellophane up against the receiver all the while, to imitate static, I shouted, "Comrade Shostakovich, Europe Central calling. You've been summoned to the Telltale Canal at once." "Oh, but this is really, thank you. Thank you." I crumpled cellophane. "And could you tell me, please, exactly where how should I say it, this Telltale Canal— Oh, excuse me, someone is knocking now. What if it's— how should I say— just a moment. And that tricky bastard hung up on me. Well, never say die. Flashing my passport, I crossed legally behind the curtain, this time at Friedrichstrasse, because I was now both a foreigner and a diplomat. I was a one-man column of marchers luxuriously flowing in a specific direction. 14. Skipping silently between the landmines, I came to a burned tank, ducked down, caught my breath, and peered carefully around to see East Germans working by torchlight, hauling away limestone from the shell of our Reich Chancellery on their special narrow-gauge railway. Well, why not? It was dead, and its half-naked skeleton was flanked by hills of its own gravel and powder. If they could only trundle away my last few vanities and illusions. I wanted to fulfill myself by casting off everything dubious. I wished to become a perfect skeleton. No doubt, if I only swallowed the correct pill, I'd be able to reach a zone where the Chancellery still stood, and then if I strode down the marble gallery, which was as long as a runway for light aircraft, I'd get farther and farther from this brave new night of red-starred constellations. Unfortunately, they were breaking up the marble gallery right now. They were using it to make headstones for Soviet heroes. Talk about illusions. They'd already torn down the American embassy by the Brandenburg Gate. I had to laugh. It seemed so pointless. They'd reopened the Volksbühne Theatre for proletarian shows. They'd renamed everything they could. We'd changed Bülowplatz to Horstwesselplatz, so they changed it to Rosa-Luxemburg-Platz. I should have known. Wilhelmstrasse became Otto Grotewohlstrasse. And who the hell was Otto Grotewohl? Let's just say that he was no Kaiser. If you don't mind, I'll keep calling it Wilhelmstrasse. They deny the broken earthworks of their war memories by memorializing the future. I do the same by living in the past. Frankly, that's why we'll always need two Germanys. But everything's all dreams, all nothingness. Dorotheenstrasse became Clara Zetkinstrasse. Well, I can live with that. I'm not against women, even women communists. If only one of them would kiss me again. But Reds have no time for kisses. Besides, who would kiss me? I'm a traitor to both sides, and I'm long in the tooth. My eyeballs are sinking into my face, so to hell with everything except for that one black hair which can't say no to me. They'd stolen the pearl-studded golden ball with a golden crucifix attached to it by bands of gold. They'd crowned Stalin with our crown of precious stones. They'd given him our crosshatched dagger, our golden scepter. They could shove it up Stalin's arse. Oh, I was in a fine mood these days. Pfitzner had informed me that my colleagues were getting disappointed. Well, how was I supposed to neutralize an unkillable target? For that matter, what had Pfitzner done to further our goal? He could at least have obtained the cooperation of a small neutral country. I detested Pfitzner. And these landmines on the Wilhelmstrasse, where our Foreign Office used to be, those ruins in the night, their spires and lacunae sweeping up and down like the spans of fancy bridges, all that was enough to irritate anyone. Over there stood the Schauspielhaus, almost untouched. Why hadn't they demolished it yet? I once saw Marlene Dietrich there in 1927. Now they used it for giving uplifting speeches about work quotas. Never mind. I was used to falling asleep. Their speeches wouldn't trouble me. Besides, the pale man at the Galen organization had promised me that we'd get everything back. I went and hid behind one of those impressive pillars, which were scarcely even scorched, and took my bearings. No, I'd underestimated those Slavs. The voice of Elena Kruglikova rose into the sky. 15. That was when I realized the following. I am Shostakovich's shadow. But what do we each stand for? We're opposites, granted. So, if his significance gets added to my significance, is the result 0? In that case, why proceed? I was beginning to wonder if the only way to kill him was for me to kill myself. That cold night zone opened up before me. It was even wider than the boulevard which the sleepwalker had once planned out for Berlin. It would have put the Champs-Élysées to shame by 20 meters. I sped through space until I met him at the stroke of midnight. He seemed to be expecting me. For just as I floated in through the window, Elena Konstantinovskaya screamed, and he feebly raised one hand in front of his eyes. That was when I discovered that I'd somehow forgotten to load my pistol. I hadn't slept enough lately. Shostakovich said, "You know, my dear friend, there's something you have that I don't. You display, how should I say, resolution. To be sure, I stick to my own guns in my music. No one can dictate that, but otherwise well—" I told him, and I was being sincere. "Actually, Herr Shostakovich, I admire you." "That's too kind. That's too kind. Oh, how you've dirtied yourself. You deserve to— well, why upset you? I'm willing to agree that something in me has to die. How can we both end this torture? Perhaps poison will. That's just what I proposed to Greiner, Herr Shostakovich, but he— Where was Elena? She'd dissolved into the air. What if she'd never been here? I was getting very sleepy. "Do you hate me?" he demanded. "Of course not, Herr Shostakovich. I just told you how much I admire you." "But I hate you. I consider you a wicked, terrible man. The nightmares you caused my friends, especially, how should I say, Elena." "But this is harmless. It's not real. What can you hope to get out of my death? Money? An Adenauer Prize? It must be money. You love money over there." "Begging your pardon, Herr Shostakovich, but I'm on a list." "Oh," he said, "so that's how it is. And to save yourself you're willing to— I begged him to forgive me then. I realized that he was correct. In an instant, he'd completely turned me against the Galen organization. "I refuse to forgive you," he said. "I feel no pity. Oh, not. Because you've been nasty, you see. Let me tell you something. Like all murderers, you're too— how shall I put this— optimistic." In my now habitual state of disgrace and despair, I'll never forget how Elena Konstantinovskaya looked at me before she faded away. I turned away from him, wandering west between various rubble hills which were stuck through with steel spears. So he hated me. I lost myself in a tumble of bricks, a mass of plinths, iron collars, steel strings, rocky guts all crammed under ruined arches. He hated me. I felt as sunless as Dresden in winter, and I dug my way back under the Iron Curtain and into a blindingly bright afternoon in West Berlin, the long white boulevard stretching from the Arch of Triumph to the Hall of the People with its knife-winged dark eagle, the only entity which wasn't white. The boulevard was perfect, and it was empty. Beyond the Hall of the People, it articulated leftward into the clouds. White parks and guardhouses surrounded me, and then everything faded into a glare so excruciating that I finally comprehended that I would always be in the dark as to the real strategic purpose of this operation. 16. That meant that I must be awake at last. I knew that I didn't know. 17. As soon as I'd rested, I penetrated beneath the curtain through a disused S-Bahn tunnel which led to the center of the earth, which I can now assure you is a hemispherical room whose pattern of blue and white tiles have been chessboarded, staired, and umbrellaed for centuries. Here I discovered rows of listening devices, like pictures in a gallery, each machine affixed to reality by its 2 wires, each one labeled Zoya, Vlasov, Galen. They went on and on infinitely. Where was Shostakovich? But after all, I had to see him. I had to face him. In a crypt in Berlin, I've spied the effigy of an infant whose hand reaches innocently out at the world which he has been denied, while a stone eagle guards him. I was the child within the tomb. I had nothing, not even an eagle, because he hated me. But I found resurrection in the delicious moonlight of Berlin East, and like a champagne cork I popped up into the air, speeding into Europe Central. It was quite gusty. I would have enjoyed carrying my variometer to check variations in barometric pressure. But my variometer was another item I've lost over the years. Prague's hills, crowded with trees and towers, were all dark. Riga was buried under autumn leaves, and in an empty, snowy park in Moscow I found Shostakovich walking round and round. Smeared with iron-coloured grime, I interrupted his circles. I blocked his way. I snivelled and insisted. "Herr Shostakovich, I'm sorry—" Indignantly he interrupted. "I must tell you this, my dear German friend. I feel it's the worst cynicism to besmirch yourself with ugly behaviour and then speak beautiful words. Do you know, I think it's preferable to say ugly words and not commit illegal acts." But nothing could take me away from him now. He was everything to me. He, and Elena, of course. Where was Elena? Oh, how cold it was. I had to get down and grovel in the snow. But it paid off. I fulfilled my objective. People rarely choose to accept my apologies, but in the end Shostakovich did. He's a very nice man. What I dreamed of by then was inventing a method to bring about a reconciliation between him and Elena, who was codenamed Lena. Was I supposed to shoot him before or after that? How about not at all? You see, I'd come to adore the man, and I valued his happiness more than my own. Many's the time I've peeped in on him as he's composing. When he closed his eyes, I saw how happy he truly was. With my Zeiss lenses, I was able to obtain a magnified view of the veins in his eyelids, which pulsed in time with what must have been his Fifth Symphony, described by R. Taruskin as a series of components, gestures, or events that are immediately recognizable as signs or symbols whose referents are not specified by any universally recognized and stable code. Now he was smiling. His fingers spread out on the table, and he seemed to be playing a complex chord on the piano, or perhaps milking Elena's left breast. How I loved him for his happiness! On one of those assassination visits, which now numbered more than the total number of Allied bombing raids on Berlin, he'd confided to me that there was a certain other world he sometimes lived in, a world beneath the piano keys. Not caring to hurt his feelings by revealing that I already knew that, I calculated the sum instead. Let me keep this all straight. First, there's Berlin itself, divided into East and West, just as Europe is. Second of all, there are the 4 sectors of Germany. Meanwhile, within the Soviet zone, there's this other zone, this place where everything is beautiful and pure. This is why I loved him. This is, in fact, an extremely Germanic conception. But who can go there? Only Shostakovich himself? Can Elena go there too? She left him because she didn't want to go there. But what if she'd actually left him because he believed her capable of entering that world, and she knew that she couldn't? Whenever I listen to Opus 40, I believe that she can. But if that's the case, where did the operation break down? He told me that toward the end she was really trying. She framed the first page of the score to Opus 40, a composition which was truly her as he knew her, and she hung it up on the wall of her little flat on Kirovsky Prospect in Leningrad to show him that she, you know. These last 6 words come verbatim from Shostakovich. All right, but could he ever bring her there? Please God, why not? He'd also told me of a nightmare which had attacked him for years. He tries to make love with Elena, but every time he takes her into his arms, the telephone rings. I begged him for the password. I wanted admission to that world east of east, the world beneath the piano keys. If I only had that, I'd be free. I wouldn't need to worry about which list the Galen organization kept me on. He said, "But that's sad, because you're not my— how should I say— your name's not Lialka. What's the basis of our relationship? Frankly, you really haven't been very, Moreover, it's not your world." "Where is my world, then, Herr Shostakovich?" "Build one, my dear friend." "I don't know how. So much energy, so much, how should I say, aggression, so much talent. No doubt you could make something look good. You've worked hard. But that's the kiss of death, Herr Shostakovich." "I'm sorry, this is all very—" I filled his glass with West German schnapps, and he cried, "Oh, thank you, thank you." Then I implored him again, so he said, "You can get in, but you can't get out." "Whatever do you mean, Herr Shostakovich?" "Where were you in this war? How can you not understand? Never mind. Listen to this chord." And he closed his hands around the air. I heard a bell-like sound. Oh, my God! It was the most beautiful sound that I ever did or ever will hear, and the saddest. I would have done anything for him then. I would even have stuttered like him. But there remained what Goethe would have called the eternal Elena question, because, well, how should I say, the eternal note. Love Elena or die. Love Elena and die. It must be one of the two. Oh, if only I could, well, you know. 18. The next thing I knew, I had fallen for Elena Konstantinovskaya. To hell with Shostakovich. I wanted her for myself. Oh, don't tell me I don't know what Aryan beauty is. I've seen Liska Malbrand posing in a peasant dress. But so what if I never saw another film with Liska Malbrand in it? Elena was the one I loved. At the office they most definitely weren't happy. They'd nearly lost their faith in me. I don't dare tell you what Haverman said. They declined to offer me a chair in the outer office where 2 men sat diagonally at each oak desk, one of them by the telephone, the other at the typewriter. Oak filing cabinets rose all the way up to the ceiling, and I longed to know which drawer contained me. Probably Haverman knew, but Haverman, after administering his reproof, left me alone, after which no one would look at me. I could scarcely stand myself now. Oh, how I longed not to exist. Finally the buzzer rang. Greiner and Ney escorted me down the corridor of white steel filing cabinets, turned right at the hall of black steel filing cabinets, where an operative stood whistling, pretending to study a certain fingerprint record, when all the while he was glaring at me over the top of the document, and then Greiner and Ney abandoned me on the threshold of the inner office. Stroking the cradle of his black telephone, which curved down as freakishly as the secretary's spectacles, he'd send her away for the duration of our little chat, the pale man demanded to know whether I'd really swallowed that very first pill. I insisted that I had. How should I say, stuck to my guns, you know. "You're grimacing," he reproved me. "You look as if wild horses are pulling you apart." "It's the times, sir," I said. "Sit down," he said. I did. Clearing his throat, he began, "The mystery of why Siegfried stole Brunhild's ring and girdle, which laid him open to being proved her deflowerer and therefore hated by her kinsmen, the matter of why he told Kriemhild of his vulnerable spot so that she herself could foolishly reveal it to Hagen, These pointed a will to self-destruction. And where does that come from? I replied, and I was proud of my answer too. Firstly, vanity. Secondly, inability to keep a secret. Isn't all this in the case file, sir? There's every reason to suspect Kriemhild of being a Juliet spy. As for Siegfried, he refused to be colourless or self-protective. He was simply himself, and he paid the price. My friend, that's true as far as it goes. But don't you see that it's beauty which causes all evil? Do you remember Hoffmann's tale, Madame de Scuderi? The demonic goldsmith makes bracelets, necklaces, rings so perfectly that he can't bear to let them go. What can he do but creep out by night, murder his clients, and get his treasures back again? And isn't your Elena also like that? No, with all due respect, she isn't. She's warping your reason. By your command, sir. Whose hair did you tie to that covert operations ring we issued you? I don't know. You didn't lose the ring. We took it to get the hair. Didn't you plant the hair in the first place? He chuckled. Perhaps we did that too. If so, what would that prove? I don't know. Coward. Take this tablet. No, wait. Your responses are extremely revealing. What really happened before between Siegfried and Brunhild? I mean, before the legend begins. I agree that she somehow knows him, since— You do agree. Good. That's why I need you to tell me the origin of that single dark hair you found on your pillow. A succubus? I theorized. Don't be sarcastic with me. I order you to consider your prior, unconscious relationship with Elena Konstantinovskaya, who, by your own interpretation of pattern events, is undoubtedly a Juliet spy. Prepare a written report by tomorrow. Name every name. By your command, sir, I said. But Elena was still the one I loved. Knowing that I loved her, I knew who I was. 19. What about Shostakovich? By this question, I don't mean, who is he? Opus 110 answers that. I mean, what shall I do about him? One of the Galen organization's own Juliet spies, perhaps Ney, if not a high-class torch singer at the Wintergarten, might lure him away from her. I'd certainly given up on silver bullets. Oh, but how could I do even that to him? Well, for Elena, of course. She would have her own secret world. I could hide there. My desire was to bring her under the Iron Curtain and buy her whatever she wanted at the Kathe department store. What would make anyone happier than that? If she wouldn't go with me, I wanted to lay at her feet a steel box of contraband. Next dream. Our child would resemble the little East German girl who chalks a sun on the sidewalk and smiles up into the lens for Roman Carmen's Comrade Berlin, as the sun shines on her pressed-together knees. You see, I was already beginning to think like one of them. That night, I did nothing but float around Berlin East in a trance, seeing Elena in every window. I was happy even at dawn when I came home to the West. I nearly kissed the wide, sharp-angled and strangely delicate wings of the stone eagle on the Chancellery's facade. But when I stopped by the office, I was compelled to turn in my report. An uncompromising one, I'm afraid. And the time after that, they kept me waiting a long while, and finally claimed that the pale man was busy. What about Haverman? He was also busy. And Pfitzner? We don't mention him at the office any more. What if I were on another list now? A worse one. An operative I'd never met. In retrospect, I half believe him to have been the ex-SS Captain Kathe, who sold himself to the East, then bored into the Galen organization, recruiting Kurt in the process. Informed me, not without sympathy, that Operation Elenka had been downgraded, important as it definitely remained to the ultimate future of Germany, because in preparation for the imminent Cold War, the armies were now demanding that we devote more manpower to unearthing the final Luftwaffe blueprints of V-weapons, which had been hidden in a coffin in a village graveyard just before the surrender. This was henceforth to constitute our priority apple. I said, "When priority apple has been achieved, I wonder if we'll be told." Everyone still had faith in me, the operative replied, but I'd need to assassinate Elenka without logistical support. "Take one of these tablets," he added. "They're new." "New? So what?" "They improve concentration. That's what you need now, soldier." I didn't want to, but his lower lip trembled, so— Then I went out. I went down and came up one of the marble passageways into the foyer of the Südbahnhof. I came into the sunlight. I descended the steps, which were almost infinitely wide, crossed the street, and gazed back at its immense rectangular facade with the two giant clocks and the swastika-gripping eagle. The Bahnhof's windowed stone arms stretched out in either direction as far as I could see. I felt safe. All my powers seemed to have returned to me. If only my dear friend Shostakovich could see this. He'd be proud of me at last. My speculations grew ever more rhapsodic, until I awoke behind the curtain, in the former hospital at Berlin-Karlshorst. In case you haven't heard, I'll now inform you that people no longer go there for their health. 3 tall men in blue uniforms sat on an extremely long sofa, comparing scores of Shostakovich and Wagner, and making tick marks with red pencils. Between them slept a woman in a blue smock. When she woke up, I realized that she was Elena Kruglikova, although she actually might have been Klavdia Solzhenko. At last I saw the light. She was a Juliet spy. They meant to distract me from Elena Konstantinovskaya. That must have been the objective all along. Against Kruglikova's charms I safeguarded myself with the cautionary tale of that Romeo spy Walter, who once upon a time seduced, then married Lola, who coincidentally happened to be a secretary in the West German Foreign Ministry. Poor Lola. I even know her real name. One day the Galen organization, or perhaps the Central Intelligence Agency, reeled in her Soviet handler, Max, who accordingly defected, exposing both spouses. When she was arrested and shown her husband's confession that he had married her for ideology, not love, Lola hanged herself in her cell. A glass of water with my interrogators, a brandy toast to friendship, a nibble or two of caviar, you know how it goes. These were the people who'd snatched the jurist Walter Linzer right out of West Berlin and hanged him in Moscow. "If you work correctly with us, we will always be good friends," promised the tallest man, who was codenamed Glazunov. The woman, who might have been Kruglikova, opened her eyes, sat up, and smiled at me with a "What's a little sex between comrades?" look. I shook my head, and she vanished into the air. Then they gave me a nice leather map case with 3 pencils in its stitched-on pockets, but there was no map in it. Unable to resist stroking it, I knew at once that any rumors of black tears in der Sowjetzone were propaganda. Sometimes, you see, I didn't know who I was without my identification sign. And after all the cutouts and dead letterboxes of the Galen organization, after far too many crossings of that bridge over black satin water which was really a black curtain with pleats of grainy yellow light, and then somehow, for I was already getting sleepy, after too many traversals of that broad white wall arched with darkness, with windows and white palaces, I couldn't even be certain what I loved. You see, Juliet's spies are so treacherous, and alliances can get even more entangling than that. For example, consider this subplot from Case Nibelung. When Rudiger, once his friend, and now by virtue of conflicting loyalties about to become his enemy, offers Hagen his own shield, the latter fervently swears never to harm him in the forthcoming battle, and keeps his word. Instead, Rudiger will be killed by the sword which he's presented to his son-in-law, Gerno. What's the use of that? I wish I'd never decrypted it. What should Hagen and Rudiger have done? The flat, clean blankness of the sleepwalkers' stone banks and ministries always stood for something unchanging. No matter that the Nazi-Soviet pact became Operation Barbarossa, that was a superhuman event, occurring so far above me that it failed to twist my integrity. Now that I possessed a choice, I'd try to act, each time blaming my failures of accomplishment on illusionism of miscast silver bullets. What if there were a better explanation, which relieved me from even more responsibility? Oh, how sleepy I was. I could slumber now. I could blame everything on the opportunism of the bourgeoisie. It was as good as having the sleepwalker back. The shortest man, codenamed Rimsky, said to me that freedom means understanding our place within the laws of history. We are more free when we acknowledge our submission to the law of gravity than when we foolishly deny it. And it seemed to me that Rimsky was as familiar as my own father. He offered me the comfort which my father would have if he hadn't been gassed at Ypres 2 wars ago. Laws of history. I could surely find myself if only I obeyed enough laws. But what would Greiner have said about me then, or the pale man in the dark glasses? Whom would I become if they thought badly of me? Socio-economic formations versus an officer's heels on a parquet floor. Which would I choose? Rimsky advised me to never think backwards. If I betrayed the Galen organization freely and fully, they'd give me a nice little villa in Treskov Alley where Elena and I could make little Kruglikovas. Then I'd be safely in the peace camp. Every now and then I'd be called on to speak out against remilitarization and for reunification on the appropriate terms. Was I ready? I need to dream about it. "Dreams are for cowards," said the third man, who must have been the East German spy master Marcus Wolf. They flew me to a walled villa in the woods outside Moscow, whose grounds were illuminated at night. And here, among the pines and birches of Silverwood, where Elena Konstantinovskaya had given birth on 22/6/41, the centre gave me my chance for happiness. 20. Elena, will you please marry me? Which intelligence service sent you here? Remember, they're listening. Elena, if I devote myself to you, will I be able to become myself? No. I promise to be very, very loyal. I'll always say yes to you. Please say yes to me. No. Your eyes scare me. I'm sorry. Try to be strong. 21. That was how I learned that no is stronger than yes. Shostakovich already knew that. It takes 2 yeses for I to become we, but only 1 no for we to break apart, no matter what the other party wishes. Elena Konstantinovskaya's no killed my yes, which fell voiceless into solitude. She did this, and there will never be any remedy. She said no in order to be true to herself. In that case, will I find myself if I say no? How can I be any worse off? I dislike this feeling in my heart. I wonder if I can sleep it off. From now on, I'll say no to everything. 22. In the next room, Shostakovich sat at the piano. I can't say he was in on what had just taken place. I'll never know how much he knew. I was too heartbroken. Probably he didn't know. He was far too lost in himself, stationed in that windowless chamber day and night, writing passwords and cipher groups into the score of Opus 110. Patting me on the shoulder, he said, "Don't worry, don't worry. There's nothing but nonsense in this world." He was kind to me. He didn't need to be kind. He was the one I loved. 23. So I refused to collaborate. I said no. Unfortunately, no means yes, since they'd arranged the meeting with Elena Konstantinovskaya, and they must have influenced the outcome. But yes would also have meant yes. In other words, yes is stronger than no. All the same, I insist that I acted upon my convictions. I told them my guilt was too great, not that they cared about guilt. I demanded to be turned over to the Stasi. I confessed that I was even at this very moment a malignantly active member of the Galen organization. Even an interview at the Ministry of State Security didn't change my mind. When they pinched me, I scarcely felt it. They flew me back to East Berlin. I have always enjoyed airplanes. A stenographer kept me company at my interrogation. Perhaps he liked me for myself. He played the piano on a captured Erika typewriter. Next they brought me before the Red Guillotine, who condemned me to death, then gave me a fair trial according to all principles of socialist legality. A golden bust of Wilhelm Pieck looked on in sternly loving solicitude. Again I admitted everything. Infected by American gangsterism, I'd conspired to weaken their defensive preparedness. Worse yet, I'd continued to dream of a so-called German way to socialism. I'd forgotten the greatest ally and friend of the German working class, the Soviet Union. Indeed, I'd sought to rob the Soviet Union of my beautiful Elena Konstantinovskaya. Finally, I reminded the court that my class had already fulfilled its historical mission and no longer deserved to exist. My defense attorney proudly embraced me. When they shot me, I wasn't worried. I knew that it wouldn't do me any more harm than I had done Shostakovich. What it resembled was getting whirled down the drain of a stained old sink in a communal apartment. I could feel myself getting sucked downward, speeding round and round ever more rapidly, until suddenly I was in the leaden pipe which communicated secretly with the West. I came out, none the worse for wear, and it was night. To die in the East is to live in the West. 24. Now I'd done it. Their black telephones began to toll. My confession had revealed to them the danger in which they stood. Shostakovich was their voice, and Elena their soul. If we could steal her, then we'd have a soul, and they'd have none. I'd now been rendered harmless, by love, if not by Nachenschuss. But what if Greiner or Ney got through? They blockaded Berlin. That was stage one. As soon as they could, they'd reinforce the Iron Curtain. For now, they'd starve us out of Berlin West. This was precisely what the sleepwalker always used to worry about. The dreamers who held hands and ran westward through Dreamland's forests every night, trying to get away from the Red Guillotine and come to us, the Iron Curtain already stopped them. Do you remember the last days of Operation Citadel, when we were too weak to break through at Prokhorovka? This was a continuation of that operation. No war ever ends. The lucky ones were arrested in the restricted area. They never even reached the protected zone. There remained certain games, ploys, possibilities, as exemplified by Kurt Strubon's maneuver with the leather-bound documents of an erotic club called the Confederation Diplomatique. He smuggled 180 East Germans across. The People's Police believed them to be diplomatic passports. But the Iron Curtain, which was as dark grey as the soil of Poltava, jig-jagged west across Prinzenstrasse to Checkpoint Charlie, then north along the edge of the Tiergarten to the Brandenburg Gate, bisecting Unter den Linden, grazing the ruined Reichstag, continuing up to Invalidenstrasse and Chausseestrasse, then east past Brunnenstrasse, before it whipped north again, enclosing, containing, or sealing off sections, not all of which any one individual could see, thanks to ideological differences, you know, and they now lowered the curtain to the very ground, screwed its hem into the ground, then added long bolts. They meant to take us all to the police station, lock us away, and let us sleep off reality forever. 25. Fortunately for the free world, in Tempelhof Field we dreamed of a great ring of hangars and terminals around the circular runway. Tempelhof Airport, with the pair of facing lions in the shadow of the two facing towers. Much of this edifice existed only in the model of the architect Sagebiel, but at least the eagle on the passenger terminal's roof had established itself on Earth. I remember seeing Russian soldiers hoist their flag up there in 45. Despite their best efforts, our eagle dwarfed them. As for the unfinished bits, no matter, we could always dream them into solidity. 2 Red Army men in forage caps and long greatcoats were clearing mines with circle-headed wands. They wore rifles at their backs, rubble before and around them. What were they really afraid of? Maybe some explosion would wake up the East, and then the summer light would rush in. God knows. As it turned out, they were readying the ground for the wall. It wouldn't be long before the day when reliable Soviet soldiers began unrolling the very first string of barbed wire, flush up against their side of the sign which said, British Sector. 26. And what about me? By rights I should have been relegated to the worst list of all, but the pale man in dark glasses was sentimental. I think because I'd told him that I'd once floated past a certain long line of trees in Dreamland where his father's house used to stand. Needless to say, I'd never been there, but he believed me. Operation Alenka had always been a long shot. The Luftwaffe blueprints had been recovered to the satisfaction of the armies, and countering the Berlin blockade was now priority apple. Moreover, precisely because I didn't know who I really was, I had a way with dream creatures. Greiner, Havermann, and Pfitzner all tried to do what I eventually did. None could withdraw the sword from the stone. For my part, upon receiving my authorization from the highest levels of the Gehlen organization, I clambered up to the roof of Tempelhof and struck the stone eagle with a stick. Away it flew, screaming. Roger, Wilco, A-OK, our airlift idyls began. 27. Here came the Rosinen bombers, bearing powdered milk, butter, and chocolate from our former enemies, the Anglo-American Jewish plutocrats. Today it was clear that our differences had been mistaken, and we all should have united against the Slavs back before Stalingrad fell. Walls of flour bags, milk bags, and sandbags rose in the warehouses. Then we really had to admit that the armies were good. Berliners queued up for their turn at the barrel of American milk. Smiling, skinny old men who remembered quite well how to shout "Heil Hitler" wrapped themselves up in all their clothes, sat on rubble, and drank bowls of American soup. One-legged black marketeers offering butter by a ruined wall looked up, while around the perimeter of Tempelhof our armies kept rolling slowly forward, riding atop their open tanks. They were ready to beat off any monsters who might come sneaking towards us from beneath the Iron Curtain. Another plane came through dreamland, keeping our island vigilantly alive. From the air, Berlin was an immense, intricately ridge-patterned butter biscuit, whose inviting insets and arcs seemed to be made of hard white sugar. In fact, it was all concrete. More sweets flew to Tempelhof. Children ran to the summit of a hill of broken bricks, waving and waving to the American gods of chocolate. More body-shaped bags of powdered foodstuffs descended from the bellies of those C-54s, which landed at Tempelhof every 90 seconds. It was like a dream. We saved the black-aproned fishwives of the market halle. We allowed currency reforms to continue to incubate beneath the Reichsbank's long square coast. We rescued the Kroll Opera House, where once upon a time the Enabling Act transformed our sleepwalker into absolute dictator. We preserved Tempelhof itself, where Kollwitz once took her son Peter to see the landing of the Wright brothers' White Flame, and the sleepwalker declared war on unemployment. Do you remember that famous photograph of children perched on rubble and broken steel beams, waving at one of the departing Rosinen bombers? Nowadays we call that disinformation. We pretend that it was for them, like the sparks which caught them on fire when they tried to run away from Dresden. In fact, they were keeping Berlin supplied just for me. I was their hero again, because I kept getting executed. I alone possessed the talent to go east. If only I'd been able to neutralize Shostakovich, then Western civilization would be saved. But since I couldn't, well, you know. Oh yes, I hid from the Stasi and the NKVD in various fabulously ruined apartments, which narrowed into peaks as improbable as Gothic spires. It takes time to prove one's unkillability. Sometimes I night-crawled to the sign, "You are leaving the American sector," and then I did leave it, straight through the Iron Curtain. Anti-fascist democratic state power leaked cloudy summer sunshine across the railroad ties. I could feel it, even though just then a rat came out. I'd shot Elenka so many times, it was only fair to let them shoot me a few more too, as the working class demands. And it did, and they did. Sometimes I could hardly stay awake. On one occasion, right before they liquidated me, it never even stung, Glazunov stood watching, and he shouted, "West Berlin was never a part of the Federal Republic and will never belong to it." But we didn't care what Glazunov said. We stuck it out until the Soviets capitulated. They withdrew their blockade in the spring of '49. We had a party at the office. After that, the economic miracle occupied us. We went from one victory to another. All the same, the Iron Curtain was more adamantine than an old soldier woman's cheekbones. But we didn't care about that. As Comrade Honecker foresaw, we were already planning a step-by-step takeover of West German monopolies. On 5/5/55, the Allied High Commission dissolved itself. West Germany, the true Germany, was now once more a sovereign state. 28. What about Shostakovich and Elena? I was now so numb to them that I might as well have been asleep. I'd lost her, so why admit her existence? I'd failed either to kill him or help him, so why face my shame? I'd found myself. They loved me at the office. I was a symbol of the superhuman. I never woke any more. I never slept. And once I enjoyed a waking dream of a dark-haired woman, stark naked, who gazed at me with wide brown eyes, unsmilingly proud. Her gaze reminded me of a customs inspector's. I think she might have been Elena Konstantinovskaya, but if not, she was probably Elena Kruglikova. Closing my burning eyes, I heard breathing all around me. In retrospect, I must have been at a movie theatre, watching an old print of Airlift Idols starring Liska Malbrand. She wore a snow-white sailor suit, but she was actually a paratrooper. They flew her across the lines so that she could single-handedly save Stalingrad. She was a heroine, and I was a hero, a national hero. Every time I received another bullet in the neck, I got another medal, posthumously, of course. Oh, I was on the good list now. I rationalized that here in Berlin the entire world's railroad tracks begin and end in parallels, so I knew that I could get to him or her somehow, or else they could get to me. The Iron Curtain never stopped me. Moreover, on July 1961, Comrade Ulbricht announced at a press conference that no one has any intention of building a wall. And so, on 13/8/61, Comrade Honecker proudly reported, "At 000 hours the alert was given and the action got underway." 29. Stalin Alley, 80 meters wide, had become Karl Marx Alley by then. The wall elaborated itself around the curtain by the week, until it was even huger than the statue of the Red Army man in Treptow Park. Before the apartments on Bernauer Strasse got sealed off, I still used to see people jump, first out of the first-floor windows, then out of the second. Well, they stopped that. Hardly anyone could get across any more. I remember how the twin stone lions crouched down on their broken lion bridge, as if they were about to howl at the two stone lions on the other side. I remember the wall passing in sight of the demolished Potsdam station. I can't forget anything. My mind's as full of armor as the old Orden's palace. And now that's gone, just like the Iron Curtain. But in those days, well, you know. The red guillotine busily condemned people to death. Sometimes, when I wasn't being executed myself, I used to watch the executions from one of the twin stone pillars which overlooked Tempelhof's circular runway. I pretty much had my run of Berlin by then. In Warsaw, a stone head and a stone hand lay separately in the dirt for years. Farther to the east, they still had everything: the straw palyasses in Soviet prisons, the many gold-framed icons on the Empress's blue walls. But the Iron Curtain was shut, and the wall, watched by long convoys of army jeeps with white stars and glaring headlights, killed ever more of its victims. Watchdogs snarled in the death zone to defend inevitable upward development against the Teutonic Knights of NATO's Operation Grey. President Kennedy called on the free world to be resolute. Adenauer sent his brotherly love to the East Germans, who are still forced to dwell, separated from us, in thraldom and lawlessness. We call to them, "You are part of us, and we belong to you." Hearing this, our true-hearted West German women spontaneously presented him with a bouquet. I wouldn't want you to disbelieve in happy endings, at least not on our side. We'd won the inestimable treasure of democracy. Shabby West Berliners lining up to vote, and silver-white summer clouds over everything. The new-planted saplings on Unter den Linden grew taller by the hour. A girl stood on one leg, blew cigarette smoke at me through painted lips, tilted her head, and winked. The Red Guillotine. More quickly than Moscow itself, one gets to know Berlin through Moscow. Walter Benjamin, 1927. 1. Once upon a time, although there might have been previous times, the first button glowed. Then the telephone began to ring, straight from Europe Central. For the Red Guillotine, herself a member of the Central Committee, and therefore aware of developments before the telephone told her, this was another moment to count up her triumphs and rejoice that her ideals grew more massive with the years. Outside, almost in sight of Berlin West, our Tellman pioneers held hands in a circle, singing on a cobblestone space which the Rubelfrauen had cleared of ruins. The Red Guillotine almost sang along. She'd been so happy in a Wandervogel when she was 14. The words had changed, but many tunes remained the same. The telephone said, "Sentence confirmed for Nellis." "Good," said the Red Guillotine, whom Comrade Sorgenecht has correctly eulogized as Hilde Benjamin, communist personality who personifies the unity of theory and practice. The so-called West German press describes her as a negroid woman with dark, evil eyes, the female incarnation of Roland Freisler. Defendants know to expect no mercy from this charming individual. Coming from such a source, this can safely be considered a compliment. The great Soviet encyclopedia neglects her in favor of that famous suicide aesthete whom a weird chance made her brother-in-law. Nor has she been granted any monument in Comrade Honecker's From My Life. These silences must not be misunderstood. Does the American Secret Service expose its most effective operatives for the sake of history books? The Red Guillotine remains one of our foremost zero-hour activists, and in the era of this legend, most of which takes place between the constitutions of 1949 and 1968, we all saw her name, if not her face. Why not her face? We could never be certain that she wasn't peering at us from behind the velvet curtains in the tiny windows of a Russian limousine. I'm informed that she bore a physical resemblance both to Comrade N.K. Krupskaya and also, as I said, to our fellow traveller K. Kollwitz, reproductions of whose sorrowful woodcuts we often show our pioneers, in order to indoctrinate them with the appropriate class hatred. Kollwitz represented herself. The Red Guillotine represented all of us. It would be a pardonable error to conflate her with some Rodchenko-like profile of a woman made out of wire. 2. The tale is told that on that zero-hour day, when the victors mobilized our children to carry mirrors, typewriters, and other booty out of our flats and to the train yard where it could wait in the rain to go to Russia, the Red Guillotine strode into the office of the Soviet military commandant, not a place which most Germans visited lightly, and he received her drunk and wearing 4 wristwatches. "What do you want, Frau? Frau no pretty. Frau get out." "I speak Russian," she answered in that language. He looked astonished. She stood before him waiting. Suddenly he peeled off a watch, thrust it at her, and said, "Take it." "Thank you, Herr Commandant." "All Germans hate Russians. Do you hate Russians?" "No." "I hate Germans." "That's the reality." "Good. Drink with me." And she did. "All right. Now what do you want?" Then she confided to him her dream. She longed to apply to Germany the progressive legal science of our Eastern mother, the Soviet Union. 3. Go back to 1919, when K. Liebknecht and our Luxembourg were murdered by right-wing elements. Helene Marie Hildegard Lange, aged 17, burst into tears, lost her appetite, and practically stopped speaking to anyone. "But, Hilda, what can one do against such people?" demanded her mother. "It's not only dangerous to fight them, it's useless." Frau Lange had much on her side, logic, experience, and, above all, love. But at the very moment when the girl had almost been convinced to go on with her life, she saw the memorial woodcut to Liebknecht, made by K. Kollwitz from drawings done at the morgue at the invitation of the family. The martyr's head, thrown back upon the white nothingness of the paper, is runnelled with the shadows of his final agony. Light shines on his chin and cheekbones. The bullet holes in his forehead have been pitiably concealed, or honoured, by red flowers. The mouth's final grimace is a down-curving semicircular groove. In the half-dozen sketches Kollwitz made, the face is nothing more than what it objectively was: dull, pale, inanimate. In fact, it may well be less. In the very first drawing, the flowers have been omitted. Next comes the charcoal study, which retains detail but now, with the same motive and effect of a woman applying makeup, adds the moody smudginess of the medium to the corpse. Here the artist also introduces a line of mourning workers. Old women need more makeup than young, the dead need more still. So this eager-to-please K. Kollwitz next proceeds to an intaglio etching, darkening Liebknecht's face to such an extent that the ear, eye socket, cheekbone, hair, and forehead are entirely gloomed over. The subsequent lithograph abstracts the scene into lines, the ink-wash study into brush-strokes. Finally, she settles on the woodcut, whose chisel marks appear to dissect away every mourner's face into underlying muscles and tendons. They're all pale, sorrowing corpses in the darkness around the dead man's face. A few more planes, crescents, and angles of which have been restored to the light, but which remain, as in those first sketches, a portrait of nothingness, now solidified into something akin to an ebony idol. What about the most prominent part of the image, the bier itself? It's white nothingness. More exactly, it's a long white mummy shroud with a few straight ripples of blackness across its edges. In 1960, immediately following the premiere of Comrade Berlin, there was a banquet in honor of the filmmaker, a certain R.L. Carmen, who, in between nibbles of our excellent German cheese, informed the Red Guillotine that this daring device of blankness in the Liebknecht memorial sheet had inspired him to something similar in his documentary on the opening of our first blast furnace at Krasnogorsk. He'd omitted the ceremony itself. As for the Red Guillotine, what effect might Kollwitz's graphic starkness have produced on her? We communists say, if it has no practically measurable effect, it's not people's art. Speaking strictly as an aesthetic critic, not as Comrade Alexandrov, I'd have to reply that what this woodcut teaches us is simplification and abstraction. And so Fraulein Lange decided to study law at Heidelberg. Her mother asked why. She replied, "I believe I will be able to help the victims of injustice." Please think better of this, darling. It's one thing to go into law, and entirely another to— In a steely voice she said, "They murdered Liebknecht, and his daughter is going into law. That's why I'm going into law." Her mother could do nothing with her. The legend informs us that she was one of the best students, and perhaps the best of all. She sometimes dreamed of a golden box which could not be opened. She was searching for the key. Some day she would find it, and then— She did piecework in a metal shop to earn her tuition. As the legend tells it, she was practically a member of the working class. Late one night, having finished at the lathe, she locked up and walked to her tram stop, arriving just as a beggar, like a troll or kobold, whose few sodden hairs clung to his wrinkled skull, snatched away an old woman's purse. Fraulein Lange looked on silently. Even then she had a reputation for impartiality. On 27/2/26 she married Comrade Georg Benjamin, a physician whom the legend is quick to remind us was also superintendent of schools in Berlin-Wedding, a working-class quarter. In 11/27, finally understanding the maxim of Comrade Ulbricht that social democracy equals social fascism, she joined the only legitimate organization of the proletariat, the Communist Party. 2 years later, she took on the legal defense of our Red Help organization, to which K. Kollwitz also contributed with her poster propaganda. Bourgeois historians, romantics, and deviants prefer to remember Weimar Berlin as a concretion of the Princess Cafe's private niches, where Georg's brother Walter and Walter's poet friend Heinle used to meet prostitutes. They commemorate the old men with canes and top hats at the Prussian Academy, last survivors of a dying class, who considered themselves entitled to reward Kollwitz's achievements, when, objectively speaking, they were nothing more than hypocritically rarefied imitations of the lesbians at Schwerenstrasse 13, who couldn't stop dreaming about a certain Lena's pretty knees. Well, let the gentlemen of the bourgeoisie remember Berlin any way they please. As Comrade Khrushchev promised us, we will bury them. From our heroine's point of view, Berlin was nothing but one chamber after another of the Imperial Labour Court, where she became one of the fieriest accusers of the bourgeois state, inspired by the memory of Comrade Liebknecht. In those days, her love for the future was impatient and angry, like the mother's who brushes her child's curls a trifle too hard, ignoring its screams, so that it will be perfect for school. She proved particularly uncompromising when she defended strikers against trumped-up charges of disturbing the peace. In the Fourth Criminal Senate, she battled year after year against the malignant Dr. Niedner. The more dissatisfied she became with the world around her, the more convincingly she dreamed. That is why she spoke out so effectively at party rallies, always advising us to fight the capitalists without compromise. She taught us the slogan, "Release the proletarian prisoners." As Comrade Liebknecht had done, she called for the organs of the Prussian-German bourgeois state to be replaced by workers' and soldiers' councils, for the generals and aristocrats to face justice in revolutionary tribunals. Her mother had bad dreams now. She dreaded that Hilda might meet Comrade Liebknecht's fate. Hilda stood ready. The legend informs us that, in that period, Communist Hilda Benjamin was clear that her most important work was the realization of the party's decisions. In 930, she defended the worker whom the class-biased legal system of the Republic had seen fit to charge with murdering that Nazi provocateur, Horst Wessel. He had murdered Wessel, but that's not the point. The young attorney made a striking picture in the first row of wax-gleaming defendants' benches in that elegant wood-panelled courtroom, for she was calm, thoughtful, and even smiling. The defendant, whose eyes shone with desperation and whose collar was less than clean, whispered another of his anxieties into her ear. Frau Dr. Benjamin's smile elongated slightly. Unkind observers might have described it as a smile of contempt. "Sit up straight," she said from the side of her mouth. "Act like a human being. Look the enemy in the face." Called upon by the prosecutor, Horst Wessel's mother held aloft his bloody uniform. She prayed for the day when Germans would take vengeance on the Jews for this and many other crimes. Frau Dr. Benjamin laughed ironically. The fascists did not forget her. Their so-called Führer was said to have her name on a list. Frau Dr. Benjamin remarked, "There must be so many other names on it, I'll be old by the time he gets to me." The truth was that every time she saw them marching in the streets, or, worse yet, heard them singing their Horst Wessel lied, the bottom dropped out of her stomach. But our line in those days was that the quicker those brutes came to power, the better, because they would bring capitalism's contradictions to a head. Whenever she lost a trial, she had one very particular thing to say to her client. It was not the so-called consolation with which a bourgeois lawyer seeks to wash his own hands of what the fired trade unionist or the hungry thief must now suffer, or, if it was consolation sharp as a razor. It inculcated hatred. It simplified and abstracted the case to its socio-economic essentials. It directed energy toward the future. What she said was this: "I've come to recognize that questions of law and justice are, at the same time, questions of power." 4. Like good communists, we'll pass over the irrelevantly personal aspects of her marriage to Dr. Georg Benjamin. Their son Michael, born when the Reich absorbed Austria, is likewise of no concern to us. We'll merely note that in the end he fulfilled their expectations and studied in Moscow. As soon as the sleepwalker came to power, she found herself in imminent danger of being taken away. All the same, she kept bravely defending the workers, following the maxim of Comrade W. Ulbricht that the communists must be the ones who know fascist labor law the best. Georg feared for her, but she told him what she used to tell her mother. "I myself have a head to think with." Naturally, she soon lost her right to practice her profession. Her husband was a Jew, and his fate ordinary. Arrested in May 1933, sent to KZ Lichtenberg, released for Christmas, resumed legal and illegal political work, rearrested in 1936, sentenced to 6 years hard labor, which he completed through contact with the electrified barbed wire of Mauthausen. Do you want to know who stands ready to help us Germans now? There can be but one answer: SMAD, the Sowjetische Militäradministration. Watching the open boxcars of women, children, and old men hoping to escape the Slavs, she bided her time. They had black ruins for their food and grey sky to drink, but they rode the silver rails of hope. If only they could get to the American zone before the Reds crossed the Oder. The widow Benjamin stayed quietly at home. Then came that visit to the man with 4 wristwatches, as a result of which, I quote the legend exactly, she was asked by the commander of the Berlin city precinct, Stieglitz, to organize the judicial system, and was thus made district attorney. That was in May. She paused to smile on camera for Roman Carmen's new film, Berlin. By September she was already director of cadre development. The radical removal of Nazi and reactionary elements was a main focus of her department. 5. The plan of the zero-hour activists. Since East Germany doesn't even have trade unions yet, our first task will be to complete the bourgeois revolution of 1848. Then we'll smash the monopoly capitalists and Junkers who created Nazism. No elections, of course. Hitler had elections. Hence we'll fly in the Ulbricht group from Moscow, form our working committee of the 2 proletarian parties, then create a broad-based anti-fascist bloc which we'll winnow down bit by bit until only we are included. Next step, the democratic land reform, commenced in our very first autumn. I mean collectivization, with loudspeakers, searchlights, threats, and happy fireworks. After all, the producers of national wealth are the only ones who deserve full citizenship. Whatever mercy we might have possessed was interred beneath the greenish-beige dirt of Auschwitz. 6. A pregnant young woman whose husband SMAD had just sent east asked her, perhaps a little wistfully, what she thought of the developments in the American sector, and the new district attorney contemptuously replied, "Over there, it's not creation of the new, but restoration of the old." 7. Almost every other German avoided that barbed wire-topped fence at Karlshorst, behind which General Zhukov operated. Comrade Ulbricht loved to go there, only then did we see him smile. The collectivizers beg him to intercede with the Russians, who keep dismantling everything and shipping it eastward, even the machinery we'll need for collectivization. Comrade Ulbricht replies, "This meeting has nothing to do with dismantling." As for the Red Guillotine, she rushed to Karlshorst nearly twice a week. She had a pass. She was pale, shining-eyed, round-headed. There was something almost deformed about her. She'd come to hasten that decisive moment when the firing squad approaches the stakes, one man bending over each victim with a pistol ready for the coup de grace. Sometimes she failed to get her heart's desire, but at least she could send them forever, or almost forever, to one of our Eastern Zone's jails, which we'd begun to call the Yellow Misery. The fascists kept saying, "Up against the wall, up against the wall," and after a while one wanted to put them up against the wall, or tie them to chairs at the base of some sunny rubble hill, the firing squad now in position. Instead of feeling sorry for her country, she was sickened and angered by the myriad pale white upraised arms, like antennae from each marching caterpillar of German prisoners. I myself am reminded of the scene in the Nibelungenlied when Kriemhild agreed to dry her tears and marry again, only when the envoy promised to take upon himself anything needed to avenge wrongs committed against her. 8. We communists have long since exposed the lie that law can be universally applied. If A exploits B, then equal freedom for A and B means that A will continue to exploit B. This is why we require a new socialist legality to overcome bourgeois legality. Law is the instrument of the working class. It has not always been this way. It will not always be this way. Socialist legality is dynamic. But in the first stage, removal of the bourgeoisie, law must found itself on dictatorship of the proletariat. After the old regime's exploiters have been rendered entirely extinct, socialist legality will have done with violence and moved to the second stage, a single-tiered legality for an entire people, a people now led without question by the working class, as, for instance, in our beloved Soviet Union. And how do we achieve this second stage? Comrade Benjamin knows the answer. Develop the best forces of the people. 9. By 1946 she'd become the leading influence in the central administration of justice. She was still slender then. I've seen her gripping the foliage-hung rim of the lectern at a women's conference. She wore a dark dress. Wasting not a moment, she began training people's judges and people's prosecutors. For example, the slender, pale, yet steady old man in the leather cap, who sat every day on a stool by the courtyard, scraping the dead mortar off salvaged bricks. His workbench was a plank stretched across 3 towers of bricks, and he never looked up. When we called on him, he looked up then. When we raised the issue of class hatred, he began to grin. The Red Guillotine grinned back. She flattered him that he belonged to the truly revolutionary element. He didn't need to study the essence of jurisprudence in order to be a people's judge. She began to be called first the Woman Without Mercy, then the Red Hilda of Wedding, and soon the Red Guillotine. Explaining to us that law must correspond with the progression of civilization, she began to apply our Constitution's Article 6, Paragraph 2 against corporate criminals and imperialist agents. 10. Once upon a time, Comrade Margot Feist, bearing flowers, congratulated the worker Wilhelm Pieck on his presidency, and we progressed happily ever after. The fruit trees of Potsdam were bearing again. The stagnant waters of the Spray Forest were no longer troubled by artillery shells. We'd kept the church at Neusel open. A drunk with a beer belly watched it for us. All the same, conditions for building socialism remained sub-optimal. For instance, the Constitution still looked backward, not forward. Moreover, we'd classified 89% of the industries in Leipzig as inoperative. This meeting has nothing to do with dismantling. And the food supply would be erratic for at least the next 2 years. After all, what had been sown in our fields but landmines and artillery shells? Workers accordingly deserted their places of labour to hunt for something to eat. What choice did we have but strictness? A woman gets 6 years for selling eggs in West Berlin. Another victory for party-minded justice. Spectators dare to express their pity, but the Red Guillotine explains that to achieve socialism we must eliminate so-called civil rights. All magic spells fail without belief. We enforced belief. In place of ruins we offered the wide white monumentality of Stalin Alley, arched, windowed, black and white, fading magnificently into the east. 11. Thanks to the losses justly inflicted upon German fascism, in our new zone we found ourselves burdened with a female-to-male ratio of 1.35 to 1. The result, sexual exploitation. The remedy, uncompromising legal struggle enacted by our own Red Guillotine to bring about absolute equality for women. It seemed to her more than ever that the only hope, not merely for her, what did one being matter, but for all of us, lay in some realm of future dawn, and that to find her way there she must dynamite her way out of the past. But at a meeting when we were discussing the necessary changes which must be made in the Constitution itself, a delegation of doctors dared to interrupt us with the demand that we permit German women raped by the Red Army to obtain abortions. Comrade Ulbricht replied, "The Germans should have thought about that before they launched Operation Barbarossa." "Comrade Benjamin, you're a woman. Surely you can understand. We appeal to you." "I stand by Comrade Ulbricht," replied the Red Guillotine. "But, Comrade Benjamin, you were there yesterday when those 2 Mongolians raped Resi Nordlund in the street. We saw you pass by, and you feel nothing?" "My feelings are of no relevance," said the Red Guillotine contemptuously. "She was only 11 years old. Are you aware that she died? And all that Russian officer did was fire into the air." "We brought it on ourselves. I refuse to discuss this case any further." "That child brought it on herself?" "I have nothing to say about the individuals involved in this case. As communists, we must be realistic. Legislation follows the party, doesn't it? The party follows Comrade Stalin, doesn't it? Do you think that Comrade Stalin's in a mood to let us accuse the Red Army of anything?" The Russian officer had run out of bullets, shrugged and turned his back. The Red Guillotine looked on for a moment. She passed the test. She retained her reputation for impartiality. And so we stood firm. That was the only practical way to build the future. Our new zone became a vista of rubble hills bristling with workers. We organized labor parties. We got the water mains working again. The Red Guillotine spoke at another rally before the bullet-pocked pillars of a Nazi shell, a great banner, an upraised hand, the words, "For freedom and humanity against the revanchism of Bonn." Her watchword, "Thorough cleansing of the entire public sphere." On 29/47, in the German State Opera House, we played Beethoven, and then the Second Party Congress of the Socialist Unity Party commenced. Our future, toasts to international friendship, long lines of flag-armed tractors in our German fields, laughing pioneers running downhill in triple file, white smoke from our new factories and smiling delegates. 12. In the spring of 1948, our Soviet oracles announced that denazification had been completed in the East German zone. We were happy then. Perhaps the Red Army would go home. But in September, revolutionary realism, explicated by the big black telephone, compelled us to dismiss the pipe dream of a so-called German road to socialism. Some argued with this just and necessary decision. The Red Guillotine proved them to be implicated in the American-rooted Slansky Reich conspiracy. As her legend so prettily puts it, she showed the ability to continually evolve in accordance with her ever-increasing responsibilities, while simultaneously shaping the new judicial system of our socialist state. And what if denazification hadn't quite been completed after all? Among her circle, love was disdained. At best, it expressed itself silently. Georg Benjamin had been a good man. She'd trusted him. He believed in what she did, and therefore understood her. Wasn't that sufficient? But after they'd reduced him to an inky skeleton which grimaced at the electric wire it sizzled on, he haunted her as one lover haunts another. She could not save him, but she could punish them. She mobilized the party control commissions to sift out traitors, Titoists, revanchists, etc. The only ones who weren't traitors were the men with shovels, the women clambering on brick heaps. As the Red Guillotine explained it to her people's judges, since man develops his personality primarily in work, in addition to the right to work, there also exists the right to a job which corresponds to one's talents and abilities. Which job might that be? Whichever one we assign to you. She was closely involved in drafting the criminal legislation of 1948, which protects our economy against all parasites, barterers and investors. 6 years for selling eggs? Why not 20? I see her hand in SMAD's Order 160 against sabotage. After all, as Comrade W. Peake announced in the Third Party Congress in 1950, the Socialist Unity Party is a party of legality. She instructed her people's judges, the important thing is to apply the laws in a new democratic spirit. And so we charged 78,000 individuals with political crimes in 1950 alone. That was the year our Stasi came into being. The necessary result, there no longer remained any classes or sections which could live at the expense of others. 13. In the last 2 months of 1950, 11 spies were shot by SMAD. Then 6 more, Jehovah's Witnesses and other hired killers of the American imperialists, got condemned for American espionage. That is your signature, is it not? Hissed the Red Guillotine. But even now, too many of our judges fail to understand that every verdict is a political verdict. There can be no neutrality, no objectivity in a court of law. That is why we now named Comrade Benjamin Vice President of the Supreme Court. She proved capable, says the legend, of disciplining enemies of the new republic with unrelenting severity. "Why haven't you admitted that you were in the hire of the British Secret Service?" she shouted. "No, I wasn't at all aware that there was anyone there," replied the defendant weakly. I'm afraid that he made a poor impression in our courtroom. "You didn't know that at all, although you did sign this receipt." "But that's merely an everyday business document. Don't evade in that fashion. Don't put up a front as if you were stupid. You were doing business with monopolists whom we've already arrested. There, I've said it. And you were going to your appointment with the British Secret Service, right? Yes or no?" screamed the Red Guillotine. He sought to wriggle out of it. He wouldn't answer correctly. Within the hour came the sentence of death, which she imposed for the unity of the German people and the freedom of the entire world. 14. On 23/5/52, 3 months after Humboldt University awarded her an honorary doctorate, our law on the State Prosecution Service finally allowed us to control the decisions of judges and prosecutors directly. Beneath a lamp's white mushroom, she signed another death sentence with a gleaming silver pen, her hair braided up on top of her head, books on the shelves in the background, a round stone gleaming in the ring. She signed with drooping eyelids and clenched lips, like a woman doing some household task. As soon as the Anglo-American crypto-fascist clique rejected Comrade Stalin's moderate proposal for a united, neutralized Germany, the Red Guillotine showed them that we saw through their despicable actions. This time she'd surely render harmless her nightmare that there might actually be a nest of Nazis in the ground, some of whom were silently playing scat in a log-walled bunker, with their death's-head caps resting on their knees and their rifles leaning against the wall, one of them hunched over a crystal set with his headphones on and a map on the wall beside him. He was giving away our state secrets to the reactionary Adenauer, the traitor Tito, the traitor Schumacher, and the American imperialists. In my opinion, she was strangely elegant in her dark suit with the white button shirt beneath, the triangular pin over her left breast. In the name of the people, she presided over the trial of the contemptible Wolfgang Kaiser, who'd committed the crime of establishing contact with a so-called human rights organization in West Germany. He attempted to justify himself, but not for long. With what we Germans call a Lustschrei, a cry of pleasure, she proved that his intention had been to plant bombs and poison cigarettes. We decapitated him on 6/9/52, a natural outgrowth of our democratic anti-fascist tendencies. She attended the vast party conference in July, when we set out formally to build socialism in our Germany. We also agreed on the necessity of further hardening our line. In this spirit, the Red Guillotine passed our first new constitutional legislation. Then she had to rush off to condemn more saboteurs. 15. Johann Burianek sabotaged a bridge with explosives supplied to him by the American imperialists. We made him memorize his confession before we sent him where he belonged. Don't worry, he won't come back. That fall, a West German journalist issued the following verdict. Who has ever once experienced this woman when she pulls out all the stops of her ice-cold intellect won't soon forget her. She alone is the law. 16. In 1953, in ungrateful discord with A. Pohl's landmark film, The Invincible Ones, whose protagonist is the German working class, certain enemies of democracy resisted the imposition of labor norms. For her own part, the Red Guillotine took every rational measure to prevent the forthcoming uprising. For instance, she rendered harmless the electrician Kurt Koenig, who'd carried out military espionage against the Soviet Union on the territory of our own German Democratic Republic. Would Kriemhild ever have forgiven her husband's murderer, even had he bent the knee? Not likely, and he knew it. Defiance, therefore, would have cost this Koenig no portion of his already foredoomed safety, and saved his pride. But now he was exhausted. He begged and pleaded before we guillotined him. All the same, they dared to carry this banner against us. We demand a reduction in the norms. The Red Guillotine saw that for what it was, a fascist provocation. Indeed, within a few instants they'd also begun misleading the masses with the so-called human rights question. Half the workers were striking at the Bergmann-Borsig engineering works. The Progress clothing combine also became infected. Soon there were 500,000 criminals. The Red Guillotine shook her head in a fury when the telephone informed her of flames and broken windows at the Potsdamer Platz. The telephone commanded, "Declare martial law in 167 districts." Fortunately for People's Power, we still had 19 Red Army divisions. The stone throwers at the Potsdamer Platz had no better success against our T-34s now than in 1945. Our Minister of Justice, Fechner, who'd been foolish enough to support the workers' right to strike against their own regime, was removed on 16/7/53. In his place we appointed the Red Guillotine, and now her legend truly begins. As the Great Soviet Encyclopedia explains it, the General Prosecuting Authority, headed by the Prosecutor General of the GDR, exercises supervision over the observance of socialist legality. The General Prosecuting Authority now found full and natural expression in the Red Guillotine. On the Invalidenstrasse, just east of where the wall would soon rise, the Kaiser Wilhelm Academy for die Ausbildung von Militärärzten, completed in 1905, Nazified in 1933, was now Hilda Benjamin's courthouse, and every morning she arrived at 0800 hours precisely. At 0750 she was joking with the two Rubbelfrauen she saw every day on the other side of the street. One of them wore goggles and kept her white dusted hair up in a bun. The other, who was younger, wore a dark skirt which went not far below the knee. At the recess, the Red Guillotine frequently saw them sitting on bricks, resting their backs against the brick heap they'd built. The Rubbelfrau in goggles stared off into space, and the Rubbelfrau in the skirt read the newspaper. But that was only for a year. Then the rubble near the courthouse had all been cleared. The Red Guillotine missed those two women a little. Sometimes, in the summer, she wandered to the window and gazed westward. She could see the way that the foliage of the Tiergarten paints the summer clouds green. Her most important trials are known, runs the legend, and need not be mentioned further. 17. We arrested 6,000 criminals, fascists, and foreign agents. Soviet military tribunals began shooting the ringleaders in August. We'd already liquidated several others. The Red Guillotine is said to have taken pleasure in being present at these affairs. She particularly enjoyed inspecting the coffin beforehand. In her Stasi file, an evaluation from this period reports that Comrade Benjamin is from the professional and political standpoint an extremely qualified comrade. She works scientifically. She'd long since added to our penal code the crimes of offence against work discipline, offence against plan discipline. Scornfully she addressed the defendants. You have the right to strike, yes, but a fascist putsch is not a strike. In the name of the people I find you guilty. You are sentenced to death. And she drank a glass of water. As we would expect, she never failed to distinguish carefully in her verdicts between misguided workers and provocateurs. 18. What about Fechner? The question remained on the lips of the working class until 1955, when our darling Red Guillotine arrested him. She gave him an opportunity to clarify his attitude, not for his own sake, but for the sake of our people who had yet to learn the meaning of vigilance. Then she sentenced him to 8 years. 19. She assembled new brigades of instructors in the courts to command the judges, and further transform them from dupes of bourgeois objectivity into uncompromising fighters. A task all the more compelling since she'd now begun to worry that many of her own colleagues might be unsteady, insubstantial in the work. She instructed her minions, "We can show neither softness nor weakness in the confrontation against the adversary of our order. Therefore, hard punishments are correct punishments." Marvelling at her accomplishments during this period, Comrade Gotthold Bley implicitly compares her to a factory proletarian when he writes that socialist law and socialist legislation were tools, motors, and levers she used. She withdrew the new proposed criminal code, which wasn't strict enough. Believe it or not, in many subcategories of law we continued to rely on the criminal code of 1871. Justice now became as neat as the salvaged bricks stacked on carts in Dresden. With a bitter smile she laced her fingers like scissors, her eyes glittering almost happily as she unravelled another plot. Comrade Büttner, she solidified the dialectical interrelation between law and society in the general consciousness. In September she condemned Werner Hoffmann, who'd wormed his way all the way up to the Ministry of the Interior. I'll never forget the way her lips parted like a beak as she clenched the lectern, demanding death. In October, since the purpose of our justice system is to smash the resistance of expropriated monopolists for all time and defend the achievements of the workers against external enemies, we liquidated the engineer Christian Lange-Werner, whose Nazi connections can be proved. I was there when the Red Guillotine cried out, "Only here in the German Democratic Republic have we learned the lessons of the past." This wretched Lange-Werner tried to justify himself. "Lies," laughed the Red Guillotine, and the whole world laughed with her. She proved to all of us that he had attempted betrayal of the fatherland to the West German agent codenamed Sylvia, who no doubt worked for British intelligence, the American imperialists, Department K5, and the Galen organization. While his trial was still in progress, the Red Guillotine commanded, "The sentence is to be carried out immediately after a reprieve has been turned down." By the time we had elevated her to full Central Committee status, she was the terror of imperialists everywhere, and her Stasi file accordingly reports that, on 28/1/54, it came to our attention that the American Secret Service planted an accomplice to carry out terrorist acts against Frau Dr. Hilda Benjamin. But we caught him. We guillotined him in secret. 20. The forces of revanchism paid her other compliments. One winter night, unknown persons erected a mock gallows on the roof of her dacha in Brieselang. They even hanged a straw doll from it, an outrageous provocation. We were the ones who informed her. We noticed it at dawn, when she was still sleeping. When the black telephone advised her of the situation, she turned pale, but quickly laughed it off. To soothe her, we arrested 4 suspicious individuals at once, and it's certainly possible that one of them might have been the culprit. Ever since, we'd taken note of a strange rumour, reported several times by our informants, that she had fled to Switzerland en route to Israel because she was a Jew. This simply shows how crucial it remains to exterminate the fascist criminals without mercy. For instance, 2 workers were drinking at an inn, and one said to the other, "There are 3 kinds of people here, those who have been arrested, those who are arrested, and those who will be arrested." The black telephone overheard, which meant that so did the Red Guillotine. Leaning forward in her pale grey suit, the light ricocheting off her dark grey hair, she gazed across the thicket of microphones with the same rapt sincerity as a child begging for candy, and her moist little lips parted as she demanded, "Death, death, death. 21. She began to say that to achieve the future we needed to study the lessons of the past still more closely. She had herself chauffeured to Dresden to attend another lecture given by the former German fascist Field Marshal Paulus, who blamed Hitler, von Manstein, and the monopolists for everything. Which is the correct line, after all. His glaring white old man's face gaped in what might have been meant to be firmness, his eyes huge as if panicked behind the heavy black spectacles as he stood at the lectern, a glass of water never far away. The red guillotine sat in the back row, smiling. On her lap she held a Stasi folder. From time to time she opened it and peeked humorously at the topmost item, which was a photograph of Paulus in the Nuremberg Palace of Justice 8 years before, when Germany remained undivided. He'd resembled a scarecrow in the witness stand. A white-helmeted military policeman stood beside him. Wires ran from Paulus's earphones. He stared queasily ahead. Only the MP was looking back at him. For some reason she could not explain, this image gave her pleasure. 22. In 754, thanks to steadily increasing cooperation between the courts and our people's representatives, we guillotined the former Nazi Wilhelm Wolff for causing epidemics in farm animals on our collective farms, and for other equally depraved crimes. I attended his trial. I remember Hilda Benjamin standing at the lectern, digging her fingers into it as she leaned toward the microphone, shouting, "No freedom for the enemies of democracy." Called on to defend himself, the fascist reptile Wolff pointed out that he would have had no motive to cause an epidemic. Replied the red guillotine, "Here is your motive, to spread unrest." And she condemned him to death, death, death. 23. By 1955 she was squat and shapeless like a frog. I saw her flashing her crazy teeth at the Albanians. On 8/3/55, not quite a week before we sentenced Paul Körper to death, the Politburo confirmed his condemnation. The bourgeois get the order backwards. On the same day in the Rudloff trial, when the General State Prosecutor proposed leniency, the red guillotine stepped in to save society from this 4-time murderer. I've seen her in a short, pale trench coat, with her head and knees both bare and her hands in her pockets, striding grimly just behind Comrade Ulbricht, whose trench coat is much longer, and who wears a top hat almost like a capitalist. His right arm is locked in a salute. The knife-edge of his hand is wedged against the brim of his hat as he and the red guillotine march down the rain-shiny tarmac of Potsdam, not quite treading on the reflected heads of the rifle-bearing soldiers who face them in a long, long wall. Everybody is saluting, except for the red guillotine. In 5/55, when we guillotined Karl Ernst Hahn and Alfred Zeppio for their failed murder of a taxi driver, a crime which had been suggested to them by American gangster movies, the red guillotine cried out, "As Comrade Milka has noted, they have expelled themselves from the working class." And our democratic jurists, in close cooperation with the security organs of reborn Germany, concurred. With her fingers spread and pointing upwards, her lips earnestly parted, she stood before the microphone, utterly sincere as she called for another death, another death. There was a sleepy aspect to her now, as if she were a well-fed sacred crocodile which could always count on receiving the next human sacrifice. Sometimes she only half opened her eyes. She yawned at times. Poor Comrade Benjamin is getting old after all her sufferings, cutting off the defendant with an upraised finger instead of an angry word assault. But if he dared to plead his case instead of confessing, or, worse yet, sought to contradict her, then the red guillotine could still snap. On 14/9/55, when we liquidated the former Stasi agents Suzanne and Bruno Krieger for espionage against our state, the masses cheered like Arctic workers raising their gloved fists in salute in a Roman Carmen movie. All the same, some were disappointed, for the red guillotine didn't give them much of a show. Possibly that was because the Kriegers failed to stick up for themselves. Suzanne Krieger had believed that she wouldn't be guillotined if she incriminated others. There's no reason to keep our agreements with such people. That same month, when we disposed of Director Nellis of the J.W. Stalin Electrical Works for sabotage, the technical manageress of the factory stationed herself in the courtroom to bring back reports to all his former colleagues. She was there when the red guillotine's round, coarse face grew cheerful, split into smiles, and denounced Director Nellis to pieces. She demanded death, death, death. How could we deny her that treat? In 156, we guillotined the fascist agents of the United States, Werner Rudert and Max Held. When the Politburo confirmed their sentences, her smile grew as full of fat and sugar as one of our intelligentsia parcels. Then she took a nap at her desk, snoring and grinning. 24. On 4/11/56, she arrived at the courthouse at 07:55 hours for the Hagen trial. Nikolai from Stalingrad smiled at her in a sparkle of steel teeth. His greeting always temporarily undid that heavy, pale, somehow distinguished sadness in her head which dragged it down. The dark heaviness of her suit grew bright because his Kalashnikov was shining. "Well, well, Comrade Benjamin, so will another head roll today?" "Count on it," laughed the Red Guillotine. She imagined that he liked her, but he was terrified of her. And up she went to her office, where a picture gallery of deceased saints gazed down at her. The pioneer prosecutor E. Melsheimer, the constitutionalist K. Polak, brave G. Dmitrov, who defied a Hitlerite court and won, and, of course, that representative of the international workers' movement, Felix Dzerzhinsky, whose organs have liquidated millions of human beings in our beloved Soviet Union. They brought in the defendant, whose desperate face reminded her of the white-cratered blackness of our opera house's scorched facade. The Red Guillotine was already there. She preferred to have her victims find everything already in place. They'd be marched in, and there sat the Red Guillotine at the centre of her long, high desk, with a bust of Comrade Ulbricht on her left and a bust of Comrade Stalin on her right. In her signature dark suit, white blouse and black cravat, she surveyed the world, her head held high and her arms folded, while she gazed complacently down at our socialist reporters and photojournalists, then slowly turned her head right to inspect her latest prey, who, as he was led to his seat in the dock, hemmed in by secret police and the so-called defense attorneys, could scarcely help feeling like a pupil late for school. And that was merely the beginning of what he felt, because it's now time to turn our attention to the dread which her presence somehow injected into people, paralyzing them as if with a spider's poison, so that they grew confused, submissive, silent. Later on, when they were being led to the whitewashed execution chamber, they spent the last instants of their lives seeking in vain to understand how she had entrapped them. The truth is that her mouth was not eloquent. It didn't need to be. It licked its lips with a grey and gleeful tongue. Her logic could never be recapitulated. How could it be? For the condemned were innocent by those objective human standards which are now obsolete. Now, who was this one? It seems that when a team of Rubbelfrauen were raising up the remains of the gravestones in the Jewish cemetery, they heard a noise, so 3 of them stood round the hole with shovels raised to strike, while the 4th ran for the people's police. The fascist war criminal Hagen had ensconced himself there. What a provocation! The Anglo-Americans had pretended to hang him at Nuremberg, and here he was. He had a tunnel and even a crystal set so that he could receive orders from the enemies of our new Germany. It was the Anglo-fascist Operation Gold all over again. Our brave People's Police, led by Oberst H. Schultz, ran to give their aid. Red Army men came speeding down Lenin Alley in their Vopo jeeps, and so we captured the imperialist snake Hagen. First pursing her fat, grey lips, then showing her crooked teeth, the Red Guillotine narrowed her eyes at the defendant, who gazed insolently back at her. Oh, she felt a rage coming on. Meanwhile, in the name of East Germany's smiling chemists and laughing athletes, our young pioneers, ages 6 to 10, were already shrieking out, "Down with the traitor," while our Tellman pioneers, 11 to 14, waved beautifully lettered placards in support of our inevitably just sentence, whatever it might be. "Esteemed comrades and friends," began the Red Guillotine, "in the name of the people," and her wide little eyes and parted little lips definitely stood ready to do justice. "Vigilance against the reptiles. Spies, beware. We've caught another one." And still, no matter how she glowered and glared, the fascist traitor refused to lower his eyes, and thereby revealed his negative attitude. How pale he was. He must have been a long time underground. All the preparations were ready. His sentence had already been confirmed. She felt that she could hardly rest until he was in the grave, with his head severed from his shoulders. "Confess your criminal activities," began the Red Guillotine. "Which ones?" laughed Hagen. When Hagen not only refuses to rise for Siegfried's widow, but lays across his lap the jasper-jewelled sword of the man he's murdered, the bard who's made him grows gleeful. What's more manly than open defiance, especially in the presence of a superior host? Hagen knows he's doomed, and shows off his hostility in that sword's beauty and insulting nakedness. The Red Guillotine gazed back into his defiant face, and experienced a hideous sense of familiarity. It had never been her habit to indulge the so-called feelings, so the sensations of sorrow and repugnance which now assaulted her were overwhelmingly inexplicable. This Hagen had been, said the indictment, a guard at Kathe Mauthausen. Although Georg's death had been officially judged a suicide, we all know how those people do things. It was possible that Hagen had witnessed or even precipitated her husband's death. All the same, a true communist remains unaffected by such things. "Defendant Hagen, you committed crimes against the people, did you not?" "That I did." "Then why did you say to the arresting officers that you had done nothing out of the ordinary, when you knew perfectly well that such was not the case?" The accused began to answer. "I can't say it any more exactly than this." "In fact, you can say it extremely exactly," laughed the Red Guillotine, and the courtroom laughed with her. "But you want to make fools of us." "No, I don't want to," he whispered. At least, that is what the others had always whispered. But Hagen didn't whisper at all. In fact, he chuckled. "You're not simply a Jew by marriage now, are you, Frau Benjamin? You're a blood Jew. Do you know what Germans think about blood Jews?" She went greyish-white. Of course she condemned him to death. One more example of the impartiality of justice in our German Democratic Republic. To us onlookers she explained, "This sentence is a warning for all who waver in the defence of our state, for all who fail to press forward for the victory of world peace." But her round, pale face writhed and trembled restlessly. 25. After that she seemed to age ever more swiftly, and the set of her mouth expressed weariness and disgust. Neither torchlight processions in our traditional German manner, nor trainloads of glistening coal gladdened her. The smoke of the past hung so gloomily over everything. And that dream she had, the one of the tarnished silver box whose lock she could not master, she could never understand why it caused her such anxiety. She came into the Stasi office, and Comrade Milka was all smiles. But she wondered whether an instant before her arrival he'd been making anti-Semitic innuendos against her. In 1956, when we created our National People's Army to counter the increasing threat from the West, the second 5-year plan was approved, and Roman Carmen made the film India's Dawn. Meanwhile, de-Stalinization began. This put the Red Guillotine in almost as awkward a position as Comrade Ulbricht. In any event, it was already being said of her that her energies had slackened. What she used to demand of those within her power was confession. After Hagen, what she longed for more than anything was silence before the quick conviction. Her courtrooms were no longer quite so full of sadistically expectant onlookers. And now, without regard to the very serious internal and external situation we faced in those days, Neues Deutschland, following Comrade Khrushchev's line, dared to attack her for being schematic and unbending. We retreated. We amnestied 21,000 criminals. Fortunately, the so-called Hungarian uprising gave us the excuse we needed to re-establish our standards. On 17/10/56, the Red Guillotine announced, "We cannot permit ourselves to dispense with the death penalty. There have been no unjust sentences in our German Democratic Republic." All the same, in 1957 we agreed to punish murder with 25 years imprisonment, not death. I saw her sitting beside the Hungarian Minister of Justice, Ferenc Nezval, each of them isolated, and later that same day she signed this dreadful piece of legislation in a bizarre ceremony of abstruse plainness, while dark-suited figures stood behind them in a line, and behind them hung a huge portrait of a man with white hair, Comrade Ulbricht. Fortunately, treason, espionage, and kindred crimes could still be penalized as they deserved. I'm told that she attended the funeral of the former Field Marshal Paulus, which for political reasons was a restrained affair. Afterward, she sat at the writing desk of her hotel room, opened her briefcase, removed the Stasi folder, withdrew the second photograph, which showed Paulus in a waist-deep trench at Stalingrad, clasping his wrist and seeming to push away at the enemy as the men in uniform who surround him gaze obediently on. Laughing, she tore this photograph to pieces. She signed another death sentence, and then I saw her speaking earnestly with Erich Muckenberger, her missing and crooked teeth giving her a cheaply monstrous expression. The sentence was not carried out. Meanwhile, her Stasi file began to contain complaints of her overbearing, imperious, uncolleaguish lapses of temper. It was around this time that we re-investigated her past record, and discovered that the years 1937-39, which her autobiographical statement claimed she'd spent as a retail employee, were in fact passed in a Jewish-owned pastry shop. It's not that we have anything against Jews in our Germany. I won't speak for the West. All the same, one can't be too careful, given the adventurism of the Zionists nowadays. It's possible that a report was made to Comrade Mielke. On the other hand, I can't believe that anything came of it. The memorial tribute she wrote to Georg Benjamin a few years later was published to careful acclaim. On the 5th of December, when we'd passed around cigarettes and schnapps to celebrate Soviet Constitution Day, she tried to ingratiate herself with Comrade Honecker, who was obviously going to be number one sooner or later, but he snubbed her. I've seen her in her fur coat, standing next to SED's Central Committee Secretary Grüneberg in 1958, by which time we had completely liquidated unemployment. That was when peace-loving peoples of the Soviet Union demanded that the Anglo-American imperialists demilitarize Berlin. Needless to say, the imperialists rejected this just demand. No matter, when the time is ripe, we will open their eyes. At another ceremony with Soviet soldiers, she was smiling, looking sweet, with her grey hair braided in coils upon the top of her head, and her striped scarf appeared quite stylish within the fur coat. Particularly as she aged, she came to have a strangely sweet, meditative face, round and soft, as she sat at a white-clothed table with a line of other dignitaries. She could be a Jewish refugee, which by marriage she was, or a Spanish gypsy woman, or even Kathe Kollwitz herself with that heavy, round face. Oh, how odd that she could be Kathe Kollwitz! As the programmatic declaration of the State Council so perfectly put it in 1960, our laws are the realization of human freedom. That same year, when the Stasi expanded its powers and membership in order to better spy on hostile negatives, when we executed the traitor Manfred Schmolke, when Roman Kamen directed Our Friend Indonesia and Shostakovich composed Opus 110, we resumed our drive for forced collectivization, a task which the drought of 1959 had made doubly urgent. Who was willing to undertake the prosecutions for failure to deliver harvest quotas? Why, our dear Red Guillotine. Comrade Blay. Based on the teachings of Lenin, she envisioned a necessary direction for the workers' and farmers' movement in socialist legislation. Meanwhile, the Red Guillotine sat frail and uncomfortable in the front row of a gathering, her hand gripping the armrest, her white legs crossed for the 150th anniversary of Humboldt University. Naturally, our increased efforts to socialize agriculture caused more parasites to flee the nation. 2,000 of them a day. The Red Guillotine sent the ones we caught to prison, crying to the courtroom, "To get a free education and then run away, is that decent?" All the same, more and more of them got away. So Comrade Ulbricht was forced to build the wall, or, as it's more properly termed, the anti-fascist protective barrier. That worked perfectly. It made manifest to the world the utter divide between our new Germany and what has been aptly called Nazi-Deutscher Faschismus. The telephone screamed for joy. Only a shambles was left of Adenauer's policy of strength, Comrade Honecker gloated. 26. She drafted our family law of 1966, which protects the property of wives after marriage and requires parents to educate their children with a socialist outlook. How many other countries can boast such progressive legislation? Her head was tilted, showing the part in her hair as she signed. A man from the Central Committee bent over her, while at her right another man was bending over Comrade Ulbricht. They gave her the Service Medal of the National People's Army in gold, but her ideals were already being lost. Regarding the Volkskammer elections of 1967, it had been arranged immediately before her one-week trip to Bulgaria that she would be put up for candidature as usual. But 3 days after her return, on 30/5/67, she called her chauffeur and had herself driven to Potsdam in that tiny windowed limousine so that she could take care of the formalities, only to discover that she wasn't going to be nominated after all, and, in fact, her term as Minister of Justice was over. A report by Richter Hauptmann of the Stasi describes her as between astonished and angry. Her round grey head sank deep between her dark-suited shoulders, and so she found herself obliged to step aside for Dr. Kurt Wünsche. After all, she was now 65. She took a few mementos with her, including a folder whose only exhibit now was a grainy photograph of Paulus from the side as he enters his captivity, head up. Now she entered hers, in her 2-story house in the new concrete-walled restricted area between Basdorf and Wandlitz, with its tennis court and shooting range. According to Comrade Ulbricht, the food was far better than it had been at the reserved restaurant in Moscow's Hotel Lux. She could walk over to Justice Minister Matan's house whenever she pleased, or even to Comrade Ulbricht's, which boasted Chinese silk hangings. But she didn't like either of them. Sometimes when she went to get a massage, she met Comrade Ulbricht doing calisthenics, and she did her best to be polite. But how could she forget that he had not prevented her removal? In 1968, we firmly supported the Soviet Union against the Czech provocateurs. Listening to her radio at home, the Red Guillotine screamed, "Death! Death!" The year after that, the Soviet Union sold us out and normalized relations with West Germany. Look, there's Roman Carmen, smiling amiably at little crew-cut children as he films Comrade Berlin. He'll come back again soon for a retrospective in celebration of his 65th birthday. But none of this makes the Red Guillotine feel any better. That September, she attended an international legal conference at Walter Ulbricht German Academy of State and Law, but she was only a lecturer in the history of law. She was no longer allowed to do what she'd been put on earth to do. The lessons of the Hagen case were forgotten, and everything got worse and worse in our ever more advanced socialist society, right up until 1989, the last year of her old age, by which time her dark eyes kept looking away from everything, while her drawn mouth showed teeth. A few months after she closed her eyes forever, so did East Germany. Well, what had she accomplished? By 1967, 75% of our judges in the regional and district courts derived from the working class. To be remembered here is her impartiality, as well as her distinct contributions to refining the family law system and conducting cases consistent with the culture of socialist jurisdiction. Her praises stretch as long as the lines at the Intertank gas station. By the time she retired, 9,300 industrial enterprises had been demonopolized and transferred to the ownership of the people. 13,700 farms had been confiscated by local agencies of self-government. Much of this vital work was accomplished in the courtroom, for which we must thank our Red Guillotine. The sly cones of the SM-70 automatic shooting devices on the wall were not in place until the 70s. We can't give her credit for instituting those, but she could be proud of having presided over our new criminal code of 1968, which respects Soviet justice even more, and replaces beheading by, I quote the regulations, an unexpected shot at close quarters in the back of the head. As Comrade Milka always used to say, short shrift to all of them, because I'm a humanitarian. 27. In the first week of August 1971, Comrade Milka himself picked up the telephone. The call originated on Mayakovsky Weg 18/20. The ancient female voice on the line was so hysterical that for a long time he could hardly understand what it was saying. She had in any case been sleeping very poorly that summer on account of a recurring dream, that dream of the black iron box which none could open. And then the first anonymous telephone call came, very early at morning. "Your coffin is ready, Comrade Benjamin." Shuddering, she disconnected the line with a clang almost as loud as the sleepwalkers, and then she sat on the sofa, trembling. The telephone rang again. "Comrade Benjamin, your coffin is right outside." And again, each time her coffin was coming closer. Finally she called the special number at the Stasi. That was when Comrade Milka decided to handle this business personally. Our People's Police have always honourably fulfilled their duty against German fascists. Moreover, she was one of us, so they arrested somebody just to satisfy her. But then the telephone rang again. The undertaker was calling for Comrade Benjamin. "It's because I'm a Jew, isn't it?" she whispered to Comrade Milka. "Tell me frankly, just because I married a Jew, do you consider me a Jew?" We'll never mention it again. Everywhere that Torah is studied at night, one thread-thin ray appears from that hidden light and flows down upon those absorbed in her. Kabbalah, 13th century. 1. Every time she said no to him, that no was as perfect as her cheekbones. There was about her something comfortably immovable, reassuringly merciless, still, silent, slender, and incorruptible, hence ultimately fragile. Since she was too good to bend, she would have had to shatter if she'd ever said yes, which was why to the very end he remained able to be proud of himself for accepting her refusals with his best, if fallible, grace, loving and respecting her all the more for not giving him all of herself. He cherished her. So he must cherish the coherence which she'd created with the other man, and which his touch would accordingly have broken. He loved her. He would not damage her. He asked for her photograph at least, and she gazed at him across the table, then said so quietly, "No." Not long after that, his first cello concerto in E-flat major premiered, so there were any number of women. Not that at his age he could always, and so 40 minutes after the embarrassing recording session with Rostropovich, there was a woman who pretty soon was kissing him, lying on top of him on the big hotel bed, holding him tight so that some of the loneliness oozed away, leaving him sufficiently clear-headed to win some chance of not committing errors, if he only considered rapidly and logically what on earth he wanted, this woman, this kind woman who liked him, and who had already told him that after the merest 4 hours of his company, for 3 hours of which she had seen him only across a loudly crowded room which shone with liquor glasses, "My dear lady, thank you for your, but I simply took a simple little theme and I did my simple best to develop it." She now felt jealous of all the other women who might be in his life. He never told her about the one with the dark hair. This woman who was lying on top of him might help him, because what he needed was something sexual, so that he could relieve a portion of his desire for the woman with the dark hair, and thereby alleviate the nuisance which his passion inflicted upon her. Although I don't quite mean nuisance. I mean anguish, misery, outright harm, because she cared for him. And since he himself had, so to speak, reciprocal feelings, the something sexual which he now sought from the woman on top of him must not be too sexual, for he would not betray, lapse in fidelity to, the woman with the dark hair, whose unmade double bed, at that time she'd still been married to R.L. Carmen, he'd once seen with an agony, not of jealousy, only of a sensation we can't call loss, since he no longer possessed any fragment of her to lose, which for an instant he mistakenly supposed that he couldn't bear. That was before Nina died, and now the dark-haired woman was married to Professor Vygotsky. He bore it. He composed a string quartet. Later he would telephone the dark-haired woman. Oh, how much he loved telephones. Then he married Margarita, who did her narrow best to fill Nina's place. She wasn't very... well, you understand what I mean. So he asked the woman on top of him whether she would kindly do him the favour of laying her gentle fingers on his throat, then strangling him, just a little, and a little more, which, between smiles, whispers, and long kisses, she affectionately did, assuring him that she didn't mind one way or the other if it was what he needed. And because she hadn't been told how dangerous it was, she went farther than Galina Ustvolskaya ever had, Farther than his first love, Tatiana Glivenko. Farther even than the other one, his dark-haired one, who'd left him forever, and from whose memory a continuing and even now not entirely unrequited love had saved him with shocking power. So the woman on top of him, kissing his mouth again and again, dreamily reached for his throat whenever she felt like it, smiling at his smile of grateful anticipatory happiness. Then she laid down her soft hands just below his chin and began to squeeze, legato, dolce, her eyes so intent on his eyes as her fingers began to dig into him and take hold of his wildly worthless life, which he yearned to lay down at the feet of the dark-haired woman for her to keep or break as she chose, the keeping or breaking equally comfortable to his thrilling acceptance because he was hers, and if she destroyed him he would remain hers completely, whereas if instead she raised him up to her starshine face for a while, then he could knowingly be with her that much longer. Elena, you're so lucky you didn't marry me. A red spot was spinning. By now, somebody unfamiliar to him was uttering involuntary noises from a throat deeper than the noises which he himself made in orgasm, yet broken like a scattering of cylindrical beads which had once made up a necklace. These staccato, somewhat unpleasant, not really liquid sounds, neither coughs nor gurgles nor metronome clicks, which he would represent musically in the third movement of Opus 110, seemed to substitute quite well for the breathing which he no longer could or desired to accomplish. He sank into a delightful swoony feeling, which should have never ended, but always did, at which point his heart broke, because he found himself alone, meaning without the dark-haired woman. Lying alone on that big empty bed, with his hands ice-cold, and his heart and throat so tight with the tension of waiting for the blank telephone to ring, or not ring ever again any more, he eventually realized that it would not ring, because the dark-haired woman must have finished at the conservatory hours ago. So he dialed the number without worrying about anybody in raspberry-coloured boots, not to mention that other man, Vygotsky. When the other man answered, he hung up. An hour later he called again, this time succeeding in hearing her sleep-husky voice, a voice ritenuto, to which he choked out, "I want so much to have you on top of me here on this bed, Elena. I need you on top of me, kissing and kissing and kissing me." Then he turned out the light and lay there, beginning to taste blood inside his throat. He switched on the radio just to, you know. It was Klavdia Solzhenko singing The Blue Kerchief. The machine-gunner fights for the blue kerchief those dear shoulders wore. He silenced her. Not that she didn't have a certain something. It was just that he— Anyhow, our life is such a comedy. The next morning he put on a high-collared shirt because his neck was bruised by the kind woman's fingers, which had been almost as white and perfect as the dark-haired woman's teeth. 2. Last October, when they'd met around the corner from the Eliseev department store 3 hours before the premiere of his 11th Symphony, it had been snowing, and they were both late. She had adjusted his necktie, just like a wife. He requested her to please leave him gently if she ever left him, to which she replied that they no longer were and never would be together anyway. "Oh, you're a wise one," he laughed. "Give me another English lesson." Then, overcoming his agony, he insisted, mezzo piano, that of course they were together. He knew what he knew. Didn't she know it, too? Hadn't she herself admitted that she sometimes kept silent instead of saying whatever it was that she might be feeling? Whenever he came to Leningrad, which was often nowadays, there always being something new to rehearse, she saw him either every day or else almost every day, and when she sat across from him at the hard currency bar, she nearly always smiled so tenderly. How could she deny that? Therefore, he explained to her, she probably still loved him, at least to a degree, which was precisely why he had telephoned her so late that night, to tell her how much he longed for her to be with him now, in this hotel room, lying on top of him, kissing him, kissing him. To which, on the next day, after Rostropovich had driven him to Komarovo, she had replied by telephoning him there. He'd given her his itineraries, hotels, residences, and numbers, especially his sister Maria's, to declare in her soft, firm voice that she didn't want him to whisper any more messages like that into her ear ever again, because they were too sad. The pain which this caused him was nearly beyond expression, but only nearly. Musically, there's always a way to, how should I say, He could never have her in his intended sense of having her lie down on top of him in an empty room and hold him tight, not even for 1 hour, let alone for ever and ever. Even at the Philharmonic he didn't dare to, if you see what I'm saying, take any chances which might, so to speak, make him noticed. He'd sent her a pair of tickets for the premiere last October. It was nice of them to come. Vygotsky bestowed upon him that strangely French smile of his. If only she could have— well, but he himself had to sit next to Margarita, who'd really tarted herself up the little— sometimes he hardly knew why he— Akhmatova could inevitably be spotted in the audience, usually in the company of her friend Z.B. Tomaszewskaya. Was her son still away? Poor lady. Poor lady. She was extremely, well, you know. He steered clear of both those ladies, fearing that Akhmatova in particular might have learned too many of his secrets. There, in the 4th row, sat the dark-haired one. She smiled at her husband, impersonally, he hoped, then, unfortunately, laid down her head on his shoulder. Why couldn't she at least— Once upon a time, on a linden alley at Tsarskoye Selo, they'd been kissing on a bench, and then she'd rested her head on his shoulder, and her hair— oh, my God, her long, dark hair. And now she was doing it with Vygotsky, which he found extremely— When he sat alone at these Leningrad rehearsals, he always wished that she were beside him, but of course that would have been especially, so to speak, demonstrative. Perhaps if Glickman could act as go-between once again, she might at least sort of— but even that would be impossible. One aspect of her he especially admired was how quietly and immovably she could say no. Nina had also been like that. On the other hand, in every other sense he did have Elena. He could love her. He could think about her. Better yet, just as the gentle arch of the Blue Bridge offers us the way to St. Isaac's domes, so Opus 40 helps us over the cold, dark waters of reality to the place where Elena is. Lialka, she liked me to call her when we stilled. Elena, help me. Elena, I can't bear this. But you're the one person who must never comfort me for the same reason that you're the only one who could. Isn't that curious? I have represented this dilemma many times with ostinato. Tonight I've already said that when he stayed over in Leningrad, she met him almost every day, so that he could gaze into her beautiful eyes and sit close enough to touch her, on condition that he not touch her. He could tell her anything. She told him some things. In short, he could go on and on, proudly loving her and being with her, as long as he could tell her everything. But now she was saying that they had never been together, and that he was not permitted to tell her everything. That was why he felt the strangling pain. 3. When the richly plump girl, who was even dark-haired, started kissing him so deeply with her paddle-shaped tongue, he stroked her hair and desired her. Which is to say that he didn't desire her in and of herself. He simply needed to sojourn in any woman's body. So he took her into his arms on one of those empty double beds he slept in. But the instant he began to ride her, prestissimo con moto, if he could say so himself, he saw the face of the woman he loved gazing at him right through the flesh of the substitute, whose whiteness might have been tracing paper, so little did it conceal that intensely looking and listening face of the dark-haired woman, with its not quite sad quarter smile of red, red lips, which crazed his desire into something which could be expressed only chokingly, by falling on his knees when she wasn't there to be molested by his prayers. Yes, so little could strange flesh conceal the dark, dark hair which glowed through it, and so his hands withered and fell away. Thus she, the one he loved, lay not between them exactly, but beyond them, more real than either he or this other whom he was now inside. Even with his eyes shut he could not help but see her face gazing steadily at him through the other woman's flesh. Her eyes, unflinching and sad, remained on him. It was just as if she were sitting next to him on the sofa. She'd said that he didn't need to hide anything from her, that he could tell her anything. He made the richly plump girl very happy, grateful even, and that was something to solve his own loneliness partially, and something good in and of itself. Then he went to see the woman with the dark, dark hair. "How's your daughter, Elena?" "She's well, thank you for asking." Then he said to her, "I believe you're trying not to, so to speak, love me, but I also believe you love me just the same." "What do you want, Mitya? It was so long ago. And whenever you try to pretend that we're not together now, we aren't. Or that we never were together, when in fact—" She was turning away. "In point of fact, well, recently I passed by that Dasha near Luga. If you remember, you wrote our initials behind the head of the bed and told me not to look. So this time It turns out that the heart you drew is also still there. It survived the Germans. I don't remember. I was never there. I hardly know you. This is precisely what gives me hope, my dear Elena, when you— Yes. I'm so sorry that now you're— Please forgive me." The next time he saw her, he asked for her photograph again, and she said no. The time after that he whispered, "Do you have a photograph for me?" And Elena smiled. She smiled with a lazy smile and said, "Maybe." Night after night he came to know the ambiguous boundary in that photograph between her yellow ivory face and her hair, her dark, dark hair, which framed it to the latitude of her lower lip, so that her temples and her cheeks blended into something both gold and black, essence of tiger, while the white light frozen on each up-curling hair on her face's right side made a more zebra-ish contrast. If he could simply— or if she could meet him alone at Komarovo, which would have been out of the question, then Margarita wouldn't care as long as she'd even make the bed afterward. Oh, Elena, you're so lucky you didn't marry me. She was smiling at him, her dark eyes elongated by that smile, a smile which seemed to see and know him even though she hadn't met him in that year when the photograph was taken. He hadn't yet married Nina, either. The smile seemed to say, "I accept your love and acknowledge it, although I will never be yours. I will be your sky. You will always be able to look up and see me. I will never stop smiling upon you." Needless to say, she'd been much younger when she was happily, lovingly, sincerely smiling in that way, with her perfect red lips and perfect white teeth. How can a smile be described? Everybody has a mouth, you know. Lebedensky would understand, but he couldn't tell anyone, not even Lebedensky. He'd promised her. And her hair, her dark hair, which she might have started dyeing by now, for she was 45, which he could hardly believe, had just been a little lighter in the sunlight of those days. His ballet, Bolt, had just premiered, and she was 16. Her hair had been almost reddish, because it had been so dark that it was almost every colour, and every hair of her perfect eyebrows was visible against her fair, fair face. Her dark eyes were smiling at somebody else, the unknown photographer. Who it was she didn't remember, or said she didn't remember. Later she said that it might have been her best friend, Vera Ivanova. Since then her face had tanned slightly, and her hair had darkened. As she got older, her eyes elongated less often into any smile. They gazed with loving intimacy at the other man, then at the other man after him. Her deeply red lips, which only the other man would ever taste, half smiled at the other man, as they sometimes did at him who now possessed this photograph to be a relic and a comfort to him forever. And that hair, that dark, dark hair, brown or black, depending on the light, made a living, loving darkness in which the other man could rest. Whenever he fell into that photograph, sinking far past the way that her face widened at the cheekbones and then, just below the mouth, drew in to make a long chin whose strange grace reminded him of a flute note in a Haydn sonata, he was able to believe if he could have just waited and been patient for he'd never know how many years, she might perhaps have found herself able to give him more of herself without thereby damaging herself. Until she'd given him the photograph, the difficulty had been that he couldn't be sure that he possessed any part of her at all, except for the handshake equivalent which almost anybody would give almost anybody. For she was correct. That summer morning near Luga had never happened. Glickman was the one who had gone there for him, and returned to say, "My dear Dmitri Dmitrievich, I'm sorry to tell you that only one wall is standing, a direct hit from a Tiger tank." One night in Riga, where the connection wouldn't have been very good anyway, He didn't telephone her because, unable to endure his need for her, he'd gone to sleep beneath the kind woman who liked him very much, so that she could half strangle him again. And the corporeal comfort of that woman's hands upon him, the balm of her liking, perhaps she even loved him now. The knowledge that, had he nicely asked her to, she would have strangled him all the way to death. Yes, she would have killed him so that he would sleep safely and forever in a woman's hands. All this was indescribably assuaging, at the very same time that it compounded his loneliness, because he was quite aware that this woman who liked or loved him was not the woman with the dark, dark hair. So he couldn't telephone that night. That was the first night that he didn't, and in the morning, exhausted and even lower-voiced than usual, she confessed that she'd gotten literally hysterical, so much so that the other man had nearly noticed. And as soon as she had said this, he realized that she had now let him inside herself. And even then, before he'd laid down the telephone, he became selfishly happy, although his happiness knew that the anguish of going back to that place of not being certain would be unendurable. He knew that he had to be careful now, in case his happiness panicked her in the same way that her hysteria had made him happy. Several measures later, as he rode to Leningrad in Rostropovich's car, they were discussing the colour of a certain violin tremolo in his Jewish cycle, and he was imagining what it would be like if he could somehow persuade Rostropovich's wife Galina, the eminent soprano, to meet him somewhere and play his throat like a xylophone. An inexcusable fantasy, to be sure, which shamed him and rendered him deserving of punishment, since Rostropovich was as loyal as a leech. And then Rostropovich offered him a shy question about Prokofiev, which he seemed to be pondering until Rostropovich, glancing away from the snowy road, saw that he had in fact retreated into the world between the black slabs and white snow of the piano keys. Her photograph had become the one place where he could be with her, even if she wasn't with him. Her face, which had grown more sad and closed since the days of the photograph, or perhaps it appeared sad only when she was with him, he now knew better than his own. She should have been his. On a morning as white as the sun-gleam upon her red, red lips in that photograph, he was lying on the double bed in Leningrad with the telephone receiver against his face. He heard her usual silence, and then she very quietly said, "You know, I'm going to have to ask for it back. I did the wrong thing. I hurt him and me and you. I'm sorry." "Well, that's quite true, to be sure. I fully— Maybe you'll change your mind again, Elena. That's my hope." "No, I won't change my mind." "All right." There was a silence, and she said, "We won't talk about it any more. I won't say anything. Just next time you see me, you can give it to me without saying anything." "But if you don't say anything, I'll, you see, keep supposing that you might have changed your mind." "No, I won't. Just give it back and don't say anything. It was my fault. I'm sorry." He determined never to ask her why, and in this labour, whose immensity wearied him far more than the construction of a symphony, whose essence is merely communication instead of that greater song called silence, he succeeded, thanks to something which he named, and why not, love, thank you very much. "Meet me in the summer garden." "Oh, take no notice, Elena, take no notice. I'm well aware that years ago I should have— you know." Soon he was going to accompany the orchestra to England and France for performances of the 8th Symphony. 5 rehearsals at least, and then the dress rehearsal. He could hardly— He'd also better lay in munitions against loneliness. High time to telephone that richly plump girl with the paddle-shaped tongue. And vodka. T. Nikolaeva would surely stop by and play a duet. Good girl. Should he divorce Margarita? He must see Glickman, who was such a faithful listener, and then— Well, but why must she take her picture back when it had meant so little to her and so much to him to give it to him in the first place? Then he understood. That was precisely why she had to do it. The next morning his anguish had diminished by the time he awoke, because he'd convinced himself that some day she might change her mind again, since she had already changed her mind once, and even if she didn't, well, he had once thought that he, speaking frankly, couldn't keep on doing this. But now he knew that he could. He could do this forever, He could go on and on. 4. Knowing that he would have to get everything he could out of the photograph now, since he'd never see it again— never mind, he told himself, this will just be one more little death. He rememorized that delicately female face, with its smile of youth now replaced by a smouldering look which had borne much and could bear almost anything. Desperately concealing his desperation— I should say attempting to conceal it— in the garments of a jest, he'd again remarked that he could face the approach of their next meeting, when it was understood that he'd give the photograph back, because his hopes kept expanding, to which she replied in her low and perfect voice, "No, I won't change my mind any more. I don't want to talk about it any more. I want you to return the photo without saying anything else, and then we'll never talk about it again." So there was that photograph, which he would soon have to honourably relinquish, either forever, or until she, you know, that face in the photograph more beautifully remote from him than ever, shining through the envelope he'd already sealed in token of obedience and fidelity, since what it contained no longer belonged to him. Oh, he still had several days left. She wouldn't have blamed him, or at least said anything, or even known, had he kept drinking in the photograph, kissing it and sleeping with it under the adjacent pillow of the empty double bed. But he wouldn't rape, he wouldn't spy, he wouldn't force himself on that to which he had no right. Closing his eyes, he found her smile more non-committal now than it had been in the photograph. Oh yes, her teeth were as crystalline as the Jupiter Symphony. The thrill of waiting for her, of drawing strength from the memory of her voice, was nearly unbearable. The strange way she had of being everywhere untouchable, like the sky, he could almost be instructed by that. Plato says that as one learns to love, the image of any specific beloved can be left behind for knowledge of the good. This might not have been true in his case, there being nothing more good or beloved than the dark-haired woman. But because everything she was and did had to be, as I said, good, then her retraction of the photograph had to be good, which meant that if he understood and accepted it, as he had her every other act, then his faithfulness could only strengthen. He said to himself, what kind of love would it be, if it needed any external image of her? He had been the merest fetishist. Could he only pass beyond superstition and corporeality, he would love her all the more truly. In the street he saw a man slip his arm around a woman, and that was extremely painful. He tried to understand, which merely means to believe, that what she was really saying was this: I will be your sky. I will never stop smiling upon you. But now you will not see that smile any more. And so the very next time he saw her, she'd come from far away to meet him here at the Eliseev store, he gave her the envelope, murmuring, I have something that doesn't belong to me. She accepted it in silence. And after that, neither one of them ever mentioned the photograph again. Why we don't talk about Freya any more. There is something fearful in bearing such a relation to a creature so imperfectly known. Nathaniel Hawthorne, 1846. 1. In the shining cobblestone darkness of Ernst-Thälmannstrasse, black crowds stood before the bright and empty shop windows, and Lena was lost among them. Lena had come in memory of her sister Freya, who'd been sacrificed to the firestorm. And Lena was lost everywhere. Once upon a time, the dome, tower, and spire of the Frauenkirche rose above Dresden's ancient narrow streets, which were now far more fictional than they had ever been in Hoffmann's fairy tale of the Golden Pot. Come to think of it, that strangely flat ornateness of so many edifices in pre-war Dresden could have been theatrical backdrops. The play was called Lena and Freya. The Dresden in the old books never existed except in books, an objective fact, which implies that the ruins in broken waves of brick and stone from that night and morning when old Dresden got shattered open like a pomegranate whose seeds have been plucked from their catacombs weren't actually there. Dresden is Europe Central, the walled kingdom in the middle of the past. Every day here begins, once upon a time. But Barbarossa has withdrawn into his mountain cave to dream new cruel dreams. He's lost to us. He never existed. Just as depressing truths from Stalingrad must be considered Russian propaganda, a mother kneeling over a frozen body, a long, winding column of muffled, staggering figures vanishing into the fog, so the burning of Dresden was itself nothing more than a nightmare. Wake from it, and see our homeland's blond German boys in little uniforms reaping the harvest with hand-forged scythes. This logic also allows me to say that neither Lena nor Freya ever existed, except as acronymic reifications of the Black Telephone's tentacles. What were they but literary characters? But Lena was lost. Once this had been a different street, with a different name. Now it was Ernst-Thälmannstrasse, with its exposed pipes shading the snow. 2. When she crossed into Berlin-Ost at the end of that last year before the wall, she had been somehow sure that a person would be waiting for her, perhaps one of her parents. She remembered them coming to meet her when she was a child. She expected someone, anyone. Well, wasn't that life? There's never any help, her father always used to say. Frankly, she had been a little afraid to go. She'd heard what we all had about the other Germany, but she had to respect Freya's memory. It was like returning 10 years to enter this new East Germany. Here, of course, the economic miracle had never occurred. Everyone looked hungry and shabby to her. From Berlin-Ost she took the train back into our German heartland, dark trees above blonde grass, and clouds over all, where it seemed as if another 5 years undid themselves. Scorched castles, boarded-up apartments, empty towns. All these stage sets had been shunted from eastward by the machinery of politics, so that the dying fairy tale could play itself out to other captive audiences. They passed a poster which no one had troubled to remove. Learning from the Soviet Union means learning from victory. Ivy had grown across it. Which hero would wake Sleeping Beauty? At Bahnhof Dresden her family was not waiting at the platform. How could Lena have predicted when she would arrive? She disembarked with her one suitcase and stood in the cold, dirty station. Here was where she'd once kissed that lieutenant, whose name she no longer remembered. He'd spoken in the accent of a Silesian. Where must he be now? East or underground? 3. The love of Lena's life had been a Russian translator named Elena Konstantinovskaya, for whom she had drawn up her white knees. She had never done anything like that before with a woman, and it was never the same afterward, not the way it had been with Elena. It was the very last year for Weimar Berlin. Red-lipped Hansis in long red dresses kept licking their swizzle sticks at Lena. She won the pretty knee contest at that well-known venue on Schweringstrasse 13. All the while she had been longing for Elena. At the Verona lounge she learned to dance tangos with ripe-breasted guignettes who wore men's hats. Freya would have been scandalized. I've seen her wear a Titus-Kopf, for whose snaky coils she paid the hairdresser 2 days' wages. Gypsy Lotta, the Topkeller, who was always kind to her, even on Friday nights, fixed her up with Christa, Greta, and then, despairingly, with Red Minna. But Lena never felt, as she had with Elena, that her white thighs were shining. "You never inspect yourself in the mirror," said Lotta. "That's a dead giveaway. Women who don't love looking at themselves don't love other women. You're not actually one of us." Lena replied, "It's just that whenever I look, I'm disappointed." Doubtless, brevity and novelty had contributed substantially to the perfection of Lena's experience, which seemed, in retrospect, to have lasted longer than one of Leningrad's white nights. She remembered lying on her side, gazing down at her lover, until dawn set Elena's throat whitely aglow. Now Lena could see her pulse, which was healthy and rapid, like someone hurrying away from her. Elena's rich red lips were parted, and her cigarette breath soughed almost inaudibly in and out. When she began to wake, Lena rolled away to save Elena from being haunted by her needy eyes. This was the curse of Elena's life, that so many people loved her so deeply that she must fail them all. "What happened to you in Leningrad?" Freya asked over and over. That had been the beginning of the coldness between them. Then what? A government of national recovery. After Stalingrad, Lena had been mobilized to insert the fuses into 88 caliber shells. In 1945, she found herself mobilized again, this time by the armies, who made us walk the hot, stinking meadows where concentration camp corpses had been laid out. Stinking, festering matchstick legs, groins prudishly covered by blankets. How could this have gone on? We'd never heard anything about it except a few whispers. The woman in front of her vomited. As for Lena, she looked straight ahead, disgusted but not overwhelmed. For by the time the war ended, we'd all seen judgments of one kind or another. Next came the Cold War. We all got mobilized again. Lena's eyes were still brown, but her hair was grey. 4. Do you remember the line of scurrying, archaic figures on the Georgentor? They were following a skeleton, as in Kollwitz's drawings. And now their skeleton had led them into nothingness. They were gone in the fire. Her family were all at home. She hadn't seen them since 42. She burst into tears at the sight of their starved, submissive faces. They sat around a white-draped oval table, drinking tea and wine for Lena's birthday. Freya's photograph was on the wall, and a porcelain angel simpered down upon them all in sanitized nudity. Her father, who was now very, very old, tried to explain to her how it had all happened. We tried to keep them away with a barrage from our 88s, but there were too many planes, flying too fast and too high. Fortunately, that was dead history. The Anglo-American criminals exercised no jurisdiction over our zone. Dresden had come to know the comforting presence of the Red Army soldier. She had brought chocolate and coffee. Her mother cried. And Freya, no one had said a word about her yet. Among us Germans, that's how it is. 5. Had Freya ever existed? Portraits can be faked. Why not repudiate her? To deny the dead is to deny death itself. Why treasure up every grief, as Shostakovich does? Waking from a nightmare of fire, we find counterfeits, improbabilities. Do we even exist any more? We need a secret mirror. Elena, for instance. Once upon a time, Lena, whom they called a slim-hipped Medi, went to the Aluka lounge to learn from reflecting herself in women which woman she really was. A former Russian prince was playing the piano, but it wasn't he who reminded Lena of Elena. It was the artificial snowballs. How cold, how white, hence how Russian. The truth is that Elena would have preferred the Café Olala on Zietenstrasse, whose dirty windows and scratchy records were more real. But what's real when we're imprisoned in a fairy tale? My reflection in the shop window on Tillmannstrasse is not me. It is Elena Konstantinovskaya. We're both so white, aren't we? I reach out to touch her and find between my palm and hers the center of Europe. Elena can be my mirror. How I long for her to be. But not Freya. I don't want my reflection to be a skeleton. 6. On the Altmarkt's shining wet cobblestones, dark crowds queued around the glowing lights of the department store Hova. Inside were glowing triangles, glowing stars, perfect statuettes. And then, beyond the Hova, Ernst Tillmannstrasse went off into the darkness. The dead had lain here, while undernourished Hitlerjugend boys and old men in long tired coats passed through, lifting them one by the arms and the legs onto horse-drawn carts to be hauled off to the smoking pyres. It was her cousin Vala who told her this. Vala was grey-haired now, and her front teeth were missing. She kept sighing, "Oh, Lena, it's a hard, hard life." "Did they burn Freya here?" "Oh, no," said Vala. "Did it happen in the first wave or the second wave?" "Vala, I have a right. She was my sister." "In the second wave," said her cousin. "Let's not talk about it." 7. Once upon a time, a smiling, blonde-braided girl planted a bouquet in a Condor volunteer's buttonhole. Another girl, less blonde and more serious, fumbled over the Edelweiss. Her soldier looked down at his breast a little anxiously, wondering whether she'd done it right, and whether it would be incorrect to say something if she hadn't. This second girl was Freya. Who was the smiling girl? There's always someone else, someone irrelevant. She's possibly dead herself, and we deny her. Who then was Freya? She's dead, So isn't that irrelevant? Of course the entire family had been there. They'd stayed at Lena's flat in Berlin. That must have been in 36 or 37, when the Frauenkirche was still whole, when its organ still sang. That day they'd had the privilege of watching with their very own eyes as the sleepwalker wafted himself by in an open Mercedes Clem, and the Condor Legionnaires marched through the Brandenburg Gate. 8. The broken castle, then the Kultur Palace, then the Altmarkt. This was what Lena saw every day when she looked out the window. Where were the Russians? They separated themselves. They had their own place. At Honette Damenmoden on the Altmarkt one could buy a long dress, shoes, or perhaps a suitcase. These objects seemed more lonely than they really were, because Lena and Vala were gazing at them from the outside as they stood in the arcade on that December night. And right here, whispered Vala, there was a little blonde girl crying by a wagon of corpses, right where that dripping pipe is. The sweetest little girl you could imagine. 100% Aryan. And for some reason I've never stopped wondering what happened to her. And the two of them stood there, staring wearily at that exposed pipe in the burnt and frozen muck. 9. Freya didn't die in the firestorm, did she? Asked Lena. Vala took her arm and led her into a scene without life, only white footprints in the white snow around the Kreuzkirche. Then she said, "Are you certain that you want to know?" "Yes." "Well, then, it happened on the anniversary of the Russian Revolution, when Red Army men always get drunk. Now it's better, of course. That was when they came into our houses, year after year." "I've heard about it." "Exactly. Everything we used to be told in those days was true. They're not human. For example, grandmother was in her 80s. Now have you heard enough?" Lena said nothing. They were one of half a dozen black-clad couples walking on the grey sidewalk. Vala said, "They entered the maternity ward at gunpoint and raped a nurse who persuaded them not to rape a mother who'd just given birth. I won't say who it is. You know her. Perhaps she knew what would happen, in which case I admire her sacrifice. Lena, you have no idea what it was like. They raped us on the streets, on the trains, in the fields. They arrested us and raped us. They raped us as we were cleaning their floors. Of course it wasn't quite as bad as at the beginning, when they used to rape us in front of our husbands, and then—" "And you?" "Don't tell me if you don't wish it." 5 times in broad daylight. If you want to know, it was on a dead horse in the middle of Grossenhanterstrasse, right across from Weber's wine cellar. Vala, but all they did afterward, probably because I'd been a good girl, was kick me in the face a few times. Heinz was already dead, as you know, so at least he didn't have to witness that. Excuse me for telling you." Lena knew Vala. She knew that it would be best to refrain from comment on what she had just heard, now and forever. Moreover, she knew not to look at Vala, much less touch her hand. So she said only, "I understand. And what about Freya?" Mayor Petzold of Salpersdorf used to arrange parties for the Russians, with vodka and young girls. That was how he maintained his position. You can imagine the rest. Shall we go now? I need to buy 2 loaves at Meyer's before he runs out. It comforted Lena to learn that no one had intended to kill her sister. She must have been merely, as Vala put it in regards to their grandmother, delicate inside. "Your father did what he could," Vala said. "He even went to the colonel to complain, which in those days took courage. The colonel warned him that if he didn't get out, he'd be arrested for slandering the Red Army. After that," said Vala, "all he did was go around whispering, 'Ivan will never go away.'" 10. But this never happened. There never was a Freya. I went to the Albertinium for an exhibition of proletarian painting and sculpture in 1958, and no matter how long I looked, I couldn't find anything unhappy. Do you want to know what happiness is? Happiness is the absence of unpleasant information. I do my best to live within that definition when I make my reports. What everybody wants to hear is that everything is perfect, happily ever after. I enjoy gazing at the loaves of bread stacked 4 high, end out, and the sausages hanging vertically, 1 per hook, in that clean shop on Postplatz. To me, that's perfection. Herr Meyer also thinks so. He's proud of his establishment. If I wanted to, I could remember November 1945, when the first light came back on in the Postplatz, smokily glowing in the skeletons of buildings. That was a triumph then, but in comparison to the way it is now in 1960, it's sad. Even when I don't want to, I sometimes remember a smashed, burned, dust-sugared skeleton lying on the Postplatz in a scorched Nazi armband, the ruined mouth gaping and the black teeth falling out of it like the bricks of the Lukaskirche. That was a triumph, too, for our victorious enemies. I enjoy denying Freya's life and death, thereby sparing myself from certain information. And I enjoy gazing at the Dresden schoolgirls in knee-length checkered skirts, their blouses buttoned demurely up to their throats. Isn't that happiness? Why feel sorry for ourselves, I say? Let's reserve our compassion for the North Korean orphans at the Maxim Gorky home. Our East German brides hold bouquets. We wish them well from tenement windows. Our long-skirted Rubbelfrauen, who dragged 4-wheeled boxcars filled with broken bricks down the railroad tracks for 20 years straight, with Dresden's church bones and tower skeletons mourning themselves on the other side of the Elbe. They helped us get where we are today, and now that we're here, let's get the Rubbelfrauen out of the picture. 11. Her brother Hans was now a tall, pale, grim old man with sunken eyes. He kept his hands in the pockets of his pre-war vest. That dark steel skeleton we'd just built across the Elbe, the Blue Wonder we call it, Hans had been mobilized to carry beams for that project, and his bad knee hadn't helped him get out of it at all. In fact, since it was a war injury received on the Ostfront, mentioning it had cost Hans a box on the ear. He was lucky it hadn't been worse. And now his children had to learn Russian in school, he said. Pretty soon we wouldn't be Germans any more. And it was cold in winter now, so cold, he said. The Russians had taken his stove away. Hans's wife Gertrude had died in the first wave. He'd dug her out himself. He'd carried her in his arms to the Altmarkt. He stood there watching when the horse-drawn wagon carried her to the pyre, but they hadn't permitted him to come closer for fear of epidemics. He lived with his children in the house of Gertrude's parents, who were still alive. Lena went to visit, and found them sitting around a table with drapes drawn, the older people smiling cautiously, ready for something bad to happen, the boys grinning at the prospect of cake. Stalin's portrait hung overhead with a wreath of flowers at his throat, because he'd already died and become a god. They seemed relieved when she said goodbye. "I'll walk you back," said Hans. Across the street, in scaffolding resembling the ghost rungs attached to whichever music notes protrude above the staff in Shostakovich's 8th Quartet, a dozen labourers roosted, passing a bottle of schnapps. One of them shouted an obscenity at Lena. "Say nothing," Hans told her. "When have I ever said anything?" "Everyone has bad manners now, even my children. Please forgive them." The dirty grey snow had been ground down to slime on the cobblestones of the empty streets, and silhouettes passed sparsely through the cold shade, moving as slowly and silently as mourners. "Do you remember Weisslandrat Beda?" he said in her ear. "Of course. Once when we were small he gave us each a chocolate. They indicted him for sabotage, because they didn't like his report on the sewing. He was jailed for 10 months, but they didn't like that either, so they increased the sentence to 3 years. That was in 46, so he should have gotten out in 49, but he's never come back." The rubble piles were heaped neatly around the broken bookends of the Frauenkirche, as if in offering. The round windows still standing, framing nothing but grey sky. "You're probably wondering why we don't talk about Freya," he said then. "You see, the Russians took her away. I don't know how to tell you this. It's so shameful." "Ivan will never go away," Lena recited, but in a voice as low as her brother's, because a policeman was blowing his nose on the far side of the street. 3 stout women leaned on their shovels, pretending to work. "No, it's worse than that," said Hans. "You lived in Berlin. Perhaps you've heard of such things, but we— You see, Freya, I don't know how to say this, went away with a woman. That's why we don't talk about her anymore." Lena burst out laughing. Operation Vollmann. Was their ill fate sealed, when in they looked? Vallendark Vida, 9th century. 1. I was the last one, except for Raoul Hillenberg, Raoul Wallenberg, and 100,000 others. I was the last one I knew about. They'd kept me because of my prior relationship with Colonel Hagen, whom of all the war criminals they loathed most. And while they never feared me, though feared me they should, I'm sure they read the hate in me. They kept me on an island without a name. At least, if the island had a name, I never knew it. The last place with a name I ever knew was Spalneri prison. I wrought work for them which only a German could do. Do you want to know what it was? It was rocket work. They'd shackled and hamstrung me. Furthermore, I had to sleep within a web of barbed wire woven by a metal spider whose arms were as long and narrow as that cold steel Russian sword called the Spager. To get right down to it, I didn't sleep much, on account of the injections. What they longed for was a missile which could fly all the way across Mirkvit Forest and exterminate the West Germans. They also hoped to kill the armies in Washington. I wished to live, so I told them that I could do whatever they wanted. Besides, I actually could do it. They peered into my tool chest. They photographed my workbench. They knocked on the side of my rocket, and it sounded hollow. They didn't understand a thing. Lieutenant Danchenko always treated me nicely. I'll never forget the red flashes on her blue NKVD uniform. Once, when her partner was in the latrine, I told her that I could make her something special, if that would please her. Something beautiful and poisonous which would let her kill anyone she wanted. She got suspicious then. She wondered what favor I wished in return. I whispered that what I wished was her. She liked that. Soon I was calling her Natalia Kovalova. Then it was Natalka. She came to me within my spider web. One night when we were making love, I strangled her. Then I took her keys and found the long, saw-toothed one which went inside the spider's belly. I unlocked the spider and came out of the web. Heil dir im Siegerkranz. Then I cut Natalka's eyes out, beautiful brown eyes, and bored wires into them, which I hooked up to transistors and diodes. I squeezed the bulb and they opened. Now they were sensors. After all, it's the worker who creates all material values. I installed Natalka's eyes high in the nose of the rocket which was supposed to kill the armies, and the rocket came alive. It was already a fine rocket, whose shell was magnesium alloy. I sharpened Natalka's fine white little teeth, which had proved so good at making love bites, and packed them into grenades which I mounted under my rocket's wings. I saved her canine teeth for an anti-personnel mine, which I wired up against the door. I cleaned out her skull and filled it full of wires and switches, so that the rocket had a guidance system. I filled the fuel tanks with her hot Russian blood. As for the rest of her, oh, she was as soft-skinned as an army truck. Her flesh was as smoothly sloping as a T-34's breast, which repels our shells as a duck's breast does rain. So the rest of her I reduced to metal-tinned cubes in order to have something to eat on my journey. Then I was ready to fly as high as heaven. Under other circumstances I would have made jewels for that woman. Poor Natalka. But I was a prisoner, and I was in a rage, knowing that there'd never again be children coming to see us off at the train station in Berlin. Now here they came, shooting through the door. I was in the cockpit of my rocket by then. As they came bursting in, my anti-personnel mine exploded, and Natalka's teeth killed half a dozen of them. Laughing, I pulled the switch and blasted right through the ceiling. Shall I tell you how and why I'd won out? Under my tongue, the one place they didn't search, I kept a splinter of the old Reichscrown. In other words, a piece of the true cross. Opus 110. The problem of the black bread of culture has now been completely solved, and now it is the time to provide society with the sweet biscuits of culture. The Soviet Way of Life, 1974. 1. Best listened to in a windowless room, better than best an airless room. Correctly speaking, a bunker sealed forever and enwrapped in tree roots. The 8th string quartet of Shostakovich, Opus 110, is the living corpse of music, perfect in its horror. Call it the simultaneous asphyxiation and bleeding of melody. The soul strips itself of life in a dusty room. When the war's over, when Stalin's dead, and for cemetery obelisks Europe sports the orphan chimneys of firebombed Murmansk, the scorched churches of Dresden, politics spares us for a blink or two, nervously gnawing its own claws. The soldier comes home, pulls off his muddy, bloody uniform and becomes a citizen again. So too Shostakovich. Visitors remark on his success. White and black bread both, cheese, butter, even sausage on the table. Nylon stockings for Ninusha. His children love him. Lebedinsky respects him. Glickman reveres him. Ninusha, Nina Vasilievna to you, keeps unwanted visitors away. The party woos him. Galina Ustvolskaya kisses him. Oh yes, he's very, how should I say, if I could only... Oh, don't answer the telephone, because it's time to, well, you know. But what's that sound? It certainly wasn't in Opus 40. What key most effectively expresses bereavement? In the darkness, a cello saws out a tune as dry as the buzzing of wasps within a skull. He claps his hands to his ears, but what good will that do? It comes from within. What's that sound? Until now, all that he and we could hear was the patriotic clanking of tanks under Leningrad's arches, as translated into my 7th Symphony. And I even believed. I'm not saying that the others weren't idealists, even fat-chinned Khrennikov, who earned his... Oh, not that I'd speak ill of a colleague. Oh, no, dear friends. Did you know that Comrade Stalin praises Khrennikov? Count on it. They're two of a kind. No, it's not I who should be considered the man of our epoch. I get angry when they kick somebody in the teeth and expect me to set it to music. How strange that Roman Lazarevich wants me to write scores for his so-called masterpieces, when Khrennikov would be more... well, you know. Of course, she never slept with Khrennikov. At least not that I... Well, thank heavens that's all over. Isaac Davidovich tells me that she divorced him, so he must be very... Oh, not that it's my business. She'll probably find another older man. And, yes, the war's over, too. I wish that Maxime would stop having nightmares about Auschwitz. I mean, in this world we have to... And Galicia tells me that the boy won't even... Not that she's so lucky herself to have me for her father. Oh, my. Now Europe is silent. But what's that sound? It's himself, starved, choking and weeping in an airless room. In the wise judgment of Sovietska Muzika, it is impossible to forget that Shostakovich's work has a certain tendency to close in upon itself, that the popular roots of his music are not deep enough. His pale and shining face sinks down toward the music paper, which he's anchored to the desk by his suit sleeves, elbows outward. He doesn't resemble a boy any more. His hairline's receding. He needs another cigarette. What ought to cause him agony he no longer feels. He's but the catalyst of a biochemical reaction which turns pain into music. What's that sound? A D note, probably. To his right, from the long black jawbone of the best piano, music teeth grin at him. When the time comes, when Opus 110 is ready for execution, they'll know what to do. Fuzzy, fibrous tree roots will eat his flesh. Right now they're neither popular nor deep enough. No fear, they'll bite deeper. What's that sound? The mournful, sinister groanings of the strings comprise a largo of suffocation. Less grisly than the allegretto of skeletons when the soul is pursued and caught by death, that sound is sadder. Death having done its work, we must now suffer through the dying. Thus Opus 110. We might note that this quartet opens with the four-note signature D, E-flat, C, B, which is to say, in inappropriately German notation, D, S, C, H, and which therefore is also to say Dmitri Shostakovich. Assertion of self characterized Soviet artists who were persecuted for following their private muses. In the case of Akhmatova, who was proscribed from publishing for many years, and who lost both son and lover to prison camps, not to mention that ex-husband whom we'd shot long before, the shrill "I am" approaches megalomania. Had she been, say, an Englishwoman, her egocentricity might have proved insufferable. She versifies about the strophes, streets, and monuments which posterity will name after her. But she was Russian. She was not free. What could she assert but herself? In the world of we, the failing I repeated her name, defiant. She became a heroine. Her poems were memorized secretly in Black Marias and Arctic camps. She wrote I, and Shostakovich wrote DSCH. Not long before Opus 110, she composed a poem to him. She wrote that his music kept her company in the grave, as if every flower burst into words. Then, slowly, she sank into decrepitude, weeping and drinking tea for years in an airless room. 2. When they heard the hideous news that the Americans had detonated 2 atom bombs over Japan, killing thousands or hundreds of thousands, as usual the numbers of the dead varied with the teller, Shostakovich said with a horridly gloomy smile, "It's our task to rejoice." Younger musicians had begun to draw away, on account of that diabolical cynicism of his, which seemed almost to ape Stalin's, swelling until it overshadowed Moscow's new heroic columns, while his own generation, who knew him better, simply worried about his will to live. No need. He'd already survived. To him they were all blue morning shadows on new snow, silhouette-hued people gliding cautiously along the icy sidewalks, an occasional camel-brown or blonde-furred coat like a surprise, a bare-headed woman steaming breath ahead of her. He watched them from his redoubt beneath the piano keys. Peering out and up, ready to duck back behind his glasses, he exchanged courtesies even with the ones in raspberry-coloured boots. Dear Shostakovich. He was as moderate as Comrade Stalin. Those caustic, hideous things that wailed out of his twitching smile with the suddenness of violin shrieks. It's our task to rejoice. Well, well. As early as 1944, the cellist V. Berlinski, while praising his astounding musical memory, had felt forced to describe him as a lump of nerves. And now, with the Germans crushed under their own rubble, Shostakovich, half smooth-faced, smooth-handed, and perfectly pallid as he sat at the piano with his wrist in corpse-white parallels, listened again and again within his skull bunker to the Eighth Symphony, soon to be denounced as repulsive, ultra-individualist. When he'd arrived at that resolute call to arms of the fourth movement, that tense, sweet thrumming of all-sacrificing sincerity, he bit his lips for self-disgust, to think that he could have believed in anything. He'd stood up to be counted. He'd even hoped. Now he composed fugues. And here we might note that the Latin source word fuga means quite simply flight. We know that Hitler had actually considered sealing off Leningrad with an electric fence. Now the whole country was sealed off, even better than before. Spectres whirled through the summer garden in ever-narrowing spirals, but it wasn't summer. And Shostakovich, taking his first breaths of peacetime air, found himself in the situation of the shaggy peasant in his band opera Lady Macbeth, who breaks into the cellar in search of wine to steal, and staggers out, overcome by the stench of a murdered corpse. In 1945 we find him writing the popular song Burn, 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 especially for the NKVD ensemble. Even then he still kept a change of underwear and an extra toothbrush in his briefcase against the eventuality of arrest. Just for, fun, he liked to imagine that they'd knock on the door in a 5/4 theme, which would be very... Nina likewise had prepared herself. When the children were sleeping, he sometimes entered her bed, pressed his lips against her ear, and began to whisper curses against Comrade Stalin. Her eyes opened. In a low voice she entreated, "My God, what are you saying? Think of what could happen to us." Could it always have been like this? A 19th-century French traveller, whose prose was as purple as an NKVD agent's identification card, once declared, "The Russians are not ghosts, but spectres, walking solemnly beside or behind one another, neither sad nor glad, never letting a word escape their lips. Those words were written when all the 626 church bells of Petersburg still rang. Could they have been tuned? He wished he could have, you know. And now, when Petersburg was Leningrad and the noble-born girls of the Shmolny convent were dead, even silence was unsafe. Everybody had to sing hosannas. D-flat C D-flat was how he'd sung ever so nastily in the allegretto of the Eighth Symphony. At the premiere they'd seemed nervous. He'd wanted to blow them all up. He was a loyal citizen of our great Soviet land. He hummed along. Then he went to sleep in the other room. 3. In 1946, Stalin's enthusiastically ruthless shadow, Comrade Zhdanov, who was soon to die under peculiar circumstances, announced to the Leningrad Union of Soviet Writers, "Leninism proceeds from the fact that our literature cannot be politically indifferent, cannot be art for art's sake." They got quiet then. They knew what was coming. In truth, the only wonder was that it hadn't come sooner. When the motive has already sounded, how can the opus go on without it? Folding his arms across his massive breast so that he resembled one of our KV tanks, Comrade Zhdanov forthwith demanded that there be no further deviation from the task at hand on the literary front, namely, to create art to light the way ahead with a searchlight. Reading this directive in the pages of Pravda, Shostakovich understood that it was only a matter of time before they turned their attention back to music. It would be Lady Macbeth all over again. Nina tried to lay her hand on his shoulder, but he shrugged her off in a terrified rage. What a ridiculous man he was, with a searchlight. And in the dark, when everything's frozen, it's not so easy to dig down under the snow and hide before the searchlight comes. I'd probably represent it by a B-flat between two C-notes, in a humming, thrumming bass, since that would be very, as Elena used to say in her favourite English phrase, creepy. "Oh dear, oh me, what brilliant arguments they'll muster against all of us," he muttered, cocking his head like a wind-up owl, drinking vodka until he turned pale. Slamming the door, Nina went out to her special friend, the physicist A. Alekhanyan. He lit another Kazbek cigarette, his hair rushing carelessly down his face as he played with his children. Galisha was getting spoiled, but he couldn't bring himself to be firm with the girl. She'd soon enough find out how the world, operated. He remembered her as a baby in Leningrad, hungrily sucking on a piece of oil cake. She used to cry and hide her head in his lap when the fascists let off their 88s. And Akhmatova had said, how would they develop the offensive this time? They'd probably use Khrenikov to denounce him on the radio. The man loved that sort of work. He was perfectly adapted to our time, like one of those blowflies which specialize in— no need to spell it out. But I saved Galisha from that, Maxim too, who, by the way, needs to write something for the wall newspaper of his pioneer brigade. He's extremely— And even though Nina won't forgive me, she says I didn't do enough for my own family. I never stopped. Well, I should have just— And all for nothing. The sincerity of that Seventh Symphony. Whenever I hear it, I can hardly bear it. I'm so ashamed of it now. With a searchlight, so to speak. That's how they'll— Even though Lebedinsky will say— Leo Oskarovich informs me that wherever Stalin's daughter goes, she has a bodyguard, of course, and this man especially hates concerts. When she goes to the conservatory to listen to, for instance, compositions by the former and future enemy of the people, Shostakovich, this Mikhail Nikiforovich complains, "Begging your pardon, my dear Svetlana Alleluyeva, now they will start sawing up boxes for firewood again." It must be the string instruments that he's referring to, don't you think? And then Svetlana Alleluyeva replies— What does she reply? It's hilarious. I suppose that's what they all think. Then Khrenikov. He knows how to do it. Right in the nape of the neck, they say, so that there's no— And here come the blowflies. Next, they'll shut me out of the cinema, where I make my money. Zoya just won a Stalin Prize, so they'll regret that I wrote the music for that monstrosity. I'd better compose one more film score while I still can. Roman Lazarovich might help me, out of pity. He gets invitations to drink with Stalin's children, so I hear. He's quite the— If not, I could hope that Leo Oskarovich, or perhaps Simonov— To hell with Simonov. Maxim kept drawing sailing ships, whose outlines he copied from photographs in the newspaper. The father tried to smile. He attached the best drawings to the wall. Who was the lead actress in Zoya? I can almost remember her name. Was it Galina Vodyanishkaya or Galia Vodyanishkaya? That was when Roman Lazarovich affronted me. He told me to... Actually, I forget what he told me. Had I better telephone him? But he's a good boy. Now that I'm a leper again, he'll keep his distance. That's what he did last time. But last time there was a woman, so to speak, between us, and therefore... But she's still between us. Her voice always sounds so sad. If I could only pick up the telephone and, you know, she'd be extremely... He was, I swear it, almost ready to divorce Nina. I mean, not next year, but this year, and ask Elena Konstantinovskaya to marry him. But he had a nightmare that Maxim was struggling to run to him, but Nina wouldn't let the child go. Suddenly she became a crocodile who bit off Maxim's arm, and Maxim was screaming. Who else screamed like that? My God, it was only a dream. At least it wasn't a dream of the red spot. Sometimes one simply has to... Without warning, his mind rang with a chord as beautiful as a flamethrower's red river gushing into an enemy dugout. 14 years later, that sound, which everybody else would find terrifying, hideous, shrieked out of Opus 110. Well, but what is Opus 110 anyhow? It's not the so-called climax of my life, because that would be very... Nina had urged him not to undertake any new friendships, especially with officials, but he already knew that. In her short skirt and rakish hat, she'd looked quite glamorous at his side in Prague. Comrade Alexandrov's assessment, a young, pretty blonde woman with gentle brown eyes and a good figure. When he thought about Nina, he experienced his guilt and compassion at a distance, as why shouldn't he? Because otherwise they couldn't, well, you know. When he got sick or sad or that was when he knew that Elena would have been the one. Elena, you're so lucky you didn't marry me. Nina slammed down another bowl of her excellent mushroom soup in front of him. He wondered where she'd found the... Maxim was quarrelling with Galicia, who said... He wondered if they'd ever have another vacation together. It was impossible to predict who'd turn criminal next. That knocking in a 5/4 theme should have come back in 36, and his underwear was still packed. That was why he couldn't stop drinking. It was all part of the... you know. Anyhow, he had to. Otherwise his colleagues would be... Why say it? Apparatchiks, propagandists, chauvinists, functionaries and drones clinked glasses with him, and 2 bullies of the secret police, languidly unzipping their lambskin-lined jackets, strolled up to the frightened composer and kissed him on both cheeks. The taller one shouted out, "Dmitri Dmitrievich, you're as Russian as red gold." Perhaps this was meant to warn him away from straying any farther into the illicit darkness of his new project, the cycle entitled From Jewish Poetry. 4. What drew Shostakovich to Jewish harmonies? The simplest answer, and the truest, might be their sadness. Leave this aside for the moment. Although I cannot forbear to discern insectoid shapes in musical notation, within a score there may dwell many human forms. A treble clef, for example, resembles a Muscovite or Leningrader in a bulky hooded parka. A bass clef bends as simply and painfully as a silhouetted widow in Leningrad drawing water from the whiteness of a frozen canal. I myself can't explain why this should be so, unless those figures somehow indicate or represent an underlying content, perhaps the infinite cause of causes. Why not? After all, Kabbalists believe that the very letters of the alphabet are emanations of God. And in our Soviet Union we accept the Marxist conception that art, and indeed all culture, comprises a mere superstructure founded on economic realities. What was the content of D.D. Shostakovich? Wherein did his meaning lie? He struggled rhythmically for his freedom, but what would he do with it, if he ever got it? Or was there, as the new existentialist movement implied, no aspect to freedom, excepting the struggle itself? One night, not long after the ruling circles of the reactionary powers set up a separate West German state, he had a very strange dream, filled with both ominousness and promise. He dreamed that he was once again a pale young student who haunted the halls of the Leningrad Conservatory like his own rapturous ghost. This domain had now become the fabled world within every piano's black keys, the reverberating refuge into which, since childhood, his soul had always been able to withdraw. Outside, dark boy figures in wool caps bowed their faces against the blinding snow they stood on. The dreamer understood that this whiteness was the ostensible world, where his body, his honours, and his persecutors dwelled. Within he was safe. The piquant vibrations of chromaticism which infused those corridors nourished him as if he were still a baby with his head on his mother's breast, listening to the beating of her heart. Or imagine, if you wish, that these hovering chords resemble dust motes, gilded by a divine tracer bullet of sunlight, unearthly and untouchable forever. But suddenly it was as if the dust began to whirl about in menacing spirals. The harmonies suffered interruption and distortion, as if someone had clapped a hand upon an ululating mouth for an interval, then released the pent-up sound in a rising while, stopped it again, then freed it. The mufflings of the sound devouring ever longer beats, until at last that self-same choking silence which exists within each note of Opus 110 had conquered the obscurity forever. And in the tunnel, approaching him with a dragging sort of cadence symptomatic of his life's diminished intervals, he now spied a kindred wraith, a tall, bear-like apparition with the beard and side-locks of a Hasidic Jew. Somehow he knew that this individual's name was Comrade Luria, and that Comrade Luria was angry with him. "Because you betrayed all of us with that facile Seventh Symphony of yours, which wears its own meaning on its chest like an idiotic medal." Well, then I must beg you to forgive me," replied Shostakovich, almost asphyxiated by dreamy dread. "You see, I wanted to inspire people, and, well, I mean to say, I thought I could make myself useful." "Useful?" said Comrade Luria in a rage. "You know all too well that utility is the merest pimp for whom true art gets prostituted. Moreover—" He took a step closer. Shostakovich trembled. "Moreover, Dmitri Dmitrievich, it's high time we talk about form." Another step. Now Shostakovich was touched by the odour of burned hair. "I'm sure you've noticed," continued Comrade Luria, "how much aestheticians like to prate about the impotence of form without content, or content without form. But in music, perfect form and content together can remain as stillborn as a law without the seal of heaven on it. There has to be emotion." Excuse me, but isn't emotion the same as, content in this case? Naturally, I understand that it's not equivalent to form, no matter what our socialist realists preach. For instance, in the right hands, an allegro in a major key can convey anything, not just happiness. "Exactly," said Comrade Luria, taking another step. "You've proved that yourself in Lady Macbeth." "Oh, well, thank you for that. Yes, thank you. But if I may ask, what is musical content if not the feeling of the music?" Comrade Luria smiled, took 3 more rapid steps, outstretched an arm as if in benediction, and touched him. That touch! It was like entering a darkened room and suddenly getting assaulted by soft, silent, hideous moths, whose scales flaked off as they brushed in their dozens across nose, forehead, cheek, and eyes, dryly flapping and dying, blindly disintegrating, polluting, attacking, asphyxiating. He reeled. He choked on dust which might have been smoke from all the millions and millions of burned Jews. Comrade Luria was a charred skeleton. Comrade Luria knowingly said, "After somebody's been cremated, no matter whether he was living or dead, his form's his image in your memory. His feeling, his emotional value, if you will, is nothing more or less than the feeling you have when you remember him. So what's his content?" "I don't know." "Is it a handful of ash?" demanded Comrade Luria, breathing in Shostakovich's face that terrible breath which stank of roasted flesh. No. "What's your content?" I have no content. I'm empty." "Then say so in your music." 5. Later, in the course of his Jewish researches, he learned that Isaac Luria had been an eminent Kabbalist. 6. "I'm empty," he crowed to Glickman and Lebedinsky. "I have no, no content. If I hummed a few bars of Soleko, I'd achieve my dream, because—" "Please, Dmitri Dmitrievich, no more communitarian exhortations. "We beg of you, please, be silent. Who knows who might be—" Their terror that he might say something both forbidden and overheard was hideously apparent in their faces. He studied what he saw, and expertly converted it into a single musical chord, which in due course he'd retrieve from his skull's storehouse and weld into the chassis of Opus 110. 7. The Shostakoviches now lived in Moscow. Too many of their friends had perished in Leningrad. They couldn't bear to go back. Comrade Alexandrov notes here, Shostakovich exaggerates. Only 8% of Leningrad's housing was destroyed. Those tan and earth-hued houses remained window-paneless, their multiple rectilinear darknesses as strangely inhuman as Roman ruins, with the life within them long gone and carried to the cemetery by Komsomol boys and girls during spring clean-ups. In comparison, Moscow remained untouched. The children were less likely to be, reminded. Moreover, Lebedynsky, Glickman, and his other friends whispered that the party had resumed its attacks upon Leningrad intellectuals. Not that Nina, who seemed to be getting more fearful with each birthday, believed that Moscow was any safer. But it was preferable to think that one could be safer somewhere. Then Comrade Zhdanov had made that speech about his searchlight. Moreover, E. Konstantinovskaya was teaching at the conservatory, and he didn't want to accidentally— Her face would have gone cotton white, like a puff of anti-aircraft smoke. His sister Maria said that Elena had married a Professor Vygotsky. Better to stay away. Firstly, the Dynamo Stadium was right here in Moscow, and he'd never grown tired of football. The composer had 2 grand pianos in the double flat. He kept them swathed in black cloths whenever he didn't need them. The flat, the pianos, the dasha, and everything were a gift from Comrade Stalin. "Keep your eye on that queer," Stalin told Beria. "Sooner or later he'll fuck up. Then I want you to hit him hard." Shostakovich was aging fast. Oh, he felt sick. Meaning was departing from him. His best pupil of that period, a reclusive beauty named G.I. Ustvolskaya, sat in an unheated room, literally taking her fists to the piano in an angry struggle to give birth to her Sonata No. 1, which she insisted, to his horror, expressed his influence. To be sure, perhaps the piccolo did a trifle, but this young woman's rage was not bridled as his had eternally been. It discomfited him. Why did she jerk her head away like that, gazing at the wall, clenching her teeth? She said it was the times, which he certainly couldn't call her foolish, although she wasn't healthy. In spite of her manifest unfitness for life, something about her reminded him of Nina. His dear friend Solotinsky, now deceased for ever so many years, had once opined that he was attracted to strong women. The mouldy, gloomy chords which she wrested from the piano were most appropriate, so she said, for a church. There was that expression of Elena Konstantinovskaya's. Oh, yes. Once they'd even studied English together. "It gives me the creeps." Actually, he hadn't thought about that for years. Ustvolskaya's sonata gave him the creeps. So did his nightmares of Comrade Luria, not to mention the times, which is to say, that bastard. As for Shostakovich himself, struggling to seek beauty in his way, to be true only to the melodies he heard, this being the only loyalty he could not betray, he descended like a spinning bomb toward the tomb of Opus 110. There he could explode all he liked. That would be harmless, there being no air to support combustion. Faster and faster, deeper and deeper. By now he'd grown greyer than the walls of the Leningrad Conservatory. The harsh, dry cold of the Russian winter, which meteorologists blame on the Asiatic anticyclone, bit him more deeply than ever nowadays. The only way he could get warm was to drink vodka. But Nina said— He made his students write their scores in ink without exception now, for the sake of his eyes. 8. I. Schwartz, who already showed a certain lyrical talent, could no longer afford to continue his studies. Shostakovich told him, "What I've heard is better than anything by Shostakovich." And he told the same to other students. He paid all Schwartz's fees for the next 2 years, in secret, so that the young man wouldn't feel beholden. But Comrade Stalin probably knew. Comrade Stalin probably smiled triumphantly to see that Shostakovich was bankrolling characters with German names. People were finally getting tired of whistling Krennikov's Song of the Artillerymen. Shostakovich's old Song of the Counterplan was coming back. Nina told him that just last week she'd heard a legless veteran singing it near the train station. He spoke sharply to Nina, and she drew the blinds. In Petersburg, in the room where Paul was murdered in 1801 by an army clique, an edict kept the blinds drawn for more than half a century. Meanwhile, prayers hid themselves away likewise within the star-riddled cupolas of the Izmailovsky, and pretty young noblewomen learned to be ladies behind the high walls of the Smolny. Oh me, that was back in the opening bars of the overture. And Nina went out. From the way she slammed the door, he knew that she was going to come back late. The next day, two men in tall, shiny boots dropped by to advise him. "You're denying yourself true happiness, Dmitri Dmitrievich. What could make a real communist happier than expressing himself on the subject of Lenin?" "Or, for that matter, the subject of Comrade Stalin," put in the shorter man. "Yes, yes, to be sure. What an oversight I've committed." There was an infinite supply of these characters, but the way they spoke never changed. He knew them so well that he could almost laugh. If he were still 20, he could have scored a ballet about them. The dancers would have been cardboard beetles. Because it was all so... And yet, strange or not so strange to say, each new assault further abraded his defences. Nina would have approved of his realism. On the other hand, if Galina Ustvolskaya could have seen how ingratiatingly he was smiling at them, she would have punched her fist through the piano. "You promised us Lenin in your 6th symphony, then you promised him in the 7th. Not that we have anything against the 7th, of course, but when will you get around to Lenin? Comrades, you know I try to write sincerely. I don't want to throw away my second-best music on Lenin. Certainly the 7th wasn't worthy of him. That was only a... Well, to be frank, I'm waiting for... Yeah, what are you waiting for? Dmitri Dmitrievich, what comes into your head when you think of Lenin? Answer immediately." "Well, I'd have to say a largo in Passacaglia form." "Come, off it. What are you waiting for, Dmitri Dmitrievich? You're not against Lenin, are you?" Although his 9th symphony had disappointed many critics, his second piano trio won a Stalin Prize. I can almost see him rocking crazily with joy when they told him, like a small boy riding his hobby horse, or baby young Mitya riding Tatiana Glivenko or Elena Konstantinovskaya into the red sunset of whatever. Not to mention Didi Shostakovich on the verge of being summoned by Comrade Stalin to the state box. The curtain rises. Lady Macbeth begins. No matter about Lady Macbeth. At last he was in step. But he wasn't going to unpack his underwear, oh me, because it was precisely when they, how should I say, and you thought they loved you and forgave you, that the knock came on the door. And then Nina would be staring in dry-eyed horror when they started dumping his scores and manuscripts on the carpet, looking for that largo in Passacaglia form. And the children, you see... Yes, exactly, my children. Which reminds me, I keep meaning to buy some white Moscow face powder for Galicia because... And a blue crepe dress. She really wants a new dress. Poor child, with a father like me to... Am I making myself clear? That's why a Stalin Prize is the highest honor in our great Soviet land, and I'm very... you know. It's said that his expression on that occasion resembled that of a child in a trench, gazing up between his fingers at oncoming German bombers. At that time, we didn't have enough 152s to stop them. And no wonder. He was chronically afflicted with stage fright. He went home to Nina and muttered, "I'm most upset. I don't know exactly why." Why indeed? For in those days, thanks to Comrade Stalin, Soviet music had become as wide and stable as the treads of a T-34 tank. We felt ourselves to be impelled by the noble Soviet goal of rising above all prior cultural stages, of planning culture. There were only a few deviationists left. Well, actually, far too many of the leading composers were deviationists. And so now our new propaganda organ, Culture and Life, began to attack a certain Didi Shostakovich. By 1948 he was being accused once more of formalistic and anti-democratic tendencies. 9. The Central Committee of the Communist Party singled out him and others as aliens. Now they will start sawing up boxes for firewood again. He instantly lost his position in the Composers' Union. When the director called him into his office to inform him of this new promotion, Shostakovich thanked the man, looking far away. He had to clean out his desk right away and go, to avoid contaminating the others. And the way my heart beats, that lurch, almost baroque. If I represented it as a bass element, then I could put it in my next opus. No, they didn't exactly call him Music's Kandinsky anymore. Did Elena feel unclean when they called her in to expel her from the Komsomol? I never asked her about that because— And when they took her off in a Black Maria, how vile did she feel then? There had once been a poster of Dmitri Shostakovich in a copper helmet leading the fire watch on the conservatory roof. That poster had been everywhere in Leningrad. Nina kept a copy to save for the children when they were older. If he ever found it, he'd, wipe his asshole with it. Back in 41, Glickman's brother Gavril had opined that the helmet suited him excellently. It went well with his classic face. This individual, by the way, was another acolyte. When he received his call-up notice, he spent his last free moments at the Academy of Sculpture, carving a bust of Shostakovich out of white alabaster. Then off he went to artillery school. Evidently our great composer, a certain S., had once again decided to make life a batuta. Life has become better, comrades. Life has become more joyful. Why be surprised? Elena had taught him the motto she'd learned in the Pioneers, always ready. He used to whisper that into her ear right before they— She'd always giggled. My underwear's packed. Come and take me away, you bastards. Or worse yet, march me off to watch Roman Carmen's latest horror. What is it now? It'll come to me. Oh, I know. Song of the Kolkhoz Fields. Should I compose a Song of the Forests, or a Song of the Factories? Then they can all— In February, much of his work, including that invidious Eighth Symphony, was banned by the organ Glavretkom, a necessary policy with which no true communist can argue. E. A. Mravinsky, who'd conducted the premiere of the Fifth a decade ago under equally foreboding circumstances, had raised the score above his head then, at considerable risk to himself. Now the Fifth was to be outlawed altogether. Mravinsky conducted the final performance, kissed the score, then raised it high. After all, what should this Shostakovich have expected? Refusing to participate in our collective struggle during the war years, he'd removed himself from the Leningrad front. There was a broad, low, snowy mound in the middle of Theatre Square. Naked earth glistened darkly in the middle. The mound resembled the areola of a barely pubescent girl. He paced and paced around it, in that intersection of paths bordered by fences and benches. Beyond the fence lay snowy grass. He stopped. He gazed between the pillars of the Bolshoi Theatre, remembering that evening a quarter-century ago now, when he'd come rushing from the train station, rightly trusting to the curving, glowing tram to preserve his legendary punctuality. He'd had the score of Lady Macbeth in his briefcase, in case he might be expected to present it to Comrade Stalin. And then the crowds had come in, the curtain had gone up, and— He trudged round and round the dirt. In April, summoned to the first All-Union Congress of Soviet Composers to receive further instruction regarding his errors, Shostakovich, unable to further imperil Nina and the children— why did I ever, rose to approach the lectern. His face was more squarish than it used to be. He no longer gazed shyly down at his adorer's feet. Instead, he stared levelly through his condemners. He'd cropped his hair a trifle. His mouth was tighter and firmer. Even during the Lady Macbeth affair, he'd managed to entrench himself out of reach of this special humiliation. But back then there were still old Bolsheviks to vivisect. Now that Comrade Stalin had won the game, even white pawns such as Shostakovich had to paint themselves black, because the year after Lady Macbeth— yes, in 37 it certainly was— the composer N.S. Zhelayev had been arrested for— what's the difference? He never came back, did he? And Elena had already had her little— how should I put it— experience. Thanks to what she'd whispered in his ear, he knew the pitch of a hammer striking a rail on an Arctic winter morning. Prison Camp Reveille. That would be preserved in Opus 110. And what can I glean for my opus now? What's the meaning of my so-called, Oh, it's funny, really. It's crazy. I want to laugh because it feels just the same as receiving a Stalin Prize. Stage fright, and all that. Should I have worn my medal for the defense of Leningrad? Or would they have called that a provocation? Everything's a provocation. And the worst of it is, Galina must be praying for me. That's something she would do. If they take me away, I could see her jumping out the window, and then And Elena must know about this from the newspaper. Elena, you're lucky that you didn't marry me. Ninusha agreed about that. He had to do this for her and for the children, after which they'd never talk about it again. When he remembered how Meyerhold had disappeared, my God, the man was never anything but a theatre manager, and how his wife Zinaida had been found with her eyes cut out. Why can't I stop thinking about that year after year? For Mravinsky's grand gesture, as for the other one back in 38, he felt no gratitude. No, even gratitude he must dissimulate. Impossible to say what tune the organs might play now, and that impossibility haunted him. Every night his terror broke through his sleep. Yesterday Nina had begged him to apply for membership in the party. He'd replied, it was night time, and of course their quarrel took place in hideous whispers. I'll go there and shit all over myself, but I'll never do that. Never. Not even if they take us all away. I won't join the Nazi party either. Gripping the podium with both hands, he stared into the first face he saw, a face as smug as some Stakhanovite Cement Works wristwatch winner, exemplar of overweening productivity. The face bared its teeth at him quite suddenly, in scherzo-like aggression. Shostakovich cleared his throat. He said, "Comrades, it's all true. I'm a formalist alien." Frowning uneasily, he scratched at his mop of fading hair, his face's aging skin unable to avoid wrinkling itself up in 1,000 new grimaces. All around him he seemed to see the double grins of Nazi caps above Nazi faces. He thought to himself, the whipping rack at Buchenwald. But how could he have gone off the track? Why not just imagine himself as being one with those pallid figures of acrobats glaringly illuminated in the darkness of the Moscow circus? Why be gratuitous? People were going to call him gratuitous anyway, because they were waiting, and not very nicely either. He said, straining not to explode in laughter or tears, "Every time I turn on the radio and hear Klavdia Sulzhenko sing The Blue Kerchief, I realize the depths of my, certain negative characteristics in my musical style prevented me from reconstructing myself." Beneath the gigantic likenesses of Lenin and Stalin, he confessed all his crimes, his anti-democratic, neurotic, erotic tendencies. This way Nina wouldn't have to, It's not real. Not even music is real. That's why I reject program music, because it pretends to be real. And Galicia, darling little Galicia, who had just yesterday tossed her head at him so pertly, with her braids dancing across the shoulders of her flower-striped sweater. He'd been helping her with her homework when she... Anyway, how could he have ever thought of harming his own daughter? "Why can't I get wacky?" That's what he'd actually used to say. He'd compared himself to Rodchenko back in the years when... Hell. And Meyerhold had said... Meyerhold never came back either. And what they did to his wife, it makes me want to... What's that sound? That's what the neighbors heard when they started in on her left eye. Remember it, please, for Opus 110. Then he expressed his total faith in the wisdom of the party. "Darling Mita, you've united the left and right. For at the same time your equally endangered colleagues spurn you. Some of them are as endangered as you, but they haven't recanted yet. Spontaneous representatives of the Soviet people threaten Nina and shatter your windows." 10. August was when they hanged the fascist collaborator A. Vlasov. That's how we light the way ahead, with a searchlight. The way the rope creaked. Can I put that in Opus 110? In September, while Comrade Stalin's cadres began rounding up Zionist conspirators, Shostakovich was stripped of his teaching jobs at the Leningrad Conservatory and the Moscow Conservatory alike. "Give him 8 grams!" somebody screamed out. That was a bullet's weight. Thank you, he replied, rising from his seat. "I was never here, so how can I feel humiliated? They think they've won a so-called victory, but I'm not here. I'm under the piano keys in my... That's where I want to rest. Are my lips still moving? I feel extremely... And if only she could have... In which case it would need to be 16 grams. Then he walked out, blinking steadily through his glasses. Call it a down cadence. It wasn't despair. No one dared say a word of comfort to him, certainly not his students, who that very day had been standing respectfully behind him as he played another theme for them at the piano. Well, could he blame them? I'm only whatchamacallit. Of course they wanted to be progressive. They didn't want to be eradicated. It was very... Poor Maxime, now 10 years old, found himself required to denounce his father during an examination at music school. Smiling when he heard, Shostakovich stroked the boy's hair. "I'm sorry, Papa. Don't be angry. They made me do it. But I love you." Of course, laughed Shostakovich. "I know you're loyal to me. After all, dear boy, we cannot help but put ourselves at the service of our own, class. Now, why are your socks so dirty? Come here a minute. Oh dear, oh my." What were his sensations at that moment? Within Maxime's eyes something screamed and screamed. That was the thing that agonized him. Or, to be specific, the sound. What's that sound? His soul knew what it ought to sound like, and it became another note of Opus 110. Well, and Lebedinsky informs me Akhmatova's also had her moment of fame. In Leningradskaya Pravda, poetry harmful and alien to the people. That's really very... To think she carried my 7th Symphony out of Leningrad on her lap. Poor lady, I'd better keep my distance. Some day I'll have to set one of her poems to music, just to kind of, Glickman assures me that in Poem Without a Hero, the words, my 7th, are a reference to... What's that sound? Oh, it hurts. What was it like for Shostakovich? And was it the same right then, when it first exploded within his skull like a cerebral hemorrhage, as it would be 12 years later, when he locked himself up in the spa town above Dresden and flicked down the notes of that very chord onto the music paper? How can I tell you? Well, during the war years, the inborn secrecy behind his shyness, which our revolution's communal character and his own ideals had besieged, had actually been temporarily breached. Such was the emergency. Instead of hearing only his own music, he sometimes had to listen to people whose various sorrows and aspirations could not but affect him. In particular, he could not get away from soldiers, because nearly every man was one. There'd been a certain Red Army man in Leningrad, whom he'd met only once, and only for an instant, yet whom he could never forget, whose entire family died an instant death that 1st August, courtesy of a shell dispatched to their apartment under authority of Field Marshal Ritter Wilhelm von Lieb. This soldier had been wounded shortly thereafter, and he adored his wound as if it were his child. He was proud of it. It was his, and it was all he had. A German fascist had bayoneted him in the forearm, but he'd killed the bastard. He'd cut his soft white throat. Drunk, perhaps absent without leave, with nowhere to go, the Red Army man literally grabbed Shostakovich in the street, increasing the latter's natural anxiety to a level approximating fortissimo, because he was supposed to take his fire warden's station on the conservatory roof in 17 minutes. But the Red Army man, who was very tall and whose sour, sad breath and red-rimmed eyes haunted him forever, didn't understand that at all. First he told Shostakovich how, in his opinion, each member of his family must have died. Of course he hadn't been there, or he would have been dead too. He'd been on the front line, which was not many blocks from here. And the activity of his imagination... Mamma, you see, she likes to sit right at the window when she sews, 'cause her eyes ain't so good for detail work now. She's far-sighted, so I figure she must have seen it coming. That's what gets to me. Was his organism's way of resisting the shock. After he'd told the story over and over, and Shostakovich felt nothing toward him but a compassion which was itself an agony, perhaps he never experienced such closeness with any other soul in his life, except when he and Elena were— you know. The Red Army man rolled up his sleeve to thrust the wound, the hideous wound, which he'd refused to allow any nurse to bandage, and which was accordingly infected, into Shostakovich's face, lovingly recounting how he got it, how honoured he was to carry its half-healing, half-putrefying scar with him forever. And he said that sometimes he kissed it, and pretended that it was his dead wife's lips. Sometimes he pretended that it was a very young girl named Natalka, a girl with long black hair whom he'd loved even more than his wife, but whose father, unfortunately, had been an enemy of the people. And Shostakovich was thinking, "My God, oh dear, what are you saying?" Sometimes he pretended that our motherland was this young Natalka, and that when he was kissing his wound, he was kissing her. Then he got nasty, and started asking Shostakovich what he, an obvious, stinking intellectual, had done for our motherland. At which point Glickman helped him get away. Each note of Opus 110 would be a wound like this, a wound which the composer cherished and prepared to spitefully thrust up everybody's ear. But at the same time he detected this feeling and expertly reduced it to its component metals, in order to trim it into artful strips and weld it onto the most strategic chord walls of Opus 110. He couldn't feel it. It possessed no reality. Good communists wrote him letters saying that he ought to be exterminated. Well, weren't they correct? Wasn't he a formalist, an American lapdog, a Vlasovite? They mentioned his thick black glasses. They categorized him as a bourgeois decadent aesthete, a Zionist apologist. He winked at Nina like a sad old crow when he heard this last, and then he whispered in her ear, "That makes me, so to speak, proud, because, you see, do you know what Comrade Hitler said? Conscience is a Jewish creation." And Nina jerked away from him as if she'd been burned. His suicidal cynicism appalled her. Comrade Khrennikov had long since labelled him alien to the Soviet people. They destroyed his recordings and scores wherever they could. 11. In that same year, just when Comrade Stalin began sealing off Berlin against the capitalists, Shostakovich finished his cycle From Jewish Poetry, which, of course, given that second word, could never be publicly performed so long as Comrade Stalin was alive, and maybe not afterward either. When his friends expressed determination to find a venue, he said, "Why waste our efforts? This is our life." His besieged hopes, like semi-skeletonized buildings glimpsed through the smoke of burning tanks, secreted themselves deeper and deeper behind his tics and his meaningless murmured assents to everything. Activists said to him, "Dmitri Dmitrievich, we thought you'd learned your lesson in 1936, when we exposed the errors of Lady Macbeth." Yes, exactly. But we'd hoped you'd taken your punishment to heart. Certainly in your 7th Symphony you placed your art in the service of the people. Thank you. It wasn't meant as a compliment. Frankly, you're not living up to your own former ideals. "I appreciate your valuable critical observations," he said to them humbly, comforted only by the thought of Nina's pillow-choked laughter tonight when he whispered all this mummery to her. Oh, he was a clown, wasn't he? They could never breach his defences. "Do you understand the sanctions you face?" "Naturally, comrades. And I'm sure those sanctions will, to speak, inspire me to, oh, Ninusha will love this, future creative work and provide, insights. Dmitri Dmitrievich, you're in grave danger of becoming an enemy of the people again." "I appreciate the warning, comrades, but don't worry about me. Please don't worry. Rather than take a step backward, I shall take a step, so to speak— Ninochka will die laughing. Actually, Ninochka will be terrified. Forward." Actually, he didn't care any more. He almost wanted them to shoot him, as long as Nina and the children wouldn't be harmed. Galina Ustvolskaya, well, she wasn't as close to him as Elena had been, and, although her compositions were very— Do you remember Dziga Vertov's Heart of Machines sequence in Stride Soviet? That must have been in 1926, because it was right before my second, symphony. A fine filmmaker, really, although he was also very, well, like Roman Lazarovich, he was too much the true believer. I wonder if Vertov's still alive. I suppose he's disappeared. Roman Lazarovich would know, but I don't dare ask him. I want a Heart of Machines for Opus 110. It'll be a machine for, I don't know, let's say for pulverizing human bones. Roman Lazarovich filmed that. I remember that for some reason I was in the Kino Palace with Ninusha, who cried. Very unlike her, if I may say so. Give me 8 grams. Or is it 9? Then they can pulverize my— He'd never felt that way before. When would he need that underwear in the suitcase? Back in 37, they liked to leave a disgraced man at liberty for weeks or months to wear him out with worrying until the Black Maria came. Now life was more confusing, comrades. Life has become more joyful. But Mitya, wailed his wife, they're reaching out their hands to you. Please join them. I've never begged anything of you before. Oh me, oh my. But a hand can also, grab you. There he was, almost rigid in the chair, anchored by his pear-shaped flesh, his white fingers outspread on the piano, while G.A. Elizarova stared worshipfully at him, her dark hair tucked back around her pale face like a helmet of chastity. "Dmitri Dmitrievich, don't ever join the party," she whispered. "We're so proud of you. Keep fighting." What if someone were listening? Quickly, but winking at Elizarova, he began praising the ever-brilliant victories of our Soviet people. 12. At this very same moment, his Song of the Forests, Opus 81, which celebrated Soviet labor and incidentally praised Comrade Stalin, resounded in almost every factory of the USSR. Ninusha loved it. She actually loved it. That was the worst. He could hardly— whereas Lady Macbeth, which he dedicated to her— well, the point is that Ninusha now got her hair waved and smiled like a chiseled image above her starched white collar, seated compactly in a velvet-padded box beside her husband, who might be arrested this very instant and who'd just won the Stalin Prize. 10,000 rubles. Poor woman. Didn't she deserve her moment of fame? Opus 81 was, from an artistic point of view, the opposite of conspicuous. Don't you remember how St. Isaac's Cathedral used to be visible all the way from Finland, thanks to its golden dome? That was why we'd had to grey it down during the 900 days. A very dark grey, as he remembered, which made the Victory Garden of cabbages all the greener. Opus 81 was good music, greyed down for the sake of survival, greyed down to gaudy gold. And Nina didn't even care. But what was he saying? Nina loved him. She wanted him to succeed and thrive. As for the 10,000 rubles, she knew how to get through those. It's only a question of time and manpower. Now he could go out, get drunk, and, He'd also like to send some money to Elena Konstantinovskaya, who Glickman said had been impoverished ever since she divorced Roman Lazarevich. This Professor Vygotsky didn't earn much, and they had a daughter now. Elena had a child, imagine that. How time— flies. He only hoped that she never heard Song of the Forests. Oh me, how could she not hear? And I used to tell her that I'd never— well, we were young. But it's really— I'm not too thrilled about this. After the premiere in Leningrad, he rushed to his hotel room, accompanied by his pupil mistress Galina Ustvolskaya, and hid his head beneath a pillow. Then he began weeping wretchedly with shame and self-disgust. 13. Ustvolskaya stood at the side of the bed. She knew him so well. Trying to suppress the loathing which rose up between her ribs like nausea, she said, "You're being unfair to yourself. So what if you have to throw them a bone once in a while? Don't forget your genius. You've accomplished so very, very many of your dreams." Thank you. But how can you love me now?" She hesitated. "Don't say it," he said, fearing the answer. "Now let's talk about you. I fear you haven't been composing enough. Dmitriosha, I'd rather keep worrying about you." His lips vibrated like a brass player's. He finally said, "Don't throw away your efforts." 14. He went home, and instantly got into an argument with his wife. Someday she too would be a skeleton. She said that she was sick and tired of his moping about the success of Song of the Forest. He didn't see what she was driving at. He said so. She said, "Did you really not think, or do you enjoy being self-destructive? When you make a mess, you ought to sweep up after yourself." "Ninochka, don't be harsh. No, not now. No. Stay there and listen. You look just like a cheap bourgeois in the movies. It's almost comical. You can't hide your secrets from me, Mitya. When you were sleeping with that slut Elena, I could literally smell her on you. That cheap, catty smell of her. Ugh! You're a man who has to have affairs. Maybe I would have preferred to love somebody different, but that's how it is, right? Well, are you going to answer me or not? I don't see what this has to do with— Maybe the only person that an artist can be faithful to is himself. Maybe he's got to betray everybody else. Will you kindly get that martyred look off your face? That's just how it goes. Sometimes I think you're not even conscious of it. A pair of dark eyes comes floating toward you, and you can't help yourself. You follow them like a sleepwalker. Nina, you're killing me, that's what you're doing. Not that you even— I'm not complaining. I knew what I was getting into. As soon as you married me, you had to step out. That bastard tells you to zig. He even warns you in Pravda, and so you zag. All that trouble we got into over Lady Macbeth, you knew you were bringing it on us. Oh, I'm not saying that it was anything personal. Nina what? You're a genius and all that, but you don't know the first thing about yourself. You're always looking for a muse to follow, and she's got to be a dark-eyed muse from someplace else. Any other Soviet composer would be thrilled by the success of The Song of the Forest, but you— I can see it's no use continuing with this talk. No, I'm going round to see Lebedinsky. Mitya, stop acting childish. You know that I love you. Hopefully you're aware that I even respect certain things about you. I'm only the slightest bit angry with you. I'm not asking you to change your ways. After all, you're going to sleep with whomever you sleep with. Excuse me, but what's the purpose of this conversation? I don't know. As you always say, why waste one's efforts? And yet, when you come back all rapturous from your little Galicia, who, by the way, is never going to marry you, and you think that you're hiding it from me, even though she's studied with you for 10 bloody years, and your other little Galicia, the one you and I are raising together, knows perfectly well what's going on, as does Maxime, and meanwhile you feel angry that I'm me and not her, so you get all strict and silent with me. Why, then, I guess I want to tell you what you are. Very well, then, he cried, so pale and agonized that she couldn't decide whether to slap his face or burst out crying. What am I? You're a— Well, you don't follow the party line, that's for sure. My God, but you're a free spirit, Mitya. You're a formalist. 15. Dmitriosha, would you like some tea? I could make it for you very quickly. A nice hot cup of tea. There's comfort in it, especially on a cold, dark night. She had served in a military hospital during the war. She knew how to tend the sick, even when she felt very angry. He said to her, "Can music attack evil or not?" "Certainly not. All it can do is scream." He laughed gruesomely. "You formalist, you. But still, I wonder what it all means, if there's no, so to speak, no purpose in—" Ustvolskaya's face wore an expression of pity, irritation, and perhaps repulsion. He couldn't make it out. She said to him, "Please don't cry any more, Dmitriosha. You'll suffer much less when you stop hoping for the impossible. There's no hope for any of us, whether they shoot us or not. But illusions don't die all at once. I never had any. It's a long process, like a toothache, and then the illusions rot and stink inside us like— You've told me all that before. Drink your tea now. I've seen you hold your teacup when you compose, and I've seen you wrap your long white fingers around the warmth." Whenever she had an orgasm, her mouth reminded him of a certain little round window in the Kirov theatre about which he used to have friendly feelings. 16. In January 1949, Comrade Stalin finally began his campaign against Jewish influences. Maybe it was only now, with the distractions of the war years more or less mastered, that he'd found the time to read Mein Kampf. In February, Galina Ustvolskaya completed her Sonata No. 2, whose dreary fetters of quarter notes left her lover almost beside himself with gloom. In March, at that bastard's express wish, Shostakovich was sent to New York as a member of the Soviet peace delegation. All his works had been unbanned 4 days before. "We'll take care of that problem, Comrade Shostakovich." This was exactly what Stalin had said on the telephone. Oh me, oh my, he'd, so to speak, authorized the operation. And the composer, who'd forgotten nearly everything except how to be most vigilantly afraid, suddenly began to hope that if he only acted sufficiently obedient and broken, maybe his music might be performed again. Meanwhile, what was he supposed to play? Probably not the incidental music to Lady Macbeth. That would be a joke. And Opus 40 would only make me sad and get Elena in trouble. What about my crowd-pleaser? But you-know-who is taking measures, so Pravda informs me, to transform the Soviet sector of shattered Nazism into an all-German republic, subservient to the needs of— how shall I put this, history. Therefore my Seventh Symphony might have outlived its usefulness, you see, because we need Germans again. Time to renew the, how shall I say, the Nazi-Soviet pact. Ninusha, don't glare at me with your mouth open like that, because it makes you, But seriously, in these happy, happy times, wouldn't it be better to forget about the siege of Leningrad? And Vlasov never existed either. If only I'd composed a fluffy little trio or something in honor of Operation Citadel, because that would be really, really— Please don't look at me like that, Galina. To be sure, our great Soviet encyclopedia continues to state that the Seventh played an important role in rallying the world against fascism. But encyclopedias are subject to revision. Thus we find Shostakovich playing the second movement of his less famous Fifth Symphony at Madison Square Garden, his dark-suited shoulders squared as he sat at the piano, his face hunching forward, his mouth stiffly down-curved. First a chord as warm as the streak of white foam in a café au lait, and then, you know. He couldn't understand the simplest things Americans said, even though he'd once taken English lessons with Elena Konstantinovskaya. It gives me the creeps. That was all he remembered. How many years ago was that? I don't feel much enthusiasm, he said to himself, as his widespread fingers began to hurtle down on the piano's white and black terrain. Somebody in the front muttered, "That guy looks like a weirdo." Afterward, there'd be more reporters, insinuation and petty bourgeois stupidity, when all he cared about was keeping his family out of— Why say it? America being a capitalist country, the various civic choirs sing a cappella there, meaning without instrumental accompaniment. In a well-ordered zone, such license would never be tolerated. High time to harden our line against the Americans. They're very— Oh me, anyhow, why the Fifth? Because we're on Fifth Avenue, stupid. That symphony got me in trouble too, because the audiences applauded too loudly when I was officially what was it? Oh yes, a cultural alien. Elena had already been taken to the, you know. Second movement. An hour more. Then I can sit in a corner and drink champagne. Maybe some American woman will consent to, you know, pop out the cork. The shot heard round the world. Pizzicato. The Fifth was hardly his, so to speak, favourite. I mean, to hell with it. It was subtitled, A Soviet Artist's Creative Reply to a Just Criticism. Precisely the motif he sought to sound today. He played adequately, we all did, or else. Even Akhmatova wrote her chirpy odes in praise of that bastard. Well, not everyone. Brave Tsvetaeva had actually— I don't need to say it. He'd heard that it didn't hurt unless they were doing it to you and they used piano wire. Vlasov must have— But we don't talk about that. In one of her last poems, written when the Sleepwalkers' army marched into Prague, Tsvetaeva had written, in anger and in love, I refuse to be. That sentiment would be mortared into the great chamber of Opus 110. Decrescendo. The Americans applauded, hypocritically, he thought. His foot kept jerking sideways when he bowed. They say that you keep twitching for a long time, even after you— Well, then he read out denunciations upon command, all the while twisting an unlit Kazbek cigarette. He attacked, among others, a certain Dmitri Shostakovich, who'd committed various errors. His mouth grew dry, and he could not finish the speech. A pleasant male voice completed it for him. 17. Yes, he grew pale when he drank vodka. He grew paler when he drank the future. To be sure, it wasn't as bad as those Moscow nights at the beginning of 45, when there was no electricity from 6 in the morning to 6 at night, so that by 3 in the afternoon, when the winter sun failed, he'd had to sit in cold darkness, unable to compose by that pale kerosene light. Later on he'd be tense, unable to sleep before midnight, awaking in the dark with his heart stuttering like a machine gun. Now in fine, his major task nowadays consisted in preparing responses to various foreseeable criticisms. Once in a while he got the odd job. Now, Dmitri Dmitrievich, there's going to be a 24-gun salute in Moscow for the liberation of each capital, so the world will know that it wasn't just Leningrad, that it was Minsk, Kiev, Stalingrad, and all the rest. We've decided, and no doubt you'll agree, that your fanfare ought to consist of 24-note chords, which will undoubtedly create an impressive tonal effect, much wider than the bass theme which you'll be called upon to write to symbolize the fascist German command. Then it was time for another dream of leaving home on a rainy night, Nina screaming and shaking her fist at him through the glass of the front door, Maxim and Galia silently mouthing, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy," as he went through the darkness to Elena's house, where she let him kiss her through the window, but didn't allow him in. How long could he remain in step? 100 times a night he'd torture himself with his fears. Glickman dragged him off to see Roman Carmen's Soviet Kazakhstan, which was reliably spectacular. Naturally, he dreaded to find Elena at the Kino Palace. He felt crushed not to find her. In 1950, shortly after the reactionary powers defeated our blockade of Berlin, he wrote a soundtrack for the film Belinsky, scoring the orchestration with the same confident rapidity in which the former German fascist Field Marshal Paulus once drew up his orders of battle. A row for each sub-unit, motorized or not. Each division assigned its own measure, then those measures clustered together into corps, which he indrew to make his armies. The armies coalesced into Heeresgruppen. And the apparatchiks loved it. Much the same happened with Hamlet. The black telephone rang. Roman Carmen wished him to know that his scoring was perfect, superb. But Carmen sounded sad. His voice was very— He was still perhaps getting over Elena, just like the rest of us. Oh, me. But it wouldn't do to— well, especially given that he and I— and besides, I need him to call Arnstam for me. I need work. I need a favor, dear Leo Oskarovich, because all of that Zoya money is gone. The children are so— By the way, whatever became of your actress Vodyanishkaya? An excellent Zoya. She reminded me a little of Elena. But what does this apparatchik want from me? Why won't he get off the line? Especially when I'm starting to feel a bit, panicked. My dear Roman Lazarovich, if I'm permitted to use a musical metaphor, not that one gets, so to speak, tuned to the person one loves, and even then, though one clings to any stranger, or even takes her to bed, and then, just to block that artillery barrage of, how should I say, loneliness, one feels bored, and a proxy just can't carry the tune. That's why I do not like too friendly or too antagonistic relationships between people. Or even if a proxy manages to carry the tune after all, a different key has a different— I don't know. So one says goodbye. But the instant one's alone again, the craving for the person one's tuned to comes back, and then— Oh, don't think I don't know. How can I say any of this to you, my dear, dear Roman Lazarovich? By the way, next time you happen to see Leo Oskarovich, please do greet him for me, and ask him if he has any, And that child actress who played Zoya when she was a little girl, what was her name? It'll come to me. Was it Katya Skvortsova, or was it Elena Skvortsova? Elena is such a common name. It keeps coming up. He composed the music to that cinema spectacular, The Fall of Berlin, whose protagonist was Comrade Stalin. Roman Carmen wasn't involved, he claimed, because he was too hard at work on Soviet Turkmenistan, but it might have been because he'd fallen out with the bastards at Mosfilm. Because I've heard that what you say is not what we want to hear, so he said, and Carmen replied, after which they both fell silent. Well, so kind of you to trouble yourself, my dear, dear Roman Lazarovich. Thank you for speaking with Leo Oskarovich on my behalf, even though— Well, does he still play the piano? And how is— Never mind. I just wanted to— And please accept my very best wishes. He agreed with the wise decision to withhold his new fourth-string quartet from publication due to its Jewish intonations. 18. They sent him to East Germany as the principal Soviet delegate to the Bach Festival. He didn't want to go, but he was on the jury. He thought he heard somebody calling. A Russian would win. He'd already promised to take the appropriate class approach. His escort of German communists clicked their heels and saluted him. They asked if he needed anything. Thank you, but please don't trouble yourselves," he replied. The other jurors called him esteemed comrade. He remembered Nazis tall and grinning. He remembered white, blurred faces in the winter twilights of Leningrad, dark eye sockets of starvation. He remembered all the newsreels he'd seen of milk-pale children getting hanged, the German fascists fussily adjusting each noose beforehand to get it perfect. Luckily, Comrade Stalin had liquidated their state apparatus. East Berlin remained much damaged, thanks to the senseless resistance of the Hitlerite remnants. Laughing, somebody remarked that Dresden looked worse. Comrade Alexandrov wanted to know why the Bach festival was in Leipzig, when Leipzig was the city of the proto-fascist Richard Wagner. Shostakovich kept silent, feeling worms crawling in his heart. He decided to avoid Dresden forever. He didn't want to see any more, About Berlin, which was, after all, merely our transit point, he didn't care. Years ago his teacher Glazunov had praised the city's stone gates, but their grandiosity had long since tarnished into something like earth. Was the western sector any less ruined? Well, why shouldn't it be? How close was it? Right over there. And had they— Better not to ask. He felt as if he was suffocating and bleeding at the same time. What was that sound? He wanted a piano to compose on. What was that sound? On the windowsill of the car, his fingers began to tap out the Allegro molto of Opus 110. He didn't care about Bach either, not then. Over the decades he'd tried to learn what he could from Bach, the craftsman, who put one note after the other, then fitted the third note perfectly into place. But this innocuously banal observation proved to be the spearhead of something inimical which now breached his mind's defences, namely the axion of that Nazi mediocrity Paulus, who, if you don't keep up with such things, was the field marshal we'd captured at Stalingrad. Apparently he used to aphorize, "It's merely a question of time and manpower." That was how Bach must have built his compositions. It's what we all do. And when The next time he saw Glickman, he asked whether we'd shot Paulus. Glickman wasn't sure. He might have missed the announcement in Pravda. It's just a question of— And for the rest of that day, Bach was spoiled for him. What if there were no difference between people who created bit by bit and people who murdered piece by piece? Nobody would agree, of course. Anyhow, it was better to think of something else. Elena Konstantinovskaya, for instance. Her hair was fire, and her skin was milk. What if she'd been in Dresden when the Anglo-Americans came? Why had she divorced Roman Lazarevich? Glickman said— Actually, he probably shouldn't think about Elena. Intermission. Time to write a postcard to Glickman. Everything is so fine, so perfectly excellent, that I can find almost nothing to write about. After they gave him a tour of Stalin Alley, he asked for permission to return to the hotel to rest, because, thanks to his Leningrad education, he already possessed an intimate comprehension of the way that the corners of bombarded buildings, being stronger than the rest, survive to form grisly spires whose church-like effect is accentuated at night when the stars delineate the nave of an immense cathedral of niches, crypts, galleries, freestanding stone doorways in which one half expects to see a Russian icon, a marble likeness of a German Catholic saint, a Kaiser's sarcophagus. But there is nothing to make an offering to, no reason to lay down even a withered flower in memory of Europe Central's dead. Now a whitish-yellow light comes glaring, a military patrol. This is the closest we can come to gilded grillwork, comrades. Save your gold for Opus 110. Please, Comrade Shostakovich, a German woman begged in secret. My little brother's being denazified because everybody in his school had to join the Hitler Youth. It wasn't his fault. What was he supposed to do? This letter, I received it last month. It says that his apartment got taken away, and since then I haven't— To be sure. Dear lady, I'm very sorry. That is the reality. And a train bore him away across the flat green of the German heartland. 19. In Leipzig he stood beside the pianist T.P. Nikolaeva, who was fresh from Moscow. "Would you like to tour Dresden, Dmitri Dmitrievich?" inquired an individual in raspberry-coloured boots. "We're quite close. It's good for the Russian soul, actually, to see it so smashed up. I hate all these Germans. You do too, don't you? You haven't forgotten Leningrad, have you?" "Comrade Alexandrov, you're completely on the mark, so to speak, and if I have time after the competition, well, who's to say how long it'll last?" And then they all went into the Thomaskirche, where Bach's remains had just been reinterred. Nikolaeva waited rigidly. She must have been nervous. Although since 45 he'd passed her many times in the half-real darkness of the conservatory, his own weariness, which breeds narrowness, and the various persecutions raining down on him like sizzling steel fragments, had isolated him. This young woman might as well have been a stranger. After all, she'd studied with Goldenweiser, not with him. His eyes were dull, round-cornered triangles of light splayed out upon his spectacles. He'd better not flirt. He was getting too old. A long, long time ago, once upon a time, in fact, Akhmatova had licked her lips, and he'd laughingly cried, "Very good, Anna Andreevna. Yes, very good. The embouchure must be kept wet, since you're about to play my French horn." No, those days are buried. This fine young Nikolaeva, far too lively to be homely, maybe it actually wasn't too late to— well, never mind, smiled beside him, showing her upper teeth. What sort of person was she? Another devotee of white keys and black keys who knew her in childhood remembers her as this typical Russian girl, with her two braids, always serious, friendly, and neat. Nationals of the capitalist powers make each other's acquaintances, at least, so I'm told, by asking how they prefer to spend money. Do you collect stamps? I like to watch war movies. But to know somebody in our Soviet land, which now includes half of Germany and will, in the measurable future, include all of it, one need only learn what form her suffering happened to take during the Great Patriotic War. Husband hanged in Minsk, sister starved to death in Leningrad, all 4 sons killed in battle at Stalingrad. However, since such communications are painful both to transmit and to receive, it's better that we all share a tacit commonality of horror, speaking only with our eyes or by means of music. So again, what sort of person was she? When she began to play, she did not fill the Thomaskirche with soulful gloom. Instead, something light, distinct, aloof constructed itself. A castle, not a fountain, an artifact whose tessellated surface possessed a precise and nearly perfect geometry of notes. Her rendition contained no chiaroscuro, only skill. Without haste or melodrama, with the seemingly simple harmony of a Roman inscription, she built her castles in the air, nakedly showing herself, unashamed and unafraid, as he could never be. Even in his youth, when he'd been the future's darling from whom all misfortune would forever withhold itself, his nature had tended to express itself extravagantly. Hence the mischievous grotesqueries of The Nose, the rapid fire of Bolt, the complex dissonances of Lady Macbeth, none of which were strained or wrong, simply hyperactive, a trifle anxious, maybe. This was Dmitri Shostakovich, to be sure. This was honest, but how should I say— Nikolaeva made music as a Tsarina must have carried herself, with calmly unhurried grace. It was as if she were saying to him, "All that's happened is inconsequential. It cannot hurt us any more. There's only music, which lives within us and beyond us, needing us to express it, but capable of surviving forever between expressions." Castle succeeded castle. The jury had instructed her to play whichever one of Bach's 48 preludes and fugues she'd best prepared. She played them all. Shostakovich lost himself. He no longer saw the grey heads like eggs in the wooden pews. He felt, how should I say, quite heartened, because— Actually, I hope it's appropriate to reveal his secret. He felt as if he'd found a new companion to dwell with him in the secret world beneath the piano keys. Not that he and she could ever— Besides, he'd never let himself be caught again, because after Elena, with all that, it was better not to even— She's Elena Vygotsky now, imagine, and how could I hope for anything? At least I can— And so Tatiana won the competition. Flowers for her, more flowers for Bach's grave. His spectacles kept slipping down his nose. He felt very— Then and there he resolved to compose a cycle of preludes and fugues, opus 87, dedicated to her and arranged in ascending fifths. The brief, happy flame of the fugue in A minor, which he'd write the following year, became his special homage to her soul. "Esteemed comrade," said a German, but already Shostakovich's inner life was winging away with careful subtlety, in just the same way that the first prelude, the Moderato in C major, begins with the very notes of Bach himself, sweet and melodious, classical, like a good communist composer following the correct harmonic line. And then comes a dissonance. The melody returns, but muted and misted by chromatism. The prelude begins to soar farther and farther into the sky of absolute music, until that ordered landscape has been interred beneath clouds, and we rise beyond atonality into a sacredness beyond comprehension. Flashes of green and golden orderedness reveal themselves far below, then vanish because we are in the sky. We have escaped. We are beyond them. We have died. 20. In 1951 he was elected deputy to the Supreme Soviet of the Russian Federated Soviet Republic. Taking his bench, he felt the gaze of the pale, titanic Lenin behind him. Lenin was stone. He was stone. They asked him when he would consecrate his symphony to Lenin, and he muttered something. His thoughts were as dull and brittle as war metal. On the way home he took a detour toward Lebedinsky's to pay him back for the bottle of vodka he'd borrowed last week, and a few old women, members of the former possessing classes who'd somehow escaped prison camps, were huddled against an icy wall, begging. With a shy grimace, Shostakovich approached them. He gave the nearest crone a few rubles, his face flushed with embarrassment, and rushed away, trying not to hear the others' imploring cries. And then, on the other side of the street, in a nice coat with a silver fox-fur collar, there she was. Elena Konstantinovskaya, I mean. Her hair now grey, but only the more, what can I say, I'm afraid to say beautiful, because, well, she was as perfect and as unlikely for being so as a gold-framed pre-revolutionary icon. And she saw him, but both of them had been educated by those niches in corridors in which passing prisoners can be placed, faces to the wall, so that they won't recognize each other. He hoped that she was better off with this what's-his-name, this Vygotsky. Their daughter must be very... well, he could ask his sister, Maria. Anyhow, hadn't he possibly glimpsed her at the premiere of Roman Carmen's Soviet Georgia? Because nowadays one's eyes, were not so very... He rushed home and collapsed. Thank God Ninusha was out. He sobbed for his life and for himself. He tried to keep silent at all times, but every now and then they gave him a speech to read, and he had to stand up and mumble it. In musical language, the phrase da capo al segno means repeat these measures until you reach the sign S. The sign S was Stalin. It was for D.D. Shostakovich to repeat and repeat what he'd been told. He sat down. He reassured himself. There is no form. There is no content. No words mean anything. His foot twitched, and his face erupted in grimaces. He could not forget that time when the NKVD had interrogated him about his connection with Marshal Tukhachevsky. Down the hall he'd heard somebody screaming. Very pure screams, mostly in B-flat. In due time he'd ring them into Opus 110. Now he was a deputy to the Supreme Soviet. Tomorrow he'd be lying next to Tukhachevsky, if that was what they wanted. How did that jingle go? It's not enough to love Soviet power also has to love you. He drummed his fingers on his knee, working out the cadences of his preludes and fugues, for which the Union of Composers would denounce him again as a formalist. At his summons, Nikolaeva came rushing to his flat to hear each composition as he completed it. "Do have some more pancakes, darling. Ninusha really knows how to— that's right, with sour cream." Sometimes she sat at the other piano and watched his flickering fingers. Sometimes she sat on the sofa beneath Akhmatova's portrait. When it was just him and her, he was always able to play con fuoco, with fire. The very first time she came, he'd finished the C major pair, which he played quite boldly, she thought. And then, without a pause, gazing into her eyes, he commenced the prelude in A minor. When he played the accompanying fugue for her, richly allegretto, a deep flush began to ascend from the base of her neck. She understood that this music signified her. Even now, after Stalin and Zhdanov, no deficit barred him from the perfect world within the black keys, the chromatic world of sharps and flats and skittering celestial evasions. The place between yes and no. Needless to say, this piece got singled out for special criticism at that recital in the Union of Composers, whose flower beds are planted so that the blossoms form likenesses of Lenin and Stalin. "I absolutely reject such music," began our Union secretary, a certain malignant S. Skrebov. "And in my view, the A minor fugue sounds distorted and false, erroneous in its modulations and chords. As for the G major prelude—" Nikolaeva turned the pages for him as he played. "Thank you, Tatiana," he whispered, his new spectacles sitting more heavily than ever on his flesh, which was now of grandfatherly coarseness. In consequence of his anxiety, he played extremely badly. Dmitri Dmitrievich needed to remember, his colleagues explained, as he sat at the piano with his head between his knees, that the intelligentsia no longer existed for itself. It was only an advanced detachment of the working class. He was making the same errors he'd made with Lady Macbeth back in 1936. He was running a serious risk of being considered a deserter from the cultural front. "Dmitri Dmitrievich, not only did you play atrociously, but the works are so gloomy that they're going to impede your creative rehabilitation." "You're absolutely correct, of course," replied the composer, while Nikolaeva stood comfortingly beside him, as if she were about to turn another page. "You need, how should I put it, loyal lyrics and sanitary symphonies, people's preludes, and let's see now." At least he understands that much. "If you don't mind my saying so, you ought to listen to your own Seventh Symphony, Dmitri Dmitrievich. There you succeeded in drawing your music from the life of the masses. I'm told that you based the third movement entirely on indigenous folk songs of our fraternal peoples. Isn't that so?" Yes, I assure you," whispered Shostakovich. He smiled faintly, and his spectacles flashed. He tried to light a cigarette, but his trembling fingers kept breaking the matches. "Now, this formalist trash you've just subjected us to, this is, well, why can't you be guided by party spirit?" "I much appreciate your guidance, comrades. You certainly know how to, light the way ahead with a searchlight. And what luminescence! It's very— Could you recommend— If you keep it simple, you'll never go wrong, Dmitri Dmitrievich. For instance, do you know that song, Tsvetaeva, the hero, roamed the Urals? That's a real Soviet classic." "Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I've heard that on the radio. There seems to be quite a demand for it. Or Pokras's ditty, you know, the Red Army is most powerful of all." Perhaps Dmitri Dmitrievich should also pay more attention to the heroic epics of oppressed Slavic peoples." "We already told him that, comrade. And, to give him his due, that Seventh Symphony does, after all— Thank you. We're all in favor of internationalism, Dmitri Dmitrievich, but there's a difference between internationalism and cosmopolitanism, if you see what I'm saying. You're playing into the hands of the Zionists." "The Zionists? But in that case, what a terrible, error I've committed." He sat there at the piano bench, smiling at them over his shoulder, and his fidgety hands trembled over the keys, with the fingers dangling down, each hand like the burned half-skeleton of a war-struck bridge, until Nikolaeva finally laid her hand on him and whispered in his ear. He leapt gratefully up and found a chair at the corner of the stage. "And he keeps himself aloof from us. He won't apply to the party?" Succeeding at last in lighting a cigarette, Shostakovich admitted the absolute justice of all their criticisms. Then he went home with Nikolaeva. She said to him, "How are you feeling, Dmitri Dmitrievich?" "Agitato," he laughed, writhing his fingers. When no one could see, she took his face in her hands and kissed him affettuoso. But it wasn't, you know. 21. Nearly despairing of his unteachability, they nonetheless assigned him an old tutor to come to his home and quiz him on his knowledge of the works of Comrade Stalin. The tutor was horrified to find no portrait of Comrade Stalin in his study. Shostakovich stammered and apologized, behind his back, all 10 fingers lashing like the tentacles of a fresh-caught cuttlefish. Beneath the flurry, with a cool, cruel humorousness, his defensive apparatus was already preparing sentences of insidiously mocking abnegation. "To be sure, Comrade Ivanov, I must have been asleep all these years. But it's only because I knew that Comrade Stalin had worked everything out, so I thought that I suppose I've been lazy. If I could simply make it up to him and be his percussion instrument. So now it's time for this old fool to learn. And since everything has been analyzed for all time by Comrade Stalin's genius, perhaps if you taught me the high points, I could, so to speak, take 3 steps forward instead of 2 steps back, because it's all a question of time and manpower, and then once I understand the subtleties, my music will doubtless attain, perfect melodiousness." Glickman prepared cribs of the odious volumes, so he didn't have to read them. The tutor was astounded at his progress. He promised to hang a portrait of Comrade Stalin just as soon as he found the right one. To hang him, I said. He whispered that night to Ninusha, chuckling so helplessly that she feared he might choke. Oh, that murdering bastard! He wanted the whole cycle to be played together, everything from scherzo to saraband, but he didn't dare do it himself. The devoted Nikolaeva did. He dreamed that she was summoning him to her side. In 1952, the year of Roman Carmen's classic Aerial Parade, he won another Stalin Prize, Category 2, for his choral work 10 Poems on Texts by Revolutionary Poets, Opus 88. Meanwhile he finished his fifth quartet, wearing his heart on his musical sleeve by quoting from the trio for clarinet, violin, and piano of his beloved Galina Ustvolskaya. 22. "What are you dreaming about now?" asked his wife. "You might better ask me what I'm hearing. I can't get the third movement of my seventh out of my head." Well, excuse me, my dear, take no notice. It's those pastoral passages that you're ashamed of listening to on the sly. How on earth did you know? Because you have to compose them to keep the apparatchiks off your back, and so you write ugly music all the time just to protest, but deep down you'd rather— Untrue, he sighed, lighting up a Kazbek cigarette. I always preferred ugly music. Even Lady Macbeth wasn't diatonic at all, and that was before I felt compelled to be anything in particular. Then why do you hear that third movement now? You told me at the time that you wrote it just so the masses would— And that's why I can't bear to listen to it now, don't you see? I'm getting tired of— Oh, I think you rather like it. 23. In 1953, the Jewish composer Weinberg was arrested. With almost suicidal courage, Shostakovich opened his desk, withdrew a single sheet of music paper as thin as that with which we blacked out windows back in Leningrad, turned it over, and wrote a letter directly to Comrade Beria on his colleague's behalf. Something sealed off the tunnel between face and soul. Something did, surely, like an impermeable steel cofferdam on a petroleum freighter. Because the spouse of an enemy of the people automatically became an enemy too, Weinberg's wife Natalia would be arrested next, at dawn, no doubt. Lebedinsky whispered to him that that was the fashion now. "I'm sure that he'll take a camp wife," sobbed poor Natalia. He'd gotten her drunk, not knowing what else to do for her. "Of course not, my dear lady. You're far too beautiful for him ever to— you know. Don't worry, don't worry." And probably all this time he was on a slave ship bound for, say, Kolyma. Or had they shut down Kolyma? Shostakovich made quiet arrangements to adopt the couple's 7-year-old daughter, Vitosha. A man in raspberry-coloured boots advised him to let the matter go, and he said, "Oh me, what a preposterous error I've just committed." At which the apparatchik understood all too well that this unmanageable Shostakovich would never alter, would never stop doing whatever he could to save Vitosha. No wonder it was so cold in here. The paper around the windows had started to crack. I'll have to be sure and remind dear Ninusha to glue down some new strips of his vestia. That hot air should keep us warm. And if not, let's send for Rostropovich and his cello. Now they will start sawing up boxes for firewood again. What a joke, oh me. Have I already told Mstislav Leopoldovich? Nina thought it was stupid. Nina's ready, thank God. She's always been brave. Let them open up with their 88s. Then, trembling with terror, he wouldn't have felt alive without that, he began to make, so to speak, inquiries, very tactfully, of course, so that they wouldn't— I think you understand— and Comrade Alexandrov dropped by to inform him with an evil smile that that shit he'd interested himself in was still in transfer prison. Nizhnegorodsky prison, it turned out to be, not Lefortovo, thank God, who, according to the great Soviet encyclopedia, is an imaginary figure of a powerful supernatural being. Nizhnegorodsky is not as bad as, say, Kresty in Leningrad, and Comrade Alexandrov even explained how Natalia could send parcels. If I had my way, he added, I'd give him 9 grams of lead, right in the kisser. As for you, Dmitri Dmitrievich, guess what color your file is now? Want a hint? Try shit brown. As for that Zionist scum, he'll never, ever get out. If you really want to help that kike family, tell Natalia to divorce him and change her name. She'll pull through. She's not bad-looking for an old bitch. In your opinion, are women sufficiently intelligent to play chess? Because if she isn't, she's going to be checkmated. I don't mind telling you that you've made a serious mistake this time. The only reason I'm sticking my neck out for you is that you were in Leningrad when it mattered." Fortunately, Stalin now shook his fist at the sky, fell back into bed, and died. And a month afterward, Weinberg found himself released. Shostakovich sat at home. He'd grown as fat as one of the pillars of St. Isaac's Church. His flesh was bluish-grey, like the Neva in the dank days of November, when the gilded dome of Kazan Cathedral pales into irresolution. Many white hands like milk pudding spilled on his piano. A cluster of souls clung around the score of his symphony, far below V.I. Lenin's portrait. His good friend Denisov had somehow obtained 500 grams of pure Caspian caviar, the black variety, whose globules burst between the teeth like ripe grapelets. Give him 9 grams. Glickman was absent. He'd had to do something with his wife. Shostakovich had always tried to help Glickman. Upon learning of his second marriage, he advised him, "If you ignore the feminine, then you'll, how shall I say, well, you yourself will suffer." Weinberg and Natalia were hovering over Nina, whispering something in her ear as the radio said, "A fearless officer and a communist." Nikolaeva was on the sofa, humming sadly to herself. Ostvolskaya had declined to come, but the downstairs neighbours were there. At their request, he played one of his preludes, Moderato non troppo, his hands sure today, his skill perfect because the music was perfect, with that self-same liquid-like streaming of metal particles from an explosive charge, no melting involved, only controlled superstress, which empowers the shockwave to penetrate anything from a rib-cage to a steel tank. When he finished, all was silent. 2 of the women were crying, but Nikolaeva was smiling like a cat who'd just caught a mouse. Clasping his hands to his knees, looking sportif as he leaned against pretty eye Makharova, he tossed down another vodka, while A. Khachaturian looked on with a gaze whose jealousy was only emphasized by noble renunciation. Was Makharova willing to have her buttock squeezed? The left one, of course, only the left one. Our composer withdrew his hands, both corners of his mouth twitching allegro when the conversation turned political. The guests all seemed hopeful, now that the Stalin chord was at last dissolved back into its arpeggio. "But, Dmitri Dmitrievich, surely there will be improvements now." "Edik," said Shostakovich, "the times are new, but the informers are old." This new 10th Symphony of his, which capitalists had the impudence to call his masterpiece, was of course attacked in the home country for dissonance and pessimism. Moreover, it contained an offensively erotic element. The second movement teemed with his musical signature, intertwined with the musical initials of his latest unrequited love, the young pianist E. M. Nazirova. He hastened to apologize for all this in Sovietskaya Muzika. In August, we find him writing the loyal Glickman, begging him to find out the whereabouts of a certain G.I. Ostvolskaya, with whom he had many matters to discuss. The next day he wrote, "Dear Isaac Davidovich, please forget my request. I have received a telegram and no longer have any cause for concern." We see his pale, bespectacled face shining wearily over Prokofiev's beer. He made many good-faith efforts to get the widow released from the concentration camp where she'd been since 1948. He also intervened for the Leningrad conductor Kurt Sanderling. When Nina, distraught with fear, warned him of the possible consequences, he said, "Don't worry, dear, don't worry. They won't do anything to me." He was willing to denounce Beria in private, but apathetically. He'd been half poisoned by the humiliation of being given all those public librettos to sing. In Pravda, denunciations of class enemies appeared regularly over his signature. At official functions, he pretended to write down the insightfully correct remarks of other comrades, so that he could at least refrain from applauding. 24. It's said that shortly after Stalin's death, a guest discovered Shostakovich reading the monster's official biography, but in secret, as if it were shameful. Why? Millions had read that book, or at least bought it, just as Mein Kampf had been on practically every German family's bookshelf during a certain period. So in the days of the cult of personality, Stalin's life had sold rather well. Even better, perhaps, than Stalin's Foundations of Leninism. No Soviet citizen could get away from it. And now, only now, Shostakovich was reading it. and now he was hiding it. It was all so strange. Soon afterwards he was honoured by the Italians. 25. The brief winter's day was nearly done. Peering between the curtains of his hotel room, he gazed into the sky, which had turned the dark, warm, reddish-black of tea infused with raspberry jam. He remembered the delicious sombreness of Tatiana Glivenko's menstrual blood one morning on the white sheets. Well, that had been 40 years ago now, which must have been why his recollections were tainted by less erotic crimsonness, like the image he could not forget of that woman right outside the conservatory who'd lost her face to a German shell. Letting the curtains close, he drummed out a cadence from Opus 40 on the writing desk. Never mind, these others would never recognize it. A subsequent hour found him sitting very silent in his chair with his head bowed, listening to the rhythm of faint footsteps far down the hall. The ringing, metronome-like clicking of high heels reassured him, for it was feminine and it hid nothing. It was the muddier sounds of soft, squishy boots, or muffled steps, or the steady yet under-obvious drumbeats of men's heels which pierced him like pins. He could hear speech in the next room. He could hear water running. He heard the weary cadence of a toilet flush. Trembling, he opened the door of his hotel room and found the floor lady watching him. He tried to smile at her. Then he rushed to the elevator. Two men in dark ankle-length coats and shiny boots stood in the lobby, gazing at themselves in the mirror. After a while one yawned, unfolded his hands from behind his back, and leaned over the counter. Something about those hands reminded Shostakovich of the alabaster inkstand in his room upstairs. The terrified reception girl offered up the register. Meanwhile the other man turned and said, "Why, if it isn't Dmitri Dmitrievich, congratulations on your rehabilitation." "Thank you. Thank you." The man with the alabaster hands yawned, let the register fall out of his hands, strolled up to Shostakovich and said, "Almost a decade between symphonies, isn't that so? You're not exactly a shock worker." "Because my hand gets tired, comrades, even when it, so to speak, subverts me. But I'm only a worm, and my symphonies are mere, so it's no loss to... I do apologize. Take a vodka with us. We've been meaning to have a talk with you." "Oh, how very... but my friend, unfortunately, is... Comrade Ostbolskaya has been delayed. Come over here, you." They sat at the bar, and Shostakovich clutched the little glass of vodka in his trembling hands. They asked him if he knew that M. Weinberg had been approached by an agent of British intelligence. They wanted to know when his Lenin Symphony would be finished. They demanded that he join the Communist Party, which is the only true party of the working class. He preferred to be associated with the working class, didn't he? They kept referring to your obligation to the people. "Yes, yes, yes," he replied, with a smile as otherworldly as the gleaming of golden church domes across a canal. 26. In the winter of 1954, not long after reactionary circles in the USA formed the Cito-aggressive bloc, Nina died suddenly. After that, he dreamed that she was calling him. His other nightmares resembled groups of Red Army men and women in uniform posing in fading photographs. And so he proposed to Galina Ostbolskaya. But she had long since been imprisoned by her awareness that, just as in winter the cobalt blue of the Russian atmosphere so quickly greys into darkness, so within him and all his projects any instant of brightness inevitably faded into dreary obscurity. He knew many jokes, to be sure, but in truth it was not very much fun to be around D.D. Shostakovich. That was why she refused him, he supposed. Not that she herself was exactly, how should I put it, fun-loving. All the more reason for her to seek a man who could, well, you know. I'm not saying he wasn't hurt, but whatever he might have felt or experienced in this regard, let's just say that it happened in another cadence. A down cadence, naturally, but anyhow, what's the point? He married M.A. Kainova, Komsomol functionary. Well, didn't Elena used to belong to the Komsomol? They'd expelled her before they'd arrested her. Although the main purpose of this union was to gain a mother for his two half-wild children, now being brought up after a fashion by the maid Maria, "You see, I endanger everybody," their father used to say. "I attaint everybody, and so, therefore—" His friends suspected that he'd rushed into this wedding because solitude frightened him almost as much as his own compositions, which were now invariably as thick, wide, and grey as battleships. But talk about brightness! Everybody he knew was gloomy, or else accused him of being so. Elena, you're so lucky you didn't marry me. Hence, why not commit a different error? Now we'll find out if brightness actually suits Dmitri Shostakovich, or whether he's better off, you know. Margarita, inspired, so she said, by the boats and shining water of Roman Carmen's Our Friend India, which they saw together at the Kino Palace, wanted to go someplace warm for the honeymoon, a beach on the Black Sea, for instance. He almost panicked, and they hadn't even— I've read that when Glickman came to pay a formal visit to the new couple, everybody was silent except for the bride, who proudly announced that she understood nothing about music. And that's all to the good, Isak Davidovich, because I'm going to make Mitya concentrate on important things. Do you know what he's promised me? He's agreed to join the party as soon as the time is right. Shostakovich hung his head miserably. He sat down at the piano and played a chord which resembled a cold blue September Sunday morning in Prague. When they'd drunk up all the vodka, he walked Glickman out. "Keep him in hand, Isak Davidovich. Good night, and all my respects to you, Margarita Andreevna." Out of pity, the guest had decided to say nothing to his friend, but Shostakovich, trembling and stuttering as they stood in the snowy brightness of the tram-stop, cried out to him, "Oh, I'm such a bastard, and now I've, so to speak, disgraced myself before you because she drove you away, I realize that, and when I'm with her all I want to do is sit in the corner and not even write music anymore, because she, you see, taunts me. I think she does it on purpose, don't you agree? Why didn't I listen to you, dear Isak Davidovich? I know you didn't approve. You probably think I married her just to get a young, so to say, a youngish piece of ass, but it's the nights, you see. Not that Nina and I ever slept in the same bed after Maxim was born. Well, hardly ever. There were, if you understand me, moments when you know, but she mostly left me alone, which was what I wanted. You saw how it was when you stayed with us in Kuibyshev back in— when was it now? In 42 it must have been, because you'd come for the score of my 7th Symphony, which was nothing but an intermezzo. Those nights when— I could give you any number of sad examples. Do you remember those years, Isak Davidovich? If only a German shell had— But at least I got to dream out my music, and she never treated me with indifference. Of course she didn't, said Glickman, laying a hand on his arm. Nina loved you. Yes. Oh, yes, she did, my dear Isak Davidovich, while all the time Glickman, who knew him so well, murmured thoughtfully, That's right. Last year, when Nina died, that made 20 years exactly, didn't it? Shostakovich flushed. The sickening compassion in his friend's eyes, he'd write that into Opus 110 too. Oh, yes, he would. Then slowly drawing a line in the snow with his foot, he said, Nina was still alive when the anniversary fell, technically speaking, in May. 20 years. And she herself was 20. That's the magic number, Isak Davidovich. You're absolutely correct. I don't suppose you ever hear from her? If you did, would you tell me? On second thought, please don't, because that would be, you know. As you wish. I've heard it said, hissed Shostakovich in a very low voice, that he courted her in a suit. He had a suit even on the front line in Spain. He looked quite dashing then. I think it was the same suit he wore when he photographed Dimitrov. You own plenty of suits, Dmitri Dmitrievich. On the other hand, Lebedinsky says she looks a bit, how should I say, in need. And if I could do anything to— I even know the day in May, and if I ever forget it, I still have— I took it with me when we got evacuated from Leningrad. The program from that music festival, it was when I played my piano concerto that I met her. She remarked that my music reminded her of the White Knights. With all due respect, you could have married her, Dmitri Dmitrievich. Yes, but unfortunately— excuse me, but I disagree. She was the one for you. Even after Nina told you she was pregnant, you still could have gone through with it. Please forgive me, Dmitri Dmitrievich. I'm speaking only as your friend. Oh, you're right, of course. I've always been such a coward. Don't say that, I beg you, cried Glickman in agony. You were there, weren't you? I seem to remember you dancing with her. I'm sorry, Dmitri Dmitrievich, but I wasn't there. Are you quite sure? Denisov tells me that she wears her hair in a knot now, and that very first night I felt— Oh, my God! Perhaps it's not too late, even now. I could make inquiries. Everybody knows, isn't that so? Nina knew. Tukhachevsky knew. My children know all too well. Whenever that son of a bitch Comrade Alexandrov drops by, he likes to twit me about it. Well, well, let all their actions speak for themselves. It hurts to remember. And maybe she's not... Please tell me what I should do, Isak Davidovich, please. Marry her. She's married to Vygotsky. Marry her. Even Galina Ustvolskaya, do you know what she said? I wanted her for so to speak, a substitute. I calculated that if I couldn't have Elena, at least she might. And needless to say, I tried to be smart about it. In these times one gets experienced at hiding things, because I admire her mind. What a formalist, a revisionist. That's how they come after us now. Well, I still know beautiful music when I hear it, thank God. And I also... Well, she laughed in my face. You don't know what a spiteful one she is. It was quite a situation. We were in bed when I proposed, at which point she... Are you sure you want to tell me this, Dmitri Dmitrievich? Perhaps tomorrow you'll feel embarrassed. Don't interrupt me, I can't bear it. She got out of bed, stark naked as she was, turned her back to me and started dressing. When she'd buttoned up her coat, she faced me again and said, You had your chance on the 26th of May, 1934. You see, even she had the date memorized, that first time that Elena and I... But I swear I never told her. By the way, have you met this Vygotsky? That date will never stop being, although naturally it sometimes makes me unhappy, which also speaks for itself. What you said, Isak Davidovich, it's 100% correct. And then Galina said, and the way she said it, oh, she's cold, she said, I'm not her, and I don't want to be her. I'd committed a major error, although it's not my concern to... And then she... Don't say it, Dmitri Dmitrievich. And then she spat on me. Mitya, pull yourself together. And I... Please, for your own sake. I can't help myself. Do you know what I ask women to do? Dmitri Dmitrievich, do me a favor, my dear Isak Davidovich. The next time you see me, and the time after that, and every other time until we die, please be so good as to... I understand. We'll never mention this again. Thank you. Thank you. Not unless you wish it. But shall I... Not another word, Isak Davidovich, I'm begging you. But you won't join the party. Please promise me. When Margarita gets to insisting on that, I can't help what she says. Those party texts of Dolmatovsky's were, actually, when Margarita rang up Dolmatovsky himself and told him I'd agreed to... At that point I couldn't say no, so that was Opus 98. But join the party? Not if they pull my teeth out. I promise I'll never cave in on that. That means so much to me, said Glickman, and here came his tram. Misunderstanding him, hating him at times, Nina had cared for him to the end, tolerating his poses, sharing his perilous disgrace. Margarita, for her part, seemed always to be with him in a rather different way, dragging him to official functions, reminding him of his duty to the masses. Long buried now, those days of Shostakovich sitting alone in a wilderness of dark chairs, his mouth pressed against his hand as he listened to the rehearsal of his seventh. He'd believed then that music could be good. Now was he to listen to nothing, then? You made us late again, Margarita was snarling through her little white teeth. He and she were soon divorced, and he lurked at Lebedinsky's flat, waiting for her to finish disappearing. Here was a film magazine. He paged through it over and over. In a photograph, old Roman Carmen was holding his camera as casually and expertly as a soldier does a gun, smiling flirtatiously down at a Viet Cong girl with a submachine gun. She was in a line of fighters. They were always in a line, and Shostakovich waited and waited until the telephone rang. Maxim had done the deed. Margarita was gone. She had subsumed herself forever within the auto beams and sign reflections upon the cold wetness of Moscow's streets. I'm told that she allied herself with a better man. Why not say that this Vygotsky now has 2 wives. He takes in my cast-offs. Oh, I'm such a bastard, Life is nothing but trouble. I wonder if Elena still has that saffroned handbag I bought her in Turkey. It was very good quality. Hopefully Nina never found out, because... Meanwhile, the apparatchiks proclaimed him a people's artist of the USSR. Sweden awarded him honorary membership in the Royal Academy of Music. Everybody advised him to take out that opera of his, that Lady Macbeth or whatever it was, and polish it up to bring it up to date with the times. For instance, with all due respect, how would it sound transposed into a major key? Then there was the matter of his bits of melody borrowed from the reactionary Mussorgsky. To this accusation he readily confessed, "All those musical quotations, well, they're just a way for me not to be myself." Oh, those bastards! If they'd only— On the other hand, his interest in the situation of women was certainly appreciated, they said. Lady Macbeth might serve to show how greatly the lives of our female citizens and comrades had been advanced by the Revolution. Perhaps if he made the heroine into more of a victim, so that she wouldn't be misconstrued. Interest. Oh, me. He could coax their clothes off as gently as he charmed M. Mayerovich into rewriting his Gypsy Rhapsody, although that had happened 10 years ago already. All right, that was over. Time, how should I say, passes. Falling snow dimming the white streets. Trees transformed by snow into thickened negative images of themselves. Soft beige slush, white snow falling on women's fur-clad shoulders, white outlines of once black railings. Russian caps and Kazakh fur hats wide as tree crowns, all was as all or nothing as the notes he inked onto his score-sheets. And peering timidly between the curtains of his flat, he spied before the speckled, soft-stained building fronts a living note of music. She was dressed in a white fur jacket, and her long hair spilled blackly from beneath her hat like a downward-stemmed A-sharp. Only a dream, but oh my God, that long, dark hair. She didn't dare to approach more closely, it seemed. Well, no wonder. 20 paces away from her stood a man with snow on his dark moustache, snow on his dark fur cap and coat. He was wearing tall, shiny boots, and he kept staring up into Shostakovich's window. Isn't he the one who's always following Akhmatova? Now, I'm glad it's only a dream, because at least everything remained white and black. It was nearly the same as his true home beneath the piano keys. When will this dream end? I want to wake up now. There's something about it I don't like, and I don't know why. 2 long-haired girls came walking under a red umbrella. The redness interrupted and assaulted him. Now it was ubiquitous in troops of little girls with red balloons, troops of pioneers with red flags. But I'm not anti-communist. It's just that red spot which I— What's that sound? And how can I preserve it musically? There's a high B-sharp in it that chills me, but it also contains dry bass elements. Akhmatova has a good ear. I wonder how she's— The sounds of shelling she characterized in her poem First Long-Range Firing on Leningrad as a kind of dry thunder. But that's not precisely what this is. I'm going to wake up now, and— There it is again. What's that sound? Oh my, how I hate that sound. And it's closer. They must have gotten the range. I think that sound lives inside the red spot. Do you know, I think I must have seen something when I was young, which— Maybe a drop of blood on my father's lips when he— No. Or something which— What's that sound? It's not dry thunder at all, because that B-sharp— Poor Glickman, who always meant well, drew his attention to a film about the female workers who'd reconstructed Stalingrad, sleeping in wrecked German planes because there were no other quarters. He thought that their heroism might be a fitting subject for Shostakovich's next symphony. To be sure, Isaac Davidovich, I'll have to consider that topic extremely, how should I say, carefully. Anything female, of course, has its so-called advantages. For example, that factory worker who flirts with you, Vera Ivanovna, you know, when I walk you to the tram stop at night. I've seen her put on purple lipstick first, and then her hard hat. Now, that's actually rather— And he wrenched his head away so that Glickman wouldn't see his angry smile. And yet why be so, you know— Glickman had once taken him to the Kino Palace in about 32, it must have been, before he'd even kissed Elena for the very first time. He'd just begun composing Lady Macbeth and cared about the situation of women, or thought he did. Nina already complained that he'd never cared about her, but that was— how should I say— The point was that the Kino Palace was showing a Roman Carmen documentary about the collective farm shock worker Yevdokia Yermoshkina. When she had begun teaching illiterate women, pointing to the blackboard and making them all chant the lesson, "We are not slaves, no slaves are we," a thrill had passed over Shostakovich. He'd been, young, you see. Oh, and Carmen, too. Was our dear Roman Lazarevich still a true believer? 18 years a party member, 18 years of kissing assholes. No wonder Elena couldn't face him. I hear she's very... I suppose he's proud. When will he make a sequel about Yevdokia Yermoshkina? She probably got drunk and wrecked her tractor, because that's how we— Oh, Shostakovich smiled. He slobbered poison. Anything female, of course, in my very next symphony. Even the stern middle-aged dragon ladies in our Soviet hotels who keep everything in order, he charmed even them. Gazing out the window late on those white nights, he sometimes saw Black Marias carrying away enemies of the people, as usual, but now they pretended to be bread trucks. The pitch of their tire squeals he'd glean for Opus 110. His music was becoming a vast orbit around the planet of the 12-tone scale, the orbit slowly decaying. 27. In 1955, when the ruling circles of the USA had just begun to suppress the national liberation movement of Vietnam, his song cycle From Jewish Poetry premiered at last. In cosmopolitan Leningrad, of course. We forgave him this Zionist provocation, in spite of the fact that he still held back from joining the party. Even when he used his growing prestige to help effect the posthumous rehabilitation of V. Meyerhold, we continued to forbear. Oh, he was a real internationalist, a neutral element. Unfortunately, our Soviet Union still has need of such people. So we sat in the back row, yawning and rubbing our raspberry-coloured boots together. Then we told the critics what to say about those Jewish songs, which, after their long suppression, nearly a decade now, seemed as dismal and ancient to him as Kirov's obsequies in the Tauride palace. And they said it. But the audience applauded him. Wearied by another nightmare's flank attack, he bowed and bowed, clutching at his throat as if his necktie were too tight for him. Afterward, he sat down on the edge of the bed in the room she'd taken in her name at the Sovietskaya Hotel. We see him peering timidly down through the curtains at those few blocky, dark cars in the slush-shining streets. Here came a bright red tramcar. There was a red pennant on a ministry's facade. Here came another Moscow sunset, Adagio. Soon she'd arrive, if the floor lady didn't, so to speak— well, in point of fact, he worried about the floor lady. Oh, my dear friend, those floor ladies oversee every room and elevator, with quasi-comradely vigilance, you understand. Noiseless and watchful, they're old or young, but always on the job. Turn your key in the lock as quietly as you please, open the door and step out into the hall, and you'll find one of them watching, to make sure that you're you. Nonetheless, they're Slavs like us. Moreover, they're women, so they can, at times, be, how should I put it, extremely understanding. Now she was late. When he closed his eyes, he could literally see her in her dark coat and dark shoes, ascending the worn steps of the Leningrad Conservatory. Had she changed her mind? The night was as black as an SS man's uniform. You know, Galicia, I'd never say this if I hadn't. This vodka's quite— But your face, you resemble— I wish I could send her to hell, she said flatly. How did you know? You once said her name in your sleep. That's why I'll never marry you. You're always angry, and I— But Ostvolskaya had already run away, slamming the door behind her. He telephoned T.P. Nikolaeva and summoned her to the hotel room to drink the remainder of the vodka. Yes, Mitya, I'll come, but I can't. Don't worry. Oh, don't worry, I'm not asking for that. 2 hours later she arrived in a rush, bearing a packet of deliciously greasy sausages, and he realized that she'd been alarmed on his behalf, and not that he— He lit up a cigarette and said, Tatiana, sometimes I feel that— well, I'm not a poet, as is, for instance, Bloch, but do you ever feel that there's a woman somewhere at the center of things, a goddess, let's say, or does a woman perceive the same thing as a male principle? You're talking about your music. Yes, in a way, although I suppose that when one dedicates oneself sincerely enough to anything, one personalizes it. I knew you'd understand me. Being faithful to an idea is like being faithful to a woman. I've never betrayed my own music, not yet. I've written moneymakers, oh yes, for films and whatnot. Even Akhmatova, for all her regal pride, had to kiss that bastard's ass in the end, because she— Mitya, please be careful. Don't worry. They can't hear us with that radio blaring out Khrenikov's latest monstrosity. Music certainly reveals its composer's soul, don't you think? When I encounter this musical turd, I don't even pity Khrennikov. Did I tell you that he's still trying to suppress me on the cinematic front? What a trooper, what a bulldog. Sometimes you're like a child. Forgive me, but to get back to Akhmatova, the essential point is that she chose to save her son's life instead of keeping pure. And to me, she... Do you remember when they shot her first husband? I wasn't born. Excuse me, my sweetest little Tianochka. Sometimes I forget how time ticks. Well, they shot him and not her. In your opinion, which of them was luckier? What a question. At least tell me this much, and as honestly as you can. Elena told me, she heard for herself, that they recite her poems even in the Gulag. So she's a... But did she damage her life's work when she wrote that other trash? Not at all. If anything, she safeguarded it. Otherwise they would have... To be sure. Oh, you angel. But that's not my only point. You do that so they don't shoot you, and then you... Well, to grieve is also a right, but it's not granted to everyone. So I haven't done anything to... And music is like a... Well, at any rate, no one's solved the woman question yet, have they, Tatiana? Not even Lenin himself. You strange creatures, Everyone knows whom you love, Mitya. Why don't you marry her? Oh, I'm not good enough for... You see, I mainly write quartets instead of symphonies now. I'm getting impotent. He sat up all night, getting drunk with her. They never touched each other. The next morning he felt pretty awful. Maxime, who was mooning around the flat these days, waiting for the Composers' Union to call him, wanted to go see the film Vietnam by a certain R.L. Carmen, but his father didn't have time because he was very... you know. It was really terrible that he didn't have a secretary. It used to be that Nina always picked up the telephone and said that he was away for 2 months. Well, time to be philosophical. Next, his mother died. At the side of her deathbed he found a volume of Chekhov's tales turned open to, "Isn't our living in town, airless and crowded? Isn't that a sort of case for us?" This gave him a horror. He didn't know why. He'd write that airless crowdedness into Opus 110. 28. In 1956, the year of Khrushchev's secret speech denouncing the Stalin cult, the Eighth Symphony was rehabilitated, and an editorial in the journal Voprosi Filosofii decried the repression of Lady Macbeth 20 years ago. Colleagues, musicians, and conductors leaned self-satisfiedly against his 2 pianos. As for him, he smiled as angrily as if he could already see the way everything would be for the rest of his life. Who says we can't foretell the future? If that German shell whistles, it'll miss us. If it sizzles, then watch out. Actually, the anger was the easiest part. What he couldn't stand was the fear. Under the piano he still kept his suitcase packed with 2 changes of underwear. He'd heard that no matter what, one got lice-infested. Elena had had to shave her head after her release. She really resembled a convict then. And she had always had such long, beautiful hair. He wondered what she looked like now. His sister said that Elena's daughter was very quick with languages. Once or twice he dreamed, well, fine, it might have been 6 times, that from the conservatory roof he powerlessly watched a shave-headed Russian sniper being frisked by 2 Germans, his face black with dirt, despair staining him. He'd be liquidated. And then, when the fascists stood him up against the wall, he suddenly realized that they were about to shoot Elena, whose Red Army uniform had disguised her. He tried to cry out, but then the nightmare rolled over his chest, and it was as heavy, broad, and metallic as tank treads. Fortunately, such disturbances had now been almost entirely eradicated. Why couldn't all the toadies and screws watch her, not him, and give him a daily report? Perhaps she... The Ministry of Culture had organized this audition. Oh, he'd slaved, he'd prepared, he'd eliminated many a measure which might be construed as erotic, let alone anti-Soviet. Here was the revised libretto, definitive now, tamed and trimmed like a bathing beauty's bikini line, perfect indeed, which is to say, 1 note forward and 10 notes back, everything better and more joyous. So his persecutors grinned like crocodiles right there in his apartment, number 87, 3745 Mozhaiskoye Chaussee, when he seated himself at what he called the other piano, and played the opera through by memory, thinking to himself, "He who has ears will hear." Afterward, Comrade Kabalevsky remarked, "In spite of a few pretty passages, and I certainly don't wish to demean you as a musician, my dear Mitya, it's still an apology for a debauched murderess." Comrade Luria was also there, and he gave off a stink of burning. Stroking his beard, he contented himself by reminding us all that even the émigré Martinov had summed up Shostakovich's opus as a warning of harmful deviation. "Yes, to be sure, my dear friends, because I myself am nothing but a— you know." "And you seriously intended to compose an entire cycle of these so-called feminist operas, Dmitri Dmitrievich?" "I'm afraid so," he whispered triumphantly. "When you buy little boys in ancient China, they're little hands. Little girls are just cocoons. Which makes me feel— what a disgusting piece of nonsense." Comrade Khubov inserted the third dagger, saying, "The real point is that the muddle instead of music article in Pravda has never been retracted, therefore it's still in force." In a rage, Glickman shouted at them, "But Stalin is dead." "That's as may be, Isaac Davidovich, but when all's said and done, Comrade Stalin remains a genius. He was head of the party at that time, and it's just not done to go against the party. Don't you agree, Mitya?" "Correct, correct, correct," cried Shostakovich in a trembling voice. "It's just a question of— I've evidently failed to overcome my age-old errors." "Ah, well, I'm glad you see that much. Keep towing the line, Mitya, and we'll do what we can. Maybe in another 10 years the time will be right. As for you, Isaac Davidovich, speaking as your colleague, if not quite your friend, I'd advise you to be very, very careful. Needless to say, nobody's remarks will go beyond this room. All the same, don't you see that your misguided counter-offensive could actually hurt Mitya?" "Oh, don't worry," whispered Shostakovich. "I'd like to thank you all for your helpful criticisms." "Mitya, don't take this so much to heart. Nobody's calling you an enemy of the people yet. Just calm down and remember that we're only interested in your good." "Well, thank you for that, Comrade Khubov. Thank you. And now for a technical question. Don't worry, Comrade Alexandrov, it won't be too technical. What I want to know, Mitya, is this. What key is this opera in?" "Well, I want you to know that this morning we all listened to your music to The Fall of Berlin. Parts of that movie are dated now, obviously, but in my opinion what you did there is your best work." "Well, thank you. It's what the Americans would call feel-good music, if you follow me, Mitya. It sends us out into the world with a song that we can whistle. In essence, we begin in a major key, then after some dramatic strife, in the course of which we win our victory against international fascism, we return to the tonic, the harmonic bass. We're back in that same major key, following the correct line. What key is that, by the way? In fact, never mind. Mitya, you obviously understand the concept of the tonic, and in this case you succeed almost as well as Blanter, or even Khrennikov." Shostakovich ducked and smiled his gratitude, twiddling his fingers as frantically as Scarlatti. "Unfortunately, this opera of yours lacks a tonic. It's lost its way. It ventures out behind enemy lines and gets cut off." "Comrade Kabalevsky, you've exposed the, how should I say, central error of my career. I'm only lost. That's exactly it. You've not only exposed me, you've, lighted the way ahead with a searchlight. You see, I lost the tonic in 1935 or thereabouts. Maybe it was 1934 or 1936. It was— Do you believe that each composer's soul— well, I don't mean soul, which is, let's say, personality, a word more suited to our, so to speak, modern Soviet epoch, is best suited to working in a certain key, or even— My tonic must have been D minor, which sometimes reminds me of the maples and limes of the summer garden, because but then I misplaced it." "What nonsense." "You see, I'm confused. I confess to that. At least it wasn't malicious. Well, there's something wrong, and Lady Macbeth merely reflects— What I can't imagine is how your poor wife must have felt when you dedicated this obscene trash to her." "Well, she was actually my, so to speak, fiancée at the time, Comrade Alexandrov." "But you did dedicate it to her?" "Unfortunately, I did. That can't be washed away. But Nina always had a very healthy proletarian sense. She never liked it." "Where is Nina right now, by the way?" It says right here that you claimed that your opera was about love. Is that true? It's about, how love could have been if the world weren't full of vile things. Which vile things, exactly? Hitlerism, for instance. Don't get smart with us, Mitya. When you signed off on that lump of formalist drivel, the fascists hadn't invaded yet. Well then, let's say proto-Hitlerism. Because, of course, the Reichstag fire and all that, Dmitrov's trial. And you're absolutely right. I see now that Lady Macbeth is, and always will be, nothing but a disgusting muddle. Thank you for helping me to see that. They kept talking. Their skull-jaws moved. But all he could hear was his own rat theme reiterating itself louder and louder. 29. He was completely rehabilitated at the Second All-Union Congress of Soviet Composers in the spring of 1957. Galina Ust-Volskaya had just completed her Sonata No. 4, which consisted of 4 attacca movements, so he'd heard. She hadn't found time to play it for him, but Glickman, who seemed to get around, had already heard it and pronounced it extremely depressing. Photographs from this period often show him leaning his hand against his forehead, staring at the whiteness of a score in the recording studio. When he was alone, he laughingly choked out, "Oh yes, my tonic must have been D minor. That was perfect. Even Glickman didn't know what I was—" He continued to be as productive as those Stakhanovite coal mine workers who overfulfill their norms by a factor of 14. His chords paraded across each score like some exercise march of sun-tanned girls in Red Square, each in a white tank top and grey shorts. Sometimes they were even happy. Sometimes they resembled rainbow flower explosions made of arrows. At a gathering of his friends, he drank too much and began singing "Burn, Candle, Burn Bright" in Lenin's Little Red Asshole, which could have gotten him 10 years. That fall, his 11th Symphony, which had already achieved immense success in spite of its secret references to the Soviet tanks now crushing the Hungarian uprising, Maxim had whispered, "Papa, what if they hang you for this?" won a Lenin Prize, which, after Khrushchev's secret speech, could not be called a Stalin Prize anymore, you see. The capitalists dismissed it as program music. Pale, cold lights, arising diagonally from the wet pavement, diffused into the darkness like jet trails. Patches of wet light, flat zones and darkness, and then the pallid welcome of lights in the porticos of official buildings besieged the celebrations. Far, far within, Shostakovich paced tremblingly from handshake to handshake, smiling in a flutter, drinking too much vodka. Oh, what a smile! He hid within it. He actually believed that it protected him. "The Russians," wrote a German, "are masters in the construction of shell-proof wooden field fortifications." He smiled. People thought him as stiff as a frozen corpse. In 1958, when he won the Sibelius Prize, the Central Committee passed a resolution partly denouncing the Zhdanov Decree of 1948, but only partly. They called it the Decree on the Correction of Errors. Shostakovich smiled venomously when he heard. Well, what's the difference? Not even Nina believed in me, even when I thought that my 7th Symphony could, Maxim was crying for hunger, and I actually thought I could make art out of it. That was the year when Pasternak was forced to decline his Nobel Prize. The year when a Soviet selection of Akhmatova's verses appeared in print, inscribed to Dmitri Dmitrievich Shostakovich, in whose epoch I dwelled on earth. Oh, I know precisely what you mean, my dear, dear Anna Andreevna. In my epoch, my stinking epoch of— We see him pale and weary in a dress shirt and necktie, his arm around A. Mravinsky, who will soon betray him out of fear, and who folds his own arms, as gaunt and indifferent as a wounded soldier. We hear him whispering to his young friend E. Denisov, "When I look back on my life, I realize that I've been a coward. A coward. But if you'd seen everything I have, Eric, perhaps you too would have become a coward. Can you imagine? To accept the invitation of a friend, and when you arrive at his flat to discover that he's disappeared, with all his books and clothes thrown into the street, and some new comrade already living there. The telephone rang. His dear friend Leo Oskarovich, who'd tried to console him after he divorced Margarita, was inviting him to a party at Leningradskaya 44-2, the Kino house. He could bring anyone he liked. Roman Lazarevich was going to be there, and there might be work if our trustworthy Dmitri Dmitrievich could whip off something anti-formalist in a major key. Nothing like your 11th Symphony. Please forgive me for saying that, but we only want to help you. For the soundtrack of the world's first Kino Panorama film, Far and Wide My Country Stretches. Roman Lazarevich wants you to know, Dmitri Dmitrievich, that he's very— That was the year they appointed him chairman of the organizing committee for the first international Tchaikovsky competition. The prize went to a tall young American named Van Cliburn. That was the year that the arthritis, or whatever it was, began to settle in his wrists. The year that the municipality of Moscow held a special unveiling of memorial plaques to Prokofiev. Plaques and prizes. It's also— Take, for instance, that Order of the Red Star over her right breast. My sister says that she wears it whenever Vygotsky wants to go out in public, and you know. Prokofiev's first wife used the occasion to create a scandal against the second. And why should I even care? It wasn't as if Prokofiev and I were even, you know— But since I've dispensed with feeling certain other feelings, why not gratify my ugliness? Because that makes me all the more ready for Opus 110. Will it actually be Opus 110 or Opus 111? I'm shooting for 110, which will be a quartet, something intimate, so that everybody can hear the whatchamacallit. As if Prokofiev's wife were even a— Trembling with rage, Shostakovich inhaled vodka, railing against the foulness of women. When the musicologist M. Sabinina objected in a tentative voice that, after all, she herself was a woman, he backed water a trifle, then confessed that, like Prokofiev with the second wife, he himself was now entirely impotent. Between himself and Galina Ust-Volskaya there was no longer a consonance. Mutual friends warned that she tirelessly denounced both his music and his person. I've read that she'd fallen in love with Y.A. Balkashin. Trying not to think about her, he sat dreaming about the young girls at the conservatory, with their violin cases over their shoulders. He muttered to Lebedinsky, "Pushkin said it. There's no escaping one's destiny." He had to go to Leningrad for a concert. He dreaded to go. At every street he was afraid he'd see Ust-Volskaya. He dreaded her more than anything, because she had left him, and she— He had a sudden irrational idea. He knew that it was irrational, that if he only killed himself before tomorrow it wouldn't be too late, and then she'd know he loved her and take him back. All the while he knew very well that it was Elena Konstantinovskaya whom he loved. "Elena, you're the one for me. Oh, why didn't I say it? Just as in winter we frontline men dread abandoning our dugouts because it's so difficult to dig new ones in the frozen ground, so he did not want to give up Ust-Volskaya, especially now that his penis could no longer perform its world-historic task. There was nothing more to it than that. She was his outer perimeter, and Elena was the inner. He missed her music, of course. In 1959, when Lunik landed on the moon, another Soviet victory on the scientific front, his daughter married. Blindly, like a doomed soldier throwing grenades from his foxhole, Shostakovich composed myriad smiles, wishing that he were alone and away. But he pretended that Nina was holding his hand. They'd asked him to play something, but his wrists hurt. Galia looked so joyous as she stood beside that new husband of hers, in whose presence he felt awkward, that all he wanted to do was sit in the corner for fear that he might cast his stinking shadow on her happiness. Solicitously, Glickman filled his vodka glass to the very top and whispered that it was all going well. "As for this music she wants," whispered Shostakovich, "instead of me, it should have been the master composer sitting here, the great man himself. You know whom I mean, that bastard." "My God, Dmitri Dmitrievich, I implore you, please be careful. That fellow over there, what's his name?" "Why, that's our fine, so to speak, friend, comrade Alexandrov. Don't you admire the sheen of his boots? He always puts the welfare of the proletariat at the very— Dmitri Dmitrievich, he's trying to listen. Shall I take you home?" "By no means, my dear Isaac Davidovich. I only wanted to remark that Comrade Stalin was a brilliant composer of orchestral fugues. And you know which instruments he played them on? Why, the organs, of course." "Isaac Davidovich, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be saying such things. I'm just a son of a bitch." Elena Konstantinovskaya had told him that during her time away, Her sleep had been continually troubled by the clicking, scraping, and shrieking of steel loops along the perimeter wire as chained watchdogs ran back and forth, lunging at prisoners. He had never been able to forget this detail. It was this which had suddenly invaded his mind as he sat there at Galina's wedding. Right then he started working out how to transmute it into music, because— well, how could he say why? That clicking, scraping, and shrieking, he'd find a way to include them in Opus 110. Afterwards, half-drunk, or perhaps merely quarter-drunk, he approached the elegantly squarish shaft of the Leningradskaya Hotel, built 1948-53, with its belfry on top, and on the steeple no cross, of course, but a star. He paced slowly round and round. "Dmitri Dmitrievich, so happy you got our invitation," said the men in raspberry-coloured boots. "Have you met Comrade Alexandrov? We wanted to talk to you about joining the party." "Ah, to be sure, yes, Shostakovich replied in a voice as waxen as a corpse's toes. "I promise to apply just as soon as I finish my symphony about Lenin. That way I'll, so to speak, have something to offer. And maybe I ought to compose a few bars about the German-Polish question. Right now I'm only a worm, only a, so to speak, a worm, but—" "Wasn't your 7th symphony supposed to be about Lenin?" "Oh dear, the 7th, I mean, but at the time I wasn't ready. Lenin is— well, I myself intend the fullest preparation in order to do full justice to this topic. For example, the liquidation of classes ought to be expressed pizzicato." "Let's quit clowning around. We're more aware than you might imagine of your real attitude towards Soviet power. All things considered, Dmitri Dmitrievich, you've been lucky. We continue looking into your case. Back in 36, for instance, the only reason you weren't dragged down with Tukhachevsky was that your interrogator got arrested. Well, guess what? He's been rehabilitated." "Posthumously, right? Or have you been, so to speak—" "The jokes you allow yourself, Dmitri Dmitrievich. Really, sometimes it almost makes one believe that somebody's holding his hand over you. Well, think about what we've said. We expect your full collaboration. And remember, the organs aren't going to forget you." This was the time that his first cello concerto in E-flat major premiered. In the last movement was a parody of Stalin's favourite tune, Suleiko, so deeply buried, to be sure, that not even Rostropovich, to whom the concerto had been dedicated, could ever have sniffed it out. No matter what the fellows in raspberry-coloured boots said, Shostakovich valued his head. Oh yes, good friends. But when they were all alone, with vodka in their glasses, the composer hummed it out like a furious hornet. And how could they not all hear it then? Suleiko. Rostropovich burst out laughing, but Shostakovich already felt faint and was biting his nails and peering all around him. Rostropovich poured out vodka. Then Shostakovich set out with the Soviet cultural delegation to tour American cities. 30. In April 1960, when, in token of his impending elevation, he found himself elected first secretary to the RSFSR Congress of Composers, Khrushchev was there, booming away with his inimitable vulgarity about the good music that any proletarian could hum along with, as opposed to the bad music, the intellectual kind that sounded like the croaking of crows. Everyone within reach was compelled to play the sycophant, of course. The luckier ones lurked in darker corners of the reception hall. Shostakovich, of course, clung to that darkness, hiding amongst his colleagues, gazing blankly through his spectacles while 1,000 tortured or malignant smiles successively devoured one another upon his lips. A man in a dark suit was taking photographs. His flash resembled the blinding night lights of Butyrki prison. Why not imagine that he resembles this Professor Vygotsky of Elena's? I must send Glickman over there, so that he can tell me what the man— you know. I want to kill him. And they have a daughter now, so it's— Meanwhile, the blackest vacuum must be conquered. The mission of the cosmonauts was to prevent American astronauts from overcoming our leading position. At that very moment, the Americans were threatening us in Cuba. While all the opinions on this matter were enthusiastically the same, the cacophony of untuned voices represented the intonation discrepancies of valve instruments. Now they had spied him out, and were spiraling in upon him. When they inquired whether he supported the total Sovietization of space, he nodded obediently. Truth to tell, the planets unnerved him. For some reason he was frightened by the great red spot of Jupiter. No doubt we'd get to Jupiter eventually. Our cosmonauts would, so to speak, force the Vistula. The sad, subtle music of Lady Macbeth was sounding between his ears, doubtless the only performance in all Russia. That bully Khrushchev, he could see him right now singing the part of those workmen who'd thrown the fat cook in a barrel and were feeling her up, pinching her tits and shouting, "Give me a suck." He'd find a way to concentrate the venom of those measures and inject it into Opus 110. And now Comrade Alexandrov was saying, he hated them. He hated them all. Suddenly Khrushchev's forefinger came lunging at him. Shostakovich smiled in alarm. "Now, Dmitri Dmitrievich here," Khrushchev was shouting out. He saw the light right at the beginning of the war with his whatchamacallit, his symphony." Shostakovich thought to himself, he speaks with a mixed cadence. No, a deceptive cadence. "That's right, comrades," cried an apparatchik. "Nikita Sergeyevich has hit it right on the head. Dmitri Dmitrievich might have brought some unpleasant times on himself, but he's seen the light." Khrushchev strode up to him and extended his hand. Bitterly, Shostakovich permitted him to shake it. His arm was troubling him, especially today. After 1964, he would be compelled to forego public performances. "Why, Dmitri Dmitrievich, they told me you were as skinny as a rail, and here you are, a regular barrage balloon. You must have been eating your share and more of our fine Russian bread." "Excuse me for that, esteemed Nikita Sergeyevich. Please forgive me." Just a joke. Let's get down to business. When are you going to come around and join the party?" Khrushchev smelled of sweat. His own belly was as big as the rotunda of the Kirov Theatre. "Oh dear, oh me," sighed Shostakovich. "The difficulty is, not to put too fine a point on it, Nikita Sergeyevich, I never could understand when they talk about surplus value." "Leave that crap to the intellectuals," shouted Khrushchev. "Just tell me you're a party man. Are you a party man?" I support the party with all my—" Now the epigons all applauded, and the people's composer, Lyadova, a woman not exactly his type, rushed over and kissed him. Lyadova wanted to give him some comradely criticism, to help him write more correct music. She thought his music should be more clear. In one of their final quarrels, Galina Ustvolskaya had told him that he'd betrayed his music because he was willing to pretend for these murderers that it meant whatever they wanted it to mean. And then I mean to say that after that whereas this Lyadova was as busy as a stream of eighth notes. There might be something cheerful about her. Might it be that she actually, After all, was he condemned to live out his years in a, so to speak, cemetery? He couldn't decide whether her stupidity would be safe or merely unendurable. She'd painted her lips as red as rocket flares. He wondered what it would be like forget it. Stroking his grey and greasy hair, puffing out her mouth at him in a dazzling crimson spot, she whispered, "Don't you want to foil the designs of the imperialists, Dmitri Dmitrievich? When will you join the party? That will send a very—" What he wanted was to get drunk. He wanted to pass out. He dreamed that a skeleton was beckoning to him. Life has become bitter, comrades. How long can a soul struggle and strain? He sat there with his expressionless look, which was often, thank God, taken for dazed, and folded his arms as tightly as he could, sitting motionless on the dais as the musicians played his Song of the Forests. 31. Fat and pale in a heavy dark suit, he smiled over his wine with the other grinning functionaries. Soon, with his discreetest sarcasm, he'd send all his friends congratulatory postcards on the anniversary of the glorious October Revolution. To Glickman he wrote, "Life is far from easy. How I long to summon the aid of the old woman so inspiringly invoked." How Glickman would laugh. How Nina would have snorted. He himself was laughing and sobbing as he deepened the joke. Listening to himself, he heard a three-toned keening like an air raid siren. By the poet in his Horizon Beyond the Horizon, published in— Glickman would split his sides at this next pomposity. The party's central organ, Pravda, on the 29th of April, 1960. 41 years later, when Glickman finally published the correspondence of Shostakovich, he added a special footnote to explain, for the benefit of those of us who don't possess the Enigma decoding device, that the old woman personified death. "I kiss you warmly," the letter went on. "Be well and happy." Upon receipt of this greeting, Glickman, overcome by eeriness, actually made efforts, so I'm told, to visit Elena Konstantinovskaya, who was now the chairwoman of foreign languages at the Leningrad Conservatory. But she repulsed his approaches, remarking, "Look, I'm already 46 years old, and Mitya is what, 54? It's too late for both of us. And I'm married, and my daughter would never understand. She hates Mitya. More to the point, since you've come to me behind Mitya's back, he's obviously not interested. You may think he needs me, but what am I?" And her cigarette mysteriously went out. She threw it on the floor, lit another, and went on, "I'm not just someone to be needed. Oh, now you've got me talking like him. So please give Isaac Davidovich my best respects, and there's no message for Mitya, since he sent none to me. And now would you please get out?" Mitya imprisoned his cigarette in a sybaritic clutch. Although his seventh-string quartet proved as nervously beautiful as his memories of Galina Ustvolskaya gnawing her snow-white knuckles back in 1951, he himself was reverting to earth. Still he sat straight at the piano, his hands flat enough for a parade of toy soldiers to march over, but the use of his limbs grew increasingly painful. The doctors couldn't say why. He hid from the world in his shabby dacha in Komarovo, out of sight of Moscow, where the reflections of white-limed trees resembled bones on the wet brown streets. When visitors came, he took them on long walks and talked about the weather. Sometimes he sat down on a bench, folded his arms, and glared until they went away. He wanted to— well, I don't know. Maybe I should ring up Roman Lazarevich for advice, because he— Far away some little peasant child was droning in a voice as high-pitched as a German bomber over Leningrad. It was all very, how should I say, pleasant. But then money worries would draw him out, or he'd get a craving to hear his latest music performed. Addicted to the voices of young sopranos, he could no longer hold himself back from writing textual parts for them to sing. He was now flirting with a quiet married woman named I.A. Supinskaya. "Elena, you see how lucky it is that you didn't marry me." His passion resembled the healthy blonde upleaping of flames in a stove full of taiga logs. But Irina was so much younger that he had no heart to, As a general rule, he loathed the sight of his own round, pale, weary face. How could he inflict himself on anyone? As Lebedensky kept telling him, "You don't have much luck with women, Dmitri Dmitrievich. Or maybe it's more accurate to say that you've racked up your share of failures." "Oh, thank you, he bitterly replied. Fundamentally, he was as solitary as a mollusk. But whenever he got summoned to perform, he couldn't get out of it. That is why we see him nervously sitting in a factory, his arms tightly indrawn, as all the babushkas and peasant girls who worked there applauded on command. He needed a woman to— Never mind. He was an asset to his country now, no matter that his music had failed to rid itself entirely of undesirable elements. In the Central Committee, they put him forward as proof that we could hold our own against the Americans, at least on the cultural front. When he held her hand for the first time, Irina told him how much his Leningrad Symphony had always inspired her. He pulled his hand away. He said, "Actually, I'm not against your calling the Seventh the Leningrad Symphony, but it's not about Leningrad under siege. It's about the Leningrad that Stalin destroyed, and Hitler only, so to speak, finished off." "Oh, please be careful what you say, Dmitri Dmitrievich." Oh, please call me Mitya. Somebody might be—" "That's exactly what I, so to speak, mean," he replied, with a smile of self-satisfied grief. He knew that he was being very hateful then. At the same time, something was hanging on this moment. Now she understood why they used to call him the enemy of the people, Shostakovich. If she refrained from snubbing him now, why then— She wore her hair pulled tight back from her forehead into a prudish little bun which he found erotic. She was as earnest as any choir girl. Oh, how sweetly they open up their black scores, gazing into the conductor's eyes, just as a certain Dmitri Shostakovich's children used to do when he read them stories. Between her legs, his fat old fingers would soon come to life, expressing the most crystalline glissandos. She had very intelligent eyebrows, which could rise at any untoward word. Sometimes, when she looked at him, she rested her face upon her delicate fingers. Looking away, he felt the same despairing craving for salvation which had driven him to appeal to Tukhachevsky back in 36. But this time it was not life, but only order that he longed for. If Irina accepted him, she'd be kind to him. She'd lower him gently into his grave. He summoned Lebedinsky over to his flat to drink vodka. Frowning down at the piano, tickling the black keys most silently, he invited the guest to speak about women. Lebedinsky laughed and called him a hard case. Time for the caviar. One more little bitty, cucumber, and then a gulp because, you see, it was very cold today. Lebedinsky didn't mind. He liked vodka quite well. They say it's good for you because— Oh, my head. I need more vodka. When he'd swallowed down enough to make his face go pallid, he began to whisper that it was fortunate that Stalin had squashed Lady Macbeth, so that his perhaps unknowingly ambiguous indictment of repression had never been soiled by a pro-Soviet counterpart. "But you're so cynical, Mitya. How can you twist yourself around so masochistically like that? It almost makes me sick to hear you. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry, it's, so to speak, irrelevant when the earthworm twists on the hook. And you know what? I don't care about myself any more." "What do you mean, you don't care?" "I'd sign anything, even if they shoved it at me upside down. All I want is to be left alone." He switched on the radio, and Comrade Khrushchev was demanding to know, plainly speaking, why do the United States of America, France, and the United Kingdom need West Berlin? They need it as a dog needs a fifth leg. By the way, no one encroaches on West Berlin. Just then the telephone rang. He began to shake. He didn't want to answer it, but Lebedinsky was looking at him, so he pretended to be brave. And it turned out to be nobody worse than our esteemed Comrade Carmen, who had just won a Lenin Prize for his 2 gripping films about Caspian oil workers, and was now— I don't believe this— ringing him up to advise, "Perhaps you should join the party, Dmitri Dmitrievich. Let us help you. I've been a member ever since 36, and it's definitely smoothed my way. It makes me very sorry to see all your needless struggles." "Thank you so much for your suggestion, my dear, dear Roman Lazarevich. Perhaps after my next, symphony." Buttering another slice of thick black bread, Lebedinsky chuckled, not so loudly that the big black telephone could hear. "That's the way, Mitya. Keep stalling the sons of bitches until you're dead." "My various needless struggles," he says. And when I think of him, running his hands over Elena— Congratulations on your, so to speak, your fine work, Roman Lazarevich. A Lenin Prize, just imagine. I'm extremely— You can count on me to put in a good word for you with the party. Roman Lazarevich, that's very— I'll never forget your kind wishes." "Well, thank God I got rid of that son of a bitch. Not that I believe in God, nor should I completely shut Roman Lazarevich out." Lebedinsky refuses to understand this, because he was there. And for once I don't mean with her, not at all. I mean Leningrad. Oh, yes, my friends, when we— that snow and still more snow and corpses frozen to the sidewalk, and Maxime begging me for food. But we didn't have to go through anything, thanks to the wonders of my so-called symphony. The ones we left behind covered up their faces, and then they— Fortunately, dear Roman Lazarevich recorded that winter for me, so I can feel guilty forever. Galicia's still not the way she— a sustained scream, perhaps in the key of B-flat, is what I should— in Opus 110. Those ice-white windows, and then but those sleds were the worst, with the little dead children on them. And Maxime— I've got to do something for Maxime. I wonder how he's— Anyhow, it's a mercy he gets on better with Irina than he did with Margarita. She's so good to me. As for Galicia, now that she's married, I can't— Why complete that thought? I need to— What's that sound? Something under the piano. It must be a— Lebedinsky will like this. A rat from my rat theme. Lebedinsky had to go soon after that because, well, you know. But Shostakovich didn't want to be alone. Irina was with her husband, so Nikolaeva was with him, sitting beneath Akhmatova's portrait. They no longer held hands. Well, it was for the best, because she had a somewhat, how should I say, cow-like appearance. This thought made him crumple up his grey face in a crackle of laughter, and not that he could tell Glickman, who... He adored her. She was very... I have my own ideas about Russian women. Comrade Khrushchev was on the radio again. He said to her, "Listen to that bully. He denies it now, but of course he was cutting throats right next to Comrade Stalin." "Hush, Mitenka. Are you out of your mind? Why, somebody could be—" "Oh, you're right, of course. I mean, you and I are both very well taken care of." "But his voice, you know," Shostakovich droned on. "Well, it's gone flat, just like mine. Even Comrade Khrushchev needs a rest. Tatiana, my little angel, do you remember much about the brass instruments? You see, at the Leningrad Conservatory, I learned from Glazunov himself that there are two kinds." "Live bells and dead bells," put in Nikolaeva, who could not bear to have anyone think her stupid. "Exactly. And a live bell, correct me if I'm mistaken, dear girl, well, the heaviness and the temper of its metal give it a, well, which is to say, a ringing tone. I still have a great deal of music to write, but I'm the merest dead bell now, like Nikita Sergeyevich there on the radio. Everything I used to compose—" "You're drinking too much, Mitya." No, it's just to warm me up. Dear girl, please, why don't you—" "Well, dead bells, you know, they're made of soft metal. The dark tones they're capable of, well, as if somebody were playing a trombone in a catacomb." "The preludes and fugues you wrote for me weren't at all like that," said Nikolaeva earnestly. "They make me happy. I intend to perform them all my life. There may be a few good notes in those. Yes, my dear," said the old man with some satisfaction. "And I'm not saying there won't be more. The Allegro molto in the, you know, the D-flat major fugue is rather, well, you know it, and I'm sorry it didn't quite—" "So even that doesn't make you happy? What about your Seventh Symphony? At least it rallied people. Once you told me how alive you felt then. You said you gave it your all. Didn't you learn in school," he demanded in a hateful voice, "that Ivan the Terrible, having coaxed his architect into, so to speak, putting the very best of himself into building Polrovsky Cathedral, afterwards put out his eyes? Anyway, things are so much easier in our century. Life has become more joyful. Although Meyerhold's wife, you see, they cut her eyes out too, as I recall, with a— that was extremely— she must have been a real anti-Soviet element, don't you think? Nowadays we're more enlightened. An extremely beautiful woman, by the way, although she might have been slightly, so to speak, plump in our Russian fashion. Not that I mean any— Well, once I'm blinded and gelded and all the rest, then I— Do have a little more vodka, Tatyanochka. It keeps, you know, it keeps out the chill." In June, he somehow found himself in company with some unknown persons who wore tall, shiny boots. They were very friendly and came right into his home, so he had to give them vodka. One of them, whom he seemed to have met before, was named Comrade Alexandrov, and he persisted in hoping that on account of this prior acquaintanceship, which he couldn't quite recollect, they'd go easy on him, that the finale would end on a, so to speak, major key, since by the law of averages he ought to succeed in avoiding further misfortunes, although that notion might simply prove to be, how should I put this, stupidity on his part. Now the vodka was all gone, but they must have brought vodka of their own, as it seemed, because they kept filling his glass. They wanted him to play the piano, but he didn't want to. He wasn't a trained seal. They shoved their chairs right up against his and spoke into his face. "We will open your eyes," they said. Clenching his fists, he smiled down at his knees. Where was Maxim? If only Maxim would come home right now. Pretty soon they were talking about Mother Russia, and he said, "Honestly, there are times when I just want to get down on my knees and kiss the dirt," at which they chuckled and nudged each other, not at all put off by the loathsome sadness of his eyes. He'd meant every bit of it. He was actually thinking of a phrase he'd heard somewhere. It must have been in that Roman Carmen movie when Vlasov whispers, "the breasts of Zoya," and starts to kiss a little snow hill in the forest. But my God, it couldn't have been Vlasov, because Vlasov had been... oh, you know. Maybe Marina Tsvetaeva had written something about, I set my lips to the breast of the great round battling earth. But Tsvetaeva had tied a knot around her throat and... I mean... why go on? It was best to say nothing. They kept looking at him, so he stammered to deprecate himself, longing to be dead so that they couldn't catch him, although then he'd scarcely see Elena any more. They filled his glass again until he commenced certain stereotyped and futile gestures of resistance, more or less the same as when an old white-shawled babushka throws up her hands in horror once, after days of searching, she's finally found her grandson's corpse, its ankles crossed, its hands upflung like hers as if to stop the Nazi bullet. Well, but vodka's harmless. It's even you might say, a sort of medicine. Although it does make you, well, you understand. Especially in June, because that's when the White Nights come to Leningrad. Those were the nights when I first lay in Elena's arms. Did I say that, or just think it? Why do they keep grinning at me? What did I think? Think about it, they said. We can be good friends, but we can also be tough. I'm thinking. Should I ring up Glickman? But that would compromise him. How about Lebedinsky? Or even Roman Lazarevich? Is he in Cuba or Indonesia now? Honestly, I can't keep track. I'm old. I can hardly stand this. It's going to kill me. But I do have to, so please, if you would excuse me for just 3 measures, prestissimo, I promise. All I want is breathing space. While he went to the toilet and vomited, they turned over his volume of Dostoevsky, which was lying face down on the second-best piano, and discovered that he'd underlined this passage. Why do even the finest people always seem to be hiding something from others and keeping quiet about it? All they had to do was stand there when he came back. They smiled and pointed at the book. After that, he lacked any defensive front. He tried to become as flat as a cockroach, so that he could hide between the piano keys. But they gripped him until his fingers commenced palely trembling, just like those dancers of the musical comedy theatre in Leningrad back in 41. Dear me, he'd never forget how during the rehearsals several of them had dropped dead right there on the stage, due to, how shall I put it, hunger. He jittered and trembled, jittered and almost broke. Then he was lying on the sofa while they bent over him. When he sobered up, he found he'd signed an application for membership in the Communist Party. He went to pieces. Had his blunt-speaking Ninochka still been alive, she would have kept them away. Lebedinsky would have barred the door. He boarded the Red Arrow midnight train from Moscow to Leningrad, pretending like a child that this stratagem would protect him from them. Maxim and Galya were old enough to care for themselves. He'd never return to Moscow. So he sped deeper into darkness, quipping to himself, "All railroads lead to Auschwitz." Irina would have kept him company if he'd asked. She was ready to leave her husband, who seemed to be very, how should I say, but right now, just in case he couldn't hold firm about the party, the thought of how she'd stare at him with her almost abnormally expressive, hyper-intelligent eyes, well... Lebedinsky and Glickman met him at the platform. They promised to secrete him here so that he'd miss the Moscow convocation. He was sick, they'd announced. They'd telephoned the party for him. But this was only a postponement. 32. It was the personal wish of Comrade Khrushchev that he join the party, they'd said. Many changes had been made. He'd find that it was really a very nice party now, a lovely party, really. He rushed off to his sister Maria's flat and hid there. They might not find him here. They'd try the Evropaskaya Hotel. The worst of it was, what would Elena say? Once he'd joined the party, they'd explained, his way would be clear to become president of the Russian Federation Union of Composers. Maria sat him down at her kitchen table and brought him a big bowl of soup. She understood the sons of bitches quite well. It was she whom they'd once exiled to Central Asia after the Tukhachevsky affair. That experience might also be the reason she stayed friends with Elena. Those two had a bond. Oh, yes. Is she really as pleased to see me as she pretends, he wondered. Or is she pretending, out of pity? My own sister, and yet I'm so... And now the telephone will ring. It feels as if she only gazes on me from a distance, a great distance. I should have brought her a present. I couldn't even remember to do that. How worthless I am. Why don't they just shoot me? How many years have I kept that spare underwear in the suitcase? Maybe the moths have eaten it. My, oh me, how old Mariusha looks. And what if I'm not welcome here? I wonder if her piano's in tune. I see a speck of dust on it. She always used to tell me that I was too proud. Tomorrow I'd best return to Glickman's. And I like the way that Vera Vassilievna smiles at me when I eat her cooking. He was lucky to marry her. If she'd only have looked at me, then I, perhaps— Unimportant. Lebedensky would have said, I may be proud, but I'd give anything to turn into Glickman and not have to think. I can't help looking down on him because he loves me. Here at Mariusha's, well, I'm nothing but an imposition. I don't dare ask her about Elena. How I wish I were deep in the ground, tum-ti-tum-ti-tum, with mountains of black dirt on top of me, so that I couldn't hear anything. I really ought to leave Mariusha's tonight, but I just got here. You're not eating your soup, Mitya. Please forgive me. I'm an imbecile, just shut up and eat. He raised his spoon almost to his mouth, then said, Do you think that Glickman ever lies to me? How can you think such a thing? He adores you. He trusts you. But once you said, Mitya, your nerves are making you ill. Now go in there and lie down and go to bed. If anybody telephones, I promise I won't say you're here. Comrade Pospelov from the Bureau of the Central, so to speak, Committee has already rung at Glickman's. I promise you. Mariusha, you're an angel. They've completely— And then there's a certain Comrade Alexandrov, whom Oh, if only Nina— Go to sleep now and don't worry about anything. But tomorrow I'm going to have to— I'm afraid— Whatever you like, she said with a compassionately distant smile. But you know you're welcome here, Mitya. Well, thank you for saying that. And you see— Do you also think that I should hold out? You mean refrain from— I'm going to put on the radio. Why, isn't that one of your film scores they're playing? How lucky. I love that song. And now, come closer. I'm sure they can't hear us. Cousin Katerina's an engineer, and she said— But— The telephone began to ring. 33. Of course you must hold out, Mitya. That goes without saying. How can you even consider joining them? Even if during all these ghastly decades they'd never harmed anybody, not even you, they'd still be evil. Oh, poor dear Mitya, don't cry. 34. After all, he whispered allegro to Glickman, in whose uncritical love he once again trusted, I mean, after all, back in 36 they voted against me. Even Solitinsky did. Only Sherbakov abstained, and they flayed him for that. And the wonder is, my opera didn't even impress Sherbakov. But he believed in truth. That was really— Talk about battles on the cultural front. Speaking of which, have you seen Roman Carmen's latest film, Our Friend Indonesia? That's what it's called, I kid you not, Our Dear Friend. My children insisted on seeing it. It's really— I refused to grovel at that time, but it goes on, and I'm not well. When you told them I was sick, it was actually true. Be brave, Dmitri Dmitrievich. You don't have to join. You're correct. But, you see, I've become such a bastard. My children— What's that envelope? A telegram, said Glickman sadly. For me? I'm afraid so. But Maxime's applying to the Composers' Union, and if I refuse to— No, I'll hold out. I'm not going, you see. Let's forget about all this and talk about Tchaikovsky's sex life. Did you know that he loved one lady who, well, let's just say he— Forever. It's fantastic, really. She was even willing to— And she would have married him, too, but he said to her, You're so lucky that you didn't marry me. They'll only get me to Moscow if they tie me up and drag me there, you understand? They'll have to tie me up. Please, calm yourself, my dear Dmitri Dmitrievich. I'd rather kill myself. I won't ever join those murderers. In July he went to Dresden. The temperate climate of this new German Democratic Republic agreed with him, especially soothing his bones and joints, which were now as rotten as the ancient wooden pavements which dated from the days when Leningrad was called St. Petersburg. Would he like to see the Georgy Dimitrov Bridge when he got there? They were already advising him that he ought to see it for the sake of solidarity. He replied that of course he was extremely eager to, see it. He remembered the premiere of R.L. Carmen's Comrade Dmitrov in Moscow. Elena couldn't keep her hands off him. They started kissing even before the lights went out. And now it's Comrade Shostakovich in Dresden. But I'll never be Comrade Shostakovich. I'd rather, How strange it feels to be in Germany. It's very... Gazing out the train window at the rich blonde grass of the German plains, he felt a sense of shame and strangeness, as if he had unveiled the nakedness of some dead woman. Over there, looping as lazily wide as Beethoven's rests and measures, shone the Elbe, where our Allied troops had linked up against the fascists. Now here came stone arches embellished with figures and rosettes, everything massive yet teeming. Dresden, he'd have to say, felt heavier, less French than Leningrad. Elena wouldn't most likely have... My, what a lot of rubbish he saw. 2 arched and broken clamshells facing each other across shattered stones. That was their Frauenkirche. Another music note burst within his head. He wondered whether he were on the verge of having a stroke. When he got back to Moscow, he must learn the symptoms. Hadn't Lenin's wife died from something like that? Sometimes it seemed better to just... The guide explained to him that we were now pickaxing down the old chocolate-striped estates of the Junkers and capitalists to cannibalize them for collective farms. Very good, laughed Shostakovich. Defensive preparedness on the class front, It felt very humid. Fences, tan-coloured walls, concrete cracked and white-streaked. Then those orange-roofed Saxon houses with broken windows. All the bronze belfries slowly going earth-green, the orange tiles turning earth-black, and... Look at all those ruins. There were quite a lot of vacant lots in Dresden. Everything had been hauled away in those places. Congratulations. They explained that the statuary in the Grosser Garten had survived. It was basically decadent angels and all that claptrap. He could take a look if he liked, just for fun. Next time he came, it might just be gone, because, progress, We're lighting up the way with a searchlight. All these little blonde children with their first wheelbarrows, learning the dignity of, labour. It makes me want to vomit. Actually, a lot of the comrades wanted to retire in Dresden when the time came. What's that sound? Did he wish to see the spot where R. Wagner had conducted back in the 19th century? Unfortunately, the American bandits had, And would he care to visit the new Maxim Gorky home, where East German and North Korean schoolchildren, rescued by us from Anglo-American aggression, had learned to live together in international harmony? Or to tell the truth, that was exactly what he'd hoped to, They felt very glad to hear that, because, as it happened, the schoolchildren were expecting him. He'd be especially gratified to learn that one North Korean boy, whose parents had been murdered by the American adventurists, wanted to play something on the piano, especially for him. A concerto, or maybe even a ballad or something, whatchamacallit. They could guarantee him that it would be uplifting, art which must fight against what Comrade Ulbricht has wisely termed the poison of skepticism. Regarding the war damage, caused by incendiary bombs, he said to himself, Dresden's wrecked all right, but I remember how that first shell smashed into the side of the apartments across the street, and then 4-beat rest, and then from that smoking hole, which was about 2 stories wide, I'd say, rubble and corpses began hissing out. A snare drum could recapitulate that sound. It was quite... That's what you did to Leningrad. For 900 days. You did it, with your 88s, I believe. And then you, so to speak, Germanized the Peterhof Palace into a skeleton. No, there'd been a misprint in his itinerary. They saw him shaking. He wouldn't be staying in Dresden after all. They'd arranged accommodations for him in the spa town of Görlitz, which lies in the mountains 40 kilometers away. He was almost ready, his glands secreting music as weird as the steel spiderwebs of the wrecked Dzerzhinsky tractor plant. Comrade Shostakovich was how they said it, ought to remember that he belonged to the people. He must take better care of himself. His visit to the Maxim Gorky home would be postponed. They knew that he was tired. They wished to create the optimum conditions for his work, which— "Thank you, dear friends, thank you," he replied uncertainly. "I know I'll have a, so to speak, splendid time." Above all, he wasn't to worry, they said. They understood that nervous tension had been besieging his health. He'd be given everything he needed. They valued him. They'd made him a corresponding member of the Academy of Arts of the German Democratic Republic, effective as of today. Well, thank you for that, my dear, so to speak, friends. And congratulations on your wonderful Maxim Gorky home. They'd already arranged a tour of the monuments in Dresden, not to mention the wide Plätze and stone lions, the fountains, dead now, the other many-arched old bridges of Dresden, the Blaues Wunder, too, and he could interview as many of the Americans' victims as he liked. Even former SS officers were cooperating with us now, such was their craving for revenge. He'd doubtless find it rewarding to set their stories to music. It was merely a question of time and effort. "But whatever is the matter, Comrade Shostakovich?" "Well, this ringing in my ears, it's always an annoyance now. I'm not expecting to, score any great victories on the cultural front. It's just, as you say, a matter of time and manpower. But by the way, isn't the dasher of the former German fascist Field Marshal Paulus hereabouts? He must have been extremely— Yes, I know he just died, 3 years ago now, if I'm not mistaken. I must have read about it in Pravda." His interpreter, who was waiting for him in front of an ochre palace, proved to be a dark-haired German beauty, narrow-faced, as the Germans often are, who had once been a piano student. Something about the hollow between her shoulder-blades reminded him of Elena Vygotsky. Not that he could really, With a modest laugh, she confessed that her teachers had found her devoid of talent. Her brother had fallen on the Ostfront during Operation Citadel. Her ex-fiancé was in a Soviet prison camp, so far as she knew. She'd wisely married someone else. Her mother, father, brothers and sisters had all died shortly before midnight on the 13th of February, 1945. She was there when the Hitler Youth dug away the rubble from their air raid shelter. There was hardly a mark on them, but their skins had been cooked to a golden-brown color. Shostakovich's pale, tired face began to twitch. As gently as he could, he laid his hand upon the girl's shoulder. "There were dead people in all the streets," she went on brightly, "but I'd imagine that you saw dead people, too, on your side." Yes, my dear, oh, yes. But we might as well spare ourselves the pain of this subject, because, you see— Excuse me, Herr Shostakovich. Oh, call me Dmitri Dmitrievich, please." "Dmitri Dmitrievich, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to say that when they took all the corpses to the marketplace and cremated them, well, that was the best way, perhaps. Well, in Leningrad they dug mass graves once the earth had thawed. But, my dear girl, and now sometimes I wish I could go crazy. At night I hear the sound of the planes coming, the bombers, I mean. Well, never mind. Perhaps we need a bite of something. And have you tasted Russian vodka?" "No, I see you need to talk about it." "Well, can you describe this sound that you hear? Do you possess absolute pitch? A surprising number of people do, you know. And perhaps if you— I'm not sure. Maybe it's a low vibrating chord in E-flat major. Why, that's the opening of Wagner's Ring, isn't it? Das Rheingold begins that way. But I'm not sure that a B-17 wouldn't sing in a higher register, because— I'm very sorry, Dmitri Dmitrievich, but I don't have perfect pitch, and as I said, I'm almost talentless." "Never believe that, my dear young— or shall I say colleague? We musicians always tend to underrate ourselves. But the actual pitch doesn't matter. The distinguishing feature of Jewish music is the ability to construct a jolly melody on a foundation of sad intonations. And perhaps you Germans do the opposite, which would be, so to speak, natural for you, since you don't like Jews, I've heard. Forgive me. A major chord, then. Shall we call it a major chord? After all, major chords are supposed to be happy. At least that's what the commissars are always telling me." He was supposed to be writing the score for the film 5 Days, 5 Nights. Instead, he began to compose Opus 110. 35. Of this work he remarked to Glickman, "I wrote an ideologically deficient quartet which nobody needs. I reflected that if I die some day, it's hardly likely anyone will compose a work dedicated to my memory, so I decided to write one myself. You could even write on the cover, 'Dedicated to the composer of this quartet.' Officially, of course, he dedicated Opus 110 to the victims of war and fascism. Why not? Whatever he did made no difference. He, of course, was nobody's victim because he'd agreed to, you know. According to the Great Soviet Encyclopedia, our planet's most pronounced topographical features comprise an approximate mirror image of the crust's underside. The steppes of the Ukraine thus roof the cratonic platform which replicates them, while the Ural Mountains not only project into the sky, but in equal measure stab down like gun barrels trained upon the magma on which our continents uneasily slither. To me, the thought that this world is doubled within its own red liquid hell is a profoundly unnerving one. Chaos seethes beneath my feet. The chaos feels stifled. It wants to breathe. But chaos is, by its very nature, formalist deviation. I still believe in myself, but only in my own ugliness. Damp it down, comrades. Even in the depths of Soviet coal mines, we now insist on the flameless explosion of a Hydrox cartridge, for that reduces danger. Our foreman gives the signal. A muffled crash stifles the stifling darkness, unrelieved by any light. On the official side, a certain Dmitri Shostakovich excretes new program music for the masses. And on the mirror side, where all's presumably flameless, otherwise we'd glimpse red writhings when we gaze down into those bottomless black slits of the piano keys, a counterpart Dmitri Shostakovich composes Opus 110. Round-faced, staring straight at the piano like an old coachman out of 19th-century St. Petersburg, he watched the sad and angry music ooze out of his fingers. His spectacle frames had lightened to translucency over the years. Now he was not so much a stern man as a gaping, goggling old fish. His enemies laughed that he'd come to resemble Lenin's widow Krupskaya, who'd been likewise known for ineffectuality and a bulging gaze. Ineffectuality, isn't that all that music is? Lebedetzky had told him about that petty Nazi K. Gerstein, who joined the SS in order to reveal its secrets and halt its crimes. The tribunal condemned him for not getting results. Operation Reinhardt, that's written in now. Operation Blau will be present in the second movement. Can we refer to T4 in the overture? But it's all got to be airless. Akhmatova insists, correctly in my opinion, that whoever doesn't make continual reference to the torture chambers all around us is a criminal. Under the earth, and then they shoot them. Nina and I used to hear the executions every night. Now Nina's also under the earth, which must be very— And then Elena, no. I couldn't expect Nina's sympathy at that time. What's that sound? What a nasty little allegro, like a— My rat theme at least had humour for those who cared to be amused. And I was going to— When the 900 days began and Maxime was weeping in the night from hunger, I promised I'd write him into the 7th, and I did. I wrote that for him. Now's my final chance to make sure I didn't waste any of his tears, because— It was in A-flat minor, I'll never forget that. And my mother said, What about Rodchenko? He was an influence, at least a youthful influence. Now that I'm— Rodchenko's hollow wooden squares within squares, each figure twisted into a different plane from its neighbour. Why, those must be prison cells. More abstract sculpture for my so-called opus. Oh me, oh dear, I almost forgot Operation Magic Fire, because that's where Elena met the gallant knight Roman Lazarevich. Dmitri Dmitrievich, the knight had condescended to advise. In my opinion, the point is to use those screams to keep our anti-fascist hatred in condition, to reject those awful things in the name of peace. It's not good to dwell on the dark side. And Spain, of course, where she and Roman Lazarevich— We prefer our personal tragedies, because we're all cowards and bastards. His friends assumed that he was drinking too much. As long as he stayed in East Germany, he kept tossing back schnapps, with and without his interpreter. She smiled at him once, and he remembered the childlike grin of a young woman sniper he'd seen somewhere, maybe in Kuibyshev. Then she stopped smiling. She lowered her softly immaculate face. Sometimes he drank until he fell asleep. When he awoke, he reached for the tumbler, muttering into the mirror, Generally speaking, I'm a degenerate. It was a cool, humid German summer. He wanted to sit on the grassy bank of the Elbe, just to watch the steamboats and to, so to speak, catch his breath. But there wasn't time, because they showed him atrocity films all day. Case White couldn't be omitted, but he didn't yet know how to— Well, maybe in Largo form, and if he could squeeze bitterness out of a few more grace notes. Then they escorted him back to his hotel. The dark-haired interpreter was ill today. He didn't know whether or not to refer to Operation Citadel. Since her brother had fallen at Kursk, why not? She was a pretty woman, although not quite plump enough for his taste. Let's see, what was I doing during Operation Citadel? I remember seeing Roman Lazarevich's newsreel about it. 17 years ago it's already been now. In that Kino Palace where Elena and I used to... What had it been called? The Battle of Orel. No, it couldn't have been that Kino Palace, because... A tiger tank snarls through the mud and down into a river. The water sizzles around the treads. It swims like a stately crocodile, grips the mud of the far bank, upraises its gun and grinds on, with German fascists standing calmly astride like whale riders. Then Roman Lazarevich, who no doubt was wearing that oil-stained fur-lined jacket of his, pans to show the crew of one of our 122s. Ready, aim, fire. I don't mind admitting he was brave. In fact, I'd rather be him. So what? The bastard, you know, although it was actually I who— The tiger tank explodes, accompanied by music which could have been written by a certain Dmitri Shostakovich. How, so to speak, heroic. Pan to a wheat field with its hidden strong point of anti-tank guns. Pan to mine traps. Pan to Red Army generals with their leather greatcoats and binoculars. Later on we'll blow up the evil Freya network. Had she left him yet? All our planes flying over their tanks. It reminded me even then of a score, but more for orchestra than for a string quartet. So what? I'm going to make sure that Opus 110 contains everything, since it's the last time I'll still be, so to speak, me. From a strictly musical point of view, Citadel should be the merest interlude. On likely nightmare axes, he positioned his own thought traps. Allegro would be too easy. That would resemble letting those ass-lickers in raspberry-coloured boots tell me to make everything happy and in a major key. There are times when doing the right thing might destroy me, but that doesn't mean it's not the right thing. If Elena were here, or at least Nina. Picking up the newspaper, he read that a traitor named M. Smolka had just been executed for terrorist activities committed at the behest of the American Secret Service. The traitor's last words: "There is no doubt that desertion and treachery to the interests of peace and socialism are the severest of crimes, and can only be expiated by the severest of punishments." It had been an early morning guillotining, no doubt. That was how they did things in Dresden. Blood raged flamelessly in his windowless heart. He completed Opus 110. 36. About this quartet, the most fundamental thing which can be said is that it's too sad even to rise from a moan into a wail at death's uncompassed crescendo. To be sure, the danse macabre of the second movement glows sickeningly vivid as a sodium flare at night. So much for flamelessness. It's as bright as the electric light which illuminates the gas chamber when it's time to ascertain whether all the Jews are dead, while the menace of the third remains more chilling than those screams of terror in Leningrad when the German bombs come down. They'll never stop coming down. Yet on the whole, the effect is of somebody drowning, his most desperate convulsions already behind him. He's begun to inhale water. The green water he sees is going black, and he's settling down into the muck. Some listeners who closed their eyes during the second movement claim to perceive a whirling red eyeball or domino, and the more rapidly it speeds, the more balefully it glows. This eidetic image seems to symbolize the approach of something evil. I myself have never seen any red spot, perhaps because Opus 110 already threatens me so perfectly that no kinesthesia is needed to extend or refine the threat. While Shostakovich's music wriggles like the worming of black-gloved fingers clasped behind a policeman's back, the bronze horseman sinks down under sandbags and planks. Leningrad strangles in a loop of barbed wire. Meaning dissolves into pure music. And to think he once wanted to surpass the fate motif of Beethoven's Fifth, when fate and all that are, you know, meaningless. Hence the opening notes of the first movement as carefully hopeless as men in a snow trench before Leningrad resting their machine guns on blocks of ice. Western critics claim to find some peculiarly Slavic sorrow which is at least as ancient as the relics of the Volsovo culture below Ryazan. Glickman, for his part, insists that Opus 110 contains, here and there, a chord harvested from older ages, for instance, the screams of Peter III after drinking the poisoned wine. This is why it's reductionist to claim that this quartet is merely the corrective to the Seventh Symphony, the distillation of Leningrad's agony with the propaganda decanted off. Anyhow, what is Leningrad? Forget the Germans for once. Forget external causes. Every definition of God leads to heresy, write the Kabbalists. The foggy, tan-hued tranquility of old Petersburg endures. It's the dead colour of a pickled embryo. It's crowned by church gold and underlined by aquatic mazes of commerce and refuse. Here one finds little Mitya holding his mother's hand. He pulls away to catch a whirling leaf. Here one spies Akhmatova and her first husband, Gomulyev. He's the one we'll shoot for counter-revolutionary treason. They're prowling the mists in search of poems. This part of Opus 110 is not frightening at all, hardly even melancholy, merely Slavic. Well, dear friends, you know how things, turn out. The second movement will be all knives and cadavers, but the measures in which we now find ourselves remain quite silver on black, like an SS badge. One must understand his character, Akhmatova is murmuring defensively, when Mitya's mother comes running after them. Anna Andreevna, excuse me, Anna Andreevna, I believe you forgot your scarf. Extending her hand to receive the trifle, strangers give her flowers all the time, Akhmatova thanks her with that cold politeness for which she's so famous. Then she notices Mitya and says to her husband, "There he is, that's my little grey-eyed prince." The boy doesn't know what she's talking about. He doesn't have grey eyes. He jitters and blushes, crossing his mittened fingers. He understands only this. This lady loves him. She doesn't love his mother, or, so it seems, her own husband, who now angrily snatches the scarf. "Come on, we'll be late for the masque." "Madame, we're much obliged to you." They whirl away into a Petersburg the colour of catacombs, tan, yellow, brown, all blending, as dead things eventually must, into wet earth. Opus 110 explodes out of it, like metal splinters protruding from broken ferro-concrete. And the equally broken composer, let's call him a Pechatnik, the centuries-gone Russian official who keeps the state seal. He remembers, or imagines, the time when Akhmatova was still a goddess, not yet a maimed queen of tears, when we could still go to masques in Russia, before the red domino exploded at the centre of Petersburg and turned it into Leningrad. "Excuse me, Anna Andreevna." At this point the music, which in this respect oddly resembles some of Scarlatti's harpsichord sonatas, expands and expands, breaking out of Leningrad's concentric rings of death. It rises like the preludes and fugues which he'd composed for his well-loved T.P. Nikolaeva back in Opus 87, but there is neither joy in it nor even escape. It expands like an ascending aerial view of Dresden's roofless windowlessness and immense fishbones, half-untoothed combs, upon blinding white rubble-gravel, window-holed brick-fronts shattered into runes and swastikas, Strassen and Plätze now utterly sunny and open, sheared off spicules. As the Führer once said, one can't fight a war with Salvation Army methods. Opus 110 repeats this dictum in the speech of instruments. What's that sound? The very first moment that Shostakovich arrived in Dresden, music flooded his skull in a hideous scream. He clutched at his chest, and the world whirled, but nothing else did. An 18th-century maiden outstretched her stone hand, serenely gazing across the brokenness which could be Stalingrad or Leningrad. His interpreter had confided to him that for an instant this cityscape she used to love had resembled a log on the fire-grate, its flesh tortured into cheery, cherry-coloured facets, and then the crystal shattered, tumbling down between the iron teeth to become grey ash. While it burned, Hitler the Liberator drank in the last warmth he'd ever get from his storehouse of German summers. Then the Grail landscape turned cold, and no da capo al segno, no exit. Shostakovich believes this all too well. He didn't escape. He won't get away this time either, so in Opus 110 he self-loathingly quotes himself. The opening motif of the first cello concerto, the Jewish theme from the second piano trio. "Well, Elena, you see how lucky it is that you didn't marry me." Where's Elena now? Not with me, not with me. As he scribbled out the chords of the second movement with his quavering, liver-spotted hands, he saw her as a brooding, smiling skeleton in burnt rags, with dust in her long silver hair. Her skull was canted almost elegantly, as if in thought, and she gazed sweetly into his eyes. Only gradually from her burned eye sockets did the poison come, that inevitable poison which infects the relations between the living and the dead. There was still something sweet about her, and in life she surely wouldn't have meant him any harm. But now the eternal blackness within her smile couldn't help but trap him, weigh him down so that he fell between the teeth and stayed there, wasting away until he died, and forever after. He had to get away. And whenever there's any beauty at all in Opus 110, it's dismembered. It drips with death like shitty guts hanging out of a woman's marble-white torso. Thus perish all enemies of Hitler and Stalin's power. And death oozes out of the silences between notes, too, the silences of secret Nazi documents, Geheim, the 8-beat rest which hung between himself and Maxim when the boy confessed to having denounced him at school, the suffocating air of a Black Maria with its windowless cages. Did I ever tell you that in the Lubyanka prisoners get led in silence, obeying the hand signals of their guards, ready at the appropriate gesture to turn their faces to the wall? He's known that for so much of his life now. Life has become more, you know. Some notes of Opus 110 get coffined up in chords, while others, solo, coffinless, become Leningraders falling one by one into the snow to die. As for the rhythm, if you've ever been present when our black shirts in Berlin or their NKVD cadres in Leningrad are beating enemies of the people, you'll know how it is, the screams alternating with gasps. What's that sound? That's the Allegro molto. Of course I've failed to describe Opus 110, just as I've failed to describe death. Music remains ultimately indescribable, unless Krennikov and the other artillerymen of Soviet culture compose it for us in pre-measured clips of glittering copper-jacketed mediocrity. And Shostakovich, entering the negative spaces beneath the piano's black keys at last, extends his front line beyond music into a perfect hell where his life, dekulakization, and Operation Barbarossa become one. Never mind the second movement, when he really opens up with his 88s. I hear batteries on Polkovo Heights, the Smolnys now green-blotched, brown-blotched, grey-blotched under camouflage nets. My God, the fascists have already established a strong point in the Leningrad typewriter factory. Time to strip the Aurora's old guns. Never mind the third movement, even though I myself am all ears. A fireplace like a mouth, and red flames inside it. That's very... The brief but tenacious resistance of a sylvan theme in the final movement recalls the patches of green and gold melodic ground revealed through the clouds of those high-flying, spectacularly chromatic fugues he'd once made for Tatyana Nikolaeva. But once again the fog has less in common with the obscurity of innovation than with blind melancholy. We fly high, fine, but we don't know how to shut off the X-ray beams which shine right through the earth to illuminate the mangled, tortured skeletons. We close our eyes, but can't stop seeing right through our eyelids. According to Lebedinsky, when Shostakovich composed these measures, he was remembering the old verdigreed horses on the bridges of Leningrad, and such like frivolities which the revolution hadn't gotten round to smashing yet. They called him a formalist, but he was really a classicist. Let's call that mistake pure comedy. Anyhow, Shostakovich's music always flitters from one mood to another with incredible rapidity, which is to say that he's unstable. That's his, so to speak, trademark. Isn't that what the capitalists say? Turn and turn about with the NKVD ensemble. What's that sound? A quotation from the traditional Russian song, Languishing in Prison, illuminates the airless chamber of the quartet with history's glare, but not brightly enough to show us whose prison or cyanide bath it might be, other than his. In Opus 110, nothing completes itself before perishing. For instance, that flash of prettiness near the end, perfumed by Elena Konstantinovskaya, affords the listener scant relief. Rather, it reminds us that Didi Shostakovich is dying with his eyes open. He knows what happiness is. He knows that he'll never possess it. Hence the sylvan theme is, above all, cruel. Katerina Ismailova, who's the heroine of his ill-starred Lady Macbeth, sings that same melody to her lover in the final act. The syllables of the tune comprise his nickname, Seryosha. Oh, how she adores him. And the other convicts all listen, but... What's that sound? Have you ever seen the expressionless faces of people in a queue to send parcels to their spouses in prison camps? They mask themselves out of knowledge that the organs are watching. Or perhaps they've developed this habit simply because our Soviet Union is a cold country. One learns to hide oneself simply to, so to speak, stay warm, well. In this opera, however, we're in the ancient times of Russian bear hunters. Swamps and forests of Russian misery press all around, besieging the walls which jail Katerina. In our time, life will be more, so to speak, joyful. The walls will grow higher. The Fifth Symphony will end with hordes of perfidiously bristling bug-legged notes and chords strung on the music paper's barbed wire. Opus 110 will scream like invalids in a burning hospital. By the way, screaming is also the task of an intellectual in crisis. Unfortunately, Lady Macbeth remains trapped in the pre-revolutionary era. Poor Katerina's on her way to Siberia. But she's happy. She sings Seriosha's name. What is it that those idiots always say about Zoya? Not long but beautifully did she live? Ha! And then those fascists hanged her. Beautifully, all right. Sometimes I want to spew. And Katerina's just another, They'll want me to compose her in a major key. Not long but joyful. It might have been well for her had she troubled to consider the studied blankness of her fellow prisoners' faces, because then she might have found the mockery interred so shallowly beneath the twitching earth of their grey lips, buried alive. Well, that's par for the course in Opus 110. On the other hand, why not allow Katerina her She sings Seriosha, each repetition of the name she loves soaring from her throat right up to the heaven of tenderness beyond the prison wall. All this happens in the merest handful of measures. We couldn't allow there to be too much happiness. Seriosha's tired of Katerina. He's found himself a newer convict slut named Sonetka. With a cruelty which sickened me almost literally when I saw the opera in Leningrad, Seriosha struts around with her at stage right, mocking Katerina to her face. That is why, when Katerina sings the Sylvan theme, his name defiles it, and his contempt for her, which is visible to us on that stage, but not to Comrade Stalin, because he withdrew himself 2 acts ago, and not to Katerina, because love is truly blind. The murders she's committed for adoration of him, and that self-same adoration which empowered her until now to suffer and to endure, and even in some measure to remain happy, wavers and beautifully flutters, only because a certain extremely cruel god, fate or dialectic, who is not Dmitri Shostakovich at all, but the unknown suzerain of this known stage we sing our hopes on, wants to exalt her up into the sunlight for this instant, only so that the shock and depth of her downfall into the uttermost darkness will have been magnified. On exactly the same principle that when Comrade Stalin condemned General Vlasov to be hanged, it was necessary to raise Vlasov somewhat above the dangling noose, in order that the rope be slack enough for convenient manipulation, after which he could be dispossessed from that height, either by the operation of a trapdoor in the gallows, or else by removing a stool, or some other such expedient method. So Shostakovich, seeking even then in that long-lost era of his innocent success to give utterance to what must have been his own fundamental, irrevocable despair, wrote that flash of evening sunlight into Katerina's score, in order to give her approaching darkness still greater definition, its hideousness being correspondingly enhanced into superior strike depth. And Glickman has personally assured me, not that he's a 1% reliable element, that when Shostakovich composed those measures, hypnotized by the infinite divide between the white and black piano keys, he couldn't help remembering that the German fascist troops whom we'd cut off at Stalingrad stuck frozen horse legs in the snow for road markers. Those skinny, dark posts of flesh must have resembled the black keys, but who played them? Victory did. Life has become better, comrades. Life's a transfer prison. Sunlight between two darknesses isn't sunlight at all. It's Central Europe herself, which is to say that it's the fourth movement's largo, which manages to convey the atmosphere of sickening expectation which overhung Shostakovich at this period. And that feeling is abstracted and generalized to include the naked women standing on a dirt ledge, facing into the hill so that they won't have to see the pit of white corpses and black blood in which they'll soon lie. For across that pit, 2 soldiers are feeding a new clip into the machine gun, waiting for the field telephone to ring. Once we learn that story, Estonian Jews, life alters, doesn't it? Violin, viola, cello, violin. What's that sound? Shostakovich becomes every victim, trembling slightly, staring at Nina's black, round telephone face with its perfectly round holes. He writes music which holds its breath, striving not to scream and scream. In other words, it's all sunlight, white and bright on the cheekbones of the execution squad. A Stuka from the Condor Legion strains up to swallow the sun. The bomber itself resembles a condor, but with whiskers. There it goes. Soon it will dive down and release its seeds 2 by 2, but in this instant it's still ascending, harmlessly, gloriously. Katerina sings Sunlight, then gets immediately assaulted by the fiendish torture of Seriosha mocking her, and this new young sonetka from nowhere also mocking her. And in practically the next instant, she who's poisoned her father-in-law and strangled her husband for love, now, for the sake of utter and unblinkingly despairing hatred, grapples Sonetka into her arms, then leaps into the river. Leskov writes in the 19th century original that she threw herself on Sonetka like a strong pike on a soft little perch, so that they both drown. Over their perfect death embrace the misty sun's out, imparting to the river the warm whiteness of a musical score. It's a summer day over the Elbe, with the skeletons of Dresden's domes still clinging to their bits of brokenness wherever they can. East German schoolboys swim happily by the ruins of the Karola-Brücke. The streets are clean and empty around the ruined bookend of the Frauenkirche. There goes the former Field Marshal Paulus. They're driving him to the office in his official car. The linden trees are in full police green piping, like the caps of non-commissioned SS officers. Little East German boys are beating on drums and blowing trumpets to celebrate the impending victory of socialism. That sunlight, the sylvan theme, hangs like a fading rainbow for a duration of several beats. This reminds me of the forest theme's illusory return at the end of the Seventh Symphony's first movement, then loses out forever to the grim seven-note motif which haunts the prison corridors of the third movement, and then, far past any skeletal rage-clacking or enemy pincer thrust, which the perceptual filters of hopelessness have already translated from the menacing into the merely ludicrous. So what if that towering yellow skeleton reached down to snatch me into its talons and haul me up into its hard insectoid face, as round and yellow and ruthless as the sun, then gnawed me to bloody pieces? So what if that treacherous little white skeleton came scuttling like a crocodile out of the darkness to kill me? I'm already long and uselessly past my own death. Recapitulates the opening of the first movement, because Opus 110 is no progression, only a prison, and the prisoner, one D.D. Shostakovich, has now paced the walls right back to his starting point. He's at the center of the world, you see. The center of the world is Leningrad, which is Stalingrad, which is Auschwitz. Every place leads here. Hence Opus 110's horror as intimate as the throat slime of music, the strings dripping with bitterness and hate. 37. Afterwards, his life became as calm as the fading sound of a German bomber which has just released its load. His friends prevented him from carrying out his threat involving sleeping pills. He never frightened them in that way again because, well, it would have been, so to speak, ridiculous. Moreover, Shostakovich does not, abandon his children. Why not continue his work? Sooner or later death would knock on the door anyhow. Comrade Shostakovich already has his suitcase packed. The same year, he whom the capitalists had misnamed the Mozart of modern Russia composed his 12th symphony, whose subject was, at last, Lenin. A hateful, grotesque satire of Lenin. Oh yes, it was, how should I put it, funny in its way, hilarious really, almost as humorous as when the NKVD acted out the grovellings of Zinoviev on his way to execution. "Do it again," Comrade Stalin used to shout, his cheeks all dribbled with laughter's tears. Feculent underchords tainted the music, which rode over them just the same with business-like viciousness, like a tank squashing down corpses on the roadside. Lebedinsky talked him out of that suicide attempt, and he completely rewrote it in 4 days, his normal rate of composition for film scores and other hack work. Needless to say, it got praised for its subject. To most of these Soviet critics, music was as obscure as the electrical aspects of bimetallism. "Dear comrades," he cried in drunken happiness. Now his 4th symphony, which he'd completed in 1936, could finally be performed in public for the very first time. Not long after, our vigilant German allies erected the Berlin Wall. His old neighbour, F.P. Litvinova, asked whether his music would have been different without party guidance, and he replied, "You know, my dear Flora Pavlovna, I would have displayed more brilliance, used more sarcasm. I could have, revealed my ideas openly instead of having to resort to camouflage. I could have written more, more pure music." In short, he'd already succeeded in the most crucial sphere of all. His candidate membership in the Communist Party of our USSR had been ratified in September. I'm happy to inform you that the following year we found him worthy of full membership. Well, well, he chuckled drunkenly. That was the finale I always had in mind. I know somebody who's very lucky not to have married me. As for Litvinova, she poured more tea with a bitter smile, straining for the sake of something she would have called decency to conceal her rage, while with spasmodically greedy old hands he spooned more raspberry tea into the cup. Her son, incapable of camouflage, was now in Siberia for having dared to shout that doomed Czech slogan, "Socialism with a human face." Shostakovich coughed and coughed. Why was Flora Pavlovna so silent? Within his skull sounded a burst of luminous sadness which could be most appropriately expressed in his next string quartet. What was pure music but formalism? His bones were aching. He wanted to double over like a front-line man. Stand straight and a sniper will get you. But Flora Pavlovna might not understand, because she hadn't, which is to say, what exactly did she blame him for? It seemed that she blamed him for something, and yet he'd always helped her, given her coupons to the gum department store, listened to her complaints, taught her son music. What did she expect him to do for her son? Comrade Shostakovich was not, so to speak, Comrade Stalin. He couldn't exactly, pull any strings. And suddenly his hand began to jerk, spilling tea on his crotch while he observed it in mournful surprise. Litvinova rose to get a napkin. What did she want of him? What was he supposed to apologize to her for? Come to think of it, he'd never trusted that hag anyway. Once he'd encountered her near the Leningradskaya Hotel, where he used to tryst with Elena Konstantinovskaya, and Flora Pavlovna had pretended not to recognize him. He'd never known why. She'd always acted more or less like a neighbor, a friend, but not that he would have blamed her if she'd, because in our epoch everybody has to, cooperate. Meanwhile, everybody blames everybody for what everybody has done. Not that I ever— Here ran his own slogan, well learned from the late Comrade Stalin. Never trust anyone, never say anything. Except musically, of course. Music is safe because nobody understands it. In other words, only in music is everything clear. Some time ago, about 20 years ago, in fact, we learned to hang clusters of little sandbags on our tanks for protection against those Nazi hand rockets called Faustpatronen, which resemble plumbers' tools and can shoot through walls a brick and a half thick. And that is just what he did nowadays against people such as Litvinova. He numbed his hide against her wherever he could, so that her anger couldn't sting him. If only he could get as deeply, eternally drunk as Mussorgsky. Then he wouldn't have to, Not that he lived badly. After Opus 110 everything was unreal again. Needless to say, he regretted that Litvinova's son Pavel, who was musically not, so to speak, untalented, had been whisked into the mould and ice of a Kolyma isolation cell. But that happened to all of us. His own sister Maria had once been exiled after all. Not that I want to face her again after what I've done. Oh dear, how old she is. Every time I see her now I think the same thing. Her face is as yellow as the Imperial Senate, as yellow as the Admiralty building. I don't want to imagine what Elena looks like now. I certainly don't want to see myself. Nor should we omit the case of Akhmatova and all those, As for E. Konstantinovskaya, whom I, for one, will never call Vygotsky, let's not mention her ever again. It is surely coincidental that she died the same year as Dmitri Shostakovich, and Galina Ustvolskaya was out of reach. Tatiana Nikolaeva was, Nina was dead, although he still kept a framed photograph of her from when she was still a young girl and cocked her smiling head at him, wearing her flower blouse. After he married Margarita, it had to disappear from the best piano, but once he'd married Irina it could come back, because Irina was tolerantly kind. Tukhachevsky was skeletonized in a construction trench. Leningrad would never be quite the same. Russia and Germany remained rather, how shall I say, and no matter what Litvinova might have suffered, Opus 110 contained it all, in the second movement alone, whose terrifying sounds outclassed the 12-inch guns of our Black Sea Fleet. 38. In 1961, when we defended socialism by constructing the Berlin Wall, Lady Macbeth got restaged at last, but with the erotic parts excised. Shostakovich didn't give a damn. That soprano on the stage, what was her name again? It's all getting very... I can't hear the high notes anyway. She looks like my idea of, let's say, lovely, tall Germania with her sword and her carrion bird. But Irina wouldn't like that comparison. She'd... Meanwhile, Yuri Gagarin became the first human being to visit outer space, and he was one of us. He was a Soviet man, so he sang a Shostakovich song as he orbited the world. Shostakovich didn't care. Come to think of it, what should Germania look like? This is vexing me. A tall, red-haired woman in a robe, with an upright sword in one hand and a banner in the other, or maybe a sheaf of wheat or something. Needless to say, she's kicking somebody in the face. What's that sound? I forgot to put that sound into Opus 110, and now I've missed my chance. And that book in the Nevsky that Galisha found, with that horrifying image of death coming for the children, I forgot that too. But that's safe from being lost, because it's art, made by a human being, to say seed corn must not be ground. Not that they won't keep grinding, but at least somebody is. And the suffering Russian mother, you know, what about her? An Inostranka, a foreign woman, will surely be the subject of my next quartet. Maybe that joke is getting... What else did I forget to preserve? I'm like Akhmatova with her Requiem. I can't let go, because there's always some new, you know. But I'm overwhelmed. Or let's just say I've done my job. As I once said to Elena, very complex circumstances play a very important role here. Now it's better just to... I don't know. I wish I could talk to Irina about this, because she's my angel, but I'm afraid of making her sad. I failed. I was human. I was incomplete. Now Opus 110 is over. Nothing to scream about any more. A victory of the... What was that bastard Comrade Alexandrov always advising me? Oh me, drown your grief in Red Army power. He. And Germania sitting beneath a tree, marking the place in her Bible with her long sword. Very 19th century. Glazunov would, you know. Mussorgsky, too. She's holding a shield adorned with a double-headed eagle, with a crown at her feet, and she's... Remember when they cut all the children's throats when they were retreating? With her long sword. It's got to be a long sword. They needed blood for their field hospital. Or maybe they used a needle, because Glickman informs me that we saved a few of the children. What's that sound? From a tonal point of view, it lights the way ahead with a searchlight. An anti-aircraft light, let's say. Speer used those at the Nuremberg rally, right when Elena and Roman Lazarevich were first. So Germania has got to have red lips, with Russian blood running down her mouth. That would be... Oh, this opera is endless. What a dull, mediocre composer I am. And to think I used to care whether they played it this way or that way, or left all my notes in. More blood in my next symphony. But I'm almost out of symphonies. The doctor says I have to... Poor dear Irina, to be trapped with me. What a selfish old bastard I am. I should have just... Even Margarita didn't deserve what I put her through. If only the plane had crashed. The fascists could have shot it down. Of course it would have been better if Nina and the children were on another plane, but then... A double-headed eagle. What's that sound? And she's... He invited Glickman to accompany him to a concert by Galina Ustvolskaya, but at the last moment he didn't have the nerve to... Well, Glickman suggested that they attend the premiere of Roman Carmen's new film about the new order in Cuba. It was called The Blue Lamp, and was supposed to be very, you know. But every time I meet dear Roman Lazarevich, I can't help but think of a certain... Anyhow, I'm not saying that Shostakovich wasn't busy. Composer and decomposer, he had to go on al fine, to the end. He lived on to 1962, when word got out that his 13th symphony was explicitly linked to Yevtushenko's subversive poem Babi Yar. And so the district party secretary cried out, This is outrageous. We let Shostakovich join the party, and then he goes and presents us with a symphony about Jews. After Yevtushenko caved in and made the changes which the party required to de-emphasize the Jewish nature of that massacre, Shostakovich got drunk with Lebedinsky, whom he saw less and less these days, and he whispered, "I am a Jew. Oh, how I want to be a Jew." Excuse my directness, Dmitri Dmitrievich, but there's a solution to your troubles. Well, naturally, we'll speak privately about the possibility of a solution, so to speak, political solution. No, please don't smile like that. When I screwed up my courage to divorce Nina, I couldn't face her. I wrote her a letter, but she didn't reply, so Ashkenazi delivered another copy to her. He actually went all the way to Detskoye Selo, where Nina and her mother had already, Sometimes Dmitri Dmitrievich, she's a widow now. I've made inquiries. Opus 40 was almost finished then. Poor Elena was waiting by the telephone. Can you believe it? But then, this was the year we find him autographing scores for young pioneers who didn't give a shit. The year he married his third wife, Irina, whose smooth, round face, round spectacles, and glossy hair knot he loved so well. He secretly apologized to all his friends for her youthful awkwardness. Glickman in particular felt jealous of her, but that's normal. He informs me, can you believe it, that Roman Lazarevich has also tied the knot this year. I sincerely wish him happiness. This Maya Ovchinnikova, I don't know her circumstances. I hope she likes hunting and fast cars, because otherwise, the man's my doppelganger. Whatever I do, he copies in his Gollum-like way. But I only imagine that because of, What would it be like to ring him up and— Strange to say, although I almost never telephone him, I know his number by heart. VI 9380. And if I just said, "My dear Roman Lazarevich, come drink vodka with me and we'll talk about the old days," I'm sure he's a much sweeter person than I, not spiteful. And if I said, "Roman Lazarevich, please tell me how it was for you and her in Spain, and don't omit anything. I want to know what she said when she first heard that she'd been awarded the Order of the Red Star." I was, proud, whereas I don't give a rat's ass about any of my own decorations. How many people must I invite to my wedding? How I dread such affairs. It would almost be better to, I meant to write everything into Opus 110, except for Elena, but of course I had to write Elena in on account of those— She, you see, kept screaming and screaming. But what I'd rather do is compose something in the style of Opus 40, just a simple little something which adores her, but even more achromatically blurring and revealing her the way her hair does. Oh, my God, her long hair. It must be grey now, or maybe it's fallen out. What was it she used to? No, I won't admit that I've forgotten her. Just a little something like Opus 40, something which, how should I say, respects her right to seclude herself, just as the lovely pale pavilion of the concert hall veils itself behind the maple leaves of Catherine Park. Should I visit Catherine Park with Irina? She'd surely find that quite, romantic. Once when I met Elena at the All-Russian Agricultural Museum, labouring with the ruthlessly exemplary dedication of a shock worker, he lived on to 1963, when his friend Marshal Tukhachevsky got posthumously rehabilitated. Let's drink Crimean champagne with R.L. Carmen. Shostakovich wrote the memorial music, feeling, how should I say this, anxious. No matter that Stalin was dead, it was only habit to expect a hand on one's shoulder. How would the organs perceive this? Still, he craved to be a decent person, especially now, since his silent young Irina stood behind him, with her hair in a double bun. In the raised bell of the stage he could see something flittering behind the tarnished iron leaves of the railing. Elena's skirt had trembled like that red skirt she used to wear with the black jacket, and she used to trace patterns with her fingernail upon the glass goblet on the table. As they played on, the bell glowed more and more beautifully against the blue sky, which was becoming night, and Elena's skirt— well, actually it wasn't her skirt at all. Would it hurt me more to know that it was, or to know that it wasn't? Oh, me. The lady violinists in white blouses and black skirts, the men in the black and white suits, the cobblestones yellow under the inverted truncated pyramids of the lamps, and the shadows between cobblestones very black, they all added up to something, Another composition by another composer, perhaps Haydn, certainly not Shostakovich. These window panes curtained or simply black, that's what my music is about. This music was he never should have composed it, because first of all it wouldn't bring Tukhachevsky back, and second of all it wasn't, how should I say, healthy to remind the organs of their past deeds. Better not to remember the Marshal. I get everything I ask for, he used to crow. And then... But I'm certainly proud of Irina, who, to get right down to it, possesses, how should I describe it, an almost serpentine elegance. I do adore those pale, slim women. When she puts her hair up in a bun like that, I want to sink my teeth into it. It's so delicious. How good she is to me, and how understanding. And all the other old men are jealous of me. They don't know I can't even... Well, but I wish she'd stop gnawing on her knuckles like that. The poor dear must be nervous. Why bother? It's too late to be nervous. She's already married a former enemy of the people. That was very... When they got home, she wanted to know the wife's fate. He couldn't believe that she didn't know. Of course, it was all in Opus 110, but I admit that that's elliptical. All the same, you'd think that, well... Sitting down at the piano bench, resting his aching wrists on the lid, which mercifully hid the extended grin of those black and white keys, he told her, watching her reflection in the shiny wood between his hands. The first one, shot herself, during the Civil War. That must have been very... Although I myself... Don't look at me like that, Irinochka. They say she was caught stealing bread and didn't want to disgrace her husband. I never asked him anything, of course. And the second one disappeared. But... In a poisonous whisper he breathed into her ear. All right, then, she got liquidated by the organs. After they liquidated him, obviously. I mean, you wouldn't want to put a finale before her. Her eyes became as big as bomb craters. Mitya, are you sure she wasn't implicated? I don't remember those times, of course, but... Yes, you do, he shouted. We all remember them. His voice diminished into something as unnerving as a gap in the front line, and he said, But we pretend, you see. Anyway, said Irina steadily, the performance was very beautiful. And he shot, I repeat, he shot your own father, yet you're so naive as to maintain... Be careful, Mitya. Anyhow, my mother said... To protect you, you little fool. Don't you even know that much? And from a Polish father, a Jewish mother, how could you not know what goes on in this world? And then what happened to your mother, Well, that's how it is for all of us. Irinochka, please forgive me for my speaking to you in this monstrous fashion. I know I'm a... Oh, poor child, what a lot of pain I've caused you. And you knew it anyway, didn't you? Breathing heavily, she said, You say all this, and meanwhile you joined the party. At this, he punched himself in the face again and again with his half-crippled old fist. 39. Well, she said. It was blackmail, Irinochka. If you love me, you won't dig that up. Khachaturian's been a member for years. He lived on to 1964, the 30th anniversary of his first meeting with Elena Konstantinovskaya, when the decay of his limbs and joints compelled him to forego all public performances. After all, in the Soviet Union, aren't old relics an offense against history? My dear friends, are you familiar with that statue who lost his hands in Dresden from the Allied, That's how it is now with D.D., how should I say, Shostakovich. Retaining his civic capacities at least, he rose in the assembly hall, panting and trembling a little, splaying his aching fingers like tree roots, gazing into the socialist horizon beyond the microphone, and expressed his confidence in the future. He was one of our reliable leading cadres. Every time he spied anybody in authority, a policeman or even a janitor, he felt sick with terror. Glaring at the yellow drapes, pretending that he didn't know that this slogan had been discredited, he declaimed to his fellow party members, "Life has become better, comrades. Life has become more joyful." People begged him to be more careful. Anyway, he muttered to his friends, it's over. The second movement was the worst. Mitya, you're drunk, and you really don't look so good. Whatever do you mean? Opus 110, naturally. That's when we all died. I wrote the second movement like a Katyusha, 8 rocket launchers in a go. It was supposed to be horrible, But now they've killed us off, so we don't have to be careful." This was the year when he publicly denounced the Soleil des Incas of Evie Denisov. The golden sheen of his medal for the defense of Leningrad was alive on his breast, with armed figurines oriented left, making a wall of guns and bayonets against the enemy. Above them, a central tower climaxed in a Soviet star. Staring as though his features were as terrifying as the bomb-crushed face of some stranger who'd introduced himself a quarter-hour before, Denisov asked why he'd done it. He replied, Well, Edic, you know, because I was frightened, of course. A party functionary had been there. It's just the same as at movie theatres when we all rise to the Horst Wessel song, or Deutschland über alles. I mean, you can... In fact, I consider Le Soleil des Incas to be a masterpiece, a real masterpiece. Acoustically speaking, the barbed wire of the second movement is as distinct and cleanly patterned as the concentric polyhedrons of a spiderweb. This is not a work for idiots. I sincerely hope you won't alter a single note. Mitya, didn't you realize that I can't be your friend after this? Forgive me, I beg of you. I admit that I'm a bastard. But it's our life. Back in 48, or maybe it was 46, when, you know, even Maxime had to... Goodbye, Mitya. Do you know the French horn ought to be played as a general rule between its 4th and 12th partials. Well, if somebody who's up to his ears in blood commands that you play it at the 17th partial, then a certain degree of distortion... Denisov was already turning away, now and forever. Have pity, Edic. Remember the vulnerability of my children. To his wife, whose gentleness he valued more and more, he muttered, You see, I'm such an insensitive criminal type. An enemy of the people, actually. But he'll never... Guess what a great comrade said. Anyone in this world who does not succeed in being hated by his adversaries does not seem to me to be worth much as a friend. Guess who? He's, so to speak, a German. An Austrian, actually. A late Austrian. My sexy little Irinka, thanks for your... But I'll survive. I'll get through this. He lived on to 1965, when they made him Doctor of the Arts. That honour was truly indispensable. They urged him to write more popular songs with civic content. Oh, what patrons of the arts! Now that he was a party member, which meant that he was truly one of us, he really needed to toe the line a little more exactly. The best reputations require maintenance. Even fresh white bricks will slowly tarnish in, for instance, Dresden. They suggested that he use as his templates A.I. Ostrovsky's Let There Always Be Sunshine and A.G. Novikov's March of the Communist Brigades. My, oh my, they said to him, There's so much filth around us, Dmitri Dmitrievich. Be careful that you don't get smeared with any of it. He assented with diplomatic grimaces. Later that day, when his daughter looked in on him, he sat down at the piano and accompanied himself, singing in a crazed, cracked voice. Merry singing makes the heart glow, merry singing stops the tear flow. In the country villages singing is their meat, from Moscow straight to Leningrad singing is their treat. Do you remember that, Galicia? It was on the radio when you were still a little... What nice perfume you have on. Is it Red Dawn, or... That's what I'm supposed to emulate. The effect is, you know, enormous. She shook her head and said, You're doing this to yourself. How's married life? Is it true what they say? I've heard that women sometimes... Never mind. Let there always be sunshine. By the way, did you hear that your brothers won another award? Will you be attending the ceremony? I'm very... Your hair looks extremely, how should I say, effective. Oh me, is that a new style? Meanwhile, Khrushchev was removed from power in favor of Brezhnev, who explained to the 23rd Congress, Socialist art is profoundly optimistic and life-affirming. Shostakovich lived on. It's said that he watched R.L. Carmen's new film, The Great Patriotic War, again and again. After a while, not even Glickman would accompany him to the cinema any more. After all, the man lost his wife in the... So I can see his, you know. But Shostakovich couldn't take his eyes off the Leningrad woman in the snowy overcoat, who was towing another sled to the cemetery. I could swear she's somebody I know, because she... and her long dark hair. But I can't say that Elena's calling me to lie down beside her, because as far as I know she's still— All the same, he avoided more horrors than he sought out. On a rainy afternoon, at a reception for some artist friend of Glickman's, he wondered what he should do, how he should live. What was her name now? He should really— Anyhow, it was all oils in gilded frames, flowers, landscapes, fruits, not to mention the occasional, nude. I don't approve of nudes, because then I feel— well, the women were gazing more at each other's smiles than at the art, which was as it should be. But where had Irina slipped off to? Don't leave me here, my God, or they'll all be hounding. All they want is— Suddenly he feared that some sneak assault would get through. So many of the individuals he'd cared for— I hope not the majority, better not to count. Denisov makes 5, had gone over to the other side. Not just Denisov, but— oh, me. And especially these snowy landscapes. I don't approve of them, either. What do I approve of? Irina, of course. That woman's so good to me. And my children. Why don't they paint something cheerful and red? Let there always be sunshine, and light up the way with a searchlight. I know we can do it. It's just a question of everything in a major key. Speaking of which, must I congratulate Roman Lazarovich now that he's been named People's Artist of the USSR? I have his telephone number right here, VI 9380. Leo Oskarovich tells me excellent things about Maya Ovchinnikova. He's got a sweet wife, just as I have. Thank God and Soviet power for sweet wives. If I had my own atomic bomb, I'd just— I wonder if my pretty Irinka would mind sending him a card for me, with greetings to her, so that I could simply— I'll bet he still keeps a bust of Stalin at his writing desk. Oh my, and I also forgot to telephone him when he won his 2nd Order of Lenin last year. When he's always been so— whatever. That's terrible. I have no excuse, it's only— One bronze of an absolutely heartbreaking nude, female, bald, with an almost simian face, brought Opus 110 back. She was halfway between weeping and screaming, with her hands on her hair, and he couldn't bear it, so he turned away and gazed out the window. Something dark, like rain, was cratering the pavement. How can I get out of here? It's so— But what's the use? Skyscrapers as blocky and tower-perimetered as castles were going up everywhere, haloed with scaffolding. Welders' torches glared on them like unwinking stars. Whenever he saw a flame now, he remembered the blistered dead of Dresden, the children who clung to banisters and railings until the fires inhaled them, the screams of the tropical birds getting roasted at the zoo. New trees grew between the communal flats, and airplanes banked protectively over everything. Some of them looked like fighters. Let's see, the German fighters had been based at Gachina, Siverskaya, Tosna. They bombed Leningrad every day. And Pilutov became a hero of the Soviet Union when he shot down all those Messerschmitts. That was very— They told R.L. Carmen to film a meeting of the minds between Dmitri Shostakovich and A. Akhmatova, with whom he'd never had anything in common anyway, excepting nightmares. So he stood beside her in snowy muck, waiting for the camera to whir, then said, 88, 88, an exercise he'd invented for creating the illusion of animated speech by stretching the corners of the mouth. Perhaps opera singers might also find it, convenient. Where was Irinotchka? She would have been polite. She was so— Thank God for that, because at my age, well— Akhmatova stared at him. She was wearing her green-ribboned Medal of Leningrad, but he wasn't. The poor woman looked rather stout, because our Russian food, All right, so he'd hurt her feelings, but he didn't give a damn. Not that he disliked her. The poor woman was looking old and shabby. The only thing he held against her was that she'd carried the score of his 7th Symphony out of Leningrad, holding it on that promiscuous lap of hers. She thought that made him her soulmate. If only she'd lost the 7th and he'd been shot down, then he wouldn't have contributed to that shameful— Not that Nina and the children would have deserved such an ending, even though they might have been— Oh, never mind. As for Roman Lazarovich, he seemed satisfied. They shook both hands, and for a moment Shostakovich dreaded that he might utter her name. Indeed, he feared that more than he'd ever feared anything in this world. He might have screamed. Carmen's face had become strangely clayey as he aged. It was palish tan and nude, its white, slicked-back hair resembling lines combed into a lump of clay. It was more featureless than it used to be, as if poor Roman Lazarevich were collapsing back into a primordial ball. His lips were two pale bars of clay, half-mashed together. To think that he and Elena— His head had sunk deeper down upon his clayey neck, settling between the slabs of clay which were called his shoulders. His blank eyes had sunken in a trifle. All in all, he was ready to be taken off the shelf at a moment's notice, to have any expression whatsoever painted onto him, and then he could be baked, glazed, and finished. But I'm not being very— Shooting him a searching look, the director merely said, "Much obliged, Dmitri Dmitrievich. You haven't aged a day. And here's a copy of my new book, just a small gift. The Heroics of Struggle and Creation. Why, thank you, Roman Lazarevich, thank you. In the unlikely event that I myself ever succeed in doing anything, creative, I'll be sure and send you a copy." And this Dmitri Dmitrievich, whoever he was, gave speeches on demand, his own gaze expressing that strange dullness of the slaughter-doomed steer which we remember from the former Marshal Tukhatevsky's trial. The Soviet Union fully supports the just position of, how should I put it, Ho Chi Minh. Elena had told him that in the Arctic camps they split open a corpse's skull before burial, just in case. And that night when those 3 guards raped her— Oh, let's think about something else. So he went everywhere they told him. He trudged the motherland's icy streets, with Irina juggling 2 suitcases while holding his arm in case he fell. As soon as they got back to Moscow, he was going to buy her some more stone-flower perfume. The world she lived in, he wanted to live in, too. A prosecutor would have pounced on him. He'd been very unfair to marry and drag her into his— you get the drift. What was a little more guilt among friends, he'd never even notice. They'd already expelled him from their consideration, just as Shostakovich himself cut out superannuated notes from his scores with a razor-blade. As each blade got dull, he'd dispatch Glickman or Glickman's brother to go buy a new one for 50 kopecks. Denouncing the continuing Anglo-American aggression in, so to speak, Cuba, deliberately slurring and mumbling each page of typescript, he craned away from the corpse-like grins of his audience to stare out the window at the snow on the flat roofs of Soviet Asian cities, snow on the flat roofs of neo-bureaucratic halls, palaces, and apartment blocks. Even Irina had gotten tired of travelling by then. Originally she'd thought— well, he didn't know what she'd thought. Why had she left her husband anyway? Perhaps neither he nor I can pass for a man. She wants a— But how can I please her when to counter the unheard insolence of the imperialist camp? We demand the immediate punishment of these— oh yes, these dangerous enemies of the working class. Those snowy trees, with snowy mountains all around— well, we mustn't, so to speak, exaggerate, but what was the point? He felt as if the music paper had swallowed him up. Whenever people asked him to generalize or pronounce on something, he replied, "Ha, my dear lady, in this life we only know our own sector of front, so to speak." Shall we map out the sector assigned to D.D. Shostakovich? His defensive system now consisted first and most fundamentally of Irina, who was very gemütlich, I believe. Secondly, of Glickman, Lebedinsky, and his sister Maria. Thirdly, of his increasing physical disabilities, which excited compassion and guilt in others. Fourthly, of his party membership, which isolated and protected him within what military strategists would refer to as his cut-off and intermediate position. Fifthly came the world within the piano keys, the lovely world of pure darkness and white winter icicles, into which he'd once upon a time imagined that he could invite anyone he chose, for instance, the plump girl in the blue dress who sang at the Hotel Sovietskaya. Unfortunately, that world's tunnels had suffered many cave-ins since he detonated the various Hydrox cartridges of Opus 110. He longed to retreat there, and still sometimes did, but it wasn't the same. It was stifling, collapsed, flooded, and poisoned. But he couldn't see the point of complaining about it, not even to the, how should I say, people's responsible representatives. Sixthly and lastly was his inner line, namely, his memories of Elena Konstantinovskaya, who had always actually been very— 40. The Serbian Academy of Sciences and Arts granted him honorary membership. The rows of seats down the herringboned floor, the stage dissected by chairs and frames, then curtains above everything. It was all quite— Weary old owl that he was, he cocked his head, smiled, and tooted out his "Thank you. Thank you. The following year, as the new purges of Soviet literature began, he was named Hero of Socialist Labour. By then, the infamous dissident A.I. Solzhenitsyn was already referring to him as the shackled genius. Yet he dared to sign a petition in Solzhenitsyn's favour. I'm told that he'd often stand in the back of a concert hall, listen to the music of other composers, close his eyes and silently weep with emotion. Sweaty, flabby, and feeble, he lived on, producing music with an efficiency comparable to that of the SK-NK6 corn-planting machine, which can inseminate 3.5 hectares per hour of ploughed ground. It's merely a question of time and manpower. Life has become better. At their best, wrote the bourgeois critic Leighton, the symphonies have the epic panoramic sweep of the great Russian novels. To Glickman, to whom everything he wrote was a masterpiece, he wrote, I have been disappointed in much, and I expect many terrible things to happen. I am a dull, mediocre composer. Ustvolskaya had cut him off forever. Nikolaeva had become very, very busy. Irinushka, who was so good, and who forgave everything, would have understood if he'd needed to refresh himself with one of them. Not that he could have done anything, except with his half-paralyzed hand. She was such a magnificent wife, so loving and respectful of his pain. He even trusted her with his hidden manuscripts. Once she asked him why he hadn't married E. Konstantinovskaya, Vygotsky, and he gaily replied, inferior anti-tank forces. She didn't go away, so he cocked his head and said, Irinochka, I prefer not to discuss it much. It humiliates me. Well, we tried hard. And, first and foremost, you mustn't think that I don't love you, Irina. Here's the worst of it. But you know, what happened to her and me, well, we can't just blame the Times and that bastard. Then he lifted the telephone to call Nikolaeva, but the voice on the other end of the wire, a male voice, informed him rather unpleasantly that she was on tour in the Ukraine. Kindly tell her that I need to talk with her about Mussorgsky, about the bass clarinet. Glickman wrote him again, and he began to reply, slowly and with great difficulty, squeezing out one note after another. I am writing a violin concerto. And then such an eerie echo rang between his ears that he had to lay down the pen, because his own phrase, squeezing out one note after another, merely repeated the sentiment, it's merely a question of time and manpower. Oh, those fascists! They'd been special individuals, all right. Buried under the rubble of his 3 orders of Lenin, his Order of the October Revolution, his Order of the Red Banner of Labour, he lived on to 1968, when Akhmatova died. Her funeral cortege was as steady as the one-track railroad line through Wolf's Lair. Bahnhof Görlitz, final stop. Now into the hole. He was there, of course. 88. The 88 is the best general-purpose German gun. After all, she'd been in Leningrad when... We have a motherland, and they have a fatherland. Their child is Europe Central. And I have Messerschmitts, Heinkels, Junkers, ammunition transported through the sewers, Germans crouching in their snowy trenches, the dark swirl of greatcoats as Red Army men leapt from the earth to charge forward. These comprised his homeland forever, where pale, open-mouthed corpses lay in each other's arms on a street corner in the rain. Here came the Messerschmitts again. She was screaming and screaming. And his soul was the winter sun of this ghastly dreamland, now as bygone as old Petersburg. Elena's screams, which he thought to inter in the grey chapel of Opus 110, continued to torture him to the end. They rose and died so nakedly, illuminated by rays of despair. Opus 110 towered above us all. He'd brought a new evil into the world without solving an old one. Supposedly one can actually, so to speak, make a bullet-proof wall out of snow. But in this case their artillery can, well, you know. Or had he even done anything at all? Wasn't death always with us? Had he lived 500 years ago, Shostakovich might have found Opus 110 just as luckily in some deep old well with ferns on the walls and sickly concentric circles of darkness. So let's go down to the Queen of Hell. Then we can come back up and inherit a whole green hill with cemetery ruins embedded in it. Ha ha! Steep, dark stairs burrowing upward through the very stone of the castle walls, chandeliers like spiders, And then, if I'm good, I'll get to make love with Elena in an ebony bed with snakes carved in it. Glickman encountered them at the spa at Gagra. The Vygotskys, I mean, not the snakes. He told me they were extremely— But what's that sound? And yet, in spite of his terrible fear and all the sadness, he even lived on to 1969, when one of his worst tormentors, the musicologist P. Apostolov, was stricken by a heart attack at the premiere of the grim 14th Symphony, whose proclaimed theme was death, and whose melodies, if they can even be called that, were blacker than the smoke from a burning oil depot. Explaining what he required of the orchestra, he said at the first rehearsal, "On the left and right flanks, the battalion regions are echeloned to the depth of the regimental sectors." But he was only joking. Oh, that hilarious Dmitri Shostakovich. To the symphony audience he said, "Death is terrifying. There is nothing beyond it. You see, I don't believe in life beyond the grave." Refusing to accompany him into the pit, his old friend Lebedinsky wrote him a letter which severed relations between them. So goes one story. But other people have said that Lebedinsky, like Glickman, was jealous of Irina's influence. The third version, which claims that Lebedinsky dreaded the party officials and representatives of the organs who now frequented the Shostakovich household, may safely be dismissed as an anti-Soviet slander. "Unfortunately," said Shostakovich to his wife, "Lebedinsky has grown, how shall I put it, old and stupid." And he sat down heavily, clutching at his heart. "Everybody's equally disgusting. Where are my cigarettes? For instance, here's that war criminal von Manstein. Lebedinsky sent his memoirs when we were still friends. I particularly like this, where is it? Here. It was essential to ensure that, Consequently, it was now necessary for the Germans, too, to resort to the scorched earth policy which the Soviets had adopted during their retreats in previous years. The worst of it is, the monster's correct. He's such a— Back to the 14th, which I myself don't mind confessing has given me nightmares. It really does stink of the tomb. Nonetheless, it bears the same relation to Opus 110 as does the post-mortem twitching of a dissected frog, a musical twitch, we might as well say, or at least a rhythmic one, for it's brought about according to the quirks of the experimenter who opens and closes the circuit between flesh and galvanic battery prestissimo, to the actual death convulsions when we'd placed the reptile in the killing jar. My 14th, I've sort of, taken a shine to it, because it's nasty, and because it reminds me of my past. For instance, the time that Elena, she was having her, and then the time when the German fascists wrecked the Catherine Palace. I forgot to include that in Opus 110. About this work, 10 percussion instruments, 19 strings, 2 solo voices. Important musical personalities insisted that its symphonic conflict never showed any dialectical resolution, which means that more passages should have been in a major key. Staring down at the piano keys, to which his aching ancient claws of hands couldn't make love any more, he thanked us for their comradely criticism. Oh yes, he thanked us in words as lucent as the icily sparkling corpses which had once adorned Leningrad. And in fact, there's simply no question about it. In my next symphony I'm going to change everything exactly as you advise. If we're faint-hearted about carrying out those measures, the SS will step in. That violin section you dislike, I'll tell the orchestra to play it quickly, so that the audience won't even hear it. Moreover, I'm going to, there'll be dialectical resolution in every measure, I guarantee it, like a searchlight. But, as usual, he was, teasing them. After all, isn't nocturnal anti-aircraft fire likewise a song of darkness engraved in pure and delicate lines of light, akin to the rays of 24-karat gold which a bookbinder's heated stylus, if drawn with sufficiently errorless spontaneity across the measured strip of foil, engraves forever in the black leather covers of the Book of Night? In a grand hallway of the People, with a brass chandelier, he got drunk and whispered into Glickman's face, "They talk about this cultural exchange. Well, haven't we always had it? We have Black Marias and they have Green Minnas." "My dear Dmitri Dmitrievich, what on earth are you saying? Please be careful." "Or did Green Minnas vanish with the Reich? Maybe they transport them in school buses now." "Them? Whom are you talking about?" "Why, I'm talking about all of us. Long live the, so to speak, the fatherland." "Dmitri Dmitrievich, day and night I worry about your happiness." "Well, thank you. Thank you. And I have something important to say to you. Yes, my friend, said Shostakovich in a panic, his fingers beginning to gallop crazily all over the room. What is it? Do you remember that many years ago you asked me to— No, please don't. And after I saw you last time when you burst into tears— I did not. I swear to you. So you betrayed my confidence, is that what you did? When you were weeping, you asked me to go to her, and did you tell her? How dare you? She kept asking me, Dmitri Dmitrievich, so I told her because— Because what? My dear Dmitri Dmitrievich, I advise you to leave your present situation because you're not happy. Even now it's not too late to— Please keep your advice to yourself, my dear Isak Davidovich. With a despairing and humiliated smile, Glickman said softly, That's how I know you're in love. Because people in love never take the advice of their friends. First they ask for it and don't take it, and then they become quite offended when their friends, who only want to help them and who— Isak Davidovich, please forgive me. Oh, I'm a bastard, such a bastard. And that's why you told her, of course, because I wanted you to. How is she? Her hair must be completely white by now. And then Oh, I'm such a son of a bitch. Galina was right not to marry me. Never mind her, said Glickman, laying his hand on Shostakovich's shoulder. And Shostakovich suddenly felt that he loved Glickman more than he had ever loved any man or woman on or under this earth. And Glickman tenderly repeated, Never mind her. It's not Galina Ustvolskaya that you love. Shostakovich lived on to 1970, when he published an article entitled Lenin's Life, an Inspiring Example to Us. He also composed Opus 139, March of the Soviet Police. I mean, why run ahead of progress? It's better to just— But Irina kept being so kind. The silent tact of the woman who sits on the bench beside the concert pianist, turning pages at just the right moment, and otherwise scarcely existing. That summed up Irinochka, who devoted herself to him so perfectly. How could he possibly deserve her? He knew that he was ruining her as he'd ruined Tatiana, Helena, Nina, and Galina. He was a poisoned bomb who killed all. Poor tired Ninusha had suffered the worst, because she'd lived with him the longest. And then he'd— Helena, you're so lucky that you didn't marry me. Is the page-turner any less important than the concert pianist? First of all, she needs to read music, which is no mean feat in our times. More important still, she keeps me company, knowing me and comforting me. She keeps Opus 110's swarm of sorrows from— the things growing deep within the mass graves. And then, from within the great brick arch, the railroad tracks roll toward a stand of trees. I think that's the gas chamber. Wooden watchtowers, A-framed, ochre-bricked barracks in rows and rows and rows, the remains of chimneys in the grass, that's my music. Long rows of chords, block after pinewood block of them, long and low, with steeper, blacker-roofed chords on the right. It all aims at the same kind of feeling. You know, that feeling of— But when she holds me in her arms, Operation Barbarossa never happened. Well, aren't I vile, though, to want to deny— Do you remember when the American fighter-bombers returned to Dresden for the third raid and began machine-gunning women and children in the grass? Talk about chopping up the melodic lines. The Americans should have— Well, some people survived even then. I wonder who was luckier. We can all hope to, so to speak, survive. And I myself, although I'm very afraid, Time ticked, and he lived on to 1972, when his 15th symphony premiered. For despite his impairments, they still expected him to fulfill his quota of symphonies, just as in the old days they demanded that the NKVD chief of some city arrest and shoot 10,000 enemies of the people at once, and without fail. Unfortunately, the 15th was no more than a feeble rearguard action, a holding on behind enemy-occupied lines. Many a chord got borrowed from Wagner, Prokofiev, Mussorgsky, and a certain Dmitri Shostakovich. On the whole, it was as grey as Tukhachevsky's eyes, as white as Glickman's intentions, as clean as Nina's fingernails, as solitary as Irina's— Elena, you see how lucky it is that— Well, I used to be— how should I put it— conceited. And now, when I hear someone's silly laugh, especially a man's, because women are— I can hardly— They praised its banality, and his ears kept ringing. He kept expecting to see Comrade Stalin in the back row, or Zhukov, Khrennikov, or anybody else who was unshakably determined to light the way ahead with a searchlight. As for our unshakable allies in East Germany, they called it strangely reserved and introverted. His attention wandered, his mouth trembled, his coat fell off his lap, and Irina picked it up for him. The searchlight's on me. It gives me the creeps. His spectacles were now as big as clock faces. White light gleamed on them, so that it was sometimes difficult for others to read his eyes. "Thank you, thank you." He sat stiff and frowning, with his useless hands at his sides. Why not cut them off? Then I'd take up less space in this world. That way I could hide from Comrade Alexandrov, who won't leave me alone. He's always around with his— Remembering the chord of screams when a German fascist oil bomb hit a children's hospital, he realized that he'd forgotten to put that sound into Opus 110. Well, should I rewrite it? It would field strip as nicely as a Nazi pistol, every movement black and silver. And then that one sound. What's that sound? Because— Struggling painfully to his feet to thank the musicians as usual, he found that several shuddered away from his compromised hand. They jeeringly called him Comrade Shostakovich. His heart drummed as hellishly as the second movement of Opus 110. The next day, however, an American admirer invited him to her apartment for an intimate breakfast, not far from where the Spartak Children's Home used to be. What was her name? It was some, so to speak, American name. His memory wasn't always— She told him that his 15th was brilliant, and he thought to himself, if I were only 15 measures younger, I could have— Well, let me calculate it. 15 years ago, Nina had just died, and Elena would have been 43. When did that Vygotsky marry her? After the war. It must have been after the war. She wouldn't have been too old then to— How shall I say? But it's better not to think about that, because— Anyway, that's how most meetings go. Besides, for the sake of my so-called health. He remembered the cries which Elena used to utter. First appassionato, almost con dolore, then morendo. Then, after a long rigid silence with her face locked away in pleasure, con brio for the very finish, not explosively, as other women so often did, but as calmly, unstoppably as a rocket rising upon its own flame, with superhuman brilliance, really. Hence that smooth, shrill pass of the cello's bow in the second movement of Opus 40. That was when he'd first known how far above everyone she truly was. Well, that was over. The waffles which this American had made— she seemed to be suffering from a case of left-wing infantile deviation— reminded him of war-skeletonized buildings. It was all a matter of scale. Instead of charred square concrete pits which had once been rooms, square wells of golden starchiness looked up at him, glimmering with melted butter and maple syrup imported all the way from Canada. Thank you, dear lady," he said. "And now I need to go, for I'm really not well, you see." And he really wasn't well. In fact, I'm so feeble that if Elena were mine, I'd drop dead for happiness. Irina had proposed a visit to Leningrad so that he could see it one last time. And probably he should have gone. Leningrad defined him as much as did Opus 110. Glickman's brother, Gavril, already famous for sculpting the Apollo Shostakovich, would soon propose setting little stones from Leningrad on his grave, surrounded by metal bars. Irina Antonova considered my idea to be better than all the others. We're all sure that a tour of that metropolis's socialist reconstruction would have invigorated him. Irina thought it might be nice to promenade on Nevsky Prospect and peer into the shops. Somebody told her, I think it was the singer G.P. Vishnevskaya, that some of the dressmakers there were nearly as clever as the ones in Paris. And there was such a little girl look in her face when she proposed it, such a smile of anticipated delight, that he realized that she had not been very happy for a long time, and so was craving some sort of pleasure, even the most trivial kind. It was that longing for merriment which her eyes so intensely expressed. That was precisely what he found so, how should I say, upsetting, because he was impotent in that department too. So she wanted to, really, the Nevsky of all places. Not long before the October Revolution, the symbolist writer Bailey proclaimed, "All of Petersburg is an infinity of the prospect raised to the nth degree. Beyond Petersburg lies nothing. Nothing but tanks, that is, the T-26s, T-34s, and 60-ton TVs, Oh my, he remembered quite well, so very, thank you, all the corpses with back-flung faces which used to blow across Nevsky Prospect like leaves, and the living faces the colour of dirt, and that severed arm which hung from the garden gate. I would have thought that my Galicia was too young to remember, but even now she has nightmares. I suppose she'll be tortured until she dies. And this child he'd married had no idea. She was simply too young. He remembered especially well the great bundle of guns aiming at the sky in R.L. Carmen's Leningrad fights, the Smolny Institute obscured by smoke. Of course, he and the family were in Kuibyshev by that time. One had to admire Carmen for, And now that he had wheezed his way to his feet, so that he could stand sternly over her like that statue of Lenin which remained before the raised portico of the Smolny throughout the 900 days, Irina began to realize that once again she'd offended him, and her face turned red as he ranted, I used to gaze at Nevsky Prospect through a jagged hole, and that sound of those Stukas coming, pure vibrato, And let me guess, interrupted his wife, likewise rising, she was standing beside you. No! He cried, shocked out of his rage. Don't worry, that's all garbage. I wasn't even— Naked, I'm sure. Well, you certainly had your romantic moments back when you could still— In a hurried rasp he begged, Don't be cruel, Irina. I'm sorry. Forgive me, Mitya. I felt jealous for a moment, that was all. Never mind. Now it's over. Please do forgive me. We won't go to Leningrad. He lived on to 1973, when he signed an open letter in Pravda denouncing the human rights activist A. Sakharov. This servile act cost him several of his remaining friends. The avant-gardist Y.P. Lyubimov, toward whom he'd always been generous, no longer consented to greet him. So what? Tell it to the grinning boys of the Condor Legion. His fame was distinct without warmth, like Arctic sunlight on a pavement of soldiers' helmets. He lived until 1974, when he wrote the spectacular Suite on Verses of Michelangelo, whose songs are as beautiful as a flock of multicolored fighter planes. Now it had been exactly 40 years since that international music festival in Leningrad, when he'd played his piano concerto, and then a certain 20-year-old student had slipped him a note signed with her initials, E.E.K. It was actually Nina who'd wanted the divorce. And Irina had certainly also, But Irina was practically the age of his own daughter. She didn't know what she— Anyhow, there were times when she slipped an arm around him, and he just laughed to himself. She thinks she's embracing me, but she's only embracing my coat. Irina laid her hand on his fingers, which were as soft, fat, and white as graveyard berries. And everywhere he turned he was— For example, and this is just one example, every time Irina turned on the television, there was another Roman Carmen program about the fraternal struggle in Latin America, and you know how I feel about dear Roman Lazarevich. I wonder how often he gets kissed. He's still in good health, I hear. One's supposed to get kissed farewell 3 times by our Russian women when one goes off to the front. He's in another of his suits, filming the White House in Washington, D.C., can you imagine? And now here's Fidel Castro sitting casually in the back seat of a car, chatting with children through the open window. That's a scene in Flaming Island. Slim, white-haired Roman Carmen stands dreamily beside Castro, who looks very revolutionary and dynamic. Pan to children, crowds, old women, militants, parades. And Irina's so gullible. She even thinks these people have now been, liberated, because she saw it on television. She says that just because I'm older doesn't mean I have the right to tell her what to think. She's just as intelligent as I am. What can I say to that? I can't say that Elena would have— Well, what do I know? He smiled at Irina. I don't think he wasn't, to get right down to it, grateful. Nina saw all too clearly that he would have been better off with Elena, but he couldn't go through with it. Perhaps exactly because he would have been better off, which he couldn't bear. He trailed after Nina and got her to take him back. He should have believed his heart. And then Elena had said— What had she said? "Bury me in Leningrad," he told Irina. As a matter of fact, he lived until 1975, when, 3/4 paralyzed and in terrible pain, his mask-like face now trembling more than ever, emitting ripples around the blurry reflection of itself, he still managed to create his Viola Sonata, Opus 147, which he himself accurately described as bright and clear. A month later, lung cancer asphyxiated him. When his death began, it was as if successive shrouds, each one so gauzy as to be nearly transparent, kept settling over his face, strangling away the breath almost tenderly, with Irina bending over him in the hospital ward, screaming his name like a shrilling telephone. He could hear her longer than he could see her, for the shrouds kept swirling down so that her image steadily greyed into a blackness deeper than meaning. And although for a little while longer he could almost perceive the reflection of her presence swimming on the night-struck waters, she was fading very rapidly now. Indeed, before he had time to mistake her for a certain other woman, she'd vanished with an almost playful suddenness, so that he sank irremediably alone into his velvet agony, which drowned and tickled him while a blood-red spot rushed before him in ever-narrowing spirals. By coincidence, E. Konstantinovskaya died that same year. They buried him in Moscow, of course. Roman Carmen was there, and so were the Glickman brothers, of course. So was the white-uniformed girl in produce store number 31. Although he was granted a funeral in the Grand Hall of the Moscow Conservatory, and extolled not only as the composer of the Seventh Symphony and the counterplan, but also as a good communist, the organs, who played all tunes, might not have grieved over much. A detachment of men in raspberry-coloured boots is said to have entered his flat within 2 hours of his death. They emerged with an armload of private papers which have never been seen again. The great Soviet encyclopedia accords him a respectful entry, in keeping with his various honours, medals, and decorations, each Stalin Prize tactfully altered to a State Prize of the USSR. Was he ever called upon to return the old trophies, to have them re-engraved? His works, we're told, affirm the ideals of Soviet humanism. In the long article on Soviet music, he receives a number of dutiful acknowledgments. The Seventh Symphony, needless to say, is labelled an immortal monument of the period. Even his most egregious formalist error, the opera Lady Macbeth, now gets called a Soviet classic. No doubt the castrated revision is being referred to. Now that he was safely dead, there was no need to disgrace him. For that matter, he'd been dead ever since he composed Opus 110. One might think that his reputation was embalmed as safely as was Lenin in the mausoleum. Stalin, I'm afraid, had been secretly taken out once his fame decayed. And yet the regime might have felt some bitterness about his formalist infidelities. I may be imagining things. However, the Soviet Way of Life, published the year before his demise, mentions the interesting results obtained from a poll conducted in industrial enterprises in the Urals. The workers were asked to name their favourite artists. Of the composers, Tchaikovsky gets mentioned first, and Mussorgsky last, with a couple of foreigners in between. Dmitri Dmitrievich Shostakovich does not appear. After all, no one individual can be indispensable in our union of Soviet Socialist republics, greatest and most perfect country in the world, whose borders touch a dozen seas. A pianist from Kilgore. It can't hurt you, so what are you getting excited about? You're a skeleton. Nothing hurts a skeleton. Yakov Lind, Soul of Wood, 1962. In 1958, 1 year after the launch of the atomic icebreaker Lenin, there was a musical competition in the USSR. Among the gamblers came a young American from Kilgore, Texas, named Van Cliburn. His playing was as perfect as the stainless steel from the Krasny Oktyabr Stalingrad metallurgical works, now, of course, known as the Krasny Oktyabr Volgograd metallurgical works. And if you wish to know precisely how perfect that would be, I need only tell you that the factory received the Order of Lenin in 1939 and the Order of the Red Banner of Labour in 1948. Shouldn't he have won first prize, then? Well, thanks to the great power chauvinism of the Anglo-Americans, a so-called Cold War had developed. What's Cold War, really? We Russians know. It's a soldier's corpse frozen head first into the snow. Can a piano express this? Yes. Under Van Cliburn's hands, the piano keys seem to be made sometimes of ice, sometimes of steel, and sometimes of fragrant toffee. And the notes passed by like summer clouds. Those who, with spurious objectivism, dare to argue that laurels should get bestowed upon a provincial bourgeois lackey merely because Moscow audience shout, first prize, and Vanyusha, Vanyusha, miss the point. For the purpose of competitions is not to reward individual merit, but to educate the masses. Our Soviet Union must be seen as a winner on the cultural front. Nor could some judges and spectators fail to react disdainfully to the way the young fellow craned over the piano, his white-collared neck bent almost horizontal, for he was a full 193 centimeters tall. He had to push back the piano bench. To Dmitri Shostakovich, for instance, he resembled an old engraving of a racehorse straining at the gate, which is not to imply that Cliburn's interpretation of the concerto ever sounded strained. The opening's almost military strictness and grandeur were realized with as much control as Operation Little Saturn had been at Stalingrad. The andantino simpico of the second movement flowed in patterns as unpredictable as they were perfectly right, the flow first glittering in a frozen way, like a massive shower of crystal, then lightly fluttering towards something as sweetly unattainable to every listener as a little child's happiness. Wouldn't it be sad if we could actually feel so happy? Van Cliburn kept smiling as if he did. Soft-spoken but never moody, dressed in the respectful orthodoxy of darkness intensified by narrow slivers of whiteness at neck and sleeves, he must be an innocent. After all, he was American, and moreover had been born too late to get called up for the war. "Good, really very good," said the juror Oborin, "but, you know, he's shaking his head a lot, rather sentimentally." 3 days later, this very same Oborin appeared in a photograph in the New York Times, smilingly gripping the hand of the tall, weary American. No question about it. Cliburn was a callow creature, an ignoramus, a pianist from Kilgore, Texas. For these and other reasons, several selfless functionaries conspired to give that gold medal, which happened to be accompanied by 25,000 rubles cash, to one of the 3 Soviet contestants, or, failing that, to the pianist from the People's Republic of China, with whom our differences had not yet become acute. But the distinguished juror S. Richter demanded that this faction be overruled, I think on account of the way Cliburn performed the third movement, the Allegro con fuoco. Commencing with perfect neutrality, cold in execution, warm in conception, the piano suddenly took on a passion alternating with glissandos of a different sort of neutrality, like ripples on a sunny Arctic lake. Then came the breathless, erotic haste of the finale, which never stopped being clear and careful at the same time, like a lover's deliberate touch. So much for the Tchaikovsky. Cliburn paused. His hands hovered over the black-striped pianoscape with the same solitary tension which afflicts the pilots of reconnaissance planes when they drone over enemy territory, gathering in the coordinates of railway yards, cathedrals, and apartment blocks for the convenience of master bombardiers. A slow, rapturous smile trembled across his face. His hands descended. He began to play the Rachmaninoff. The judges closed their dreamy eyes. The audience wept. An apparatchik rushed to the telephone. Within 20 minutes, militiamen had surrounded the Tchaikovsky Conservatory, holding back the yearning, adoring crowds. What a debacle! In the end, somebody had to call Comrade Khrushchev himself. The matter got decided in the Americans' favor then, I believe, because a calculated magnanimity appeared to be the least embarrassing stance. After all, even the jurors were applauding. The bravos lasted 8 minutes. Cliburn was embraced by Igilels and K.P. Kondrashin. It was the 11th of April, the self-same day when, in contradistinction to the American warmongers, we withdrew our last 41,000 troops from East Germany. Not long after midnight, the 16 jurors reached agreement, which is to say, they were informed of the decision of Comrade Khrushchev. On the 13th, a loudspeaker said, "Harvey Lavan Cliburn, Jr." The crowd screamed, "Vanichka! Vanichka!" "Oh dear," said Shostakovich. He was quite surprised, because the paragraph they'd prepared for publication over his signature rhapsodized about this latest Soviet victory. Already it had come out that Cliburn's father was the hireling of an oil company, and that the son's travel allowance had been provided by a front organization of the international capitalist Rockefeller. "Mitya, please relax," said Oborin. "That's not your problem. They'll get you to sign something else. At least he played Russian music." "You're correct," the composer replied, much relieved. "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear." He trusted Oborin because he knew him. They'd been evacuated together from the siege of Leningrad on that long, long train ride which they could never forget, having been accompanied every now and then by the vibrato of the fascist bombers. "Moreover," continued Oborin, "it wasn't just the Cliburn kid who played well. The Radio Symphony members truly surpassed themselves." "Lev, what did you really think? To be honest, I wasn't exactly, how should I say, listening to the Rachmaninoff, because my son— Well, I'd have to say the Tchaikovsky concerto was superb to the extent that that's possible with Tchaikovsky, although most of the judges preferred the Rachmaninoff, which I found really cloying. Maybe he laid on the rubato a bit thick. No, I'm just jealous. The kid's a master. You don't say, murmured Shostakovich, twiddling his fingers. Who would have thought it? Well, well, well. An American boy from Kilgore, Texas. Can you imagine? On the 18th, Van Cliburn gave his first public recital as a winner. Meanwhile, the United States Navy fired a dummy Polaris warhead from underwater. Raising his hands and gazing dreamily down at his outstretched fingers as if he'd never seen them before, he repeated the Tchaikovsky concerto, which the New York Times, still using the language of war, described as a big percussive attack that dominated the orchestra. While it's true that he peppered the first movement with powerfully booming chords whose metronome-like steadiness overwhelmed the romantic warmth of the strings, he was no war machine. His loudest hammer blows remained somehow bell-like, controlled. Moreover, that opening thunder soon gave way to crystalline arpeggios, each note of which glittered as distinctly as an ice crystal. Whenever the score permitted, Cliburn showed a still gentler touch, lingering a little, deviating from the first stern sweetness, confident enough to give the orchestra a place in the sun, sometimes following, sometimes leading, like a dancer showing good manners to his partner. Oh, he was always clear, his every note was glass. They applauded in a frenzy. Then he repeated the Rachmaninoff. Another ovation. For an encore, he played his own composition, Nostalgia. And so the time came when Shostakovich had to meet him, at a congratulatory dinner. Come to think of it, he'd already met him twice, first at the opening ceremonies, and then when the prize was presented. For, as I may have neglected to tell you, Shostakovich was the chairman of the organizing committee for this first international Tchaikovsky competition, an appointed position whose bestowal underlined the party's confident expectation that his rehabilitation would never be a source of regret. And so it was actually he who'd been required to stand at the podium praising Van Cliburn, and he who'd transmitted the medal and the envelope of cash into the boy's sweaty hand, while newsmen's flashbulbs exploded like anti-aircraft rounds. Truth to tell, he was less interested in Cliburn than in the pretty violinist from Volgograd who sat across the table. Something about her lips. Well, she wasn't really that young, but Shostakovich had begun to find that every woman now appeared in his eyes a virgin, plus or minus. He couldn't believe how girlish the 40-year-olds had started to look. Yesterday he'd been chatting with Evie Denisov about what made up a real Russian girl's face. A pleasing prominence of the cheekbones, in youth anyway. Or was that just because until just recently Russian children had never gotten enough to eat? Denisov, less enthralled by this subject, because more concerned about the Central Committee's new decree on the correction of errors, yawned, opened and closed both pianos, ate a herring, and directed their mutual consideration to the poor complexions of many Russian females. But Shostakovich counterattacked by praising those wheat fields of hair, blonde or auburn or black, not to mention the dark eyebrows, which went so well with pale hands. Not very proletarian, laughed Denisov. They'd given Van Cliburn an interpreter of almost intimidating beauty, but Shostakovich noticed that those two scarcely gazed at each other. She kept tapping her hands on the banquet table. It actually seemed to Cliburn that she was indifferent to him, which gave him a strange feeling. But after all, this was another country, a dangerous country, a Slavic enemy country. "Mr. Shostakovich, I'd be right honored if you'd call me Van." "But you're too kind," cried the old man anxiously. "Dear me, well, Van, thank you, thank you, thank you. And feel free to call me Mitya." He felt almost sorry for Cliburn. The boy was too guileless. From the next table, the sad young composer, S. Gubaidulina, was making eyes at him. He knew that as soon as the banquet broke up, she'd back him into a corner and begin all over again. "Dmitri Dmitrievich, you're the person our generation depends on to give us answers. Please, I beg of you, don't let them talk you into joining the party. You can't imagine how many people are counting on you to hold firm." The American boy's blonde curls enraged him. He hardly knew why. "Do you know, Van, I myself was once the soloist for this very same Tchaikovsky concerto. It was in Kharkov in the summer of 1926, long before all the, you know. Hitler took it 3 times, and we took it back twice, after which they 3 and 2. Now, how does that work out? But I don't suppose there's much left of the old city. Field Marshal Paulus had a lot of tanks at first, before we— tree-lined streets. Anyway, nothing lasts. Perhaps a few bricks, or— For instance, I was actually young once. You can hardly imagine. He was trying to be kind. As a matter of fact, the 19th-century predictability of the composition pained him now. Oborin was correct. Tchaikovsky's music deserved to be parodied. The boy smiled and started to say something, but Shostakovich, embarrassed and anxious, rushed on with the story, longing to put them both at ease, trying to make it funny. Perhaps you haven't heard of him, Van, but the conductor was Nikolai Malko, who's with the Sydney Symphony Orchestra now. He did his best to look after me. We used to play billiards together when we should have been practicing. In 1926 I would have been, excuse me, about the age you are now. Do you play billiards, Van? Gosh, Mitya, I've never had the time. If you want to teach me, maybe we could try a game. Oborin was already claiming that the only reason the audience had wept at Van Cliburn's performance was mass hysteria. Another Russian girl came with flowers for Vanichka. He thanked her shyly, sitting tall and slightly bowed. He didn't seem to know whether or not to rise when he accepted the bouquet. She invited him to escort her to the premiere of Far and Wide My Country Stretches. Definitely he was blushing now. Everybody looked away, feeling sorry for him. For what reason did his appearance stain Shostakovich with a feeling of peculiarity, almost of horror? He felt as if he'd half forgotten some secret. Then it came to him. The front page of his Vestia, with that portrait gallery of the heroic generals who'd saved Moscow, and among them the favourite of Comrade Stalin, so it was said, tall, thin, anxious Vlasov, who'd peered down at fame through harsh black-rimmed spectacles. Why had Vlasov made such an impression on Shostakovich? No, the impression must have been made later, at the war's end, when the man got hanged for treason and cowardice. There had been no Izvestia photograph then. They'd never met, nor was Vlasov's fate unusual. But that one image of him, his face already bent as if in anxiety and misery, although the true case must simply have been that he was taller than the photographer. Well, there Shostakovich could see himself. As for the American Vanichka, he looked nothing like General Vlasov. He was tall, to be sure, and he hunched nervously, but— "Mitya, I'll tell you something," Oborin had said. "Once, when I was preparing a concert at the front, we drove over a German mine. Everybody except me got killed. In my case it was really just luck, and well, anyway, what I remember from that instant is 2 sharp reports. Not particularly loud, you understand, but sharp. And sometimes, even now, the sound of a backfiring engine. But Vlasov and this kid, There's no— "Look," said Oborin, "there's no logical connection between the sputtering of a truck and 2 landmine explosions. But when you're in danger you don't have time for logic. Your heart pounds, and you try to save yourself, that's all." "So you're saying that because I might have identified with Vlasov— Mitya, are you crazy? Don't keep mentioning that name. Who knows if somebody's in the hallway right now?" "Well, Van, it was a remarkable performance, I must say. You ought to feel, how should I say, very proud. I understand that your mother—" "My mother was my best teacher, and I played clarinet at Kilgore High," said the boy in a confiding tone. "My mother also taught me well. I'd be proud to meet her, Mitya." "Unfortunately she's dead," laughed Shostakovich, fiddling with his glasses. "And your mother, is she in good health?" "Oh, pretty good, thanks, Mitya. I want to ask you something. Do you think I played the Rachmaninoff too fast? I felt a little nervous." No. In my opinion, your choice of tempo is entirely correct. Please tell your mother to look after her health. It was a splendid performance, really, very, very talented. And that moderato in the first movement, well, the way you played it, it had a steady, tenderness. Well, thanks for saying that, Mitya, because I've always been crazy about your 7th Symphony. When I was playing the moderato, as soon as I got through the fast part, I tried to slow down into something that would sound like your 3rd movement. Yes, I think I'm, you might say, familiar with that music," said Shostakovich with a wink. "How does it go now, Van? The 3rd movement, I mean. Can you carry a tune? Maybe you could—" "It always inspired me," continued the boy a little desperately. "The part that's called the Open Spaces of the Heartland." "Oh dear, well, perhaps you overrate me. But you certainly put on a fine performance." Blushing, Van Cliburn listened in his head to the crucial bars of the second movement, the Adagio sostenuto, just as he had played it. To him this was the most romantic music of all, the piano upholding the sweetness of the strings, then growing as reflective as a Chopin nocturne. Whenever he played it, he felt as though he were walking through a summer pavilion, and the great Shostakovich approved of his performance. He could hardly breathe for joy. "But how's the life for you over there?" Oborin wanted to know. "Do you serve in your country's armed forces, Van?" "Well, they inducted me last year, but I had a blood condition." An East German pianist approached to present his congratulations, and as soon as he was out of earshot, Shostakovich, clutching his vodka glass, chuckled to Van Cliburn. "You know what Comrade Stalin said at the 26th anniversary parade? I think it was the 26th. Or was it the 25th? Never mind. How did he put it? Wait a moment. No, now it comes to me. He said, 'Comrades, long live the, so to speak, victorious Anglo-Soviet-American fighting alliance. Death to the, if you get my drift, German invaders.'" Cliburn blinked and said, "Well, thanks for saying that, Mitya. I sure appreciate it." Shostakovich choked on his vodka. And now a journalist from TASS leaned across the translator and said, with malicious zest, "Mr. Cliburn, the Soviet people unanimously demand to know the status of the Negro question in your country." "Oh, gosh, Mitya," said Cliburn, not looking at the journalist at all. "I never met a Negro I didn't like. After all, they're Americans, too." Shostakovich bit his lip to keep from laughing. He could hardly wait to tell Lebedinsky about this. With Lebedinsky, as with Poe's protagonist, it was the teeth. In 44, he'd seen a Ukrainian village which had just been liberated from the fascists. All the corpses hung grinning. To him the most menacing thing was their rotting smiles. And now, whenever somebody smiled too widely or too whitely, he longed to scream. Hastily Oborin put in, "Van, I imagine that everybody in Kilgore, Texas, must be proud of you today." A little self-consciously, like his dark bow-tie clinging to the tapering slit of whiteness, for I've heard that as a rule they dress casually in America, the boy said, "Actually, I was born in Shreveport, Louisiana. I don't suppose you know where that is." "I know," said Oborin, "but I've heard that it's very hot in your southern provinces, almost like Africa." Raising his voice, the journalist said, "Many Negroes there, laboring in atrocious conditions." "Yes, hot," said Van Cliburn in an exhausted voice. And now Shostakovich began to perceive some haunted and guarded quality about the American soul. And indeed, the man in raspberry-coloured boots who dropped by the next day to drink vodka said with a wink, "You see, Dmitri Dmitrievich, he's a homosexual. We know this irrefutably. It's in his file." "You don't say," returned the composer with a pretence of deep astonishment. Well, I'm most interested." "What would you expect from such a decadent country? If I had my way, and I'm sure you agree with me, Dmitri Dmitrievich, I'd smash his smiling American face. I hate 'em all. Remember how they wouldn't open the Second Front year after year? They wanted the fascists to bleed us dry." Yes, said Shostakovich, whose temples had begun to ache from too much liquor. "You're absolutely correct, Comrade Alexandrov. Every time I see an American it sets me off. I start thinking about that Second Front and Well, at least you're one of us, Dmitri Dmitrievich. You were in Leningrad." "Indeed I was, Comrade Alexandrov, and I'll never forget what. My first wife fell into their hands. She was a hostage in Kiev." Well, she was there on business?" "If I may say so, my dear friend, sometimes it's better not to. We'd always believed that the only thing they did was hang her. But do you know what I learned just last year? Do you know what they did to her first? While those fucking Americans were laughing all the way to the bank? Oh, don't get me started. Who taught him our music?" "A Russian, Rosina Levina, an émigré, scum. His mother also taught him, I believe." "Well, that's rich. A mama's boy. No wonder he's a fairy." "She was formerly a concert pianist, he told me." "Well, that just makes it worse." "And it's even worse than that, Comrade Alexandrov. You see, I ventured to say that he's—" "He's what? We need all the details. Tell me everything you can remember about that bastard. Do you know he's— Well, I share your feelings of, so to speak, betrayal, and yet in this case, well, I truly think he's not all there." How could he say what he truly felt? Perhaps Cliburn knew more than he pretended, but Shostakovich remained convinced that this American was part of the natural process of forgetting. Call him a bacterium on the mouldering corpse of our war memories. Soon there'd be nothing left, not even bones. Of course, he was only a little boy, with his hands in his pockets. When Shostakovich was in Leipzig for the Bach festival, a German communist, smirking, had quoted him the words of a certain General von Hartmann, commander of the 71st Division of 6th Army at Stalingrad. A few days before the final surrender, Hartmann had remarked, "As seen from Sirius, Goethe's works will be mere dust 1,000 years from now, and 6th Army an indecipherable name, incomprehensible to all." Then he strode to the top of a railroad embankment and fired blindly at the Russians until they shot him down. The German communist continued, "I can't deny that these words made an impression on me, Dmitri Dmitrievich. To get right down to it, his bourgeois dramatic heroic posture in the service of absolute nihilism, well, that shithead was absolutely correct about 6th Army. Who cares about it now?" And the German communist went on laughingly reviling General von Hartmann, of whom Shostakovich had never heard, until it became apparent that the German communist couldn't stop thinking about 6th Army, and maybe didn't want 6th Army to become an indecipherable name, because the sufferings which everybody in Germany and Russia had endured had become valuable as the simple result of their own intensity. He dreaded to condemn them to the crematorium of history. What Shostakovich felt, beyond revulsion, which he did his jittering best to mask, that any German should now presume to be his comrade, was something midway between sadness and peace. For didn't he likewise cherish his own hopelessness? And this blonde bacterium from America was here on a mission to transform the death which presently characterized all Europeans, and perhaps even vivified them, back into dirt. The bacterium would win. It would overwhelm him. He did not want to die, which is to say, he was death. He could not bear for his death to die. Lost victories. And then, as I smoked a cigarette with a tank crew or chatted with a rifle company about the overall situation, I never failed to encounter that irrepressible urge to press onward, that readiness to put forward the very last ounce of energy which are the hallmarks of the German soldier. Field Marshal Erich von Manstein, 1958. 1. In the sleepwalkers' time we took back our honor and issued Panzergruppen in all directions. But when I finally got home, the advance guard of the future had already come marching through the Brandenburg Gate, with their greatcoats triple-buttoned right up to their throats, their hands in their pockets, and their eyes as expressionless as shell craters. According to my wife, whose memory isn't bad when she confines herself to verifiable natural events, some of our lindens were in bloom that May, as why wouldn't they be, and the rest were scorched sticks, so she refers to that time as the Russian Spring, which proves that she can be witty, unless of course she heard that phrase on the radio. Anyhow, we got thoroughly denazified. Our own son, so I hear, threw away his Hitlerjugend uniform and sat on the fountain's rim, listening to the United States Army Band day after day. Next, the wall went up, so half of Germany got lost to us, possibly forever, being magically changed into one of the new grey countries of Europe Central, and all our fearfulness of death came back. An old drunk stood up in the beer hall and tried to talk about destiny, but somebody bruised his skull with a 2-liter stein, and down he went. When I reached home that night, my wife was standing at the foot of the stairs with her hand on the door jamb, peering at me through the place where the diamond-shaped glass window used to be, and I must have looked sad, because she said to me in a strange, soft voice like summer, "Never mind those lost years. We still have almost half the century left to make everything right." To which I said, "Never mind those 8 years I spent in Vorkuta, when they knocked my teeth out and damaged my kidneys." To which she replied, "Listen, we all suffered in the war, even me, whom you left alone while you were off raping Polish girls and shooting Ukrainians in the ditches. It's common knowledge what you were up to. Besides, you're a middle-aged man, and look at all the beer you swill. Your kidneys would have given out on you anyway." Having reconnoitred her disposition, as my old commanding officer would have said, he died of influenza in some coal mine near Tiflis, I fell back, so to speak. I withdrew from the position in hopes of saving something. I retreated into myself. Let her talk about destiny all she wants, I said to myself. At least I'm not tainted by illusions. As it happened, I'd been saving up a little treat for myself. I'd hoarded it beneath the cushions of my armchair. Right before I went to the hospital, Athenaeum Verlag released the memoirs of my hero, Field Marshal von Manstein. Although I don't consider myself a bookish person, it seemed befitting to show my support, so to speak, especially since the poor old man had recently gotten out of jail, 14 years early, if memory serves, the only favour I'll ever thank those allies for. For 4 years I couldn't get to it, on account of the shell splinter in my head, but finally the thing stopped moving, so I got some peace. And there he was, right there on the dust jacket, in all his grey dignity, wearing his iron cross and his oak leaves. The title of the book was Lost Victories. I've always been of the opinion that had Paulus only been permitted to break out and link up with von Manstein's troops, we could have won the war, and I've proved it to quite a few people, even including one of the Russian guards at Vorkuta. Von Manstein really could have saved us all. Whenever I think about what happened to Germany, or my own miserable life, or the way my 14-year-old niece died, burned to death by the Americans in Dresden, I get so emotional that I start grinding my teeth. And then my wife tells all her friends he's in one of his moods again. She never cared for my brother, the former engineer, who's now imprisoned behind the wall of that so-called German Democratic Republic, repairing sewer mains for the communists and earning almost nothing. My poor brother, whom I'll never see again, although he can still telephone me. He's another victim of our former High Command's deeply echeloned illusions. She says he didn't welcome her into the family, as if that were the point. Well, I could go on and on. But von Manstein was going to take me out of my funk. Von Manstein was going to show me how it should have been done. And I knew from the very first page that he would stand up for the German army, too. You see, another thing that really pisses me off is the way the whole world condemns German militarism, as if we hadn't been fighting simply for enough living space to survive. What would, say, the French have done if they'd lost the last war, and been forced to pay in blood, soil, and money year after year, while all the neighbours sharpened their knives and got ready to carve off another piece of France? They say we went too far in Poland. Well, the Poles would have annexed Germany all the way to Berlin if they could. Von Manstein makes exactly this point in his book, which I really do recommend. He exposes the aggressive power politics of the Poles. Anybody who reads him will never feel the same way about Poland, this I guarantee. To get right down to it, von Manstein knows what's what. The victors may try as hard as they like to bury him, but that only makes me admire him all the more. As a great German said, "The strong man is mightiest alone." Well, I hadn't gotten very far in his book, really. I was only about halfway through the Polish campaign. But I could already tell that my faith in von Manstein wouldn't be disappointed, because as soon as the starting gun went off, he exploded that lying slander that we meant the Poles any harm. He said, let me find a page. Aha, here is how he put it. When Hitler called for the swift and ruthless destruction of the Polish army, this was, in military parlance, merely the aim that must be the basis of any big offensive operation. And how about all those so-called atrocities we committed in the process? Anybody who complains that our army behaved, relatively speaking, incorrectly, ought to spend a few years in Vorkuta. We brought matters to an end as quickly as we could. The capitulation of Poland, again in von Manstein's words, in every way upheld the military honor of an enemy defeated after a gallant struggle. And that's all any good German needs to say about it. So then what happened? Then those degenerate allies who hanged our leaders for aggressive conspiracy declared war on us. Well, we did our duty. My best friend Karl, who was with von Richthofen's 8th Flying Corps and who never in his life told a lie, wrote me in a letter that an eagle flew beside him, just outside the cockpit window, on every sortie against Sedan. I'm not a sentimentalist, but that anecdote does make a person think. Well, Karl got shot down over Stalingrad. He was bringing food and medicine to 6th Army. Everything wasted. But he wouldn't have wanted my pity. The point is that we followed the only correct line, and our policies remained as generous as they could have been under the circumstances. Just as a burst or two of light machine-gun fire will usually clear a road of partisans, so von Manstein utters a line, and all objections get blasted away. For instance, as a result of the impeccable behavior of our troops, he writes, nothing happened to disturb our relations with the civil population during my 6 months in France. Von Manstein's word is gold. If he says a thing is so, case closed. And yet they punish us for crimes against France. That's why I sometimes wake up in the morning all hungover and thinking, what's the use? My wife was angry again, this time because I'd clogged up the drain by shaving, so her indictment ran. But I bunkered myself down, because right after that part about military honor, Lost Victories became especially interesting. I've always had a taste for theoretical issues. In Vorkuta, I used to ask the guards how it all would have turned out if Stalin had died instead of Roosevelt. That question cost me those 2 top front teeth. So you can imagine how excited I felt when von Manstein began to raise theoretical questions too. What should Poland have done to avoid defeat? To me, it's a real exercise in open-mindedness to step into the enemy's shoes just for an eye blink, and then wiggle one's toes a little, so to speak. It's good preparation for next time. Yes, that's the correct way to go about it. And von Manstein, needless to say, had the answer in his ammo clip. Poland should have abandoned the Western territories to save her armies from encirclement, then waited for the Allies to come. Of course they wouldn't have. They never did. What can you expect from those cowards? Look what Poland is now, a Russian satellite. I wanted somebody on whom to try this out, but my son, who in the old days would have agreed with everything I said, hadn't shown his face all day. I suppose he was as close as he could get to the Tiergarten, hoping to catch cigarettes from American Negroes. Anyhow, what would he have cared? When I got back from Vorkuta, he looked at me as if I were a monster. My wife tried to smooth it over by claiming that he didn't recognize me. Well, so what? The strong man is mightiest and all that. Next came the question I could really throw my soul into. What ought we to have done to avoid defeat at Russia's hands? Needless to say, I had this more or less worked out, but only in general terms. So pay good attention, I told myself, because this is Field Marshal Erich von Manstein speaking. He'd make me see the arrows on the maps, the spearheads, the long dotted trails, the ingot-like rectangles of our army groups. I was back there now, rushing through all those new states which so came into being on practically every page of Lost Victories, with their Reich commissars pre-assigned by our sleepwalker himself, while the Wehrmacht continued forward, its operational area ideally to be— See, I really do understand the theory behind this, not much deeper than the front line itself, in order to avoid interference with our special detachments in the rear. And about those, it's better not to say anything, because they're secret. What I'm trying to get across is that in Lost Victories, Germany was on the march again, and the farther we went, the stronger we got, until we were giants in a land of dreams. I'm a realist, but why can't I visit the past? Especially when it's as sweet to me now as that smell of burned sugar that rose up when our bombers hit the Badaevsky warehouses in Leningrad. About Leningrad, von Manstein says, and I agree with him, that back in 41 we could have taken the place if we just pushed a little harder, but the sleepwalker wouldn't let us. He demanded Moscow at the same time, which is why he got neither. In retrospect, he does seem to have been, let's put it kindly, a bit starry-eyed. We made another thrust in 42, but just when we were getting somewhere, Vlasov's Second Shock Army attacked us. Then troops got diverted to the Caucasus, and no sooner had von Manstein straightened out that mess when Paulus got into trouble at Stalingrad. So you see, it was just bad luck that we never got to roll into Leningrad. Burned sugar. I'll never forget that delicious smell. It was as if all the confectioners in Russia were getting busy, baking us a victory cake as big as a mountain. The frosting was all ready. I've always liked caramelized sugar. Field Marshal von Manstein closes the first chapter of his memoir, "From now on the weapons would speak." Soon we would break through the Stalin line. We would take Leningrad at last. And when we did, von Manstein would be there. He'd raise his field marshal's baton to say, "Germany." At once there would come undying summer. 2. Some of us in that open cage in Vorkuta, with our caps always on, and our footcloths, and anything else we could find wrapped around our faces against the cold, so that we resembled Russian babushkas, well, to pass the time we used to talk about politics, almost never about love, because that would have been too unbearable. It was almost as if we could already see those sleazy smiles on the faces of the Aryan girls we'd given our all for. Now they were doing it with American soldiers, just to get a little chocolate. When I got home and saw them flashing their teeth at the men who'd burned Dresden, I almost let them have it, I can tell you. As sad and sullen as most of us were at Vorkuta, the woman-crazy ones were the worst off. You can hum Lily Marlena like an idiot. You can fantasize about this lady or that until you're as black in the face as a hanged partisan, but you're still here, and she's still there, beyond the barbed wire. Still, even in the Gulag you can advance a theory or an opinion, And precisely because opinions feel, to get right down to it, less real than they do back home, in the barracks, or even on the march, why not make the most of them? Headlamps in the forward trench, I always say. You might as well be speeding in dusty convoys of exultation beyond the steppe horizons, with that growl of tank treads comforting you all the way across the summer flatness. Once you've heard that, you'll never stop wanting more. In that frame of mind, you can pleasurably debate a question. For instance, was the Russian campaign aggressive or not? Von Manstein considers the Soviet troop dispositions to have been deployment against every contingency, which implies, at least as I see it, that Operation Barbarossa was arguably defensive. Moreover, he writes how, on the very first day of the Russian campaign, the Soviet command showed its true face by killing and mutilating a German patrol. To me, that's conclusive, especially since von Manstein said it. But in any event, you can argue something like that, and polish your opinions until they're as fixed and perfect as diamonds. You might as well, since you're not going anywhere for years and years, if ever. Right before the sleepwalker married Eva Braun and blew his brains out, he wrote his political testament, a copy of which my paraplegic friend Fritzi somehow got hold of last year. Good thing Fritzi was already denazified. Now, this document makes several statements which I can't entirely support. For example, in my opinion, the man was too hard on the Jews, and not that they don't need a firm hand. But what did impress me was that he'd made up his mind about everything, back when he was nothing but a hungry tramp in Vienna. In that testament, he insisted that he hadn't altered his conclusions about a single matter in the decades since then. Then he looked around him and said, so I imagine, "What are we Germans going to be now? A rabble of syphilitic raped girls and legless men." So he pulled the trigger. That takes guts. Paulus didn't have the courage to do it at Stalingrad. I would have done it in an eye blink, if that would have made any difference for Germany. Now that's triumph of the will. So I do still respect him in a way, not least for the fact that he knew what he knew, whether it was true or not. If only he'd allowed Guderian's mobile formations to do what Germans do best, instead of adopting that static defense which is more suitable to Slavs. So why not pass the time deciding what you believed, then arguing for it, being true to it? Even in those prison days, something in me was getting ready to feel a certain way, like a field gun zeroing in on the target. I wanted to become something once and for all. Strange to say, Vorkuta came back to me as I sat so comfortably at home, reading von Manstein. And they weren't wasted years anymore. They were leading up to something. I wanted to clarify existence, if only for myself, to draw secret and perfect distinctions until my comprehension was a narrow spearhead. Here's a distinction for you, free of charge. Russians opt for a massive artillery barrage before an attack, while we Germans prefer to trust in our own blood. It was happening line by line, and I still had hundreds of glorious pages before me, like the Russian steppes in summer 42, stretching on perfectly golden and infinite, like all our victories. Our lost victories, I should say, and as I read I kept notes on the progress of our assault divisions. 3. Don't think I haven't seen it all. The national enthusiasm, the pride, the successes thrown away contrary to the will of nature, the way our big shots in their long grey coats used to lean backward and smile like sharks when some Polish dignitary or other would scuttle up to shake hands. In those days, the sleepwalker could still dream of cracking Leningrad like a nut, making the Neva run backward, riding on the shoulders of the bronze horsemen, while I, for my part, had all my teeth. My dreams swept east like silhouettes of German infantry marching up dusty summer roads. For laughs, we used to tune into Radio Leningrad because all they broadcast was the ticking of a metronome. Well, summer's long gone, but I don't care about that, for I've come to recognize something within my soul as titanic as the big Dora gun which helped us reduce Sevastopol. Yes, by now you'll have guessed. I served under him. I'm a veteran of von Manstein's 11th Army, and I hold the Iron Cross first class, no matter that the Americans have decreed that I can't wear it. So I read on, knowing that I did somehow have 1,000 more years ahead of me, and the lindens were shimmering outside the window, and German workmen were rebuilding everything. We live not far away from the Landwehr Canal, which was our primary defensive line during the Battle of Berlin. It's also where that Jewish bitch Rosa Luxemburg got hers back in 1919. This is where our 13-year-old German boys came out in their black school uniforms to die in the struggle against Bolshevism. So much history all around me. And that day I really felt as if I were a part of it, I can tell you, sitting in my armchair finishing lost victories. Then I got to the part where von Manstein says that Hitler wasn't bold enough to stake everything on success. And that thing that I'd been getting ready for so long to feel, I felt it now. And it was this. If only von Manstein had been our Führer. The White Knights of Leningrad. 1. Were this a movie, and in particular the sort of movie which makes people happy in wartime, it would have been set in the famous White Knights of Leningrad, when Shostakovich lay in Elena Konstantinovskaya's arms. Unfortunately, it isn't. Moreover, summer happens to be a season expressly reserved for Aryans, so this Russian story finds itself compelled to take place in winter, when the Knights of Leningrad, like most days, are black, black, black. How about a compromise? We'll tell our tale in grey. Once upon a time, when it was the 20th century and my parents were still young, colour had yet to enter the world. Light and darkness, black and white, sufficed my poor grandparents. By the time my parents were born, grey had been invented by I.G. Farbenindustrie. At first it didn't seem good for anything except smudgy London fogs, but by the time the Blitz began, it could express the smoke of burning cities quite nicely. 3 days before the Führer broke off his monumental tank battle in Kursk, the U.S. War Department, having been apprised by a Zeiss defector that Hitler's home movies were now being filmed in colour, launched the top-secret Taos project, in the course of which an ingenious boy scientist named Ansel Adams employed a hedgehog formation of photon guns to fracture the firmament's tonal scale into exactly 10 zones, from the primeval black of Zone 0 to the perfect blank of Zone 10. Contrast, cloud-cliff relationships, pearly-grey pine trees decked out with recesses of utter black, luminance and detail, mid-range gunmetal rivers banded by wakes of paler grey. These distinctions permitted our universe a greater number of adjustments than the earlier Gutenberg model had enjoyed. But it was not until Operation Polaroid that most citizens got to see colours for the very first time. Primary colours in Phase 1. We smile now when we remember that until 1979, high summer foliage could only be yellow or blue. And then, once our American landscape had been suitably conditioned by the Adams ray, the secondaries, the tertiaries, and finally the various infrared flavors which we enjoy so much in erotic situations. As I said, the Germans had stolen a march on us here, just as the Russians would in outer space. I cannot forbear to quote from the declassified OSS Appreciation, prepared by a certain Frank Voss, our on-the-spot U.S. operative, whose real mission is to sniff around for secret weapons here in the ruins of the Führer bunker. This colour-blind fellow, who is now experiencing colour for the very first time, indeed the only time, since his final reel included capture, torture, and liquidation in North Korea, writes that from the heap of steel canisters in the well of rubble at the far end of a dank hall, now guarded by no less than 3 Kalmuck machine-gunners, they were quite friendly, he reports, and also gave me the location of a werewolf detachment which had created several nuisances in our sector. There comes a shining more pale than any Zone 7 grey, which nonetheless partakes of Zone 2's dramatic inevitability. Frank Voss, who at one time was a divinity student, speculates that to the sentries, whose sophistication in his opinion leaves much to be desired, their ideology, he sadly writes, compels them to see in black and white. This indescribable light may be as sacred as the star on the pale forehead of their revolutionary cruiser Aurora. Yes, indescribable. Defeated, Frank Voss withdraws to safer grey metaphors. Reports of the atomic glow over Hiroshima now seem similarly off the mark. Nonetheless, in this episode he wins our hearts almost as much as does that flickering silver eminence Bing Crosby. Indeed, had it not been for the Cold War, our tense young American would probably have received the Order of Kutuzov for bravery, because without fear or hesitation he outdoes the daring of his Kalmuck allies, namely, he unscrews the top of the biggest movie canister. And instantly, for a radius of perhaps 20 feet, the corridor gets colorized, not by red, blue, or yellow, for which he would have lacked the words anyway, but by their muted opposites, because the Germans' first experiments with color involved negative film. After following Frank Voss's strangely moving attempts to describe these hues on the basis of their estimated wavelength, we reach this partially corrupted transcript of an attempt to contact HQ. Deeply regret unable to evaluate the phenomenon. Doing all possible. Please confirm immediately on emergency link whether destruction of these objects is advised before Soviet experts arrive. Voss then tries more desperately than ever to describe the magenta blush imparted to the ceiling by several thousand almost identical 8mm frames of Eva Braun's lips. But here the report has been censored, approximately 300 words deleted. Well, isn't it better that way? Mystical testimony achieves its maximum propaganda value when it shades off into inchoateness or even darkness. Besides, the Germans never intended for color to be enjoyed by anyone except the elite, and the rest of Europe remained awfully grey in those days, her best Zone 0 being blackout paper, which in museums subject to the penetration of the Adam's ray appears to be a weak greenish black at best, while her most reliable Zone 10 can be no paler than a Nazi officer's corpse staring up at the sky. This is the reason why Ansel Adams himself, that true American, never visited Europe until 1974, by which time he'd been projected into his 8th decade of life. He'd calculated that lighting conditions over there would be practically impossible, that high values would be blocked, for beyond Omaha Beach the entire continent remained divided into only 2 crudely differentiated zones, in which Adams explicitly counted the pearl-grey midnights of Leningrad. But he had to go just the same. In Paris, his elongated shadow already lacked even a blue component. And when he got to Arles, on a conveyance whose engineers had advanced far beyond the futuristic blockiness of any armoured train, he found himself lightly charmed by the swift-passing landscape. Leaden-black earth, silver-grey grass hairs. The Académie Française was now fiercely debating the introduction of certain sepias and russets, but bored by its rural sameness and the evidence of tired antiquity and modern industrial landscapes. In a word, I confess to acute homesickness. 2. Well, who wouldn't have been homesick, especially during the war years? Imagine how dreary the spectators must have felt after Comrade Stalin's alpinists had ascended the shining Admiralty Tower of Leningrad and camouflaged it with dull grey paint. Not only was Europe more higher contrast and greyer than ever, never mind the broken glass, cold and darkness, but, as period movie footage demonstrates, atomic structures were actually looser. Hence the stippled grey cheekbones of starving Poles, the fuzzy, almost white of children's skinny legs, the velvety irregularities of what should have been chiselled pillar grooves in the facades of blurry department stores not yet bombed. The perverse argument of certain liberal experts that the film stock of the 1940s was inherently grainier than today's has been disproven by a Central Intelligence Agency study which employed extreme magnification to compare nitrate-based Nazi-Soviet documentaries with today's color features. As Adams demonstrated, grain is a fundamental feature of reality itself. 3. Still and all, one feature must be conceded to the grey old days: coherence. Just as a poem achieves its effect by a narrow application of choice within a wide application of exclusion, the word I need cannot be in any of the thousands which fail to rhyme with grey, so wartime Europe was perfect in its ghastly fashion, inhabited by beings with coarse-poured silver complexions. What were my parents like when they were young? Their hair is silver now. Of course it always was. They got married before brown was invented. Relatively speaking, they had luck. My father grew up in the ultra-whiteness of Chicago winters. My mother had her grey Nebraska wheat fields. In Europe, the tonal scale remained measurably harsher. What inmate of that continent could hope to be more than a fleeing, slender civilian in an inky black suit, or one of many snowy camouflaged men on a tank pointing black guns across the snow? A few million souls did get to be decorated dull grey Russian soldier girls in mid-grey fur hats. We see them marching westward in that propaganda spectacular, The Fall of Berlin, to which Shostakovich wrote the soundtrack. When Khrushchev, outflanking Operation Polaroid, introduced the colour red into Soviet society in early 1961, it caught on so well that every subsequent decoration had to be either crimson or bloody. But during the war, all medals stayed grey, of course, which I actually consider befitting, because it was a dreary grey war of frozen corpses. Frozen blood goes black. Red would have been out of place. The pale, skinny boys assembling the round magazines of machine guns, what colour should they have been but dead white? Between the reflections of long white military columns writhing in the Neva and the black trickles of people dwindling day by day on the frozen streets of Leningrad, only two zones were needed. Ultra-field grey, as exemplified by the squat darkness above the treads of the Panzerkampfwagen, specifically a PZKP-FW3F, and ice grey, the colour of those Stalinist banners which the panzers overpassed, the banners which said, "Life has become more joyful." 4. He rose from the bed and stood lankily naked, watching his breath freeze in the greyish room. He went to the window. Yawning, he scratched a little circle in the window frost. Through this peephole he saw what he had known he would see, dull grey battleships frozen in the ice. He saw men in murky greatcoats, with grey wool caps on their heads, hands in their pockets, and rifles wedged under their arms, the barrels aiming straight upwards, every man standing shoulder to shoulder for warmth as the military band played. Then they began to march. White snakes of snowlight flitted across them as they twitched rhythmically out of focus. He saw the pavements shimmering and shining with ice. He smiled. White streaks, scratches in the war film, writhed across his face. He was as happy as he would ever be, because the woman in the bed was his mistress, Elena Konstantinovskaya, and because after everything she still loved him. The master composer, which is what he was, does not bemoan the absence of greyness between the piano's white and black keys. Anyhow, he had his greys, 3 strong, crude Russian shades which sufficed for everything. 2 zones I've just written, but she brought the third to us. Between black and white lie the following 3 greys, from dark to light. The charcoal grey of Konstantinovskaya's pubic curls, which corresponds to the shadow which our T-34 tanks cast upon the frozen pavement of Kirovsky Prospect. Let us hereby repudiate the enemy's PZK-PFW3F, the healthy mid-grey of her fingernail, lips, and nipples, and the creamy pale grey, not ice grey at all, of her face, hands, and shoulders, which have been tanned by the Russian sun. Underneath her white breasts live twin crescent shadows which crave to express themselves in their own intermediate shade between lip grey and shoulder grey, but they cannot, because all greys have been used up. Once the poem has narrowed and thereby deepened itself, for instance, limiting itself to white, black, and 3 greys, it becomes more fully what it is. Konstantinovskaya is perfectly what she is. She is perfect. She saves him who loves her, because the white sun of an explosion is a face, death's face, and death's long black tresses are smoke. Without Konstantinovskaya, white and black would be only death. She blessed them into a marriage. Here come more Germans in field grey. Here come NCOs with silver lace on their shoulder straps. Thanks to her, field grey isn't just an enemy shade, it's lip grey, too. He kisses it whenever he kisses her mouth. He drinks from her mouth. Her white breath fog flutters across the blackish-grey swellings of the Neva. That breath will be frozen tomorrow, maining the snow clods and dirty ice clods and corpses in new white. Yes, the mud will be frozen silver by her breath, and then it will be dusted white, and the small bomb-smashed houses of Pulkovo will seem cleaner. All will be white on white, even the shy, rare smoke which freezes as soon as it's born from chimneys. 5. He said, "Well, Elena, how unlucky it is that I didn't marry you." "Don't cry. Stay with me today." "But then and stay the night?" "If they're watching." "Of course they're watching, Mitya." He took heart at that and laughed. "Well, to be sure, they're all waiting for my bad end. Here, Elena, do you see what I have with me? I forgot to show you before because I was so excited to be— well, I was thinking of you, Elena. Oh, yes, I was. Zolotinsky gave me this smoked fish. I wish I knew where he got it." "Come to bed now," she said quietly. 6. And it went on. It continued, greyly curving like the triple-railed tramcar tracks of Leningrad, which now led directly from Comrade Zhukov's pale, pouchy face to the round, bald head and wide, round eyes of Field Marshal Wilhelm Ritter von Lieb. Their pearl-grey hours flickered and stuttered past, her white breasts sanctifying by sharing the same unholy light as German munitions coming to kiss the streets newly paved by the corpses they'd made. Her eyebrows were a wall of smoke. But it was only a war movie that he dreamed. He was long gone to Kuibyshev by then. He'd been evacuated with his wife and children because he was valuable. Konstantinovskaya was in Spain. She married and divorced a certain Roman Carmen. And when the last reel flopped and chittered loose, when the projectionist returned them all to ghastly light, then the movie star awoke, rolled away from his wife's snores, rose, fiddled with his Seventh Symphony, and later stood with his face sadly and anxiously crumpled as he rested his hands on his two children's shoulders. His glasses kept sliding down his nose. He wanted to take them off. His daughter Galia scratched a circle in the frosty window-pane. Peering through it, he saw the stopped buses, the black, flat-topped Russian automobiles whose fronts sloped doubly down over the wheels like the clasped mandibles of praying mantises. And after he had counted only 2 shades of grey, his white fingers, which in those days were exactly the same shade as piano keys, began to clench like the feelers of an insect drawing up and dying. 7. All right. So he'd known it was a movie all along. He'd rushed to leave her because Nina was pregnant. He'd joined the dark crowds on the far side of the street, the safe side, where building fronts remained multi-windowed and white. The stenciled Cyrillic letters, white on grey, said, "Citizens, during artillery fire this is the most dangerous side of the street." In the movie he'd finally returned to the side where he was meant to be. The soundtrack was his own. She was on top of him, and he was inside her. And their mouths both opened, and then those 2 pale, open-mouthed Russian corpses formed their own exclusive society on a street corner which shone brilliant silver with rain. This concludes the reading of Europe Central by William T. Vollmann, copyright 2005 by William T. Vollmann. This book was read by Ralph Cosham. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with the Susan Gollum Literary Agency and was produced in 2007 by Blackstone Audio Incorporated, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio Incorporated.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.